In the apocalypse, men are the most dangerous creatures alive. I move that we cast Lu Yuan out of the group to keep us sisters safe. The seventh day after darkness descended, only 19 people remained alive in the entire apartment building. Lu Yuan stood behind the iron door of the safe house, peering through the peephole at a writhing dark mass creeping slowly down the corridor. His hand was steady. The shaft of the fire axe he gripped was wrapped in blood-stained cloth strips. The cloth strips were torn from a resident's corpse during their breakout from the 17th floor the previous day. "You look worn out, Xiao Yuan." A voice came from behind him. Lu Yuan turned to see Qiu Yuan stepping closer, holding out a damp towel. Qiu Yuan was a strikingly beautiful woman in her early 30s, with alluring features and the grace of a married woman. Above all, she had an incredible figure, a slender waist, shapely hips, and curves so breathtaking they commanded every gaze. Her temperament matched her looks, gentle, soft-spoken, the archetype of a mature woman. She was far from ordinary. She owned a financial firm, worth hundreds of millions, and moved in Shanghai's highest social circles. Among the 18 female survivors, she was one of the few who treated Lu Yuan decently. "Thank you." Lu Yuan nodded and took the towel. The moment his fingers closed around it, a clear female voice cut through the crowd. "Lu Yuan." He swiveled his head to see Fang Yaqi stand up from the corner. She was an A-list celebrity from Dragon Country, with 20 million followers on Weibo. Right before the apocalypse, she had just been announced as the lead actress for a high-budget drama. She was wrapped in a premium cashmere shawl Lu Yuan had scavenged from the neighboring flat. Her hair had been messy for days, yet the haughty arrogance in her eyes had not faded one bit. Fang Yaqi fixed her gaze on him. Her voice was quiet, yet loud enough for everyone to hear. "Thank you for everything these past few days. I'll admit, you're a good security guard." Lu Yuan said nothing. He watched her silently, waiting for the inevitable but, Fang Yaqi went on, just as he expected. "Now that we've survived, I believe some things need to be reconsidered." She scanned the room, her eyes sweeping across 17 women's faces. There were senior executives from large corporations in their 30s, wealthy young heiresses fresh out of university, internet influencers with millions of followers. All eyes were on her. "You've all seen what lies outside." Fang Yaqi's tone took on a performative heaviness. "Those monsters, all the people who've died. We are the last ones left. We have to stick together to live. But the problem is," her gaze locked back onto Lu Yuan. "In the apocalypse, men are the most dangerous creatures." Silence hung in the safe house for a heartbeat. "Pardon." Lu Yuan wondered if he had misheard. "I mean every word." Fang Yaqi took a step forward, her cashmere shawl swaying gently behind her. "The 18 of us women pose no threat to one another. But you are a man. You are stronger than us, and you hold a weapon. Who can guarantee that one day you won't?" She paused, her tone thick with implication. "Turn into another monster?" It was clear exactly what monster she meant. Her words hit the room like a stone tossed into still water. "I think Miss Fang makes a valid point." A young woman with golden big waves spoke timidly. Lu Yuan recognized her as Su Wan, a beauty influencer, gorgeous with a great figure. "The night before last, I caught him staring at me for ages." "Me too. I've never felt fully safe around him." Another woman chimed in. "What's more, he's just a security guard. He was never part of our social circle. Why obey him?" Lu Yuan stood by the doorway, still clutching his axe. A bitter laugh rose in his throat. 7 days earlier, on the first night of eternal darkness, screams and the sound of tearing flesh echoed across the residential compound. He had sprinted out from the security booth, swinging his baton to beat back 2 monsters lunging at residents. After that, he had led these 18 women upward floor by floor. They seized their first stock of supplies from the property office. They cleared all shelves from the 5th-floor supermarket. When 3 monsters trapped them on the 8th floor, he stayed behind alone to hold them off so the women could flee. The unhealed gash on his back was left by a claw. The claw had aimed straight for Fang Yaqi. And now, Fang Yaqi stood before him, her refined face familiar to audiences nationwide, and declared calmly, "I propose that Lu Yuan leave our group for the safety of all sisters." She turned to the others once she finished speaking. "All those in favor, raise your hands." 1, 2, 3. Lu Yuan watched hands lift one after another, like rotting figures in slow motion from a zombie film. When he counted, 15 out of 18 women had voted yes. Only Qiu Yuan and 2 others kept their hands down. 15 against 3. There you have it. Fang Yaqi tilted her chin upward slightly. "This is the collective decision. Lu Yuan, you are a man. The outside world suits you better. We will set aside a share of supplies for you. You can leave now." She spoke as if granting him an immense favor. Lu Yuan remained silent for a long time. He glanced down at the axe in his hand, then at the pile of supplies. Then he lifted his head, his eyes as calm as stagnant water. Very well. The iron door slammed shut behind him, and Lu Yuan caught the first snicker. Finally, he's gone. Fang Yaqi's voice seeped out through the crack, like a snake flicking its tongue. I haven't slept properly these days. Always terrified I'd wake up to see a shadow looming by my bed. Now we don't have to fear anymore. Same here, Suwon replied right after, adopting the over-dramatic tone she used on live streams. You have no idea. Every time I went to the corner to change clothes, I felt eyes boring into my back. Ugh, a lowly security guard thinking he can reach for swans. Don't be harsh, Won. He did save us after all. It was Tang Shi, a rich heiress, a pampered little princess born into wealth. Her voice was soft and sugary. Still, honestly, things will be better with him gone. Men hold the advantage in strength. Who knows when their filthy thoughts might boil over. That's what I've been saying all along. Fang Yaqi raised her voice, as if announcing victory. In the apocalypse, women are safest when we stick only with other women. No male gaze, no disgusting possessive urges. If us sisters stand united, soft and gentle as we are, we can survive all the same. Exactly right. Someone echoed her, followed by a burst of feminine giggles. That security guard's out there now. The monsters will get him first. So what if they do? He's none of our business anymore. Hey, guess which floor he's on now? Do you think something's chasing him? Ha ha ha. Just imagining that scene makes me laugh. Enough. Fang Yaqi cut them off, satisfaction of a leader lacing her words. Forget about him. Let's redistribute and tally our supplies. We might even manage to live comfortably with plenty to eat and drink. From this moment, the 18 of us sisters are family. Sister Yaqi is absolutely right. We'll follow Sister Yaqi from now on. The cheerfulness from behind the iron door drifted through the thick fireproof panel, muffled, like bubbles rising from underwater. Lu Yuan stood in the dark stairwell, holding a sack of biscuits and a canteen. This was the only portion he took from their supplies before leaving. The so-called supply stockpile barely held enough food to last a week in total. He did not take more, nor did he need to. He had ample reserves hidden elsewhere. As for what awaited these women after he left, how many of the 18 would ever make it out of this building? Ridiculous. He walked straight forward. The voices behind him faded, growing blurry and distant. All that talk of male gaze, of being soft and safe together, of we can make it on our own, he heard every word and stored every one of them away. 21st floor. Lu Yuan pushed open the door to a secluded flat. The room was pitch black, nothing visible. But he did not need light. He knew every detail of this place. He walked to the wall, opened a cabinet, and pulled out a rechargeable camping lantern, twisting the switch to turn it on. Warm yellow light flooded the living room. Lu Yuan set the lantern on the coffee table and straightened, surveying the scene before him. Cardboard boxes lined 2 neat rows. 6 cartons of bottled water were stacked up. Large storage bags held compressed biscuits and ham sausages. There were cans, self-heating rice meals, vacuum-packed marinated eggs, plus iodine, gauze and fever medicine he had scavenged from the pharmacy next door. These were Lu Yuan's private reserves. The supplies Fang Yaqi's group had access to amounted to roughly 1/4 of what lay here. The remaining 3/4 were hidden inside this flat. Lu Yuan had long realized he could not rely on those women, so he had prepared thoroughly. From day one, he knew they were not on the same path. Fang Yaqi in particular had always looked at him with condescending scrutiny. He had seen that look countless times, on the faces of residents entering and exiting the compound gate. That was how people saw security guards. So he had kept a backup plan. He never expected to need it so soon. Lu Yuan walked over to the stack of cartons in the corner, bent down, and dragged a folding chair out. He unfolded it beside the coffee table and sat down. He pulled the packet of compressed biscuits out of his pocket, tore it open, and took a bite. Dry, tasteless, almost like chewing cardboard. The reason he had saved those women in the first place was simple. He had thought this catastrophe would only last 3 to 5 days. Troops would arrive, rescue teams would come, and order would be restored. As a security guard, if he saved a dozen wealthy, influential women, even a small reward or a job offer from any of them would be a fortune beyond imagination. Qiu Yuan ran a financial firm. Fang Yaqi was a top celebrity. Gulan was a group CEO. Any single one of them could hand him enough money to live comfortably for years, if they chose. That was why he had rescued every last one of them. Now, that thought was long gone. 7 days had passed. No planes flew overhead. No vehicle horns echoed from the streets. Networks were dead, radio broadcasts silent. Outside the windows hung a permanent dark red sky, like a dried scab nailed above their heads. Never day, never night. Time had lost all meaning within this building. There existed only two states, alive or dead. Lu Yuan stuffed the last mouthful of biscuits into his mouth, chewed and swallowed. This crisis would most likely never end. At least, as far as he could foresee, no army would come rolling in armored vehicles to evacuate them. The world outside had turned into something beyond his comprehension. There was only one thing he could do: survive. So when Fang Yaqi spoke the words about casting him out, he barely held back laughter. He could not have wished for anything more. He had wanted to leave all along. He leaned back against the chair, closed his eyes, and sank his consciousness. A translucent panel unfolded in his vision, suspended in empty darkness. System: Apocalypse Survival Assistance System Beta Version Host. Lu Yuan current survival rating. Grade S day survived. 7 check-in status. Not checked in today daily check in reward pool refreshing. Lu Yuan whispered in his mind. Check in. Text on the panel flickered, and 3 lines of golden notification slowly surfaced. Check-in successful. Obtained grade C supplies. 1 carton of Master Kong braised beef noodles grade C, 24 packs. Obtained attribute point. Stamina plus 1 current stamina. 7-8 obtained talent. Advanced lockpicking capable of unlocking all non-electronic mechanical locks. Skill cooldown only grade C supplies. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lu Yuan's mind. He opened his eyes. A cardboard box appeared on the coffee table, bright red packaging printed with the words Master Kong braised beef noodles. Neatly packed with 24 servings. He tapped the side of the carton, the corners of his mouth twitching. 1 carton of instant noodles. A small boost to stamina. A lockpicking skill. Before the end of the world, these things would have meant nothing. Hardly enough to hit the minimum order threshold for food delivery. But inside this apartment building right now, a carton of noodles meant he could go another week without touching his core reserves. And they tasted good, too. Instant noodles were premium currency in the apocalypse. Extra stamina meant he could climb from the ground floor all the way to the 21st floor without gasping for breath 3 extra times. As for advanced lockpicking, he glanced toward the front security door, then thought of all the locked flats. Behind every door might lie a cache of supplies. And those doors might as well be left wide open to him now. This system was absolutely incredible. Lu Yuan settled back comfortably in the chair. Elsewhere, flat 201. The atmosphere remained cheerful. Suddenly struck by an idea, Fang Yaqi clapped her hands to draw everyone's attention. Sisters, I have a suggestion. Let us have a proper feast tonight to celebrate. Her words were like tossing chopped green onions into sizzling oil. The room erupted. Yes. Ugh, I haven't slept a full night in days. Tonight, I want to eat well and sleep till noon tomorrow. Sister Yaqi knows exactly what we need. I'm ready to unwind. We must celebrate, absolutely. Several young women chattered excitedly. Suwon had already begun rummaging through the supply pile, muttering, let's see what delicious food we've got. Wow, this bottle of Lafite, vintage 2010. My family kept quite a few bottles of this back then. She pulled a bottle of red wine out of a crate and held it up to the candlelight. Is this real? It's genuine. Tangshur leaned over to glance at the label. I think this came from the flat on the 8th floor. I remember they had a whole row lined up in their wine cabinet. Real or fake? Let's open it anyway. Tangshur kept digging through the supplies. Look at this, vacuum-packed Australian Wagyu beef. Let me check the date, still edible. There's also a box of foie gras and a tin of caviar. The two squatted beside the crates, scavenging goods as if shopping in a luxury warehouse, pulling items out one by one. Red wine, steak, foie gras, black truffle paste, scattered all over the floor. Fang Yaqi watched the scene, a faint smile playing on her lips as she folded her arms. This sense of standing above everything filled her with immense satisfaction. Sister Yaqi, someone walked over and asked, how should we prepare all this? We don't have a kitchen. Simple, Fang Yaqi replied. Open the wine and drink it straight. We can pan-fry the steak over candles and fuel tablets, slice foie gras to eat with crackers, and scoop caviar. Immediate French cuisine. Suwon clapped her hands. Apocalypse-exclusive candlelit dinner. Sisters, we are pulling out all the stops. Open everything. Fang Yaqi waved her hand. We're in high spirits today, no need to hold back. Got it. Wait a moment. A voice came from the corner, quiet yet clear enough for all to hear. Qiu Yuan stood up from her chair. Her gaze swept calmly over the cheering crowd before settling on Fang Yaqi. Yaqi, she said, these supplies are our last reserves. A bottle of Lafite was worth tens of thousands before the apocalypse. Right now, it is worth less than a bottle of drinking water. If you devour our finest stock, what will we live on? The chatter in the room died down. Several women squatting by the supplies froze mid-movement and exchanged uneasy glances. Fong Yaqi's smile faded slightly, only to reappear quickly. Sister Qiu Yuan, she smiled unperturbed. I know you're looking out, but think about it. We have just made a vital decision and removed the threat among us. Isn't that worth celebrating? She stepped forward, looking around as if delivering a small speech. Supplies are important, yes, but emotional well-being matters too. What have all of us endured these days? Constant terror outside, perpetual anxiety inside the safe house. We could not even change clothes without fearing prying eyes. Now everything is different. We are truly safe at last. This meal is more than food. It is proof to ourselves. We made it. We survived. Emotional well-being is extremely important. She's right. Sister Yaqi speaks the truth. I just want to eat something nice. Who cares about tomorrow? And there are 18 of us. If we work together, how can we fail to survive? Voices of agreement rose one after another. Suwon had already pulled the cork from the wine bottle. Rich wine aroma filled the room. Tang Shi knelt on the floor, frying steak on a small metal tin over candle flames. The sizzle of melting butter sounded mouth-watering. The foie gras had been sliced and laid out on a chopping board, beside a half-open tin of caviar. Delicacies usually only seen in high-end restaurants were heaped all over the coffee table. Bathed in candlelight, the spread looked surprisingly authentic. Qiu Yuan watched the scene. Her lips parted as if she wanted to say something, yet she let out a sigh. She said no more. She sat back down, but a faint, strange glint flickered across her beautiful eyes. Her mind drifted back to the look Lu Yuan had worn before leaving. There was no anger, no hurt, not even a hint of disappointment to be found. That gaze was like a pool of water, unfathomably deep, with no visible bottom. He had left far too calmly. It was not as if he had been driven away. Rather, it felt as though he had chosen to leave of his own accord. Qiu Yuan pushed the thought down deep inside her and kept it to herself. The candlelit dinner continued. The steak was finished. The wagyu, cooked to medium rare and served with foie gras and black truffle sauce, carried a faint Michelin air. After several glasses of red wine, rosy tints crept onto everyone's cheeks, and their voices grew louder than before. But the peace did not last. One last piece of steak remained on the plate, pre-cut, roughly 2 fingers wide, resting on aluminum foil. Lin Muxue and Qin Yi reached out with their forks at exactly the same time. The tips of their cutlery clinked sharply. Lin Muxue paused and glanced up at Qin Yi. Qin Yi met her gaze. Neither withdrew her fork. Both were wealthy young ladies, pampered princesses who had grown accustomed to getting their way at home. Neither was willing to back down. I saw it first, Lin Muxue said. I extended my fork first, Qin Yi replied. Your fork moved faster, but I'd already set my sights on it long before. What good is spotting it? I had my eye on the whole steak. Does that mean you shouldn't eat any? They volleyed words back and forth. At first the others watched on in amusement and tried to mediate with laughter. Once they realized the argument was genuine, the smiles faded. I haven't had a single hot meal in 3 days, Lin Muxue said stiffly. Let me have this last piece. Who hasn't endured these past 3 days the same way? Qin Yi refused to yield. You ought to give it to me. I'm 2 years younger. Shouldn't the elder sister make allowances? Don't pull that line. That's enough. Fong Yaqi stood up from the sofa. A smile still lingered on her face, yet it had turned rigid. Holding her wine glass, she stepped forward and positioned herself between the two girls. Muxue Yi, she spoke with the steady poise of a gala host. It's only a piece of steak. It's not worth fighting over. We're sisters. Talk things through properly. Split this between you half each. Will that work? Lin Muxue shot Fong Yaqi a glance, her lips twisting downward. She said nothing, yet she did not pull her fork away. Qin Yi retracted her fork, only to roll her eyes and turn her head aside, muttering under her breath. Fine, split it. It's not even anything great anyway. Lin Muxue's brows knitted instantly. Who are you calling nothing great? I'm talking about the steak. Why are you getting so defensive? I can hear exactly what you meant. You. All right, enough. Fong Yaqi set her wine glass down heavily on the coffee table and raised her voice at last. Her outburst silenced the pair for a moment. Everyone in the room turned to look at her. Fong Yaqi drew a deep breath and adopted the commanding bearing she used playing queen roles on set, sweeping her gaze across the group. Girls, we were celebrating just now. We agreed to stand united from this day onward. And yet, after barely any time has passed, you're quarreling fiercely over food. Is it really necessary? It's just one steak. She paused and softened her tone, as if soothing a group of sulking children. Besides, think about where we are. The 21st floor, the highest in the entire building. There are countless apartments downstairs. Surely there must be food in people's refrigerators, cabinets, and storage rooms. Once we run out, look for more. She spread her hands casually. Finding food is hardly a difficult task. Lu Yuan managed it before he went out to search. If he can do it, so can we. Her words lightened the tension in the room noticeably. Suwan chimed in from the side. Exactly. Even a security guard like Lu Yuan can find supplies. With so many of us, how could we fail? Let's drop the argument and drink our red wine. Tang Shi lifted her glass. Come on, let's toast. Let bygones be bygones. Lin Muxue and Qin Yi exchanged a look. Though displeasure still clouded their faces, they stopped bickering. Qin Yi tossed her fork onto the table and took a sip from her glass. Lin Muxue picked up the piece of steak, and no one tried to stop her. Candle flames flickered once more. Glasses were refilled, and the steak was chewed and swallowed. The faint awkwardness was quickly washed away by wine. Sitting in the corner, however, Qi Yuan had witnessed everything clearly. She clutched her glass of red wine. Her gaze drifted from Lin Muxue to Qin Yi, then from Fang Yaqi to the nearly empty supply crates. Half a bottle of red wine remained. The foie gras was gone, the caviar almost finished. 3 out of several chocolate boxes had been opened, and crumpled aluminum foil littered the tabletop. Before the end, this was an ordinary dinner. But what about now? Now all of it was irreplaceable. And those ordinary dinners were gone forever. Qi Yuan set down her wine glass, interlaced her fingers, and rested them on her knees. She stared down at her hands. She said nothing, and no one paid her any mind. Amid such a crowd, quiet people were easily overlooked. One thought occupied her mind. When Fang Yaqi had said finding food was simple, she had spoken so lightly. She spoke as if mentioning going downstairs to collect a food delivery. She seemed to have completely forgotten the creatures roaming the building. She forgot Lu Yuan always carried an axe whenever he ventured out. She forgot the shadow on the 8th floor had once stood merely 3 steps behind them. She truly believed whatever Lu Yuan could accomplish, they could achieve too. Qi Yuan slowly clenched her fingers. Sooner or later, Fang Yaqi would get all of them killed. The vague thought lingering deep inside her had now turned crystal clear. She reached a decision in her heart. Elsewhere, Lu Yuan knew nothing of the farce. He squatted in the corridor on the 18th floor, tightening the straps of his backpack. The black fog was growing denser. Since the previous day, that gray, corrosive mist had been creeping upward from the lower floors. It was manageable during daylight, but at night it nearly swallowed entire floors whole. One could not even see their own toes standing within it. After observing this phenomenon, Lu Yuan reached a conclusion. If he did not search the lower floors soon, there might not be another chance. The black fog surged up from underground and would eventually submerge all lower levels. By then, venturing down would make breathing difficult. That was why he had headed out promptly at 12 noon. This was a pattern he had summed up over 7 days. Between 11:30 and 12:30 each day, the fog thinned, and monsters grew dormant. He did not know the exact reason, yet the timing was as reliable as an alarm clock. Lu Yuan called this window of opportunity the safe interval. The safe interval lasted 1 hour. He had to finish scavenging within that hour, return to the 21st floor, close the door, and settle in. If he missed the deadline and the fog thickened again, anything could happen. He chose the 18th floor. He had already scouted everything from the 17th floor downward the previous day. He had walked to the 17th floor bend with his axe, only to spot the shadow writhing just around the corner. The stench burned his eyes. He had retreated without hesitation. The 18th floor was the lowest level where he could safely move around during the safe interval. It held another advantage. When they fled upward, they only broke doors easily forced. He would swing the fire axe, shatter lock cylinders, kick the doors open, grab supplies, and rush onward. Several apartments on the 18th floor, however, had reinforced entryways. High-grade security doors fitted with alloy locks. Axe strikes only sparked metal, leaving the doors completely unharmed. Monsters had been chasing them at the time. He had no time to waste struggling with these doors and moved on. Circumstances were different now. Lu Yuan stood before the first apartment door on the 18th floor and ran his fingers over the lock. A Yale electronic fingerprint lock with dual systems and dual drive mechanisms, designed to lock automatically. Before the apocalypse, a complete set of this lock and matching door would have cost upwards of 50,000 yuan, requiring a 3-month advance order. Lu Yuan had overheard residents chatting during his patrol shifts. They said the lock resisted prying, smashing, and technical unlocking, even earning homeowners reduced insurance premiums. As he stared at the lock, an indescribable sensation washed over him, as though a dormant nerve had awakened. He could sense every component within the lock cylinder: pins, leaf tumblers, the mechanical base of the encrypted chip. Every detail unfolded before his eyes like a blueprint. He pulled a thin steel wire. He used a wire and a small metal shim from his pocket, items he had taken from the property office toolbox. He had never known how to use them before, yet his hands moved with effortless fluidity. He inserted the wire, pressed the metal shim into place, twisted half a turn left, and lifted gently. Click. The door unlocked. Lu Yuan glanced at the tools in his hand, then back at the door. System, you really are a game changer. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was pitch black, curtains drawn tightly shut. Lu Yuan pulled a small flashlight out of his backpack, switching it on. He swept the beam across the space. The living room was astonishingly spacious, roughly 70 to 80 square meters. It held genuine leather sofas, a marble coffee table, and a reproduction oil painting with a copper frame. He hurried toward the kitchen. When he pulled open the double-door refrigerator, a sour stench rushed out. All the premium fresh produce inside had rotted away. He frowned and closed it, then began rummaging. The moment he opened a cabinet, Lu Yuan's eyes widened. 7 or 8 bottles of well-aged red wine lined the wine rack. Below them sat a bottle of Hennessy XO and Japanese whiskey. Whoever lived here, Lu Yuan muttered, shifting the wine bottles aside. Wine could wait. He needed to find food first. Digging deeper, the dry goods cabinet held few items, yet all were high quality. A jar of Italian black truffle sauce, still more than half full. 2 packs of pasta, 1 wide and 1 thin. A tin of French foie gras, heavy in his hand. A small bag of dried scallops. There was also a 5-kilogram sack of rice. It had been opened, yet barely touched, enough for around 10 meals. At the bottom lay 2 packs of vacuum-packed rice noodles and self-heating hot pot. Lu Yuan squatted to examine everything, swallowing hard. Half an hour earlier, he had been huddled in the shelter chewing dry ration biscuits that made his jaw ache. He looked at the supplies spread out. Pasta, dried scallops, truffle sauce, foie gras tins, and a sack of rice. You folks were all wealthy once, he mumbled, clamping the flashlight between his teeth. Now you're all my lifesavers. He stuffed the entire sack of rice inside, took both packs of pasta, tucked the truffle sauce into a side pocket. He wrapped the dried scallops and foie gras tin in clothing and stowed them. He also took the rice noodles and self-heating hot pot. His first stop yielded decent gains. Next apartment. It required both fingerprint and mechanical lock verification. Lu Yuan worked at it, and click, the door opened. Several open bottles of red wine sat on the kitchen counter. He left them untouched. He did find 2 boxes of self-heating rice from a high-end outdoor brand inside the cabinets. Beside them stood 2 cans of instant coffee. One had been opened but still sealed, and it smelled fresh. In the corner lay an unopened box of imported chocolate. Lu Yuan packed the items. Third apartment. He did not head straight for the kitchen after opening the door. Something on the living room coffee table halted his steps. A foldable solar charging panel, palm-sized when compacted. It expanded to roughly 2 A4 sheets wide, fitted with 2 USB ports along its edge. He pulled out his cracked screen phone and plugged it in. The charging icon lit up. Though slow, it worked. Lu Yuan tucked the panel securely inside his jacket. He searched the kitchen thoroughly. All he found in the dry goods cabinet were several packs of vacuum rice noodles, 1 hot pot, and jujubes. The haul was modest, yet better than nothing. Fourth apartment, 5th, 6th. Within 1 hour, he unlocked the doors to 6 residences. Those high-security locks surrendered to him in under 2 minutes. But he dared not linger too long. Time was running out. Shortly after 12:30, the fog visibly thickened, and shadows at the end began to shift. Grabbing his supplies, he sprinted. By the time he clambered back up to the 21st floor, his shirt was soaked through with sweat, and his backpack bulged so full the zipper threatened to burst. He practically dragged himself inside. He dumped all the supplies onto the floor and collapsed onto a folding chair, gasping for breath for a full 5 minutes. The camping lamp cast warm yellow light over the pile of loot. 5 kilograms of rice, 2 boxes of self-heating rice, 2 packs of pasta, several packs of rice noodles, 3 boxes of self-heating hot pot, truffle sauce, foie gras, scallops, coffee, chocolate, jujubes, and the panel. Lu Yuan pushed himself upright using his knees, squatted beside the pile, and counted each item one by one. 5 kilograms of rice could last roughly 10 days if rationed carefully. The 2 boxes of self-heating rice and chocolate would serve as treats. Combined, the pasta, rice noodles, and hot pots could sustain him for about a week. Dried scallops and foie gras were premium. He ran quick calculations in his head, the tension gradually draining from his face. A month's supply. If I ration wisely, this could stretch to 2 months. Lu Yuan muttered to himself. The supply problem was solved. He stood up, brushed dust off his hands, and exhaled deeply. He fished out a box of self-heating rice from the pile, tore it open, added water, and waited. Bubbling sounds emerged as the heating pack activated. He retrieved the solar panel once more, set it beside the coffee table, and plugged in his broken phone. The charging lightning symbol glowed. The battery percentage slowly climbed up from 3%. He knelt before the panel for a long moment, gently touching its surface with cautious care. This thing sold for nearly 1,000 yuan. Now, I wouldn't trade it for any amount of wine. The self-heating rice was ready. He lifted the lid, and rich cured meat aroma washed over him. Each grain of rice stood distinct. The preserved sausages glowed a glossy crimson. He sank back into the folding chair, picked up the container, and scooped a large spoonful into his mouth. Delicious. He quickly finished the whole box. Lu Yuan scraped every last grain from the bottom, crunching down on the crispy rice crust. Once done, he set the empty container on the table, leaned back deep into the chair, and sighed. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, oil glistening at the corners of his mouth. He thought to himself, this scavenging trip had been well worth it. 10 o'clock at night. The candlelit dinner had ended. Wrapped in a cashmere shawl, Fang Yaqi curled up on the largest sofa, her cheeks still flushed from alcohol. She rolled over, mumbled something indistinct about dealing with things tomorrow, then fell silent. Tang Shi dozed in the corner with her knees drawn to her chest. The rest sprawled in small groups across sofas and carpets. Some whispered quietly, while others had already closed their eyes. Soon, snores rose up. Light and heavy sounds intertwined. Everyone was asleep. Xu Yuan remained awake. She leaned against the furthest chair in the corner, her back pressed to the wall. Her eyes were half-lidded, her breathing steady as if she slumbered. Her ears, however, stayed sharp, tracking every sound around her. After waiting roughly 40 minutes and confirming everyone remained asleep, Xu Yuan slowly opened her eyes and rose from the chair with extreme care. She wore disposable hotel slippers. Their thin soles barely made any noise against the floorboards. She padded over to the pile of supplies and knelt down to rummage through them. She took 1 bottle of mineral water, 2 packs of compressed biscuits, and 1 tin of luncheon meat, stowing them in a black canvas bag. She walked to the doorway, wrapped her hand around the iron handle, and pulled it open inch by inch, slowly. The metal door creaked ajar. Xu Yuan paused, glanced back, and saw no one stir. She slipped sideways outside into the complete darkness of the corridor. Standing at the doorway, Xu Yuan tightened her grip on the canvas bag straps, drew a deep breath, and began walking toward the left. She knew exactly where Lu Yuan was staying and headed straight there. Inside the apartment, Lu Yuan wore headphones, performing dumbbell bench presses. This luxury apartment complex boasted absurdly comprehensive amenities. A gym sat adjacent to the residential wing, accessible by keycard, featuring treadmills, stationary bikes, a Smith machine, dumbbell racks, and a cable crossover station. Before the doomsday, he had never even stepped foot in a gym, but things were different now. Brutal daily training was a necessity. Working out burned a huge number of calories, yet he no longer worried about food supplies. Physical health was his top priority. In the apocalypse, a single extra second of speed meant survival, and every ounce of strength gained meant greater confidence. He had no intention of hiding away like a rat. One day, he would escape. To survive outside, his body would be his foundation, alongside his system as his other ace in the hole. He set down the dumbbells, took off 1 headphone, and crouched to stretch. The muscles in his calves were tight. He had just pressed them gently when a faint, muffled sound reached his ears. He froze and turned his head. Tap, tap, tap. Someone was knocking at the door. Lu Yuan stiffened for a split second. He put down the dumbbells, walked to the door, grabbed the fire axe leaning against the corner, and gripped it tightly. Then he pressed his ear against the door panel, listening intently. Breathing sounds came from outside. He did not make a sound, tensing his whole body like a fully drawn bowstring. If the door was smashed open the next second, he would swing the axe without hesitation. He had seen the monsters before. Some could mimic human voices, faking cries for help to lure survivors outside. Over the past 7 days, he had learned a crucial lesson. In the doomsday, verify first, act later. Never trust your ears alone. Lu Yuan, it's me. The voice came again, low and cautious. A moment later, she added softly, Are you inside? Lu Yuan blinked in surprise and peered through the peephole. The circular lens revealed a flustered face, Xiao Yuan. She stood outside the door in a dark coat, clutching a canvas bag. Her hair was messy, and she kept glancing back down the corridor, as if fearing something would follow her. Confirming it was truly her, Lu Yuan lowered the axe, unlocked the door, and pulled it open. Relief washed over Qiao Yuan the moment the door opened. Without waiting for Lu Yuan to speak, she slipped swiftly inside, her movement quick enough to stir a faint breeze. Lu Yuan stepped back to make way, quickly scanning both ends of the empty corridor. Seeing no sign of danger, he locked the door with a click. He turned to face the woman standing in the warm glow of the camping lamp. Qiao Yuan's chest rose and fell rapidly, her breathing unsteady from the tense journey through the dark corridor. Her gentle features were etched with a complex mix of panic, relief, and unyielding resolve. Lu Yuan looked at her. "What are you doing here?" Qiao Yuan stood quietly for a few seconds to steady her breath. She lifted her canvas bag slightly and met his eyes directly, no beating around the bush. "Staying with you gives me a better chance of survival." Lu Yuan said nothing, waiting. "The others won't last long." Qiao Yuan's voice was soft but clear. "Fang Yaqi and her group will run into disaster within a week. I don't want to regret staying with them until it's too late." Lu Yuan watched her, his expression impassive. Qiao Yuan was indeed a smart woman. He had noticed it from day one. In her early 30s, she rarely spoke among the group, yet she was calm, prudent, and extraordinarily intelligent. While others scrambled for water, she mapped out escape routes. While others wept in despair, she counted their remaining supplies. While others froze in fear, she planned their next move. Quiet and unassuming, she was far more perceptive than everyone else around her. Lu Yuan had long believed Qiao Yuan was one of the few in the group worthy of surviving the apocalypse, provided she made the right choice. And she had chosen wisely, coming to seek refuge only hours after he left. A top socialite who once moved in Shanghai's high-end elite circles, she was undeniably shrewd. Still, Lu Yuan did not agree to take her in immediately. Instead, he asked a practical question. "Why should I shelter you? What value can you bring?" Qiao Yuan glanced at him, calm and unflustered. "I've brought supplies with me." She pushed the canvas bag forward slightly. Lu Yuan glanced at the flat bag but made no move to touch it, a faint smile tugging at his lips. He then stood up and nodded toward the storage room. "Follow me." He pushed open the half-closed door and stepped aside. Qiao Yuan followed, and froze the moment she stepped inside. Warm light spilled from the living room, illuminating the full extent of the storage room. 6 cases of mineral water were stacked neatly in place. Beside them, large storage bags were crammed with self-heating rice noodles, pasta, instant noodles, and all kinds of food. In the corner stood several bottles of red wine and a bottle of Matai, scavenged from the lower floors that afternoon. A whole vacuum-packed Iberian ham hung on the wall, alongside countless other supplies piled halfway up the wall. Qiao Yuan stared at the stockpile, her eyes wide with undisguised astonishment. This is only part of what I have." Lu Yuan crossed his arms and leaned against the doorframe, his tone casual. "There are still unlooted households downstairs. I'll bring up more supplies next time." Qiao Yuan tore her gaze from the supplies, studied Lu Yuan's face intently for a few seconds, and smiled. "You truly are someone worth relying on." Lu Yuan said nothing, waiting for her to elaborate. Qiao Yuan understood his unspoken request. "A safe haven in the apocalypse requires careful planning and management," she said steadily. "Someone needs to oversee supply distribution, consumption control, and future scavenging plans. I can handle it." She spoke with quiet confidence, her gaze locked firmly on his. As the former owner of a financial firm, she had years of experience managing funds and personnel. In terms of overall planning and resource management, she was far more professional than Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan neither nodded nor shook his head. "I'm living alone for now. I don't need such meticulous management." Qiao Yuan nodded in understanding. She had anticipated his response. Managing resources for one person was vastly different from managing a group. Her current offer was only a minor bargaining chip, not yet fully useful. She paused, took a step forward, and spoke with complete sincerity. "My value goes far beyond supply management." She looked straight at him, her tone calm and resolute, stripped of all pretense. "The apocalypse is not only about strength and materials. It depends on strategy, connections, and long-term planning. I excel at resource integration, risk assessment, and team coordination. If you ever want to expand our safe haven, recruit more survivors, and build a complete survival system, I will be your most reliable partner. That is my true value." The warm lamplight softened her features. Once a glamorous elite socialite, she had cast off her worldly vanity. She retained only the poise and insight forged by years of navigating high-stakes environments. There was no flattery, no weakness in her words, only a straightforward, mutually beneficial partnership. A faint, calming herbal fragrance lingered in the air. A knowing smile crept onto Lu Yuan's face. Qiao Yuan was sharp and pragmatic. She understood the brutal rules of the apocalypse perfectly, abandoning empty pride to seize real survival opportunities. Once worth hundreds of millions, she had set aside her status and arrogance, choosing cooperation over dependence. Such clarity and decisiveness were rare in this chaotic world. Lu Yuan dropped his probing tone and spoke plainly. I'll take you in and accept your partnership. But there are rules in my safe house. If you stay, you obey my orders. We each do our part. No slacking, to survive together. Qiu Yuan's eyes lit up with determination. She nodded firmly. I understand. I will fully cooperate with you. Take charge of all logistics and planning, and prove my worth with actions. The night passed peacefully without disturbance. The next morning, room 201, no dawn broke. The sky was perpetually shrouded in a murky crimson haze. Human circadian rhythms remained, however. By 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning, the survivors began to wake one by one. Su Wan was the first to notice Qiu Yuan's absence. She rubbed her eyes, sat up from the carpet, glanced around the room, counted the people present, and froze. Where's Qiu Yuan? Her question jolted the others awake. Everyone scanned the room. The sofa was empty, the corner chair vacant, and the bathroom door stood open, deserted. She wasn't here last night? Tang Shi sat up, her hair messy and disheveled. She was here when I fell asleep. Qini frowned. An awkward silence fell over the group. Then someone muttered, she must have gone to find that security guard. The words shattered the last traces of drowsy camaraderie from the night before. No way. Su Wan's eyes widened in disbelief. She actually went to find Lu Yuan? Where else could she go? The doors are locked, and the corridors are full of monsters. She took supplies with her. Someone rummaged through their stockpile, voice sharp with alarm. A bottle of water, 2 packs of biscuits, a can of food, and her canvas bag are all gone. The room fell silent for 2 full seconds before Fang Yaqi spoke. She went to find Lu Yuan. Fang Yaqi sat up on the sofa, her cashmere shawl slipping down her waist. Though still drowsy, her haughty demeanor returned instantly. She glanced around the room and let out a cold snort. A wealthy woman in her 30s, groveling to a lowly security guard. How humiliating. She's so stupid, Su Wan scoffed. Lu Yuan was nothing but a doorman before the doomsday, and he's still just a doorman now. What could Qiu Yuan possibly gain from him? It's obvious what she's after. Tang Shi rolled her eyes, her tone dripping with contempt. A woman her age is just starved for attention from men. He's the only male around, so she's settling. He acts like some kind of hero just for leading us out a few times, another woman sneered. He's nothing but a brute with a little extra strength. We could survive perfectly well on our own. A curly-haired woman leaned in and whispered, she's abandoned all of us sisters to cling to an outsider. She's forgotten who her real family is. Enough. Fang Yaqi raised a hand, feigning magnanimity. Let her go. We don't need her. 17 of U.S. sisters can survive just fine without her or that security guard. You're right, Yaqi. Good riddance. We'll have more supplies for ourselves now. Let her cling to him. She'll be begging to come back when she regrets it. Bitterness and resentment boiled over among the group. Qiu Yuan's departure ignited all the hidden jealousy and dissatisfaction beneath their fake sisterhood. They hurled insults, calling her traitorous, mocking Lu Yuan for overreaching his station, all while insisting they could thrive independently. Amid the noisy tirade, Lin Mushuang spoke up. Her voice was quiet yet urgent. Yaqi, it's almost noon. Fang Yaqi glanced at her. Shouldn't we go scavenge for supplies today? The room went dead silent in an instant. The cheerful insults died on everyone's lips. Their supplies had dwindled drastically after their feast the previous night. The harsh truth hung over them. Lu Yuan had always been the one to do the heavy lifting. He was the one who braved the corridors, broke into rooms, and carried back supplies while they waited safely indoors. They had mocked him, but everyone knew he was their real provider. Now he was gone. A flicker of panic crossed Fang Yaqi's face, quickly masked by her calm, dismissive tone. There's no rush. We still have food left. We'll rest today and go scavenge tomorrow. Frowns spread across the room immediately. Yaqi, that's too risky, Gulan spoke up. We burned through too many supplies yesterday. We need to restock while we still have the energy. Every day we wait puts us in more danger. She's right, Lin Mushuang added anxiously. Our reserves are nearly gone. The dark fog might grow thicker any day, trapping us inside. Qin sided with them for once. We should go today while we can. I said we rest. Fang Yaqi's voice sharpened, laced with unyielding dominance. She swept her gaze over the dissenters, chin raised. If any of you insist on going, go alone. I won't stop you. Her words silenced everyone. Gulan was a manager by trade, completely unused to physical labor or facing the horrors of the corridors alone. None of the others dared venture into the monster-infested halls by themselves. Suwon stepped in to soothe the tension, her tone airy. You're all overreacting. This building is huge. There's plenty of food to find. Lu Yuan was just wasting our time with his constant scavenging. A lowly security guard can't possibly know more than us. We'll rest up and clear out the whole building tomorrow in one afternoon. Exactly. Tangshur picked up a mirror. I plan on doing my makeup today. We can't let ourselves look like monsters just because the world ended. I have foundation and lipstick too. Can I borrow your mascara? Mine dried up, but I have a new one. The conversation drifted absurdly to cosmetics. Gulan and Lin Mushuang exchanged a helpless glance, choosing to stay silent. The room filled with laughter again. The women gathered around their makeup bags, lighting a new candle whose flickering glow illuminated their made-up faces. They smiled and chatted carelessly, ignoring the horrors outside. Lu Yuan woke naturally to his internal clock. When he opened his eyes groggily, the camping lamp had long gone out. The room was only dimly lit by a dark red glow seeping through the crack in the curtains. He lay on the bedroom bed, covered by the quilt. The mattress beneath him was so soft that every bone in his body seemed to protest. He shifted, and waves of soreness washed over him. His legs ached, his waist ached, and the muscles on his back felt as if they had been wrung tight. He tried lifting an arm. A taut, dull strain spread across his shoulders, the kind of exhaustion after overexertion. Lu Yuan lay on the pillow, staring at the ceiling and exhaling slowly. He turned his head to glance beside him. Qiu Yuan was still asleep. She lay on her side, the quilt wrapped up to her shoulders. One hand rested beside the pillow, her breathing long and steady, a faint blush still lingering on her cheeks. A strand of hair spilled across the pillow, softening her features. Lu Yuan watched her for 2 seconds before slowly sitting up and leaning against the headboard. The sheet slid down to his waist. He glanced down at his chest. Faint scratch marks ran along his arms, and a bruise marked his flank. These were the marks of last night's frenzy, from the living room to the kitchen, the gym to the bathroom, and finally onto this bed. Qiu Yuan's figure and looks were undeniably overwhelming. Those curves were honed to peak maturity. Her supple waist, her eager initiative, and the quiet, breathless, "Don't stop," she whispered through gritted teeth at times. Just thinking about it made Lu Yuan's temples throb. He hadn't fallen asleep until 4 or 5 in the early morning, and Qiu Yuan had stayed awake even later. In the end, she'd collapsed straight onto his chest, too worn out to lift her arms. They'd fallen asleep tangled together like that. Lu Yuan pulled out a cigarette, grabbed a lighter off the nightstand, and lit it. The hissing of burning tobacco sounded startlingly clear in the quiet bedroom. With the cigarette between his lips, he silently prompted sign in. Words flickered across the panel. Sign in successful. Obtained grade B supplies. Reinforced alloy set grade B $\$ $1, including heavy-duty anti-theft door bolt, anti-pry steel strips, explosion-proof lock cylinder, window frame reinforcement fasteners. Obtained attribute point. Stamina +1 current stamina. $8 / Righter $9. Obtained talent. Enhanced perception greatly sharpens the 5 senses, passive effect. Grade B supplies? That seemed pretty good. Lu Yuan looked at the 3 lines of text, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The next moment, a warm sensation spread from his chest, flowing through his blood vessels to every corner of his body. It was comforting warmth, and the soreness all over his body seemed to vanish. Lu Yuan sat still for 2 seconds, then threw off the quilt and jumped out of bed. Standing barefoot on the floor, he stretched his arms and legs. Strength surged inside him like a fully charged battery. He felt so energized he couldn't help bouncing lightly on the spot. Good as new again. He turned to look at Qiu Yuan, still sound asleep in bed. She must have been utterly exhausted. She hadn't woken even when he'd thrown back the covers and gotten up. In his current state, Lu Yuan was confident he could go another 100 rounds with her. Of course, he had no intention of disturbing her. He pushed the thought aside. She was far too tired and needed rest. Lu Yuan turned his attention to the supplies he had just received. A large toolbox had appeared on the living room coffee table. He opened it. 4 thickened steel strips, 2 sets of explosion-proof lock cylinders, a box of door bolt fasteners, several window frame reinforcement fittings, plus a rechargeable electric drill and matching expansion bolts. These materials were enough for him to reinforce the shelter from the inside out. Even if whatever lurked outside rammed against the door later, they wouldn't break through quickly. At the same time, he could feel his senses shifting. Faint noises grew sharp and distinct. He could hear wind rushing through a broken window on some floor outside, the whistling sound as air squeezed through cracks in the frame. He would never have noticed such sounds before. Now every one of them reached his ears. Lu Yuan stood in the living room, focused, then opened his eyes. System, you're a lifesaver. Once he'd composed himself, he checked the time, 10:30. There was still an hour and a half until the 12 noon window. His stamina had fully recovered after the sign-in, all weariness swept away. Qiu Yuan would likely sleep straight through until the afternoon. Perfect timing. Lu Yuan walked back into the bedroom and leaned down to pull the quilt higher over Qiu Yuan, covering her exposed shoulders. He then turned and left the bedroom, taking his coat from behind the door and slipping it on. Backpack, flashlight, steel wire, thin metal sheets, fire axe, steel pipe. He strapped each item securely. He checked his gear by the doorway, then pulled open the door, slipped outside sideways, and closed it gently. The corridor was engulfed in darkness. When Lu Yuan reached the stairwell, he closed his eyes to sense his surroundings. His hearing was vastly more sensitive than before. On the 19th floor, something moved slowly. It produced the rustle of fabric dragging across the ground. From the stairwell on the 17th floor came an almost imperceptible rhythm of breathing, as if some creature slumbered there. But between the 18th, 19th, and 20th floors, nothing blocked his path. Lu Yuan opened his eyes, gripped the fire axe tightly, and headed down. Let's go. Time to harvest more supplies. The 18th floor remained normal. The black mist hanging in the air was much like yesterday, a thin layer clinging close to the ground. Yet when he stepped onto the final stair and reached the corridor entrance of the 17th floor, his heart skipped a beat. The atmosphere on the 17th floor sent a chill down Lu Yuan's spine. The black mist was far denser than the previous day. When he had scouted this area yesterday, the fog had been thin, resembling ordinary haze on a cloudy day. He could barely make out silhouettes several meters away. Now, the entire corridor looked as though it had been drenched in ink. Gray-black mist hung thick everywhere, no layers separating it. Peering inward from the stairwell, the walls just 3 meters away were nothing more than blurry shadows. The corrosive stench in the air had also grown stronger. He stayed put and focused. As perception unfolded, he mapped out most of the corridor on the 17th floor in his mind. No obvious movement, no footsteps, no breathing, none of the slimy dragging sounds unique to monsters. Yet an unsettling feeling lingered, hard to put into words, as if countless unseen eyes were fixed on him. His senses were far sharper now. Tiny signals he once failed to detect clung to his nerves like cobwebs. Lu Yuan opened his eyes and reached a conclusion. He could continue searching here, but he could not stay long. With the mist thickening this rapidly, lingering would undoubtedly bring trouble. He edged forward along the wall, pushed open the first door, and scanned the room quickly. Inside the bedroom nightstand, he found an unopened box of vitamin tablets. Beneath the TV cabinet, he touched 2 strips of batteries, roughly 8 or 9 cells in total. In the kitchen, he discovered nuts and milk. The milk was past its printed expiry date, but after sniffing it, he confirmed it hadn't spoiled and was still drinkable. Second household. On the living room coffee table sat an unopened box of cookies and several packets of instant milk tea. He stuffed everything into his backpack. From the bathroom cabinet, he took toilet paper. Third household. The resident was likely an outdoor enthusiast. In the corner of the storage room rested 2 small camping gas canisters and matching portable stove burners. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up at the sight. He quickly packed them away. He searched 4 households, spending roughly 20 minutes. The mist kept growing thicker. Standing in the middle of the corridor, he could no longer make out the house numbers through the haze. Every breath he took carried a metallic tang, and his throat felt stuffed with damp cotton. Just then, Lu Yuan froze mid-step. He felt it. That sensation of being watched surged from all directions, like countless fine needles pricking his skin at once. The fog was too thick to see anything, but his perception spread outward like a net, catching those gazes. Their sources lay hidden in the darkness flanking the corridor, deep within the densest mist. There were many of them, at least 7 or 8. He had no idea what they were. What made Lu Yuan's back turn cold was that they did not move. Those stairs simply hung suspended in the thick fog, fixed silently upon him. No breathing, no footsteps, no growls, only steady, unwavering focus. It was as if a row of cameras were aimed straight at him. Lu Yuan could sense them standing there, their outlines concealed by the black mist. He could not see them, yet he knew they were present. This complete stillness was far more terrifying than being chased. He slowly stepped backward. The intensity of the gazes neither rose nor fell, pressing against his perception with the same weight. He kept retreating. Once he reached the stair entrance, he stopped moving slowly. Turning around, he sprinted upward 3 steps at a time. He raced back to the 21st floor in little time. He burst through the door into the shelter, locked it, and leaned against the panel gasping for breath. His shirt was soaked through with sweat. The metallic taste lingered in his throat. He swallowed repeatedly to ease the discomfort. He closed his eyes and sensed the surroundings. The feeling was gone. Lu Yuan remained leaning against the door for a long while until his rapid breathing steadied. He glanced down at his backpack. Vitamin tablets, batteries, nuts, 2 cartons of milk, cookies, instant milk tea, toilet paper, 2 camping gas canisters, and 1 portable stove burner. It was a decent haul. Rationed carefully, it would sustain him for 8 to 10 days. He walked over to the coffee table and laid out every item one by one. Then he sank into the folding chair, clutching the stove burner in his hand, his mind still lingering on those shadowy presences in the thick mist. He leaned back in the chair, recalling that eerie sensation of being observed. There had been no hostility, no killing intent, only watching, like an audience gathered outside a cage, quietly and patiently observing the creature trapped within. I can't go down to the 17th floor anymore. From now on, the 18th will be my limit. Lu Yuan was about to get a glass of water when a fragrant aroma drifted into his nostrils. The savory sizzle of fried food mixed with chopped green onion drifted over from the kitchen. He camped, walked forward, and pushed open the half-sliding kitchen door. Qiu Yuan stood with her back toward him. Blue flames from the portable gas stove lapped the bottom of a frying pan. 2 slices of ham sizzled inside, alongside an egg. The egg white had set, its edges lightly browned. She wore an apron, dug up from somewhere, light blue floral fabric tied into a bow at her waist. She had also changed clothes, light blue casual homeware woven from cotton and linen. Her sleeves were rolled up to her forearms, and the loose neckline exposed her collarbones. Her messy hair from the previous night was now braided into a single plait, falling over one shoulder, swaying gently. Lu Yuan stood in the doorway watching for 2 seconds. A woman in her early 30s, naturally curvy, the homeware clung to her frame in eye-catching lines. Yet as she bent to tend the fried egg, her movements were soft and gentle. With the braid resting against her shoulder, she radiated domestic warmth. Even dressed like this, Qiu Yuan's poise as an elite socialite could not be hidden. Instead, it created a striking contrast. Lu Yuan walked up behind her and slipped his arms around her waist. Qiu Yuan let out a soft gasp when he embraced her, the spatula halting mid-motion. But she quickly recognized him from the pressure and warmth of the hug. She turned her head slightly, not pulling away, and asked gently, "You're back. Did you run into any danger?" She continued flipping the ham, and the concern in her voice was impossible to mask. She understood better than anyone that Lu Yuan was her only hope. If something happened to him, she would not survive 2 days alone in this building. "I'm fine." Lu Yuan rested his chin on her shoulder, breathing in the scent of shampoo in her hair. After a brief pause, he added heavier context. "But things are likely going to grow more dangerous. The black mist downstairs is rising upward, far denser than yesterday. The 17th floor is caught up and barely habitable now." Lu Yuan's tone turned heavier. "At this rate, it won't be long before it reaches the 20th floor." Qiu Yuan fell silent. She scooped the fried ham and egg out of the pan onto a white porcelain plate and turned off the stove. Only then did she turn her head to meet Lu Yuan's gaze, offering a tender smile. "It's all right," she said. "With you here, I fear nothing." Her voice was soft, yet her gaze steady. No exaggerated expressions. She spoke plainly, as casually as commenting on pleasant weather. Yet the words warmed Lu Yuan's heart. No wonder she navigated high society so effortlessly. She was beautiful and emotionally intelligent, able to offer steady comfort with a single sentence. Lu Yuan smiled, tightening his hold and drawing her closer against him. His hands rested at her waist, brushing the soft curves of her hips. Through the thin cotton linen fabric, the warm, firm sensation shot straight to his head. Trapped in his embrace, Qiu Yuan clearly felt his reaction. She froze for a moment, still holding the plate, and glanced back at him with a look that held equal parts surprise and helpless amusement. She hesitated. "We already did so much last night." "Last night was last night." Lu Yuan pressed his chin into the crook of her shoulder. Qiu Yuan pressed her lips together. A swirl of complicated emotions crossed her face before she sighed softly. "You have far too much stamina." Her tone carried a faint trace of melancholy. She had witnessed his endurance the night before, yet she never expected him to recover completely so soon. "Don't you want me to?" Lu Yuan asked. Qiu Yuan smiled. "Of course I do. I belong to you now. You can do whatever you wish." Lu Yuan grinned. "How could I hold back around you?" He leaned close and whispered, "A top socialite worth hundreds of millions, crossing class boundaries. Xiao Yuan's cheeks flushed faintly at his words. She turned her head to shoot him a glance, though there was no real anger in it, only playful reproach. Forget socialites. Her voice dropped, heavy with soft longing. Right now, I'm yours. She did not finish, but the meaning was clear. He did not loosen his grip. Instead, he pulled her even tighter against him. Xiao Yuan remained encircled by him from behind, standing before the stove with the plate of freshly fried ham and egg resting nearby. Moments later, Xiao Yuan bent forward slowly over the kitchen countertop. Elsewhere, apartment 201, a full day of rest had passed. No one stepped outside to scavenge supplies. 17 people huddled inside the 200-square-meter apartment, each trying to pass the increasingly tedious time. I want to take a shower. Suwon's words brought a moment of silence. She stood by the bathroom doorway, golden wavy hair falling over her shoulders. Her makeup was carefully touched up, lipstick freshly reapplied. But her expression was sour. Frowning, she repeated herself in a tone of exasperation. I haven't bathed in 3 days. I feel terrible. I'm showering today. We don't have running water. Qin replied, leaning against the opposite wall and clutching a half-empty bottle of mineral water. Look at the taps. The supply cut off ages ago. Use bottled mineral water then. Suwon said matter-of-factly. We still have several cases, don't we? Qin frowned. This suggestion struck her as completely unreasonable. That water is for drinking, she said. You want to shower with mineral water? How many bottles would one bath take? An entire case wouldn't suffice. What will we drink once it's gone? We can't just waste it. Can't we just find more water once we run out? Suwon waved her hand. There are so many households in this building. Every family has a few cases of water, don't they? Bottled mineral water is everywhere. Is there any need to be so stingy about it? Qin was left speechless by her words. It took her 2 seconds to reply. It's easy for you to say that. We had leftover water when Lu Yuan was here a few days ago, but that's only because he carried it up. Who's going to haul it now? We can go get some tomorrow. It's not a big deal. As Suwon spoke, she reached for the supply crate to grab some water. Wait. Gulan stood up from a chair in the corner. Her tone was calm, yet the aura forged from years in the business world overpowered Suwon instantly. Suwon, Qin is right. The mineral water is for us to drink, not for bathing. If we ration a whole case, it can last several days. You'd drain it all in one shower. Suwon's expression stiffened. She shot Gulan a glance and did not dare talk back outright, but she pouted and mumbled. There's no need to make such a big fuss over nothing. It's just a shower. This is not overreacting, Gulan said steadily yet firmly. Supplies are supplies. We have to prioritize how and where we use them. Her words hung in the air. Suwon's irritation lingered, but several others spoke up in her defense. Sister Lan, you're being far too tense. Tangshur sat up from the carpet and casually fiddled with her fingernails. I used Evian just to wash my face before. Bottled water isn't all that rare. Exactly, another woman chimed in. We all lived in places like this. Who didn't use premium water back then? Qin, don't call me dramatic. I remember your family only used imported water for brewing tea. It's normal to worry about supplies, but being overly anxious will just make everyone miserable, someone else added. It's only one case of water. We can head down tomorrow to get more. No need to act as if we're about to die of thirst. Gulan stared at the women crowding around to defend Suwon. She pressed her lips together and said no more. She could tell that to these people, the so-called supply shortage was still viewed as something easily fixed by a trip to the supermarket tomorrow. They kept saying they would look for water tomorrow, yet none of them knew what conditions were like downstairs. Fang Yaqi had been leaning back on the main sofa listening all this time. Once the arguing died down, she spoke slowly. All right, everyone, stop fighting. She sat up straighter, adjusted her shawl, and swept her gaze across the room. Her tone was gentle, as if soothing children. We're all sisters. Is it worth bickering non-stop over such trivial matters? The room fell silent, all eyes turning to her. I understand the urge to take a shower. Fang Yaqi glanced at Suwon. It truly is uncomfortable going days without washing. But Sister Gulan also has a point. We need to conserve supplies. She paused and smiled, offering a solution. Here's what we'll do. Hold on for today. Tomorrow, we'll all go out together to search for supplies. We'll bring back plenty and stock the apartment to the brim. Once we have enough water and food, you can shower as often and as long as you like. So let's put an end to this argument for now. Rest up and save your energy for a big scavenge tomorrow. Suwon's temper faded after hearing Fang Yaqi's compromise. Her expression softened. She muttered fine, turned around and sat back down, dropping the topic of showering. Qin also fell silent. She set the water bottle beside the supply pile and sat down. The dispute dispersed just like that. Yet Gulan stood in the corner. She watched Fang Yaqi lean back against the sofa to close her eyes. Then she looked at Su Wan and Tang Shi discussing what shoes would be easiest to wear downstairs tomorrow. Her gaze drifted to the supply crates, which were noticeably depleted. Her mouth tightened. No emotion showed on her face, yet a cold chill rose inside her. When these women gathered, they talked of sisterhood, unity, and sticking together. But the moment real troubles arose, they fractured immediately. Some craved showers, others prioritized drinking water. Some thought supplies were abundant, while others refused to lift a finger and expected others to provide for them. They claimed they would search for supplies tomorrow, yet no one brought up who would lead the way, where to go, or what to do if they encountered monsters. Fang Yaqi had swept all conflicts under the rug with a simple, "We'll deal with it tomorrow," never stopping to think about how they would survive that tomorrow. Gulan turned her head. Through a gap in the curtains, she glimpsed the dark crimson sky outside. Qiu Yuan had made the right choice to leave. If they stayed here much longer, this group might not survive a week, and she herself needed to seriously consider her other option. Elsewhere, a stark contrast to the noisy chaos in Unit 201 hung over Lu Yuan's safe house, silence. Qiu Yuan had been worn out completely over the day. She only managed to fall asleep around 4 or 5 in the early hours. After waking, Lu Yuan pulled her against him by the waist before they made love. More rounds followed after their meal, draining every last bit of her stamina. When it was over, she stepped out of the shower, collapsed onto the bed, and fell fast asleep. Lu Yuan, however, still brimmed with energy. Enhanced by the system, his strength and endurance had grown exponentially. He took out the large toolbox rewarded by the system and set to work. Tools were laid out before him. For thickened steel bars, 2 sets of anti-explosion lock cylinders, a box of door bolt latches, several window frame reinforcement fittings, a rechargeable electric drill, and a pack of expansion bolts. Lu Yuan picked up the drill and weighed it in his hand. He held up a steel bar to measure its length, forming a rough plan in his mind. He stood and began reinforcing the doors and windows of the safe house. He worked nonstop for an hour. He was only halfway finished and about to take a break when, thud, someone knocked on the door. Lu Yuan's grip on the drill jolted. He straightened up, staying quiet, ears pricked to listen. No other sounds came from outside, but the knock sounded a second time. Thud, thud, thud. 3 steady knocks, slow and unrushed, as if someone was casually tapping the doorway. Alarm flared in Lu Yuan's mind. He grabbed the fire axe leaning against the wall, gripped it tight with the blade forward. He crouched, crept toward the door, and pressed himself against the wall to the side. He avoided standing directly in front of it, pressing his eye to the peephole. The circular view was shrouded in murky black. Thick black fog filled the corridor, far denser than when he had gone scavenging for supplies. A figure stood outside the door. Its outline was blurred, wrapped within the mist. He could not make out its face or clothes. He could barely distinguish a human shape, standing motionless, facing the door. 5 seconds passed. The figure did not leave, nor did it knock again. It simply remained there. Lu Yuan lowered his voice and spoke. "Who's there?" Silence stretched on for 2 seconds outside. Then the blurry figure moved, as if tilting its head toward the peephole. A voice drifted out of the fog, intermittent and hoarse, yet undeniably human. I live on the 18th floor." Lu Yuan did not loosen his hold on the axe. "I fled up from downstairs." The voice continued slowly. "Can you help me? Just open the door and give me some food." A resident from the 18th floor. Lu Yuan's mind raced. He had visited the 18th floor many times. Though several apartments remained unsearched, he had checked most of them. There was no way anyone alive could still be there. Lu Yuan stared at the figure through the peephole. After 2 seconds of silence, he said, "We have no food here. Go further down the corridor to Unit 201. It's a large shelter with plenty of supplies inside." The figure outside paused. "Unit 201, further down the corridor." The voice repeated his words, as if processing the information. Then it slowly turned and shuffled deeper into the corridor. Its movements were sluggish and stiff, like a long, unlubricated machine grinding back into motion. Footsteps faded away step by step. Lu Yuan stayed pressed beside the door, watching through the peephole. Only once the blurry figure vanished from sight did he exhale a long breath. "It can talk," he muttered, heavy solemnity lacing his tone. All the monsters he had encountered before could only howl, let out shrill screams that prickled the scalp before lunging to bite. This one was different. It knocked, spoke, begged for food. If Lu Yuan had not known for certain no survivors remained on the 18th floor, he might have believed it. The world of the apocalypse was gradually changing. Once there were only monsters, yet now these eerie, speaking creatures had appeared. Conditions were growing grimmer by the day, but there was nothing he could do to alter the world. All he could do was keep reinforcing his safe house. Whatever the thing was, as long as it left him alone, he did not care. His next task was to seal his door tight. Once all the work was done, Lu Yuan took a shower. It was nearly time to rest. He returned to the bedroom. Qiu Yuan lay on the bed, her clothes askew, revealing smooth, pale skin. At the sight of her alluring figure, a faint smile tugged at Lu Yuan's lips. Having a woman beside you made all the difference in the apocalypse, especially a refined woman. The sense of accomplishment and delight when she submitted beneath him could not be matched by anything else. It brought him immense joy. Lu Yuan climbed onto the bed, wrapped an arm around Qiu Yuan's slender waist, and slowly drifted off to sleep. The window of clear daylight would arrive soon. He would rest for now, then move when the time came. Inside Unit 201, Fang Yaqi sat on the main sofa with a grave expression. For once, she took the initiative to summon everyone for a meeting. They could not delay any longer. It was time to act and gather supplies. Everyone, listen to me. Fang Yaqi cleared her throat. There must still be supplies downstairs. We have to carry them up before the black fog rises completely. The midday window of clear visibility is almost here. It's the perfect time to move. We'll split into teams, divide the work, and act fast. Her words were refreshingly pragmatic. Though they had lived pampered lives, they were not foolish. They knew if they did not retrieve goods from the lower floors soon, they would never get the chance again. But the moment they moved on to assigning specific tasks, chaos erupted. I can carry supplies. I've got decent strength. Qini spoke first, sounding eager. How much can you haul? Lin Muxue crossed her arms and asked. I can carry 3 or 4 bottles of water. 3 or 4 bottles. Are you joking with me? Lin Muxue widened her eyes. If we only bring up that little per trip, how many times will we need to head down? Well, then you carry them. If you're so capable, you go. I never said I wouldn't. I'm talking about efficiency. You have no right to plan anything. You haven't even seen what downstairs looks like. Enough? Fang Yaqi raised her hand to cut them off. Muxue, you and Qin form a team to transport supplies. Sister Yaqi, Lin Muxue instantly softened her tone, speaking in a coaxing whine. I barely slept last night. My legs feel weak. Can I be the navigator? I have a good sense of direction. I can lead everyone the right way. Before Fang Yaqi could reply, Tang Shi cut in. What about me? I'm short. The stairwell is pitch black, and I'm scared of falling. Can I wait at the doorway? I can sort everything once you carry them up. Receive supplies my foot. Suwon rolled her eyes. You just want to stand around and wait for others to bring everything to you. Then you go. If you're so tough, head downstairs. I will. Suwon cut herself off mid-sentence. She glanced toward the door, and her voice weakened. But don't make me walk far. The stairwell is so dark. What if there are monsters if I'm alone? You're just waiting for others to work too. I'm just being cautious. Their argument grew fiercer, and the others joined. I can run fast, but I get lost easily. I'll team up with you. I know the way. You? Yesterday you wandered into the bathroom and couldn't find the exit. The bathroom door got stuck, that's all. My back hurts. I can't lift heavy things. What's the point of you coming down then? Sightseeing. I can cheer everyone on. Cheering won't stop us from starving. The room erupted into overlapping chatter. More than a dozen women spoke at once, their voices buzzing louder than a market square. Some wanted to bring backpacks. Others mentioned trainers, yet none had any with them. One woman suggested twisting bed sheets into ropes to hoist supplies upward, but the idea was immediately rejected. No one knew how to tie proper knots. Fang Yaqi sat on the sofa. Her expression stiffened bit by bit. She tried shouting for quiet, telling everyone to listen and organize teams, yet her voice was drowned out by louder bickering every time. Gulan sat in the farthest corner, knees pulled to her chest, watching the spectacle without bothering to speak. She watched them argue for nearly half an hour. Not a single task had been assigned. A heavy weariness washed over her, not physical exhaustion, but the draining feeling of watching a crowd circle an empty pot, heatedly debating whether to use an iron spoon or wooden spoon to serve rice. Before they could reach any conclusion, a knock echoed. Thud, thud, thud. The sound was soft, yet startlingly clear amid the raucous noise, like a pin pricking a balloon. Falling silent in an instant, everyone twisted toward the doorway, faces filled with surprise. Who could be knocking at this hour? It must be Qiu Yuan, Suwon guessed. She jumped to a conclusion, a mocking smirk tugging at her lips. She couldn't survive over at Lu Yuan's place, so she's slinking back to beg us. Really does sound like it, Tang Shi replied lightly. I told you so. What can a lowly security guard protect her from? He must have grown bored of her and thrown her out. They call her a top socialite in Shanghai, worth hundreds of millions, yet she has no common sense at all. She only had 2 packs of biscuits and 1 bottle of water. Lu Yuan must have stolen her supplies. She starved enough to come crawling back. TSK, she left so resolutely before, and now she returns just as quickly. This kind of woman only comes to her senses after being tricked by a man. Should we even let her back in? Absolutely not. Turn her away. The group traded mocking remarks, growing more carried away. A woman with long curly hair stood and walked toward the door, reaching for the doorknob. I'll open it and see. Her face must be a sight right now. Wait. Gulan strode over and caught her wrist. Her touch was gentle yet unyielding, pulling the hand away from the knob. Don't open it yet. Gulan lowered her voice, her expression stern. What if it's a monster? Let's check first. Her words hit them like a bucket of cold water. Several women fell silent. They exchanged glances, the excitement of anticipating someone's misfortune fading. Over the past 2 days, they had busied themselves with candlelit meals, makeup, gossip, and quarrels, nearly forgetting what the world outside was really like. They had forgotten the sounds of predators hunting, the screams drifting up that night. They had almost forgotten they lived through an apocalypse. Gulan's reminder snapped them back to reality, and unease prickled every spine. Ignoring their reactions, Gulan stepped to the door and spoke quietly. Who's there? Silence lingered outside for several seconds. Then a hoarse voice drifted in. I live on the 18th floor. I fled up from downstairs. Could you spare some food? A resident from the 18th floor? Fang Yaqi spoke up. She held herself with the authority of a leader, her tone probing. Are you a man or a woman? The voice outside stalled, as if caught off guard by the question. It took a long time to reply. Suwon cut in immediately. Does it even need asking? That voice is clearly a man's. Her comment ignited an uproar among the sisters. A man? We cannot let him in. Exactly. One Lu Yuan is already more trouble than we can handle. Men are the most dangerous in the apocalypse. Anyone can pretend to be helpless. We have no idea what he would do once inside. We learned our lesson. No men allowed. Fang Yaqi nodded, cleared her throat, and called toward the door. If you're a man, leave at once. This is an all-female shelter. We do not take in any men. Go look elsewhere. Silence descended over the other side of the door. It lasted a very long time. It had been so long that those inside the room began to wonder if he had already left. Then the voice spoke again, slower this time, as if weighing every single word carefully. Actually, I'm transgender. A beat of silence fell. Even though I appear male on the surface, the voice went on. I have always wanted to be a woman. The words hit like a bucket of water tossed into sizzling oil, and chaos erupted in an instant. Transgender? Is that true? Tang Shi's eyes widened first. Wow, so deep down, she's always been a girl. Someone clutched their chest. That must have been so hard. A woman's soul trapped in a man's body. Isn't she a sister oppressed by a patriarchal society? She's completely on our side. Inside, she's already one of us. I used to follow a transgender content creator. She was so brave. Her spiritual awakening was truly admirable. If she identifies as a woman inside, then she is fundamentally a woman. She's nothing like those awful men. Good heavens, she climbed all the way up from the 18th floor and endured so many horrific things. Now she's standing outside the door begging us in such a humble tone. Doesn't anyone feel for her? My heart aches for her. Open the door. Don't make our sister wait out there too long. As they talked, several women surged toward the doorway. Some even began rummaging through their stockpiles for food, muttering, "Get something ready for her. Let her in first, and we'll sort everything out later." Stop right there. Gulan stood in the doorway, spreading her arms to block them, her back pressed against the door panel. She raised her voice several notches. Have all of you lost your minds? Transgender? Have any of you even laid eyes on him? Do you know if what's standing outside is human or something else entirely? Lan Jia. Tang Shi pouted. Why do you have to be such a buzzkill? They already said they're transgender. You believe whatever you're told? Gulan stared at her, her gaze sharper than a blade. What if he's lying to you? What if he isn't human at all, only mimicking human speech? Are you really going to open the door? Are you really going to open the door and let him in? Her words halted the women who had rushed up to the entrance. They exchanged glances. Their enthusiasm faded a little. Yet their faces still bore the expression that read, "You're being far too suspicious." They had seen the monsters before. None of them could speak. Whoever was outside sounded nothing like a monster. The voice from the doorway rang out once more, trembling slightly. I'm not a bad person. I just want to find some food. I truly admire all of you, independent and strong. I want to be just like you. This statement was like dropping a lump of sugar into a honey pot. rekindling fervor in those who had only just calmed down. Listen to that. How sincere. She must carry so much pain inside, enduring the agony of identity on top of surviving in this world alone. I just want to hug her. Don't be afraid, sister. We're opening the door for you right now. Several women moved around Gulan, reaching for the doorknob. Gulan stood her ground in the doorway. She stumbled backward as they pushed against her, yet she refused to step aside, gripping the handle tightly. Do not open it. Gulan's voice turned hoarse as she twisted to shout at the group. Have all of you gone mad? You'd be sold and still help count the money for the trafficker. You don't even know what waits outside this door. But no one listened. The women crowded around the doorway, chattering, urging her to move. They claimed that refusing to let the newcomer in meant discriminating against transgender people, that she was creating division, that her thinking was old-fashioned and backward. Surrounded by shouting voices, Gulan's ears buzzed. Multiple hands strained to twist the doorknob alongside hers. A faint click echoed from the lock. The moment several hands wrapped around the handle and pulled outward, a cold voice cut through the noise from behind the crowd. I dare anyone to open that door. The voice was quiet, yet icy enough. It was as if an ice shard had driven straight down from above, piercing a hole through the room's uproar. Everyone froze. All movements halted, and heads turned involuntarily toward the speaker. The woman speaking stood half a step beside Fong Yaqi, her arms folded, leaning against the wall. She was stunningly beautiful, clad in a sleek black suit with long hair, one hand tucked into her pocket. She was tall, towering over most women in the room by nearly half a head, radiating overwhelming authority. Her name was Zhang Bing, Fong Yaqi's assistant. Publicly, she was a personal assistant, but in truth, she was her bodyguard. Before the end of the world, she had traveled with Fong Yaqi for 5 years, pulling her through countless crises. Much of Fong Yaqi's confidence to lead this all-female group stemmed from this woman. At her words, silence crashed over the room. Suwon's hand hung suspended in midair. Her lips parted as if to speak. Zhang Bing's gaze drifted over and settled calmly on her face. Suwon's Adam's apple bobbed, and she pulled her hand back. Tang Shi also stepped back slightly, pretending to fix her hair, not daring to meet Zhang Bing's eyes. Zhang Bing, Tang Shi forced a nervous laugh. Hear me out. The person outside said they are transgender. I heard. Zhang Bing's tone remained flat. Then tell me, is a transgender person considered male or female? Tang Shi opened her mouth. Deep inside she is. I asked whether they count as male or female. Zhang Bing cut her off, her tone unchanged. Tang Shi fell silent. The room grew deathly quiet. Candle flames flickered, stretching everyone's shadows into twisted shapes along the walls. All the heated chatter about sisters, brave souls and kindred spirits was completely snuffed out by Zhang Bing's impassive face and those 3 simple questions. Fong Yaqi cleared her throat and stepped forward half a pace to stand beside Zhang Bing. She looked down at the crowd, a knowing smirk tugging at her lips. She held a smirk, as if she had anticipated this exact scene. I have said it before. Any person born male, Fong Yaqi spoke gently, yet every word was crisp and deliberate, is forbidden entry into our all-female shelter. It would be a defilement. That includes transgender people. Labels do not change anything. A man is still a man, full of cunning and unclean. She uttered the final word unclean softly, as if speaking of something beneath her consideration. Suwon stood within the crowd, her cheeks flushed. She was usually the first to heap compliments on Fong Yaqi, yet this time she could not hold back. The transgender stranger's story had struck a chord deep inside her. It reminded her of the brave creators she followed online, of the suffering that community endured from society's rejection. Yaqi Jia. She forced herself to speak, her voice reduced to half its original volume. I don't think you're right to say that. They are transgender. They are nothing like those terrible men. They have been persecuted by society and suffered enough. Isn't our all-female shelter meant to accept oppressed women? That's right, Yaqi Jia. Another woman whispered in agreement. I think Suwon has a point. They are the sisters we ought to stand up for. We can't deny someone's female identity just because of their outward appearance. How is that any different from people who discriminate against transgender people? I think we could let her come in. One more sister means more strength for all of us. The remarks drifted out haltingly. Those speaking lacked conviction, yet they voiced their thoughts all the same. Several women exchanged glances, the glow of naive compassion still lingering in their eyes. Zhang Bing said nothing. She unfolded her crossed arms and let them hang loosely at her sides. She took one step forward. Only a single step. Her sole struck the floor with a sharp, clear sound. The room instantly fell silent, as if someone had pressed pause. Suwon shrank back half a step. Those who had just voiced agreement also ducked their heads, no one daring to speak further. Zhang Bing positioned herself between the doorway and the crowd, blocking the entire passage alone. No matter what waits outside that door, she said evenly, without emotion. Anyone who tries to open it will have to get past me first. No one moved. The air remained frozen for roughly a dozen seconds. The shadow outside stayed quiet too, as if weighing its options through the wooden door. Then muffled muttering drifted through the crack beneath the frame, disjointed syllables tangled together, unintelligible. Still, the tone carried an unmistakable sense of loss and resentment. The voice faded, growing more distant. It sounded as though the shadow wandered slowly toward the far end of the corridor, talking to itself. Its footsteps dragged, heavy and lumbering, one slow thud after another, until they vanished completely after a long while. Gulan leaned back against the door, resting her full weight on the panel. She let out a long breath only once the footsteps could no longer be heard. One way or another, this crisis had passed. But if they escaped this time, what about the next? There was no telling. How much longer would this so-called all-female group manage to survive in the end times? Elsewhere, inside the shelter, Lu Yuan stuffed his last piece of gear into his backpack. He zipped it shut, stood, and tested its weight. It was not overly heavy, yet he had packed everything essential. He packed a water canteen, hardtack, bandages, rope, a steel pipe, and a fire axe. He rolled his shoulders, checking that none of his equipment hung loose, then turned toward the bedroom doorway. Qiu Yuan walked out. She had changed into new clothes. The zipper of her black tracksuit jacket was pulled up to her chest, her hair tied into a neat ponytail. She wore sweatpants and running shoes, looking a little more alert than before. Still, her complexion was poor. There was barely any color in her lips, and she took slower steps than usual. Her beautiful legs seemed weak and unsteady. Lu Yuan glanced her over and frowned. Are you sure you can manage? Do you want to rest another day? Since Qiu Yuan had come to him, he had pushed her far too hard. Time and time again. Lu Yuan had a system that boosted his stamina and sped up his recovery, but Qiu Yuan was an ordinary human woman, soft and delicate. It was inevitable that this would take its toll on her. Qiu Yuan lifted her head and forced a smile. I'm fine. I'll do anything as long as there is food to eat. That was the truth. In the end times, people would work for a single mouthful. It was the most basic rule of survival. This was where Qiu Yuan's intelligence showed. She was not pretentious or haughty. She understood what she needed to do. She also understood what she needed to give in return. Lu Yuan nodded. Let's go. Qiu Yuan breathed a quiet The two pushed open the door and walked along the corridor toward the fire escape. Lu Yuan led the way, with Qiu Yuan half a step behind him. Footsteps, one light and one heavy, echoed far through the silent stairwell. As they rounded the corner leading to the fire escape, they ran straight into a group of women. 7 or 8 women emerged from the opposite end of the corridor, walking sluggishly and scattered. Some carried plastic bags, others nothing at all. One clutched a clothes pole torn from somewhere, guarding it like a treasure. They bickered quietly among themselves about who should take which item. It was the group from room 201. Evidently, they had finally finished dawdling, reluctantly sorted out tasks, and dragged themselves outside. The two parties came face to face. Silence crashed over the corridor, the air stiffening for half a second. Fang Yaqi walked at the front. Her steps visibly halted the moment she spotted Lu Yuan and Qiu Yuan. The women behind her stopped too, every pair of eyes fixed on the two of them. Suwon was the first to speak. She leaned out from the crowd, looking Qiu Yuan up and down. Her mouth curled upward as she looked. Well, if it isn't Sister Qiu Yuan. I thought monsters had snatched you away. Turns out you threw yourself straight into a man's arms. She drew out the word sister mockingly, tilting her tone sharply at the end. Several women behind her laughed, their faces openly displaying the smug look of I knew this would happen. Tang Shi folded her arms and cut in, her gaze sweeping over Qiu Yuan's pale face. You look so washed out. Did he wear you out completely? My, a high society socialite from Shanghai with hundreds of millions to her name, reduced to this state by a mere security guard, TSK Tisk. What did I tell you? Suwon spread her hands. I said it when she left. Women in their 30s crave affection desperately. Once the end times hit, and they're loose among men, they cling right on. Just as I expected. I once thought you carried yourself with such dignity, another woman said sourly. Now, you're nothing special. A top socialite of Shanghai, running around with a security guard. How is this any different from being with a vagrant? Still claiming hundreds of millions? Who knows if that money is worth anything now? Truly used and discarded. Jeering remarks buzzed around them like flies, growing crueler by the second. The women wore excited grins, thrilled to have caught Qiu Yuan in what they saw as an embarrassing predicament, eager to mock her from head to toe. Qiu Yuan paid them no mind. She stood there, gripping the straps of her backpack, a faint smile still playing on her lips. She was a mature woman. This was the key difference between a woman like her and girls in their early 20s. She knew what mattered and what was not worth her attention at all. Surviving outweighed all idle gossip. Words could not harm her, so she simply ignored everything they said. Fang Yaqi stepped forward, lifting her chin slightly. Qiu Yuan, I will give you one last chance. Turn back while you still can. Leave Lu Yuan now, and you will be welcome to rejoin our all-female group. If you persist on this foolish path, do not blame me for offering no more chances. She stood tall, her posture identical to how she had held herself accepting awards before the apocalypse, as if waiting for Qiu Yuan to bow her head and beg to return. Qiu Yuan looked at her, fighting the urge to laugh. Go back. Return to room 201 and wait to die alongside these people? Constant hunger, endless quarrels, everyone dragging each other down, trivial conflicts blowing up into chaos. She had spent 7 days inside that room, and every minute remained etched in her memory. What would be the point of returning? To suffer more? With Lu Yuan, she had enough to eat and warm clothes. Admittedly, Lu Yuan was demanding and wild in bed, yet she did not mind. In this world, food, shelter, and protection always came with a price. Nothing in life was free. After years navigating elite social circles, Qiu Yuan understood this equation perfectly. She was about to turn down the offer when a hand suddenly closed around hers. Qiu Yuan glanced down. Lu Yuan had taken her hand. Yuan, Lu Yuan said casually, as if commenting on pleasant weather. There is no need to waste energy arguing with them. Then he pulled a Snickers bar out of his pocket with his free hand. Lu Yuan tore off the wrapper, revealing the chocolate and peanut energy bar, and held it out. Here, have a Snickers. Eat it to regain your strength. We're going down to hall supplies. He lifted the bar to her lips. Qiu Yuan froze for a moment. Then her faint smile softened into something genuine. She opened her mouth and took a bite. Chocolate melted on her tongue, and sweet crushed peanuts crunched between her teeth, bringing a long-forgotten sense of satisfaction. After swallowing, she spoke softly. Thank you, husband. She turned to look at Lu Yuan, her gaze warm and clinging. Husband, let's go. Let's go. Lu Yuan held her hand, and the two walked past the all-female group. As she walked, Qiu Yuan took another bite of the Snickers, her cheeks stuffed. Her face radiated pure contentment. The women behind them stiffened completely. Silence stretched on for several seconds, until someone swallowed loudly. Su Wan stared at the Snickers in Qiu Yuan's hand. Her eyes tracked it from Qiu Yuan's lips to her palm, then toward Lu Yuan's pocket. She clearly spotted at least 2 more bars tucked inside. Their own stockpiles had long run dry of treats like that. They had devoured all their best food during that candlelit dinner the night before. All that remained were hardtack and a handful of instant noodles they had managed to sort out late last night. A Snickers? Impossible. They had not seen a single proper snack in days. Their mouths felt so dry and tasteless they craved anything edible. Watching Qiu Yuan lean against Lu Yuan, hand in hand, being fed chocolate and peanuts, jealousy surged up, stinging far worse than the mockery they had hurled at her moments earlier. Fang Yaqi's face turned pitch black. She stared at their retreating backs, pressing her lips into a thin line. After several seconds, she forced the words out between her teeth. Bitch. Sold herself to a man for petty favors. A man-pleasing whore. She took a deep breath to suppress the bitter envy rising inside her, then raised her voice to address the women behind her. Pay no mind to this shameless pair. Search for supplies. It's only a Snickers. We will find piles of them easily. Move. Her words worked. The women who had been swallowing hard perked up instantly at the mention of countless Snickers bars, urging one another toward the fire escape. Let's go. Find the Snickers. We'll find far better snacks than those 2 bars he has. There are dozens of apartments downstairs. Any one of them will have chocolate. Mark my words. The crowd chattered as they flooded into the stairwell, footsteps clattering downward. Fang Yaqi marched at the front, walking quickly, as if hurrying faster would recover the dignity she had just lost. 18th floor. This was indeed the lowest floor, still safely accessible for activity. The 17th floor was completely cut off, swallowed by thick fog. Once the all-female group reached the 18th floor, Fang Yaqi immediately slipped into commander mode, ready to assign tasks to her followers. Work in pairs of 2. Split up and search. She stood in the middle of the corridor and swept her hand out, like a female general reviewing her troops. We've got so many people. We'll search far faster than those 2. Go through every room thoroughly. Carry off anything you can get your hands on. Don't let them beat us to it. Her arrangements certainly sounded convincing. Tang Shi paired up with Su Wan, Qin Yi with Lin Mushuang. The rest split into teams of 2, making 6 groups in total. Each team took charge of several apartments whose doors had already been broken open. Fang Yaqi stayed in the corridor to oversee and coordinate. Not far behind her, Zhang Bing leaned against the wall with folded arms, following along with a blank expression. Everyone sprang into action. They turned every ransacked apartment upside down, searching cabinets, coffee tables, nightstands, and bathrooms. Sure enough, they uncovered quite a few supplies. I found half a case of water over here. 3 packs of compressed biscuits. There's a power bank. It still works. I've got several packs of tissues. Item after item piled up in the center of the corridor. Watching the stack grow higher, a smile finally tugged at the corners of Fang Yaqi's mouth. She stood beside the pile with her arms crossed, mentally tallying everything. Water, biscuits, tissues, batteries. Altogether, they had amassed a decent haul. Once we strip every place bare, we'll see what they can do. Fang Yaqi was savoring her triumph when she caught sight of Lu Yuan and Xiao Yuan emerging from the darkness out of the corner of her eye. They walked at a leisurely pace, not looking for supplies so much as strolling down a street. They did not spare a single glance at the doorways. They passed the ransacked apartment doorways, walking straight on by. Fang Yaqi frowned slightly. What's going on? Why aren't they in any hurry? Then she watched Lu Yuan stop in front of a tightly closed security door. Fang Yaqi recognized this door. It had been shut the last time. She and several other women had tried prying it open with chair legs and smashing it with a fire axe, yet the axe only struck a shower of sparks. The door had not budged an inch, forcing them to give up. This high-grade security door was among the hardest to breach in the whole building. It was fitted with a top-tier lock cylinder that could not be opened without its key. She was about to jeer when she saw Lu Yuan pull some kind of tool from his pocket, seemingly preparing to pick the lock. Fang Yaqi froze. What's he doing? Picking the lock. Su Wan also saw and edged closer, muttering quietly. He's just a security guard. Can he even open a lock like this? Neither of them believed he would succeed. But a moment later, click, the lock popped open under his skillful hands. Lu Yuan pushed, and the heavy security door slid inward soundlessly, revealing a pitch-black living room beyond. Fang Yaqi stood rooted to the spot. Triumph faded from her face, replaced first by confusion, then shock. How did he manage that? Xiao Yuan stood behind Lu Yuan and glanced sideways at Fang Yaqi. There was no smugness, no mockery in that gaze, only the calm detachment of looking at a stranger. Then Xiao Yuan stepped through the doorway after Lu Yuan and pulled the door shut behind them. Silence hung over the corridor for several long seconds. Su Wan spoke first. Since when could he pick locks? I have no idea, Tang Shi mumbled. This kind of door was supposed to be impossible to open, but now the damned man kept a trick up his sleeve. All eyes were fixed on the newly closed security door, filled with tangled emotions. They understood exactly what Lu Yuan's lock-picking skill meant. Apartments whose doors remained sealed were almost certainly untouched by looters. Each one was a treasure trove, stocked with vast quantities of supplies. And now all these treasure troves were within Lu Yuan's reach. No wonder Lu Yuan dared leave so confidently. No wonder he could afford to support Xiao Yuan with only a small stock of supplies. He had planned ahead all along. Fang Yaqi clenched her fists, nails digging into her palms. Rage blazed in her beautiful eyes. That security guard. Inside the apartment, meanwhile, Lu Yuan and Xiao Yuan were indulging in a feast. Once inside, they divided the work clearly. Xiao Yuan searched the cabinets, while Lu Yuan tackled locks. Several locked cabinets and a safe inside were all pried open by him in under 10 seconds apiece. Yet they held little of value, mostly cash, gold and silver jewelry, useless in the current world. Xiao Yuan, on the other hand, uncovered plenty of useful goods. Lu Yuan, 3 boxes of self-heating hot pot, a big jar of nuts over here, canned food, 5 or 6 tins of luncheon meat and braised pork, biscuits, chocolate, and a bag of beef jerky. Xiao Yuan called out as she stuffed items into her backpack. Soon the bag was overstuffed, its zipper refusing to close, and her tote bag was nearly full too. Lu Yuan knelt beside the pile, assessed how much the two of them could carry, and made a decision. Anything we can't take with us, open and eat it all. Xiao Yuan shot him a look without hesitation or doubt. She understood his reasoning, and she backed him unconditionally. She knelt down, tore open all 3 boxes of self-heating hot pot, and added water to activate the heating packs. She twisted open a tin of luncheon meat. She stuck a fork in and popped a chunk into her mouth. Lu Yuan ripped open the beef jerky and stuffed it in his pocket for snacks. He opened a bar of chocolate, broke off a piece, and handed it to her. The self-heating pots bubbled away. The pots filled the room with a mingled aroma of cured meat and spicy broth. The two knelt beside the coffee table, each holding a box of hot pot and eating hungrily. Beside them stood the open jar of nuts and the luncheon meat tin. Qiu Yuan scooped a handful of nuts into her hot pot and stirred, eating with obvious enjoyment. "This is delicious," Qiu Yuan mumbled through mouthfuls. "Open that tin of braised pork too," Lu Yuan said. "Got it." They happily continued their hearty meal. Outside the door, the all-female group had ransacked every accessible room on the 18th floor. Their haul was meager, mostly bottled water, instant noodles, and compressed biscuits. The better supplies had already been claimed earlier, back when Lu Yuan was still part of their group. He had always picked the best supplies first. After moving those supplies upstairs, most had been consumed during their candlelit dinner. All they had left were the scraps they had overlooked back then. Suwon stacked several cases of water and packs of instant noodles on the corridor floor. Her expression remained grim as she stacked. "That's all we've got." Fong Yaki walked over with a frown and stared at the pile. "Why is there so little? We already searched the 18th floor once before." Suwon spread her hands. "Most edible supplies were eaten up. Only this remains. We took all the good stuff upstairs before, and then..." She trailed off, yet everyone knew what came next. They had devoured wine, steak, and foie gras at that dinner. "Yeah, only this rubbish is left," Tang Shi muttered nearby. "I searched 4 apartments and didn't even find a crumb of chocolate. Compressed biscuits, more compressed biscuits. I can't stand eating this stuff. Be grateful we have food. Don't be picky." "I'm not being picky. I just want something different." Everyone stood sighing beside their pitiful pile of supplies. Some knelt and rummaged repeatedly, foolishly hoping to find something better underneath. Gulan stood at the back of the group, arms folded, leaning against the wall. She watched their glum faces, and the corners of her mouth tugged upward faintly. They were reaping what they had sown. They had driven Lu Yuan away because they found him a nuisance, then thrown that lavish candlelit dinner. Now that all the best supplies were gone, who could they blame? Fong Yaki stood in the center, glaring at the shabby stockpile. She stamped her foot in anger. But once she stopped, her gaze drifted involuntarily toward the closed security door deeper in the corridor. Lu Yuan and Qiu Yuan had been inside for nearly half an hour. What had they found? Her imagination raced as she pictured the apartment. She imagined a spacious living room, intact kitchen cabinets, and shelves piled high with dried provisions. It must be full of excellent supplies, far better than these worthless instant noodles they had scavenged. No, a thought hardened in Fong Yaki's mind. They could not return empty-handed. There were supplies behind that door. If Lu Yuan could pick locks, he would open one for them too. "Girls," Fong Yaki raised her voice and turned to face everyone. "We can't settle for this little. There are still dozens of locked doors on this floor. Lu Yuan knows how to pick locks, doesn't he? Make him open them for us." Her words struck the group like lightning. Those who had just been moaning lifted their heads instantly, their eyes lighting up. "That's right. He can pick locks. Tell him to open them. We all live in this building. We're residents, and he's the security guard. Isn't it only right he helps us?" "Exactly. He was employed to serve us. Now he strikes out on his own and refuses to help? That's ridiculous. Let's go wait for Lu Yuan to come out." The women instantly perked up and surged toward the security door in a noisy crowd. Gulan watched them and shook her head gently. She knew they were heading for humiliation. Lu Yuan rarely spoke much, but he acted with clear purpose. He was not the sort of man you could pressure simply by blocking his path and claiming it was his job as a security guard. With this lock-picking skill, he had more access to supplies than anyone else in the building. Why would he share his advantage? Why would he share with the very people who chased him away? Gulan settled in to watch what would unfold. Time ticked by. The women crowded in front of the door, chattering about how to approach Lu Yuan. Some said they ought to speak politely. They noted they needed a favor. Others argued there was no need for politeness, as he was paid to work for them. Their quarrel was at its loudest when there was a sharp click from the lock. The door opened. Lu Yuan and Qiu Yuan stepped out. Lu Yuan carried a bulging military backpack, its side pockets stuffed full. He also held a tote bag crammed tight, cardboard packaging poking out from the opening. Qiu Yuan walked beside him, her backpack similarly overloaded. She held 2 unopened boxes of self-heating hot pot in her arms. Her face remained relaxed and content after their hearty meal. Most notably, as soon as the door swung open, a rich aroma drifted out. Spicy broth, cured meat claypot rice, mixed with the scent of luncheon meat and nuts, spread through the corridor, stirring hunger in everyone. The all-female group had barely eaten all day. Searching and hauling supplies had drained their energy, leaving them ravenous. The smell crashed over them, triggering a wave of hunger. Several swallowed hard in unison. Suwon stared fixedly at the two hot pot boxes, mesmerized. Fong Yaki caught the scent too. Her Adam's apple bobbed, though she gave no outward sign. Her expression only turned colder, and she tilted her chin higher. Lu Yuan swept his gaze over the crowd blocking the doorway and spoke bluntly. What do you want? Move aside. Fong Yaki stepped forward directly into his path. She tilted her head up, staring at him as though demanding his full attention, leaving no room for negotiation in her tone. Lu Yuan, open the door to the neighboring apartment for us. Lu Yuan looked at her. He paused for a second, then he laughed. It was no polite smile. He was genuinely amused, his eyes asking whether she was joking. Why should I help you? Is that part of my job? Lu Yuan asked, his voice calm. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone in the crowd cut in. You are the building's security guard. We pay huge property management fees every year. You are obligated to help us. Precisely. Suwon stepped up beside Fong Yaki, hands planted on her hips. She spoke with unshakable self-righteousness. We pay your wages. What's the trouble with opening a door? Isn't that what you're supposed to do? Exactly. Think about it. You drew a salary every month when you worked here. Our fees support you. Now you drag your feet. It's only a few doors. Opening them won't hurt you. You already know how. It would take no effort. Why are you so stingy? We're all neighbors in the same building. How can you be so selfish? Voices overlapped, one demand following another in the hall. The women regained their confidence, chests puffed out and chins raised, convinced they held the moral high ground. Words from the old world, property fees, security guard, service, obligation, rolled off their tongues with absurd self-assurance. They stood in the corridor on the 7th day. They stood on the 18th floor shrouded in black mist, with only a few bottles of water and packs of compressed biscuits at their feet. Yet they still dared to claim, we pay for you. It was as if the old label still clung to everyone. It was as if Lu Yuan remained the uniformed security guard bowing and scraping at the complex gate. Lu Yuan watched them, and his smile widened. He glanced sideways at Xiao Yuan. She met his gaze, a smile playing on her lips as well. He turned back. His voice was quiet, yet every word rang clear, like pebbles dropping into water. First, I never see a cent of the property fees. That money goes straight to the property management company, not me. Second, I don't work there anymore. As far as I'm concerned, you are all strangers now. What obligation do I have to help strangers? Lu Yuan said calmly. Silence descended over the corridor. The women who had been shouting confidently were struck speechless, mouths open yet unable to reply. Lu Yuan was right. In the current reality, they were merely strangers, even potential enemies. To carry on talking about property fees was ridiculous. But the silence only lasted a few seconds. A shrill female voice cut through the crowd again. Even as strangers, you owe us help. You're a man. It's only natural you help women. Right. Another woman echoed immediately. You are meant to help us. It's your duty. Lu Yuan stared at the woman speaking, paused 2 seconds, then burst out laughing. It was genuine laughter, his shoulders shaking, as if he had heard the funniest joke of the year. He stifled his laughter and looked straight at her. When Miss Fong sent me away, she made one thing crystal clear. Women only need to support each other. Male help is completely unnecessary. Aren't you contradicting her by saying this now? The remark landed like a precise scalpel, cutting straight to everyone's sore spot. The women who had just been chiming in fell silent at once, their faces alternating between red and pale. They remembered every word Fong Yaki had spoken in the safe room. Words like, men are the greatest danger in the apocalypse. Women can survive by sticking together. We don't need men. She had declared them loudly. Now they came begging a man for assistance. Their double standards were staggering. Fong Yaki stood within the group, her face twisted as though she had swallowed a live fly. Rage seethed inside her, yet she could not utter a single retort. Every one of those words had come from her own mouth. Seeing them all fall quiet, Lu Yuan had no patience left for further talk. He glanced at Xiao Yuan. Let's go. The two turned toward the stairwell. You can't leave. Suwon darted out from the crowd and spread her arms to block his path. She tilted her chin up, her jaw tight. You aren't going anywhere until you open one door for us. Her spoiled temper had flared up. She intended to force the issue. The instant the words left her mouth, Lu Yuan raised his hand. Smack! A sharp slap landed squarely across Suwon's fair cheek. The crisp sound echoed down the corridor for several seconds. Suwon stumbled 2 steps sideways and crashed against the wall. She clutched her stinging red cheek, frozen in shock. Her eyes widened as she stared at Lu Yuan, utterly dumbfounded. No one had ever struck Su Wan in her life. Born into wealth, she had been sheltered and pampered at home. Every man she met outside bowed and smiled to please her. No one had even spoken harshly to her, let alone laid a hand on her. And now, a security guard. A lowly guard she would not normally spare a glance for. He had slapped her. Su Wan stood rigid, hand pressed to her cheek, unable to speak. Tears welled in her eyes, yet she was too stunned to cry. An eerie stillness fell over the scene. Every member of the all-female group was stunned, including Fong Yaqi. All stared at Lu Yuan open-mouthed, as if witnessing something that overturned everything they believed. They still thought of Lu Yuan as merely a security guard, even now. Lu Yuan had left, yet they believed they could order him around whenever they pleased. That slap, however, shattered all their delusions to smithereens. At that moment, Zhang Bing moved. She stepped forward swiftly, stretching out her right hand to seize Lu Yuan's wrist, her movement crisp and decisive. But Lu Yuan reacted far faster. Before her fingers could touch him, his hand snapped back to grab hers. He was quicker and stronger. His fingers closed firmly around her wrist, twisting it downward. Zhang Bing stumbled half a step forward. As she lifted her other hand to fight back, Lu Yuan shifted her arm and pinned her shoulder from the side. The sequence looked as though he had practiced it 100 times. The whole exchange took less than 2 seconds. Zhang Bing froze. She tugged once, unable to break free. She pulled again, yet his grip was as unyielding as an iron vice. She looked up at Lu Yuan. For the first time, a crack appeared on his face. Shock, mixed with fear. This man possessed terrifying strength, far more than she had anticipated. She had practiced Sanda for 7 or 8 years. She knew full well the natural strength gap between men and women, but Lu Yuan's power transcended that ordinary divide, belonging to an entirely different league. Lu Yuan held onto her wrist and did not let go. He swept his gaze calmly over everyone present, his voice quiet and flat. "May I leave now?" No one answered. Fong Yaqi stood in the middle of the crowd, watching Zhang Bing restrained single-handedly by Lu Yuan. The last shred of confidence inside her deflated like a leaking balloon. Zhang Bing had been her final support, the very foundation that let her hold her ground among the group. Now that Zhang Bing had been subdued by Lu Yuan with one hand, what did Fong Yaqi have left? Her lips trembled. She gritted her teeth and whispered, "Let them pass." The words came out with immense difficulty, as if scraped raw in her throat before she could utter them. But she said it. The crowd parted like a receding tide, clearing a path. No one dared to block him. All their previous arrogance and self-righteousness had been wiped away by that slap and that quick hold. A truth finally dawned on them. Lu Yuan was no longer that security guard who would reason with them. Only then did Lu Yuan release Zhang Bing. He turned and walked toward the stairwell with Qiu Yuan. After several steps, Lu Yuan halted and glanced back at Fong Yaqi, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "Oh, right," he said, his tone as if doing them a casual favor. "There's still some broth left from the hot pot inside. If you want it, hurry and take it back. You can soak crackers in it. Just so you know, it has my saliva in it. I hope you won't mind." With that, he walked away without another backward glance. Qiu Yuan followed close behind. The two rounded the corner into the stairwell, their footsteps fading gradually. Silence fell over the corridor, broken only by breathing and suppressed sobs from Su Wan, who covered her face. Fong Yaqi stood rooted to the spot, her face flushing pale and red by turns. Her fingernails dug deep into her palms, leaving pale indentations. Hot pot broth tainted with his saliva, for them to take back and soak crackers. It was an obvious humiliation. As an A-list superstar, she had never endured such shame. And it came from a security guard. Lu Yuan was utterly detestable. Fong Yaqi clenched her fists, her chest heaving. She wanted to say something, yet no words came. She could only watch helplessly as Lu Yuan and Qiu Yuan left. After they were gone, the security door remained open. The aroma of hot pot lingered in the corridor, an invisible force tugging at everyone's empty stomachs. Fong Yaqi took a deep breath and turned to the others. "Let's head back." As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Yi spoke up. Her voice was soft, tentative. "Sister Yaqi, we still have a little time. Should we go inside and take a look?" Fong Yaqi turned to stare at her, her gaze icy. "Why?" Qin Yi shrank back under that cold stare, but having already voiced the thought, she forced herself to continue. "I just thought, there might be leftover food inside. We'll pop in for a quick look and leave, it won't take long." Fong Yaqi fixed her with a frigid look. "Look for what? Leftovers Lu Yuan ate? Are you craving Lu Yuan's saliva?" Her words cut sharply. Qin Yi was stunned. She opened her mouth to retort, Yet Fong Yaki had hit on exactly what she was thinking. Truth be told, she badly wanted to go inside. Her stomach had growled repeatedly when the hot pot scent drifted out earlier. She had barely eaten all day, only half a ration biscuit, and was starving. The door stood open, carrying the rich smell of meat. The thought, what if there is something left, kept swirling in her mind. Seeing her fall silent, Fong Yaki thought the matter was closed. But when she scanned the rest of the group, she noticed everyone swallowing hard. Tang Shi squatted pretending to tie her shoelaces, yet her Adam's apple bobbed visibly. Lin Muxiue stood with her arms folded, her eyes constantly drifting toward the open doorway. Su Wan still covered her face, her eyes red, yet her gaze kept darting toward the crack of the door. The scent drifting out was overwhelming. The spicy heat of the hot pot base, the savory aroma of luncheon meat, the oily fragrance of roasted nuts, all swirled into their noses. Coupled with empty stomachs that had endured hours of hunger, the gnawing longing was impossible to suppress. Fong Yaki looked around and understood what everyone wanted. She closed her eyes briefly, as if making a painful compromise. Go inside. Be quick and come back out. The moment she spoke, those who had feigned indifference sprang into action. Qin Yi rushed through the door first. One after another, the others flooded into the apartment, far faster than they had searched for supplies earlier. The apartment was messier than they had imagined. 3 open self-heating hot pot boxes sat on the coffee table. All noodles and vegetables had been consumed, leaving only red, oily broth dotted with a few chopped green onions. Beside them were empty tin cans, still labeled for luncheon meat, scraped completely clean of every last trace of grease. A nut jar stood open, holding nothing but tiny crumbs. Chocolate wrappers littered the floor. The air was thick with warm food aromas, mixed with the sweet scent of carbohydrates. Faced with this aftermath, none of them could speak. The same scene replayed endlessly in their minds. While they had been scrambling through looted, dusty buildings outside, hauling ration biscuits, Lu Yuan and Qiu Yuan had sat comfortably here, basking in hot pot steam, prying open cans and eating to their heart's content. They gnawed dry ration biscuits outside. Inside, Lu Yuan and Qiu Yuan enjoyed self-heating hot pot paired with all sorts of canned food. It wasn't fair. It was one thing for Lu Yuan to live so well. But why Qiu Yuan? Simply because she chose to stay with him? Jealousy burned bitter in every woman's chest. Staring at the empty boxes on the table, the stinging pain from the slap on their cheeks faded. The ache of hunger was far worse. Let's see what's left, Qin Yi muttered, squatting to search under the coffee table. The others followed suit, like starved animals scavenging for leftover scraps. Some tipped nut crumbs from the jar into their palms and ate them. Others picked chocolate flakes off wrappers and licked their fingers. There's a beef granule on the floor, Tang Shi called out. Several people turned. Sure enough, a piece of beef jerky lay beside a sofa leg. Tang Shi knelt, brushed dust off it, and popped it into her mouth. A wealthy heiress, picking stray beef off the ground to eat. The others watched, heavy-hearted, yet no one dared mock her. No one touched the self-heating hot pot boxes still filled with red broth on the table. Scattered green onions and tiny meat fragments floated on top, yet everyone deliberately stepped around them. Saliva. Lu Yuan had warned them. Hungry as they were not desperate enough for that. They avoided looking too closely, fearing temptation would overcome them. Only Gulan acted differently. She walked to the coffee table, knelt, and lifted each hot pot box one by one. She carefully replaced the lids, wrapped them in newspaper, and tucked them into a plastic bag she had brought. Tang Shi saw this and frowned. Gulan, what are you doing? Are you really going to eat food with Lu Yuan's saliva on it? Gulan glanced up at her without a word. She finished wrapping all the boxes tightly, stood, tied the plastic bag shut, and held it. Tang Shi rolled her eyes. Gulan paid her no mind. She knew this food could save lives in a crisis. Others might turn their noses up, but she would not. Surviving mattered more than petty pride. Finish up and let's go, Fong Yaki said from the doorway. She was eager to leave as soon as possible. The scent tormented her. Even she craved something to eat. The group filed out of the apartment, clutching tiny scraps they had found, a stark contrast to the confident way they had arrived empty-handed. Everyone stayed quiet, their expressions tangled, embarrassment, resentment, and gnawing hunger all woven together. The group retreated from the 18th floor like a receding tide, climbing upward along the stairwell. Lu Yuan and Qiu Yuan returned to the 21st floor. He double-checked the 3 steel bars and anti-explosion locks. Once satisfied everything was secure, he set down his backpack and let out a long breath. A profound sense of safety wrapped around him. In the end times, possessing a safe house was invaluable. Qiu Yuan set her backpack on the coffee table and relaxed her shoulders. She glanced at the supplies stacked high across the living room. Instead of slumping onto the sofa like Lu Yuan, she knelt and unzipped her largest storage bag. "Pour everything out," she said. "I'll sort it." Lu Yuan had been about to offer to help, but seeing her already hard at work, he held back. He emptied everything from his backpack and tote bag onto the coffee table, then pulled loose items out of his pockets as well. Qiu Yuan took each item one by one. A clean large towel was already spread out beside her, as if she had planned ahead. First, she separated food and daily necessities. Mineral water bottles lined up in a row. Self-heating hot pots were stacked neatly. Cans were sorted into meat and vegetable categories. Snacks went into one bag, batteries and charging cables into a small separate box. She even grabbed a scrap of paper and a broken pencil, scribbling notes, dates, item types, quantities, and an estimate of how long each supply would last. Her handwriting was elegant yet sharp. Lu Yuan leaned back in his chair, watching her work, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Truth be told, if he were alone, he would never bother with such meticulous organization. He would simply dump supplies in a corner and only keep track of what needed to be eaten first. Qiu Yuan was different. She assigned every item a place, set consumption orders, and marked dates. She moved with the poise of a senior executive. Her capabilities were undeniable. As the owner of a financial firm worth hundreds of millions, organizing these supplies was child's play for her. Lu Yuan stared at her side profile, thinking that if this shelter grew larger in the future, Qiu Yuan would fill an irreplaceable role here. After some time, Qiu Yuan stacked the last can, checked her written inventory from start to finish, nodded in satisfaction, then stood and stretched. "I'm going to take a shower," she said. "All right," Lu Yuan replied. They had stored reserves of water, enough for simple showers. Qiu Yuan grabbed her change of clothes and headed to the bathroom. The sound of running water soon echoed out. Lu Yuan did not idle. He walked into the home gym, put on headphones, and began his daily training. Dumbbells, bench presses, pull-ups. He completed his usual full routine. Thanks to system enhancements, his stamina had greatly improved. He only worked up a light sweat and felt no real exhaustion. Around an hour later, Lu Yuan walked out of the gym and wiped sweat from his neck with a towel. As he stepped into the living room, he saw Qiu Yuan out of the shower, standing by the water dispenser pouring powder into a cup. "I mixed protein powder for you," she said, shaking the cup. "Drinking this after training aids recovery. I found the last half can deep inside the storage cabinet. It hasn't expired." Lu Yuan walked over and took the cup. It was pleasantly warm. She really was thoughtful. Lu Yuan smiled, then gently pulled her into his embrace, his gaze falling on her full figure. "I'm craving something else." Qiu Yuan blushed and shot him a flirtatious glance. "I don't have what you want, otherwise I'd let you have your fill." Lu Yuan laughed, drained the protein shake in one gulp, set the cup on the coffee table, then headed to take his own shower. Hot water washed away all traces of sweat. He turned off the tap, dried himself, and stepped out wearing shorts and a t-shirt. The moment he pushed open the bedroom door, Lu Yuan froze at the sight before him. Qiu Yuan had changed into a lace nightgown at some point. The fabric was so sheer it was almost transparent. She wore nothing underneath. Her figure was stunning by any standard. Clad in such thin nightwear with no undergarments, her graceful curves and fair skin created an overwhelming visual impact. Most of all, Qiu Yuan knelt halfway on the floor, resembling a docile kitten waiting for her master's affection. Lu Yuan stepped closer, and Qiu Yuan lifted her head. A hazy glow settled over her exquisite, beautiful face. "Where did you get this dress?" Lu Yuan asked after studying her carefully. "I found it in that room earlier. I thought it might come in handy, so I brought it back." Qiu Yuan's eyes glistened. "Do you like it?" Lu Yuan's gaze burned with desire, a smile curling his lips. Mature women certainly knew how to captivate a man. He tilted her chin upward, his grin widening. "I like it very much." The next second, Lu Yuan leaned down and kissed her. Their lips met. Before long, they became tangled in a passionate embrace. Meanwhile, at the far end of the corridor on the 21st floor, the atmosphere inside room 201 could not have been more different. The group trudged back inside. Everyone collapsed onto sofas, carpets, and corners. No one spoke. A suffocating low pressure hung in the air. Suwon plopped onto the floor, leaning against the sofa leg. She clutched the half bottle of mineral water she had picked up on the 18th floor, staring at it without twisting open the cap. Tang Shi, still stinging from the slap, curled up in the corner with her knees drawn to her chest, red-eyed and lost in thought. Qin Yi leaned her head back against the sofa and stared at the ceiling, drained of all energy. The others were in much the same state. Some stared blankly at the ground. Others clutched ration biscuits they had found, but could not bring themselves to unwrap. The supplies they had hauled lay scattered by the door, less than 1/5 of what they had enjoyed at their candlelit dinner the night before. Reality had shattered all fantasies. No one voiced it, yet the same thought weighed on every mind. Would they truly survive? The question hung in their heads like a thin shard of ice. It was the 7th day since the end times descended. No planes, no rescue teams, no broadcasts, no mobile signal. Trapped inside this building, they bickered over single packs of ration biscuits. Qiu Yuan had left them. Since siding with Lu Yuan, she ate well and stayed warm, able to enjoy as many self-heating hot pots as she wished. Meanwhile, they sat on cold floors gnawing dry ration biscuits. The carefree sisterhood atmosphere faded from every face, revealing the truth beneath. Panic, confusion, helplessness. It finally sank in. Rescue might never arrive. They might never be saved. They needed to focus on one thing, staying alive. Fang Yaqi sat on the sofa, clearly sensing this shift. She scanned every face in the room, her heart sinking. She stood, clapped her hands, and raised her voice. Don't lose hope, everyone. All eyes turned toward her. We failed this time, but one setback means nothing. Fang Yaqi spread her arms wide. She posed as if standing center stage waiting for applause. As long as we sisters stand united, we can overcome any hardship. Lu Yuan is just one man, and he managed to survive. How could the 17 of us sisters possibly fail? She took a step forward and went on. Every single one of us girls is our own leading lady. As long as we hold fast to that belief, we will definitely stay alive inside this building. Her words rang out powerfully, brimming with emotion. Suwon's eyes lit up and she sniffled. Tangshi lifted her head from the corner. Several women exchanged glances. The panic that had just begun to creep over them eased slightly after hearing her speech. Seeing it was working, Fang Yaqi's lips tugged upward into a faint smile, and she added another line. Stay calm, everyone. Everything is still under control. We were simply unprepared today. Tomorrow we will turn things around. Yet she did not say a single word about exactly how they would turn things around, what plans they had for the next day, or who would carry out any tasks. Even so, those words were enough for some of the women. Many of the young women craved this empty emotional reassurance, clinging to fantasies of a brighter future. No one knew how to put any of it into practice. Only a handful watched on with flickering eyes, refusing to get swept up in the excitement. Gulan sat in the corner, gnawing on compressed biscuits. She watched the group reinvigorated by Fang Yaqi's words, her thoughts hidden away. Zhang Bing stood leaning against the wall, sweeping her gaze over everyone with a blank expression, saying nothing. The night passed like this. The next morning, the sky remained perpetually dark. One by one, the women inside the room woke up. None of them had slept well. Most had tossed and turned through the night in a half-slumber, their stomachs growling relentlessly. Zhang Bing stood beside the pile of supplies, handing out breakfast portions. 1 block of compressed biscuits for each person. A small half-cup of water apiece. We're eating this again. Suwon took the rock-hard biscuit and stared at it, unable to hide her disgust. Why is it always this stuff? It has no flavor at all. Chewing it feels like gnawing on wall plaster. I agree. Tangshi frowned. Where are the instant noodles? Weren't there still some left? Let's boil them. I want something warm to eat too. I've had these compressed biscuits so many times my throat is rebelling. Complaints erupted one after another, like a crowd of hungry children throwing tantrums. Zhang Bing broke off a piece of biscuit for herself, popped it into her mouth, chewed and swallowed it. Her tone was as flat as if she were delivering a work report. We're saving the instant noodles for when we head out at noon. Moving outside burns plenty of energy, and we need extra calories then. While we stay indoors, compressed biscuits will suffice. She did not speak much, but her tone left little room for argument. Zhang Bing rarely smiled on ordinary days. Though the women resented her words, none dared talk back to her face. Suwon pouted and took a sulky bite of the biscuit. There was a sharp crunch. After a couple of chews, her frown deepened. It tasted awful, dry and bland, scraping her throat as she swallowed. Before the apocalypse, she would never have touched such food. Even her weight loss meals tasted better. Now, ravenous as she was, she had no choice but to force it down bite by bite. Putting everything else aside, Suwon mumbled mid-chew. I want steak, red wine, giant lobster. Her words acted like a fuse, instantly stoking everyone's cravings. Stop talking. You're only making me hungrier. Back home, my maid would pan-fry steak and serve it to me. I never even set foot in the kitchen. I miss lobster too, garlic steamed, or baked with cheese. The aroma was incredible. Does anyone remember that French restaurant we went to before everything fell apart? Their foie gras was perfect. Ugh, don't keep going, I'm practically drooling. The more they talked, the hungrier they grew. As they chewed their compressed biscuits, their minds filled with images of steak, wine, lobster, and foie gras. Before the apocalypse, these foods were ordinary luxuries to them. They would even grow tired of eating them. Now, they would eat a bowl of hot pork knuckle rice with tears in their eyes if it were set before them. But reality was unforgiving. All they had in front of them were rock-hard biscuits and half a cup of cold water. Hey, someone suddenly spoke up. Where's Moo Moo? Has anyone seen her? The question stunned everyone. They quickly glanced around the room. She was not on the sofa, not in the corner. The bathroom door stood open, empty. Su Mumu, that sweet, lovely girl in her early 20s, as beautiful as a character straight out of a comic book. She rarely spoke within the group, quietly staying tucked away in corners, easy to overlook, but her sweet face was unforgettable. More importantly, she had been one of the 3 women who opposed forcing Lu Yuan out of the group. And now she was gone. Could she be in the bathroom? No, the door's open. It's empty. She was here last night. I'm sure she slept over by the sofa. No one saw her when we woke up this morning. The women exchanged uneasy looks, a terrible premonition settling deeper in their hearts. Gulan sat in the corner, still holding her unfinished compressed biscuit. She lifted her head when she heard Su Mumu's name. The girl's sweet oval face appeared in her thoughts, the quiet figure always huddled silently in the corner. She is far smarter than any of you realize. The thought crossed Gulan's mind. Su Mumu had not raised her hand during the vote. She had not uttered a word when Lu Yuan left. While everyone partied and celebrated last night, she must have already made her choice. Gulan took another crunching bite of biscuit and chewed slowly. That quiet little girl slipped away faster than anyone expected. Elsewhere, inside Lu Yuan's apartment, the clanging of weight plates echoed repeatedly from the home gym, steady and rhythmic. Lu Yuan finished his final set of bench press, racked the barbell, and sat up to catch his breath. He had already completed his daily check-in. The moment he woke this morning, he claimed his reward. The loot displayed on his system panel was excellent. It included something extremely valuable. First among the supplies was an S-rank mystical water tank. Mystical Water Tank S. Once connected to piping, it provides an endless supply of water. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up when he read its effect. An endless water source was arguably the most vital resource in the apocalypse. He did have stored water inside the apartment, but the reserves were far from sufficient. Now that he possessed the mystical water tank, he would never have to worry about water shortages again. The attribute point rewarded this time was not stamina, but strength. A warm surge spread from his chest to every limb after he allocated the point. He clenched his fist while still lying in bed, immediately noticing a clear difference in his grip strength. He had tested it during bench presses just now. His previous limit sat just above 120 kilograms, yet he could push 140 kilograms without hitting his ceiling. Though it was only a 20-kilogram increase, such progress marked a noticeable leap for a human body. If he kept earning attribute points day after day, his physique would grow stronger, far surpassing ordinary human limits. The new ability unlocked today was night vision. It allowed him to distinguish the outlines of objects in complete darkness. He had walked into the gym without switching on a light a short while ago. The room was pitch black, yet the dumbbell rack, cable machine, and steel pipe in the corner all appeared in clear shades of gray, visible enough to navigate. Inside this perpetually shadowed high-rise building, this skill was more useful than any weapon. Not bad at all. After finishing his workout, Lu Yuan headed for a shower. He walked into the bedroom and installed the mystical water tank following the system's instructions. Once connected, water quickly circulated through all plumbing in the apartment. From now on, Lu Yuan would no longer ration water, even for bathing. He could take a proper, satisfying shower. After washing, he dried his neck and chest with a towel, changed into a dry t-shirt, and stepped out of the bathroom. Sounds drifted over from the kitchen. Qiu Yuan was cooking. She knelt in the kitchen corner beside a shallow basin, holding water used to wash vegetables. A few stray leaf fragments floated on the surface. Carefully, slowly, she poured the gray water into another bucket, moving with extreme caution so not a single drop spilled. 2 empty bottles sat nearby, waiting to be filled with the vegetable wash water to flush the toilet later. Lu Yuan walked in from the living room and witnessed the scene. Water was an extremely precious resource in the apocalypse. That explained why Qiu Yuan saved every drop. But those days were over. He leaned against the doorframe and watched her for a moment before stepping forward and gently wrapping his arms around her waist from behind. Qiu Yuan's movements paused at his embrace, yet she soon resumed pouring the water, a faint smile tugging at her lips. "What is it?" Sympathy colored Lu Yuan's voice. You don't need to save water so strictly anymore. She stopped what she was doing and turned her head to look at him. Why? Our water is almost gone. If we don't conserve, how will we survive later? She spoke earnestly, long accustomed to rationing every single drop. She had even made plans in her head. If they ran out of recycled kitchen water, she might have to venture outside to collect mist. Though Qiao Yuan was a wealthy socialite worth hundreds of millions, she was also a diligent, practical woman. Lu Yuan smiled, released her, and walked over to the kitchen counter. He reached out and twisted open the tap. Clatter. Clear running water gushed out. The flow was not massive, yet steady and constant. The sound of water striking the sink echoed clearly in the quiet kitchen. Qiao Yuan stayed kneeling where she was, her mouth falling slightly open, astonishment shining in her beautiful eyes. She stared at the endless stream as if witnessing an impossible miracle. In the past, she collected water drop by drop using small bowls, rushing to catch any stray splashes with her hands. Now, water could flow freely like this. Instinctively, she stretched her hand under the stream. The icy cool touch against her fingertips confirmed it was real. She had never enjoyed such a steady flow of water since the apocalypse began. How is this possible? She stood quickly, hurrying to the sink. She glanced at the running tap, then turned back toward Lu Yuan. What did you do? Lu Yuan twisted the tap shut. The stream dwindled and stopped. Leaning casually against the counter, he answered, I managed to connect to the building's water pipes. The storage tank on the roof hasn't dried out completely. I set up a simple diversion. We'll have usable water for quite some time now. He made it sound effortless, as if he had merely fixed a leaky faucet. But Qiao Yuan was sharp-witted. She knew things could not be that simple. Power across the entire building was dead, and the water supply system had collapsed long ago. To channel water down from the roof required navigating countless pipes, valves and pumping stations while maintaining stable pressure and preventing leaks. She knew nothing about plumbing, yet she could imagine how complicated the task must be. And Lu Yuan had pulled it off silently on his own. She looked at him, choosing not to press for details. She had long suspected Lu Yuan harbored secrets she could not comprehend. As long as the outcome was good, as long as their safe house had food and water to sustain them, she did not need to know everything. There was only one truth she needed to hold on to. Sticking with him was the right choice. Qiao Yuan suddenly rushed forward and threw herself into his arms, unmasked admiration glowing on her lovely face. You are incredible. Her charge was sudden and forceful. Lu Yuan stepped backward half a pace to steady himself. Holding Qiao Yuan's soft, graceful figure in his arms, a powerful sense of accomplishment welled up inside him. The mystical water tank was only the first step. With his system, he could gradually turn this refuge into a genuine fortress. Unlimited water, unlimited electricity, unlimited energy, perhaps all within reach. For now, he would lie low, complete his daily check-in, and take things slow, transforming this apartment bit by bit into the safest haven in the apocalypse. The scent of cooked food drifted through the living room. Qiao Yuan laid chopsticks and bowls out on the low tea table. The portable gas stove was switched off. She had transferred food into 2 plates, one with diced ham stir-fried with dried scallops garnished with chopped green onions, glistening with oil, the other a soup made from instant rice noodles, topped with luncheon meat slices and green vegetables. Everything was assembled from instant food and canned goods, yet her cooking made it look genuinely appetizing. Qiao Yuan was quite a skilled cook. Lu Yuan walked over and sat down. He picked up his bowl, took a mouthful of ham and scallops and chewed. Savory flavors spread across his tongue, blended with the distinct seafood aroma of dried scallops, a rare delicacy in this bleak post-apocalyptic world. Qiao Yuan sat opposite him and began eating as well. Halfway through her meal, she set down her chopsticks, her expression turning grave. Have you noticed the black fog in the corridor growing thicker since this morning? Lu Yuan chewed his rice noodles and murmured an hum. I stepped out to check earlier. Qiao Yuan frowned. There was barely any fog on our floor before, but now it's nearly as dense as on the 17th floor. I fear something terrible is going to happen. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow, swallowed his food, set down his chopsticks, and stood up. I'm going to take a look. He walked to the entrance and peered through the peephole. The fog in the corridor was far thicker than yesterday. Gray-black mist hung suspended in the air, blurring the outline of the opposite wall, matching the density seen on the 17th floor. After observing for a moment, he returned to the dining table and sat back down. We've seen conditions like this before. He picked up another mouthful of food and spoke casually. On the 3rd day, the 21st floor was completely flooded with black fog, far denser than it is now, as if submerged in ink. Everyone panicked back then, convinced we were doomed. But the fog receded not long afterward. Qiu Yuan had not joined him yet at that time. She had been hiding alone, unaware of the shift. It retreated? Yes. Lu Yuan nodded. My guess is this sudden surge of fog differs from the slow, creeping kind. The abrupt surges sometimes pull back, rolling in and out like tides. We do not know the exact cause, but we need not panic over it. What we should truly watch out for is the fog that creeps upward slowly. It builds thicker and thicker and never fades away. Qiu Yuan exhaled in partial relief, though her brows remained knit tight. It's already reached the 18th floor. It will climb to the 21st before long. When that happens, her voice trailed off. She rested her chopsticks on the rim of her bowl, gaze dropping as she pondered the uncertain future. Where would they go once the fog covered this floor? The rooftop? The terrace? Then what? Lu Yuan watched her worried expression. He finished the rice noodles in his bowl, set down his utensils, and spoke in a calmer tone. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. There's always a way forward. No use overthinking it. Qiu Yuan lifted her eyes and met his unhurried, steady gaze. Some of her inner unease subsided. She thought it over and realized he was right. Worrying achieved nothing for the time being. They would deal with the fog if it arrived. Anxiousness would not change anything. Besides, as long as Lu Yuan was here, everything would work out. She picked her bowl back up and took another mouthful. She had barely finished eating and not yet cleared the table when rapid knocking suddenly echoed at the door. Thud, thud, thud. Thud, thud, thud. The tension spiked instantly. Lu Yuan's chopsticks froze mid-air, and his hand instinctively reached for the fire axe leaning against the sofa. Qiu Yuan set down her bowl as well, grabbed the baseball bat from the corner, and held her breath. They exchanged a glance, neither uttering a word. Silence hung heavy in the room for 2 or 3 seconds. A second round of knocks echoed through the door. Then a voice drifted through the crack, soft and thin, tinged with faint panting. Sister Qiu Yuan, Brother Lu Yuan. It's me, Su Mumu. Su Mumu. An image surfaced immediately in Lu Yuan's mind. A sweet face, eyes curved like crescent moons when she smiled, her voice soft as melted candy. He remembered Su Mumu. When they retreated upward from the first floor, she had twisted her ankle and nearly fallen. He had reached back and pulled her to safety. After steadying herself, she had looked up at him and said, "Thank you, brother," her tone sweet and gentle, eyes forming 2 bright crescents. After that, every time he passed by while hauling supplies, she would murmur, "Thank you, brother," or "You've worked hard, brother." Her voice was quiet, yet pleasant to hear. Lu Yuan had taken note of her back then. She stood out not only for her agreeable manner, but also her background. Word had it that her family ran a sizable medical equipment business. She traveled in an Alpha van, a genuine wealthy young heiress. Before the end of the world, she had ranked high in campus beauty polls and boasted a large following on Zaihongshu, a privileged young woman bathed in admiration. In the old world, Lu Yuan would only have dared to admire someone like her from afar. But now, amid the apocalypse, all her former glory meant nothing. She was merely another beautiful young woman struggling to survive. Still, Lu Yuan clearly recalled the vote initiated by Fang Yaqi. Su Mumu had not raised her hand. She had crouched quietly in the corner, silent, neither voting nor speaking. That alone made Lu Yuan think far better of her than the others. Lu Yuan glanced toward Qiu Yuan. Qiu Yuan thought for a moment and lowered her voice. Mumu is a good person. She's nothing like Fang Yaqi or Su Wan. What's more, she's a medical student from Shanghai University. Lu Yuan nodded. Medical expertise was a desperately needed skill. He walked to the door and peered through the peephole. Thick black fog filled the corridor, yet he could make out a slender figure standing outside. She wore a jaw-length bob and an off-white coat, clutching a canvas bag in one hand. She reached up to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. Her cheeks showed no streaks of tears, yet her frame trembled slightly. Lu Yuan stepped back and nodded at Qiu Yuan. Qiu Yuan stepped forward. Mumu, is that you? Are you alone? Yes, the sweet voice came from outside. I slipped out without them noticing. I even closed the door quietly when I left. Qiu Yuan asked several private questions known only to the two of them. Su Mumu answered each one quickly and accurately, even volunteering extra details. Once her identity was confirmed, Lu Yuan slid back the steel bars and unlocked the deadbolts one by one, then pulled open the door. Su Mumu hurried inside. She was undeniably stunning. Even without makeup and dressed in plain outerwear, her beauty still shone brightly. Back with the other women, she had always kept to herself, huddled in the corner, her presence overshadowed by loud personalities like Su Wan and Tang Shi. Standing before Lu Yuan now, Her face was so lovely it was hard to look away. A gentle, sweet smile lingered on her features, oddly soothing to behold. Sister Qiu Yuan, Brother Lu Yuan, thank you for taking me in. Qiu Yuan gestured for her to sit and moved the bowls aside. How did you get here? Did you run into any trouble along the way? Su Mumu set down her canvas bag and sat upright, her tone soft. I've been trying to slip away since this morning. I couldn't stand staying there any longer. They aren't easy to get along with. Nothing compares to Brother Lu Yuan. As she said the last line, she lifted her gaze to meet his. Her curved eyes sparkled with undisguised admiration, like a lost child who had finally found someone dependable. Lu Yuan met her stare. He said nothing, but the corners of his mouth twitched faintly. The girl was lovely to look at and spoke gently, offering just the right amount of warmth, not overbearing, just comforting. Qiu Yuan was about to reply when she suddenly frowned. This morning? What time is it now? Lu Yuan checked his phone. Almost 11. 11? Su Mumu stared in surprise, eyes widening. I left at 6. She had set off at 6 and only arrived at nearly 11. For full hours. Su Mumu had wandered the corridors for 4 hours. The walk from Unit 201 to Lu Yuan's safe house took barely 3 minutes. Even with heavy fog and slow progress, 10 minutes would have been the absolute limit. Lu Yuan set down his phone. Tell me exactly what happened on the way. Su Mumu's sweet smile faded as memories surfaced, replaced by a trace of fear. I left my room and headed straight here. But the fog grew thicker and thicker. Before I knew it, I lost my bearings, my mind growing fuzzy. The corridor seemed to stretch on endlessly, no matter how far I walked. Later, I met an elderly woman. She said she'd come up from the lower floors. I asked if she knew where you lived, and she pointed me in the right direction. I followed her directions and eventually reached this door. An elderly woman? Lu Yuan pressed. What did she look like? What was she wearing? Su Mumu tilted her head to recall. She wore gray clothing, with gray hair and deeply wrinkled skin. She spoke slowly, but I could understand every word. She paused, seeming to realize how strange it sounded, her voice softening. Thinking back, if the fog is this thick, how could an elderly woman be wandering the corridors alone? I didn't stop to question it then. I was only focused on finding this place. Lu Yuan and Qiu Yuan shared a glance. They had long suspected the black fog disoriented people, but now Su Mumu's journey proved it. The gray mist did more than block sight, it warped perception. Without the old woman's guidance, Su Mumu might have become lost forever within the haze. As for the elderly woman, was she human, or something else entirely? If she was a monster, why had she guided Su Mumu instead of attacking her? Lu Yuan asked a few more follow-up questions. Su Mumu answered what she could, yet her recollections remained hazy, unable to offer further details. Eventually, she shook her head helplessly, repeating that she could not remember more. Just then, Su Mumu's stomach rumbled loudly. Growl. The sound was quiet, yet strikingly clear in the silent room. A faint blush rose on Su Mumu's cheeks. Her gaze drifted toward the leftover food still on the table. A small bowl held the remnants of stir-fried scallops and diced ham, now cold. Beside it sat half a bowl of leftover rice, extra from Qiu Yuan's morning meal. Su Mumu stared at the leftovers, hesitating. She then lifted her head and looked cautiously at Lu Yuan. Brother Lu Yuan, may I eat these leftovers? There's no need to heat them up for me. This will be fine. Her voice was small, her bright eyes filled with nervous anticipation, as if fearing rejection. She knew perfectly well that food was precious in the apocalypse. Leftovers were far better than nothing. It beat the hard ration biscuits they had eaten back in Unit 201 by a wide margin. She was already fortunate that Lu Yuan had agreed to shelter her. She had no right to make demands. Qiu Yuan glanced at Lu Yuan, who gave a nod. Qiu Yuan smiled. Don't eat cold leftovers. I'll heat up a self-heating rice pack for you. No, please don't bother. Su Mumu waved her hands earnestly. Truly, Brother Lu Yuan, this food is perfectly edible. Times being what they are, I won't be picky. We can't afford to waste food. She picked up the small bowl of leftovers, took her chopsticks, and popped a mouthful of cold ham into her mouth. She chewed and swallowed, a look of genuine satisfaction spreading across her face. She scooped up cold rice and ate carefully, as though enjoying a feast. Qiu Yuan stood frozen, holding the self-heating rice container, watching the scene unfold. Lu Yuan also observed Su Mumu, the former heiress chauffeured in an Alpha van, campus internet celebrity admired by countless suitors, now seated beneath a camping lamp, eating cold leftover rice with relish. A grain of rice clung unnoticed to the corner of her lips. Lu Yuan's thoughts drifted. Before the catastrophe, Su Mumu had been an admired beauty, her line of suitors seemingly endless. Now, a simple bowl of leftovers brought her such obvious joy, as though she had stumbled upon a great treasure. Circumstances could reshape a person completely. At the same time, his opinion of Su Mumu grew more favorable. She was not pretentious or entitled. She knew when to lower her expectations and did not shrink from eating leftovers. People like her stood a far better chance of surviving the apocalypse than those who clung to the belief that wealthy young ladies should never endure hardship. Elsewhere, inside Unit 201, the atmosphere felt even heavier than the day before. She ran away? She's really gone. Su-won perched on the arm of the sofa, her expression dark. Su-mumu? That quiet, sweet girl? She slipped off without a single word. I saw her sitting in the corner this morning, Tang Shi recalled. After that, no one kept an eye on her. None of us knew when she left. She didn't even bother to say goodbye before leaving. Always seemed so docile. Who knew she was so scheming? Another woman rolled her eyes. Humph. Obviously she went over there to curry favor, Su-won sneered. Just to get more food. She threw away all her pride. She used to be the campus beauty at Shanghai University, swarmed by admirers, Tang Shi said sourly. Now she's rushing to seek shelter with a security guard. If her old suitors saw this, their whole worldview would crumble. What's so special about being a campus beauty? Su-won curled her lip. Now she's just someone who'd run off to a man for a few scraps of food. I always said Xiao Yuan was that sort, and Su Mumu isn't any different. They put on an air of being high-minded, but deep down. Her sentence trailed off. She struggled to find the right insult. She wanted to call Su Mumu shameless, yet the girl had never wronged anyone and always spoken politely. Still, resentment simmered inside her. Why did Su Mumu get to leave? The thought of Su Mumu living comfortably at Lu Yuan's place gnawed at her. A brief silence fell over the room. The women exchanged looks, each wearing a complicated expression. No one admitted it aloud, yet bitter jealousy hung thick in the air. Zhang Bing had stood near the door, silently gnawing a ration biscuit. She swallowed the last bite and spoke up. The fog is extremely heavy today. No one goes outside. We rest for the day. Her words brought quiet relief to everyone present. Staying indoors meant no trips down to the 18th floor, no climbing stairs, no hauling supplies. Though unspoken, none of them wanted to venture out into such dangerous weather. No one bothered to wonder why the fog had suddenly thickened or what threats it might carry. They only cared about their own comfort. Zhang Bing added another remark. Save the instant noodles for later. Stick to ration biscuits for now. Her comment sparked immediate uproar. Why? We need more energy, even if we don't go out. The biscuits leave my throat parched. I can't keep eating them. I want instant noodles. Protests erupted like haggling vendors in a market. Su-won led the complaints. Tang Shi nodded in agreement, and even Qin Yi frowned, thinking Zhang Bing's rules were too strict. Zhang Bing stood with her arms folded, waiting for the shouting to die down before speaking calmly. We have very few instant noodles left. We need to ration them carefully. If we eat them now, we'll have nothing to fall back on later. She swept her gaze slowly across every protesting woman. There was no overt threat, yet everyone she met fell silent. Su-won opened her mouth to argue, but she held her tongue. She slumped back onto the sofa, broke her biscuit into small pieces, and chewed slowly, her jaw tensed. Quiet returned to the room, broken only by the crunch of hard biscuits. Everyone stared blankly as they chewed, as if biting into rubber soles. Then a scent drifted through the air. It was not a strong cooked aroma, but a savory, spicy blend of chili oil and seasonings, spreading slowly through the silence. Everyone stopped chewing and turned toward the smell. Gulan sat in the far corner, holding an open, transparent takeout container filled with spicy hot pot broth recovered from the 18th floor the previous day. A thin layer of congealed fat and chopped green onions floated atop the chili oil. When she stirred it, the grease melted again. She broke her ration biscuit into chunks, dipped them in the oily broth, and ate steadily, a sheen of oil glistening at the corner of her mouth. Silence stretched for several seconds, all eyes fixed on her container. The day before, they had collectively rejected the broth. Knowing Lu Yuan had eaten from it, none had been willing to touch it, preferring hunger. When Gulan stowed it away, Tang Shi had mocked her for lowering herself for food. Now, as the spicy aroma washed over them, the disgust they had felt seemed to fade away. Lin Mushuang, seated close to Gulan, stood up after a moment's hesitation. She carried her half-eaten biscuit and walked over. Sister Lan, can I dip a little? Just a small bite. Gulan looked up at her, said nothing, and pushed the container toward her. Lin Mushuang looked as though she had received a precious gift. She carefully broke off a piece of biscuit, dipped it deep in the chili oil, coated it with rich sauce, and took a bite. She froze mid-chew. The long-forgotten savory spice burst across her tongue. The richness of oil and aroma of spices chased away the dull dryness of the ration biscuit. She swallowed hard and dipped another, larger piece. It tasted incredible. Qin Yi stood next, followed by more women. Soon 7 or 8 people crowded around Gulan, some standing, some squatting, dipping their biscuits into the cold broth. A few even soaked entire chunks of biscuit in the oil, eating with expressions of pure delight, as if enjoying a lavish feast. Gulan sat at the center, her container surrounded by the crowd. She said nothing and did not complain about the throng, quietly holding the bowl. She watched the former wealthy heiresses and online influencers crowd around it, like starving children fighting over a single pot. All of them savored every mouthful. The scene was bitterly ironic. Fang Yaqi sat on the sofa watching, her lips pressed tight, her expression conflicted. She clutched half a ration biscuit in her hand, yet could not bring herself to walk over. She remained seated, observing the huddle of women eating together. She did not join them, yet she did not take another bite of her biscuit for a very long time. Back at Lu Yuan's safe house, the meal finished and dishes cleared away. The three of them sat in the living room for a while. Dim reddish daylight seeped through the curtains, casting a gray haze. The faint metallic tang in the air grew stronger, noticeable even with the doors and windows sealed shut. Qiu Yuan yawned, eyes watering from exhaustion. She was clearly worn out. The fog's too heavy to head out today. Lu Yuan glanced toward the corridor. The black mist was impossibly dense. Through the peephole, he could barely make out the shadow of the opposite wall. Qiu Yuan nodded in agreement. Su Mumu sat neatly on a folding chair, hands resting on her knees, quietly observing. We should rest. Lu Yuan stood up. There's nothing to do right now. Conserving our strength is the best plan. Qiu Yuan smiled, understanding his meaning. She stretched her neck. Mumu and I will share one room. You can take the master bedroom alone. Lu Yuan raised no objections. He and Qiu Yuan had expended a great deal of energy over the past few days. While he could endure it, Qiu Yuan's stamina was clearly depleted and she needed proper rest. With Su Mumu around now, Qiu Yuan and Lu Yuan could no longer act as recklessly as they once did. All right, Lu Yuan said. I'll take the master bedroom. You two can use the secondary bedroom. Blankets are in the cabinet. Help yourselves. Qiu Yuan led Su Mumu into the secondary bedroom. The pair rustled about, making the bed, exchanging quiet words now and then. Sister Qiu Yuan, how long have you stayed with brother Lu Yuan? Not very long. How does he treat you usually? Pretty well. He always gives me food first. Are you worn out? Maybe we should turn in early tonight. From outside, Lu Yuan overheard their conversation. He thought Su Mumu's question strayed beyond casual small talk, but he did not dwell on it. He turned, walked into the master bedroom, closed the door, and lay down. The mattress in the master bedroom was firmer than the one next door. The quilt still carried Qiu Yuan's faint scent. He closed his eyes. Soft laughter drifted over from the adjacent room, and he slowly relaxed, weariness washing over him. Inside the secondary bedroom, Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu lay side by side on the same bed. Su Mumu rambled on about trivial things, shifting topics from food to Lu Yuan, then to the black fog outside. Her voice grew softer and quieter. Qiu Yuan was already exhausted. Drowsiness wrapped around her, and soon her breathing became slow and steady. Su Mumu lay on her side amid the dim crimson glow, staying perfectly still. She listened carefully to Qiu Yuan's breathing. Once she confirmed the other woman was sound asleep, she gently pulled her arm free from under the covers and slowly sat upright. Qiu Yuan turned over, mumbled something indistinct, and slipped back into deep slumber. Su Mumu paused. She waited until Qiu Yuan's breathing steadied again before quietly climbing out of bed. Barefoot, she stepped across the floor without making a sound. Her canvas bag rested beside the bed. She knelt down, unzipped it, and pulled out a neatly folded set of clothes from the bottom. A blue and white sailor-style JK uniform with a pleated skirt, and brand new white thigh-high stockings. She had brought this along on purpose. She quickly and silently changed out of her pajamas, as if she had rehearsed the movement countless times. The blue and white sailor top fit neatly, its bow tie fastened perfectly. The skirt fell midway down her thighs, and the white stockings stretched from her ankles to above her knees. Standing barefoot on the floor with loose, slightly inward curling hair, her delicate features looked even more striking. After changing, Su Mumu glanced at her reflection in the mirror. Her sweet face, pure uniform, and the gentle curves of her legs framed by white stockings made her look exactly like the gentle schoolgirl straight out of a comic. This was her most carefully prepared look. Thinking about what she intended to do next, she took a deep breath, her heart filled with nervous anticipation. Eventually, she bit her lip, steeling her resolve. She carefully pushed open the secondary bedroom door and padded silently down the hallway on bare feet. She stopped outside the master bedroom door. She raised a hand and tapped lightly twice. Tap, tap. A short silence followed inside. Then Lu Yuan's sleepy voice came out. "Who's there?" Su Mumu softened her voice, a faint tremor running through her tone. "Brother Lu Yuan, it's me." 2 seconds of silence passed within the room. Then the door swung open from the inside. Possessing night vision, Lu Yuan clearly saw Su Mumu standing there. She stood barefoot on the floor, toes curled slightly, like a kitten hesitating to cross the threshold. Clad in the JK uniform, with her beautiful, sweet features, the famed campus belle of Magic City stood before him once more. Lu Yuan studied her for 2 seconds, seeming to guess her purpose. He stepped sideways to clear the doorway. "Come in and talk." Once inside the master bedroom, Su Mumu halted in the middle of the room, her slender fingers twisting the hem of her pleated skirt. She kept her head lowered, overcome with shyness and anxiety. Lu Yuan watched her for a moment before speaking. "Why have you come over so late at night?" Su Mumu clutched the skirt tighter. She remained quiet for several seconds, seemingly weighing her question over and over in her mind. Then she lifted her head. Bright glimmers shimmered in her curved eyes, and her voice was barely audible. "Brother Lu Yuan, do you like me?" The instant the words left her mouth, crimson flushed across her cheeks, spreading from her earlobes down her neck. Her whole face burned hot. She stood there, waiting for his reply. This was the first time in her life she had asked someone such a question. In the past, she was always the one receiving confessions. As Magic City University's campus belle, she had endless suitors and was an online goddess admired by countless people. Everyone doted on her. Talented young men, wealthy heirs, rising entrepreneurs, all kinds of outstanding men spared no effort to win her over. She never needed to ask if anyone liked her. She only had to nod at whoever she deemed worthy. Things were different now. Here she stood inside a former security guard's bedroom, wearing the JK uniform she had secretly prepared, barefoot, head bowed, like a young girl awaiting judgment as she asked whether he cared for her. Lu Yuan looked her over from head to toe. From her exquisite face and fair neck to the well-fitted sailor uniform, the white stocked legs and bare ankles. He could not deny how beautiful Su Mumu was. Her looks would draw stares anywhere. On top of that, she had a lovely, well-proportioned figure, her form subtly accentuated beneath the school uniform. Any ordinary man would be stirred by such a stunning young woman, standing before him, openly seeking his affection. But Lu Yuan did not answer right away. He thought for a moment and asked, "Why ask this?" Su Mumu met his gaze, earnestness surfacing beneath her usual gentle demeanor. "Because I want to stay by your side." Lu Yuan blinked in surprise. "I already said you can stay with our group." "That's not the kind of staying I mean." Su Mumu shook her head. Her voice was quiet yet firm. "I want to truly stay, right beside you, brother Lu Yuan." As she spoke, she held his eyes, determined in a way that clashed with her earlier timid manner. Lu Yuan understood her meaning clearly. She was not talking about residing in this safe house or remaining part of their team. She wanted to belong solely to him, offering herself entirely. He stared at the girl in the sailor uniform, white stockings wrapping her legs, looking like a character pulled straight from manga. A tangled rush of emotions stirred within him. If Qiu Yuan, the mature, charming woman, had come to him like this, he would have accepted naturally, a mutual agreement between adults, each gaining something they needed. Su Mumu was another matter entirely. She was a doctor, young, sweet, pure as uncarved jade. He felt protective toward her. He hated the idea of her surrendering everything merely to survive this harsh world. Lu Yuan fell silent for 2 beats. "We need your medical skills to survive the end times." "You don't have to." Before he could finish, Su Mumu stepped forward abruptly and threw herself into his arms. She hugged him tightly, looping her arms around his waist and pressing her cheek against his chest like a small creature seeking warmth after a long struggle. Through the thin fabric of their clothes, Lu Yuan could feel her heart pounding. Rapidly. "No." Her voice came muffled against his torso, soft and tender. "There are many other doctors, but I want to be the one who matters most to you." Her hold tightened as she spoke, as though fearing he would push her away. Lu Yuan looked down at the slight figure in his embrace, quiet for a time. Then he lifted his arms and wrapped them around her. She felt incredibly soft in his grasp. Her frame was delicate and youthful, entirely unlike Qiu Yuan's mature fullness. There was a lithe freshness to Su Mumu, reminiscent of new willow shoots budding in spring. Even through clothing, he could feel the smoothness of her skin. He found himself drawing her closer instinctively. Are you absolutely certain? He asked, pulling her nearer. Su Mumu lifted her head from his chest. Crimson still stained her features, and her expression was sincere. She blinked her beautiful large eyes and gave a small nod. I'm sure. No more hesitation lingered in Lu Yuan's mind. He leaned down and kissed her. The moment their lips touched, a strange feeling washed over him. Her lips were nothing like Qiu Yuan's. Qiu Yuan's kisses carried the warm acceptance of a grown woman. Su Mumu's lips were soft and thin, with a faint sweet freshness, akin to biting into ripe young peach flesh. It was obvious she had never kissed anyone before. Her lips grew stiff against his. She did not know how to move or regulate her breathing, drawing short, shallow gasps. Lu Yuan guided her gently, parting her lips slowly and setting a steady rhythm. She tried to follow his lead, clumsy yet earnest, like a fledgling learning to fly. They kissed for a long while. Su Mumu's rapid breathing gradually steadied. Her rigid body relaxed little by little, until she leaned limply against him. After roughly 10 minutes, Lu Yuan slowly pulled away. Su Mumu looked up. Her face burned red, her lips slightly swollen. A hazy sheen clouded her eyes, as if she had not fully returned to her senses. She met Lu Yuan's gaze and sensed the warmth in his stare, aware that they were about to grow far closer. Her voice trembled faintly. Brother Lu Yuan, this is my first time. Please be gentle with me. Once the words left her, she seemed to exhaust every ounce of courage. She buried her face deep into his chest, the tips of her ears flaming scarlet. Lu Yuan held the young girl tucked against him and stroked her silky hair. Magic City's campus belle, admired goddess, untouchable heiress, Su Mumu, bearing all those titles, now huddled in his embrace, ears burning, trembling slightly, afraid to breathe too loudly. Few could resist such a sight. Heat stirred inside Lu Yuan. Without another word, he gently guided Su Mumu onto the bed. Are you scared? I'm not. Some time later. In the secondary bedroom, Qiu Yuan stirred slowly as consciousness dragged her out of sleep. She opened her eyes. The room was dim. The crimson twilight seeping through the curtain cracks had darkened further since bedtime. Dusk was likely approaching. She shifted her body, heavy weariness still clinging to her limbs. She stared flat at the ceiling and let out a long breath. Thoughts drifted involuntarily to recent days. Lu Yuan possessed astonishing stamina. Even though she worked out 3 times weekly at the gym, she was always left drained and shaky after spending time with him. Qiu Yuan rolled onto her side and reached out, only to touch empty sheets. She turned her head. The quilt on Su Mumu's side was thrown back. The girl was gone. Warmth still lingered in the bedding, meaning she had not left long ago. Gone to use the washroom? Qiu Yuan did not think much of it. She rubbed her eyes and sat up, her throat parched. She wanted to fetch some water to drink. She slipped on a coat, slid her feet into slippers, and walked out of the secondary bedroom. A camping lamp cast warm yellow light over a small section of the living room. She walked toward the tea table and picked up her water cup. Finding it empty, she turned toward the kitchen to refill it. As she passed the master bedroom door, she halted. Faint sounds drifted out from inside, muffled by the wooden panel. At first, Qiu Yuan paid it no mind, assuming Lu Yuan was tossing and turning in his sleep. But as she took another step forward, she heard another soft noise. She froze where she stood, the cup still in her hand. Slowly she leaned her ear against the door. The sounds within were quiet yet distinct in the silent space. Soft, muffled murmurs carrying sweet nasality mixed with faint creaks from the mattress and short, restrained gasps. Qiu Yuan lingered at the door, listening for several seconds. Then she straightened, and a subtle smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Just as she suspected. Little Mumu, she whispered to herself, quiet enough that no one else could hear. You truly are a clever girl. She had judged Su Mumu correctly. For all her sweet, innocent appearance, the young woman thought far clearer than most. She understood that simply working as a doctor would not guarantee safety in this chaotic world. She needed something solid to secure her footing, and she had chosen the fastest, most effective path. Previously, Qiu Yuan had endured Lu Yuan's attention alone, often pushed to her limits. Now that Su Mumu was here to share the burden, things would grow easier for her. As for Lu Yuan, would he be able to handle them? Still, she wondered whether the girl would even be able to stand on her feet tomorrow morning. Inside the master bedroom, quiet slowly returned. Su Mumu lay on the bed, a thin layer of sweat glistening on her forehead. Strands of damp hair stuck to her skin. A faint pallor lingered on her flushed cheeks. Her chest rose and fell unevenly, tremors rippling through her frame. Damp traces glistened at the corners of her eyes, and her lips remained slightly swollen. She felt thoroughly drained. Lu Yuan lay beside her, and pulled her into his arms. Su Mumu felt light nestled against him, warm and smooth like polished jade. Every curve of her youthful body was delicate and refined, utterly different from Qiu Yuan's lush, mature figure. Qiu Yuan was ripe and full, like ripe fruit ready to burst. Su Mumu was slender and youthful, like newly sprouted buds, precious because of her inexperience. Her youth made her far less resilient, though. Toward the end, she could barely hold back quiet cries. Lu Yuan had restrained himself, yet he could tell she had reached her absolute limit. By the end, she trembled with tears in her eyes, lacking the strength even to lift a finger. Su Mumu curled up against his chest, her voice small. "I'm sorry, brother Lu Yuan." Lu Yuan glanced down at her. I wasn't much help." She trailed off, too embarrassed to finish the sentence, ears flushing once more as she buried her face deeper against him. "I'm too weak." Lu Yuan did not laugh. He brushed damp hair away from her forehead and spoke gently. "It's all right. You were wonderful. It's normal to feel this way the first time." But doubt lingered in Su Mumu's mind, and fresh moisture pooled in her eyes. It was not pain that troubled her. She feared she had failed to satisfy him after summoning such great courage, changing into the uniform, and bracing herself for everything. What if brother Lu Yuan grew disappointed in her? That was what frightened her most. Lu Yuan leaned down and pressed a light kiss to her forehead, soothing her like comforting a distressed kitten. "Rest now. Stop overthinking. You are perfect." Warmth spread gently through Su Mumu's chest at his words. She snuggled closer to him, her tone soft and sweet. "Thank you, brother Lu Yuan." They stayed in each other's embrace for a while longer. Lu Yuan checked the time on his phone. It was nearly 10 o'clock. He shifted carefully, preparing to rise. "I need to take the night watch." Conditions within the building remained relatively safe during daytime windows. The monsters rarely emerged at midday, following predictable patterns. After dark, however, the black fog thickened. Creatures began to roam, and all manner of unexpected dangers could surface at any moment. Lu Yuan had maintained this nightly watch routine for days, refusing to let his guard slip. He climbed out of the covers and started getting dressed. He pulled on his t-shirt, zipped up his jacket, and rested his fire axe beside the bed within easy reach. Su Mumu watched him and struggled to push herself upright. "Brother Lu Yuan, I'm coming with you." She never finished the sentence. The moment she lifted half her body, searing pain crashed over her like a tide. She gasped sharply and sank back onto the pillow. Her blanket slipped down from her shoulders, revealing a section of pale collarbone. Lu Yuan finished dressing and glanced back at her. Her small face was drained of color, heavy exhaustion evident in her eyes. Her body had clearly reached its limit. He walked back to the bedside and spoke softly to soothe her. "Rest here. I'll secure the apartment. No one will hurt you while I'm here." His tone was calm, free of grand declarations, yet that steady assurance felt more reassuring than any oath. Su Mumu lay on the bed, gazing up at him. Her reddened eyes glistened. She thought of the dark walk out from room 201, the terror and resentment she'd felt standing in the fog knocking on this door. She thought of the nervous resolve when she'd put on her school uniform. Every hardship she'd endured felt worthwhile now. In the end times, a sense of safety was the rarest luxury, and brother Lu Yuan could give that to her. She nodded firmly, her voice sweet and docile. "All right." Lu Yuan leaned forward and gently rested his palm lightly on her forehead in a comforting gesture. He held it there for 2 seconds before straightening up. He turned and stepped out of the master bedroom, pulling the door shut behind him with a quiet click of the lock. Left alone beneath the covers, Su Mumu could still feel the gentle warmth left on her forehead. She reached up to touch the spot where his hand had rested. Then she smiled softly. She curled deeper into the quilt, like a cat that had finally found a safe nest, closed her eyes, and drifted off into peaceful sleep. Inside room 201. Night brought no peace to Unit 201. "Fong Yaqi, what's that on your lips?" Qin Yi suddenly sat up from the sofa, staring at Fong Yaqi as she walked out of the master bedroom, her voice sharp with the thrill of discovery. Fong Yaqi was heading toward the sofa. Her lips glistened faintly, with a fleck of leftover crumbs stuck to the corner of her mouth. She froze for a second and instinctively raised a hand to wipe her mouth, but the gesture only strengthened Qin Yi's conviction. "You snuck instant noodles, didn't you?" Qin Yi stood and raised her voice. "We're out here choking down hardtack, while you hide in the bedroom cooking noodles alone." "What are you talking about?" Fong Yaqi frowned, suppressing the fleeting panic of being caught and regaining her usual composure. "I only went in to tidy up some belongings." "Tidying things left your mouth covered in oil." Qin Yi stepped closer. "We can smell instant noodle fumes drifting out under the door. Do you think we're oblivious? At those words, the other women in the room all lifted their heads. Su Wan, Tang Shi, Lin Muxue, every pair of eyes turned toward Fong Yaqi. Tang Shi sniffed the air. I do smell something, instant noodles, I think. I smell it too. Lin Muxue chimed in. Qin Yi fixed her gaze on Fong Yaqi. Explain this. You told us to ration instant noodles, yet you eat them in secret while we survive on hardtack. Fong Yaqi's expression shifted. She tugged her shawl and wiped away the sheen on her lips, then lifted her chin defiantly. I'm the leader of this group. What's wrong with me eating a pack of noodles? I handle all the planning and worry for everyone. I burn through far more energy. Replenishing myself is only reasonable. Must you all overreact like this? She dropped the pretense entirely. A leader? Qin Yi let out a cold laugh. What exactly have you led? You spout random orders all day long, yet never lift a finger to do actual work. Did you go scavenging for supplies? Did you carry cargo? Did you scout ahead? Exactly. Su Wan sided with Qin Yi, a rare occurrence. You keep putting on the airs of a big celebrity. You're not an internet star with millions of followers anymore. No one cares for that attitude now. We already have limited supplies. You sneak noodles for yourself while the rest of us eat dry biscuits. Is this how you treat your sisters? Tang Shi added, her tone filled with indignation. Surrounded by the others, Fong Yaqi's poised mask cracked, yet she refused to back down. I fulfilled my duties. We're supposed to be sisters. Why fly off the handle over one pack of noodles? It's not some priceless resource. We can just look for more tomorrow. It was that same old line about finding supplies tomorrow. A few days prior, those words might have calmed everyone's nerves. Not anymore. After days of harsh reality and endless hardtack, a heavy sense of crisis had settled over them. These women, once pampered, had finally grasped the cruelty of the end times. They understood food was far from easy to come by. Shot her retort straight back. Find more tomorrow? How can you say that so lightly? Haven't you seen the fog outside? Do you know what lurks in the black haze downstairs? Are you certain we'll ever find more instant noodles? What about me? You won't even step outside to search for supplies, hiding indoors eating noodles. What right do you have ordering us around? Fong Yaqi, tell us honestly, aside from running your mouth, what have you done each day? You even sneak food behind our backs. Unbelievable. Is this sisterhood? You get to eat well while we starve. One accusation followed another, releasing all the resentment built up over days. Fong Yaqi stood trapped in the middle of the crowd, assailed by overlapping voices. She shouted back, her pitch rising higher and higher, shrill cries bouncing off the walls. She pointed fingers, accusing others. Didn't you sneak chocolate a few days ago? Only to be cut off at once. That chocolate was something I found myself. It has nothing to do with you. Fong Yaqi was a fierce arguer, but the others matched her ferocity. Room 201 devolved into a noisy marketplace. Gulan sat tucked in the furthest corner, clutching half a leftover hardtack biscuit. She had remained in that posture since the argument erupted. She was watching the women shout red-faced, shoving one another. Their voices rose and fell like a flock of squabbling sparrows. A saying crossed her mind. 3 women make a drama. Right now, she was witnessing at least 5 dramas unfolding all at once. She had no intention of joining in. What good would all this shouting achieve? They were only digging their own graves. Just then, thud thud thud, chaotic footsteps echoed from the hallway, hurried and heavy. Multiple pairs of feet pounded the floor, mixed with muffled, indistinct sounds. The noise drew near, then receded again, echoing back and forth along the corridor, as if something chased a crowd racing through the darkness. The quarrel inside room 201 was instantly snuffed out, as if someone had choked off every voice. Every woman twisted toward the door, eyes wide. Their flushed faces paled in an instant. Su Wan's mouth hung open, the retort on her tongue trapped in her throat. Her lips trembled, and no sound came out. Tang Shi gripped a clothes pole, her fingertips whitening. Qin Yi instinctively stepped backward, tripping over the sofa leg and nearly falling. The room fell so quiet they could hear their own heartbeats. What is that sound? Someone whispered shakily. It sounds like people running. Another replied, even quieter. Lots of them. The footsteps outside persisted, drawing near and drifting away, like lost things wandering the corridor. Every so often, faint murmurs drifted through the door, unclear, guttural utterances far more unsettling than any scream. Zhang Bing had stayed silent all along. The instant she heard the commotion, she moved. She strode to the wall, grabbed the fire axe propped in the corner, and carried it to the doorway. She made no extra noise, pressing her back against the wall beside the doorframe and listening intently for several seconds. The footsteps continued to circulate outside, After confirming nothing lingered directly outside the door, she cautiously leaned her eye to the peephole. Through the lens, the hallway fog was far thicker than it had been during daylight. Gray-black mist swirled like a living entity, filling nearly the entire view. Within that churning haze, dark silhouettes darted rapidly. Their forms blurred, human outlines wrapped in fog, rushing back and forth along the corridor. Some traveled east to west, others west to east, crossing paths without collision or communication, only mechanically pacing endlessly through the mist. As they ran, they emitted fragmented, incoherent mutterings, like spirits trapped in a dream. Cold sweat beaded on Zhang Bing's forehead. She pulled away from the peephole and hissed a warning to the others behind her. "Grab your weapons, quickly." The words doused everyone like a bucket of ice water. The women, frozen with fear, scrambled to seize anything usable as a weapon. Steel pipes, baseball bats, pocket knives, fruit blades, clothes poles, broken chair legs, an assortment of crude tools. Many trembled as they gripped them. Some were awkward and unwieldy to hold. No one dared speak. Everyone breathed as softly as possible. Footsteps still echoed outside. They held their breath and waited, sweat trickling down their faces, hearts pounding wildly. Meanwhile, at the far end of the corridor, inside Lu Yuan's safe house, Lu Yuan had already risen. The moment footsteps resounded in the hallway, he shot up from his night watch chair, fire axe firmly in hand, ready to strike at any second. He stood by the door, listening closely to the racket outside. The chaotic, circling footsteps felt different from the watchful presence he had sensed on the 17th floor earlier. It was urgent, as though the figures fled from something terrifying. Qiu Yuan had woken too. She stepped out of the secondary bedroom upon hearing the noise, her hair disheveled, clutching a baseball bat. She halted half a step behind Lu Yuan, breathing lightly. She glanced toward the master bedroom and lowered her voice. "Mu Mu's still asleep. Don't wake her," Lu Yuan said. "She can't help in this state. Let her rest." Qiu Yuan nodded, offering no further comment. She knew Su Mumu had exhausted all her physical and mental strength after arriving today. Even if roused, the frightened young girl would be unable to contribute and might accidentally make noise that drew danger. Lu Yuan's decision was sensible. The two stood side by side behind the door, axe and bat in hand, holding their breath to listen. Footsteps circled continuously, accompanied by garbled muttering, drifting near and far, like creatures trapped in the corridor searching endlessly for an exit. Then the footsteps abruptly stopped. A brief pause, followed by thud thud thud. Rapid knocking shook the door panels. Layered, hoarse cries seeped through the reinforced steel, desperate, as if torn raw from throats. "Open up. Let us in. Save us. Please, save us." Voices overlapped, frantic and hysterical, as though the figures outside fled from unspeakable horror. The fog-wreathed silhouettes crowded and jostled outside, hammering relentlessly against the door. Qiu Yuan tightened her grip on the baseball bat until her knuckles whitened. The sounds were startlingly authentic, convincing enough to sound like genuine survivors begging for rescue. Her legs trembled slightly, her heart hammering in her chest, breathing growing rapid. She had seen monsters before, creatures that only charged to attack. Never anything that could knock on doors, plead for help, speak with such human-sounding voices. What exactly were these things? She subconsciously edged closer to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan felt her shift beside him, but did not turn. He simply rested a hand gently over hers where she held the bat. "Stay calm. They cannot break through this door." Some of the tension left Qiu Yuan's hand beneath his touch. She drew a deep breath and steadied herself. Lu Yuan was right. As long as the door held, they were safe. The steel bars, reinforced locks, and plating had all been installed by his own hands. It was impenetrable. She had watched him build it. The pounding and cries persisted for a long time. The voices shifted from urgent to hoarse, then gradually faded, as if whatever force animated the figures drained away. Eventually, footsteps sounded again, sparse and distant, vanishing toward the end of the hallway. Silence fell. Qiu Yuan exhaled heavily, her palms soaked in sweat. Lu Yuan lowered his axe slightly, yet never relaxed his vigilance. He did not move away from the doorway or set down his weapon, maintaining a battle-ready stance. He knew quiet was no guarantee of safety. Sure enough, minutes later, new sounds came from outside. This noise was unlike the earlier commotion. Faint, almost imperceptible, a soft rustle, like fabric dragging against walls, nearly swallowed by darkness. Lu Yuan leaned to the peephole and stole a quick glance. Beneath the dim reddish glow, the narrow view captured several blurred shapes. They were not dark, pale, tinged with sickly red, as though soaked through from within. Their ashen forms drifted through the mist, moving slowly and stiffly, weightless as they floated forward. As they passed the peephole, every hair on the back of Lu Yuan's neck stood on end. He did not look any longer. He pulled away at once, returning to lean against the wall. Neither he nor Qiu Yuan spoke. They stood side by side behind the door, axe and bat in hand, waiting silently. They waited until the faint sounds faded completely. Waited for the hallway fog to slowly thin. Waited for this agonizing night to pass. The dull crimson glow outside the windows hung unchanged, like an unblinking eye coldly watching every living soul within the apartment building. Lu Yuan and Qiu Yuan kept watch until dawn. The crimson light outside never faded, yet activity in the hallway slowly died down. Hardly any noise echoed in the late hours. Once in a while, wind swept up the stairwell with a hollow gust, then silence returned. They took turns resting briefly. Neither truly slept, but they endured until daylight. Lu Yuan approached the door again and peered through the peephole. The hallway was empty. No trace of the eerie silhouettes remained, and the persistent fog of previous days had vanished entirely. Visibility cleared. He could make out the red fire hose cabinet on the opposite wall and the broken emergency light mounted overhead. Apart from the dim, gloomy lighting, the corridor looked identical to how it had been before the end times. The fogs lifted. Lu Yuan spoke quietly. Qiu Yuan squeezed beside him to look through the peephole. It's completely gone. Relief crept into her tone, as if a heavy weight had lifted from her chest. Lu Yuan did not respond. He stepped away from the peephole and leaned against the wall, his expression still grim. Qiu Yuan noticed his somber mood. What's wrong? Isn't the fog clearing a good thing? It's not that simple, Lu Yuan said. The last time the fog dispersed, everything looked exactly like this. Qiu Yuan stared at him. What happened afterward? Lu Yuan fell silent for several seconds, as if recalling a painful memory. Monsters emerged. Many of our people died in that attack. Qiu Yuan's breath caught. She understood his meaning. When the fog lingered, strange creatures stayed hidden within it. Both the monsters and the wandering figures from last night seemed concealed by the haze. Once the fog lifts, they will come out. You mean, the dense fog is linked to the monsters? Qiu Yuan confirmed. Is it safer when the fog hangs around? Something like that, Lu Yuan nodded. They barely move in the fog, but once it clears, they'll head out to hunt for food. What are we going to do? Qiu Yuan asked. Lu Yuan yawned and stretched. These monsters are still easier to handle than whatever we encountered in the fog last night. We can strike them down with axes, fend them off with sticks, or simply run faster. I still have no clue what those things from last night were. We couldn't even find a way to fight them. He spoke casually, showing no trace of tension. Qiu Yuan relaxed a little, affected by his calm demeanor. Indeed, those pale, reddish figures she'd glimpsed through the cat's eye were impossible to identify as physical entities or something else entirely. If she'd had to face such creatures, she doubted she would even be able to pinpoint where her opponents were. Compared to that, the monsters that could run and bite counted as conventional threats. All right, Lu Yuan clapped his hands. Let's get some sleep first. We'll head out during the midday window of safety. We stayed up all night. We won't have the energy to venture outside without rest. Okay. Qiu Yuan nodded. She turned to walk back to her bedroom, then paused with a thought and glanced back at Lu Yuan. Who are you planning to rest with? Me or Mumu? Lu Yuan looked at her smiling face, his gaze sweeping over her frame. Qiu Yuan wore an old t-shirt with a loose neckline revealing a section of pale collarbone. The tilted look she gave him carried the natural languid charm of a mature woman. Lu Yuan stroked his chin for a moment and smiled. I'll rest with Mumu. It's more comforting to have the young girl beside me. Qiu Yuan let out a soft huff and rolled her eyes at him. Easily swayed by new company. I suppose I'll sleep alone then. Her tone sounded faintly dejected. Lu Yuan stepped forward and pulled her into a gentle embrace. Qiu Yuan did not pull away, leaning against him and tilting her head upward. Lu Yuan lowered his head and spoke softly beside her ear. Don't worry. We'll have plenty of time later. He tightened his hold slightly around her waist. Qiu Yuan felt his warmth through the thin fabric of her shirt and tapped her fingertips lightly against his chest, her eyes glinting with playful challenge. I'll hold you to that. With that, she stepped out of his embrace and walked toward the secondary bedroom. She glanced back at him before pushing the door open, a faint smile lingering on her lips, then slipped inside and closed the door gently. Lu Yuan watched her retreating figure, his smile growing broader. He turned toward the master bedroom, pushed open the door, and stepped inside. The room was quiet. The young girl on the bed remained sound asleep, covered up to her chest by the quilt. A section of fair shoulder and long hair spread across the pillow. She slept peacefully with steady breathing, her eyelashes resting lightly, flickering every now and then. Her delicate face glowed softly in the dim light, as if she had yet to wake from a pleasant dream. The sight was serene. Lu Yuan tiptoed to the bedside, took off his jacket, lifted the quilt, and slid under it. Su Mumu stirred at the movement in her sleep, shuffling closer to him and snuggling into his chest to find a comfortable position. Lu Yuan wrapped his arms around her. The girl's body was warm and soft. Xiao Yuan burned bright and intense, while Su Mumu was like calm, gentle water, soothing the tension that had lingered in his nerves all night. In the end times, it was a luxury to rest in such a warm embrace. Silence settled over the master bedroom, only the steady rhythm of their breaths floating in the faint light. The dark red glow outside the window still hung in the sky, yet it no longer felt so bitterly cold. Lu Yuan slept deeply. When he opened his eyes again, the clock showed just past 10. He shifted, feeling much more refreshed. The exhaustion from pulling an all-nighter had faded significantly. Su Mumu was still nestled against him. He intended to let her sleep longer, only to meet a pair of bright, clear eyes. Su Mumu had woken without him noticing. She lay quietly in his arms, gazing up at him with the dazed, crystalline look of someone who had just roused from sleep. "You're awake." Lu Yuan smiled after she stared at him for a while. Just woke up." Su Mumu's voice carried the husky softness of sleep. She twisted slightly in his arms, adjusting her posture to settle more comfortably against him. Lu Yuan naturally held her tighter, savoring the warmth of her body pressed against his. Su Mumu nuzzled against him before speaking in a muffled tone. "Brother Lu Yuan, something terrible happened last night, didn't it? I heard so much noise outside. I wanted to come help you and Sister Qiu Yuan, but..." She trailed off, cheeks flushing, and buried her face against his chest. Lu Yuan understood what she left unsaid. She had been far too drained to move last night. If she had forced herself outside, she would have only become another person he needed to protect. As a doctor, she logically knew she could contribute nothing in that state, yet guilt lingered in her heart. Lu Yuan stroked her silky hair gently, running his fingers slowly through the strands. "It's nothing serious. We're safe now." Su Mumu nodded against his chest, the faint guilt easing away at his reassurance. "Thank you, Brother Lu Yuan." Lu Yuan looked down at her sweet face and was about to reply when Su Mumu spoke again. "But I'm feeling much better now. I can come out with you two later." Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Don't you need more rest?" "I'm not that fragile." Su Mumu clenched her small fist and waved it playfully, trying to prove she had recovered her strength. Lu Yuan laughed at her earnest display and tapped the tip of her nose. "Very well. I'll see how you hold up later." Su Mumu giggled and snuggling deeper into his arms. After sharing this quiet moment, Lu Yuan suddenly thought of something. "Let's take a shower first. Sticky skin isn't comfortable." Su Mumu fell silent for a moment. She knew she was covered in sweat and felt grimy, yet she hesitated. "Maybe not." Lu Yuan looked down at her. "Why? Water supplies are precious," Su Mumu said earnestly, speaking with the frugality she had learned these past few days. "Taking a full shower wastes too much. I can just wipe myself clean instead." Her tone was sincere, not forced. Once a wealthy young lady accustomed to every comfort, she had adapted quickly to the harsh reality and learned to conserve resources when necessary. Lu Yuan looked at the sweet girl in his arms and curved his lips into a smile. "Water is scarce elsewhere, but not here with me. Take as much as you need for your shower." Su Mumu's eyes lit up. "Really? Of course. I wouldn't lie to you." A bright smile bloomed across her face. She leaned forward and pressed a light kiss to his lips before drawing back, her cheeks tinted pink. "You're amazing, Brother Lu Yuan." Lu Yuan blinked in surprise at the sudden kiss and shook his head with laughter. Su Mumu pushed herself up from under the quilt, swung her legs over the edge of the bed, and hopped onto the floor barefoot. Though she still felt lingering soreness, she ignored it and smiled back at him. "I'm going to shower now." Her voice was light and cheerful as she turned toward the door, then paused to glance over her shoulder. "I'll come back smelling fresh." Su Mumu embodied youthful sweetness completely. She was genuinely excited by the chance to bathe freely. Before the end times, she had been a young woman who valued cleanliness above all else. It had been ages since she'd enjoyed such a luxury. Back in apartment 201, showers were an unimaginable privilege. Here, she could finally do as she pleased, and joy surged within her. Lu Yuan lay on the bed listening to her footsteps, his mood buoyant. He rolled onto his side, closing his eyes and focusing inward. A system panel materialized in his mind. "Sign in available." Lu Yuan silently activated the sign-in. Text flashed across the panel before new notifications appeared. "Sign in successful." Obtained S-class supplies. Mini household nuclear generator ×1. Requires no external fuel, operates indefinitely, low noise design, equipped with standard voltage conversion module. Obtained attribute point. Spirit +1 current spirit, 6-7. Obtained talent. Master vehicular proficiency. Grants expert command of all common land vehicles, specialized transport, and select engineering machinery. Lu Yuan froze for 2 seconds. A nuclear generator. He sat up and opened his eyes, glancing toward the living room. Sure enough, a matte silver metal case rested beside the coffee table. It was roughly the size of a suitcase, fitted with subtle ventilation grills, standard power sockets, and a small LCD display showing output wattage, alongside a matching power cord. Lu Yuan climbed out of bed barefoot, knelt beside the unit, and touched its sturdy casing. He pressed the power button on the side. The screen lit up, showing standby, with a maximum output marked 5000 W. No fuel, no charging, no external power source required. It could generate electricity endlessly with barely any sound. 5 kilowatts was not overwhelming, yet it could sustain all basic utilities within the safe house. Lighting, device charging, small appliances, even a refrigerator. The system's rewards grew more impressive by the day. The mysterious water tank resolved their water shortage, and now this generator solved their power needs. Piece by piece, he was building the essential infrastructure for this apartment. If he kept this up, he could transform the space into a fully self-sufficient fortress to weather the end times. Even if the world outside descended into total chaos, he could live comfortably within these walls. He stood and turned his attention to the second reward. Spirit +1. He had previously gained strength and stamina points, and this marked his first spirit upgrade. A warm sensation spread outward from his chest, different from the muscular heat of prior attribute boosts. A cool current flowed down from his forehead, washing over every taut nerve. He closed his eyes and focused. Lingering mental fatigue melted away like a receding tide. His thoughts sharpened instantly. Though he had slept after staying up all night, a faint mental fog had remained. Now it vanished entirely, and his reaction speed sharpened noticeably. He mentally reviewed their inventory list. Figures that once required conscious effort to recall were now crystal clear in his mind, down to exact quantities. It felt as though his mind had grown younger, his thinking and reflexes quicker. This spirit boost was incredibly valuable. Lu Yuan's mood lifted further as he examined the third reward, Master Vehicular Proficiency. Knowledge of driving all manner of vehicles and engineering equipment flooded his mind, as if he possessed decades of practical experience. A highly useful skill. Only, Lu Yuan chuckled to himself at their current situation. What vehicle could he drive inside this high-rise building? A shopping cart? Not even an electric tricycle was available. Though useless right now, he would eventually leave this building. Master driving ability would be an invaluable asset in the end times. Racing across broken roads, maneuvering through danger, the thought alone stirred excitement. He would keep the talent ready for future use. Lu Yuan was thoroughly satisfied with today's sign and reward. The nuclear generator alone made it an incredible gain. The attribute boost and driving talent were welcome bonuses, sharpening his mind and preparing him for the road ahead. He patted the silver generator case and carefully moved it to the corner of the room. Standing back, he watched it catch the faint glow of the camping lamp. Water from the mysterious tank, electricity from the nuclear generator. The two most vital resources for the safe house were secured. Lu Yuan stretched. He planned to install the generator after they returned. Setting it up would require careful study. For now, they needed to seize the safety window to scavenge more supplies. Even with the system's support, he could not afford to grow complacent. Resources remained critical. He hummed quietly, imagining the improvements reliable power would bring. Flashlights would no longer need disposable batteries. He could replace the gas stove with an induction cooker, swap dim camping lamps for bright LED lighting. Life within the apartment would grow far more comfortable. Meanwhile, inside apartment 201, the atmosphere hung heavy with tension. Nearly everyone huddled in place. Some hugged their knees on the sofa. Others sat against the wall. Several buried their heads in their arms. All wore ashen, pale faces. No one had slept well the previous night. The noises echoing down the corridor had terrified them. Knocking, distant cries, shuffling footsteps. The unknown entities had battered not only Lu Yuan's door, but theirs as well. These privileged young women reacted far more intensely than Lu Yuan. Clutching flimsy kitchen knives and clothes rails, they trembled as the door shook under repeated impacts, listening to indistinct shouts outside. For hours, they feared the barrier would break, and whatever lurked in the hallway would tear them apart. That night taught these sheltered women the true meaning of terror. fear of monsters paled in comparison to the constant dread of imminent death. Throughout the endless hours of anxiety, the same thoughts circled through many minds. If only Lu Yuan were still here. Zhang Bing was capable and brave, standing guard at the door with an axe in hand. Yet she was only one woman. When facing unknown horrors in the dark, a man's presence offered a unique sense of stability, even if he did nothing. Men naturally became anchors and pillars in such moments. This was not a debate about female independence. It was rooted in basic human psychology. Regret weighed on most of them. They should never have driven Lu Yuan away. But it was too late for second thoughts. Fang Yaqi sat on the main sofa, her features tight with strain. She had also spent half the night hiding under her covers, listening anxiously to every sound outside. Now that quiet had returned, she composed herself and reassumed the air of a leader. She clapped her hands to draw everyone's attention. The danger has passed. There is no need to panic. We survived another day together. This proves we can endure even without men among us. Her voice rose, carrying a note of defiant resolve. Yet her words fell flat. Only a few people lifted their heads, their eyes vacant and listless. Su Wan stared at her lap, clutching an unopened pack of compressed biscuits as if it were her last hope. Tang Shi rested her chin on her knees, her gaze unfocused on the floor. Qin leaned against the wall without even lifting his eyelids. No one responded. Everyone was overwhelmed by despair, hunger, and exhaustion. They had spent the whole previous night on edge. Now their stomachs were empty, and all they had was a stale piece of compressed biscuit. Even the hot pot soup stock Lan Gu had brought back the day before had been finished that morning. There was not a drop left for Lu Yuan. In such a state, shouting slogans to rouse their spirits would be nearly impossible. Standing in the middle of the group, Fang Yaqi sensed the heavy gloom. She raised her voice. Sisters, do not lose hope. I know times are tough, but hardship is exactly when we need to stand united. I've noticed the black mist outside is retreating. The immediate danger has faded. When the safe window arrives, we head out to scavenge for more food. Our situation will surely improve. Fang Yaqi paused, then shifted her tone. And there's something I need to say. Some of you keep wishing Lu Yuan were here, pinning all your hopes on him. Let me make this clear. That will never happen. If Lu Yuan stayed, he would only threaten our safety. Driving him away was absolutely the right choice. Her tone turned firm, unyielding. Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu lack good judgment. Sticking with Lu Yuan, they might have been wiped out by those creatures last night. We survived. We are far better off without Lu Yuan. Her words struck a chord. The women exchanged glances, and the faint regret faded a little. Tang Shi thought for a moment and murmured, "You're right. Maybe Lu Yuan's group is having it worse than us." Su Wan nodded, speaking more to comfort herself than anything else. What if they really got eliminated last night? Then there's no point in us feeling remorse. Exactly, another woman chimed in. We've probably built Lu Yuan up in our heads. That security guard doesn't have many skills beyond picking locks. We shouldn't dwell on him. Let's focus on surviving. Seeing heads slowly lift and glimmers of self-assurance return to their faces, Fang Yaqi breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Seizing the opportunity, she turned toward Zhang Bing. Hand out all the remaining instant noodles. 1 pack per person. Eat your fill, and then we go out to search for supplies. Zhang Bing said nothing. She walked over to the stockpile, fetched the last packs of instant noodles, and passed them around one by one. As everyone received their noodles, their moods lifted noticeably. Looking at the packs in their hands, Fang Yaqi raised her voice again. If we sisters stand together, we will get through this hardship. This time, several people nodded weakly at her rallying cry. The safe window arrived. Lu Yuan slipped a bottle of water into the side pocket of his backpack and zipped it shut. Qiu Yuan stood by the doorway in a sleek black jacket, her hair tied into a high ponytail, holding an empty bag ready to carry supplies. She looked alert and steady. Su Mumu stood beside her. Though still worn out from the terrors of the previous night, color had returned to her cheeks. She looked far healthier than she had back in apartment 201. Let's go. Lu Yuan pushed open the door, and the three stepped out in a line. They had only walked a short distance when they ran straight into another group. At the far end of the corridor, Fang Yaqi's all-female team was also heading out. A ragged crowd of more than a dozen women, haggard and drained. Some had puffy eyes, others messy, unkempt hair. A few wore jackets hanging crookedly, zippers half undone. Their weapons remained the same flimsy gear, clothes poles, fruit knives, thin iron rods. None looked equipped to face serious threats. The two parties met face to face in the middle of the corridor. Fang Yaqi halted, her gaze settling on the trio opposite her. When she spotted Su Mumu, her eyes turned cold. Su Mumu wore a clean, loose light gray hoodie. Her washed hair fell softly over her shoulders, and a faint, healthy blush rested on her pale face. She walked slightly slower than usual, yet she was unrecognizable compared to the dirt-streaked, withdrawn girl hiding in the corner of 201. The women behind Fong Yaki noticed the contrast too. Su-won stared at Su Mumu's freshly washed hair and rosy cheeks, pressing her lips together tightly. Tang Shi glanced at Su Mumu's neat hoodie, then down at her own crumpled t-shirt, swallowing hard. Fong Yaki spoke first, her tone sharp and sarcastic. Well, look who it is. The young Miss Su. What a surprise. Even the famous campus beauty from Shanghai has learned to seek shelter with a man. Su-won quickly joined in. Appearances can be deceptive. She always seemed gentle and quiet, yet she ran straight to a man's room. Just as I suspected. That perfect public image hides someone willing to do anything for food. Truly unexpected. Tang Shi added her own bitter remark. Su Mumu paused at their taunts, but her expression stayed calm. She knew exactly how these women thought. Arguing with them would only waste energy. Still, her silence did not mean no one would defend her. Qiu Yuan stepped half a pace forward, shielding Su Mumu behind her. She pulled a full bottle of water from her pocket, then retrieved a pack of beef jerky from her backpack and handed both to Su Mumu. She smiled gently, her voice quiet yet loud enough for everyone opposite to hear. Mumu, have something to eat and drink. You endured a great deal yesterday. Eat well to regain your strength. Su Mumu blinked in surprise. She took the water and beef jerky, glanced at Qiu Yuan, then at Fong Yaki's group. She immediately caught Qiu Yuan's intention. She smiled, twisting open the water bottle to take a sip. After screwing the cap back on, she tore open the jerky packaging, took a strip and bit into it, her cheeks puffing out slightly as she chewed. Seeing Su Mumu eating, Qiu Yuan smiled and added loudly, "Pay no mind to those narrow-minded women. Lu Yuan has plenty of beef jerky and bottled water. You can have as much as you want. When we grow tired later, we can head back, take hot showers, and rest comfortably. Such comforts are out of their reach. It's only natural they're envious." Her words landed like a slap across the faces of the opposing women. Beef jerky, bottled water, hot showers. Each phrase struck their deepest vulnerabilities. They rationed every pack of instant noodles, gnawed dry compressed biscuits, and measured water out cap by cap. Most could barely remember what beef jerky tasted like, and hot showers were nothing more than a distant fantasy. Now Qiu Yuan stood right in front of them, casually handing bottled water and jerky to Su Mumu, saying Lu Yuan had an endless supply. It was a crushing blow. Su-won swallowed hard, unable to tear her eyes from the jerky strip in Su Mumu's hand. She watched Su Mumu chew, and could almost taste the savory, salty flavor spreading across her tongue. Her stomach rumbled softly, and the sound echoed clearly in the quiet corridor. Tang Shi fixed her stare on the water bottle. It was full. The cap had been opened for one sip and tightened again, water sloshing inside. Every drop of water they drank was carefully portioned. A full unrationed bottle was priceless to them. Fong Yaki's face turned mottled red and pale. Her lips whitened, and she gripped her shawl so tightly her knuckles blanched. She could feel every woman behind her gazing at the jerky and water, blatant longing and jealousy plain to see. What stung most of all was Lu Yuan's reaction. He stood aside and did not stop Qiu Yuan. He even pulled another strip of jerky and held it out to Su Mumu. "Eat more. There's no shortage." Su Mumu accepted it with a smile. "Thank you, brother Lu Yuan." Fong Yaki's group fell completely silent. The only sounds were Su Mumu's quiet chewing and the repeated gulp of swallowed saliva. Lu Yuan, Qiu Yuan, and Su Mumu did not linger to bicker. They walked past without another word. Their light footsteps carried them around the corridor bend, heading toward the stairwell, then faded away. Once the echoes vanished, the women remained frozen in place. Fong Yaki snapped out of her daze, resentment rising to the surface again. She glared toward the direction the three had disappeared. Humph. The famed campus beauty lowering herself like this, all for a few pieces of beef jerky. Shameless. Exactly, Su-won replied dryly. She was once swarmed by suitors. To throw away her pride just for food is embarrassing to witness. Selling herself for snacks, she will never amount to anything. Tang Shi piled on more bitter comments. Yet even as they spoke, their eyes glittered with turbulent thoughts. Images replayed in their heads. Su Mumu chewing jerky, lifting the water bottle to her lips. The memory of her satisfied expression made every stomach in the group growl. A dangerous thought sprouted quietly inside each woman's mind, unspoken yet shared by all. If such supplies could be gained, perhaps it was a worthwhile trade. The idea took root in their hearts. No one voiced it aloud, yet everyone sensed it growing within them. Fong Yaki raised her voice. Stop lingering here. We're going scavenging too. We'll find beef jerky, instant noodles, everything. Move quickly. Her shout jolted the others out of their wandering thoughts. Pulling themselves back to the task, they trailed after her toward the stairwell. Footsteps filled the staircase, reverberating against the bare concrete walls. But every woman's mind lingered on one question. Would they really find beef jerky? The stairwell was eerily quiet. After the chaos of the previous night, the air felt unervingly clear. Lu Yuan stood at the stair landing for the 18th floor and did not continue downward. He glanced toward the steps leading to the 17th floor. The landing door was just a few steps below. No mist, no movement. The silence made the entire building seem dormant. In theory, they could safely descend to the 17th floor, even the 16th. But he did not take another step down. Something was wrong. He could not pinpoint exactly what, yet his instincts screamed that this unnatural clarity was a warning. The black mist would not retreat for no reason, nor vanish permanently. It breathed, surging and fading. Now it lay at its lowest ebb, and no one could guess what would follow next. We searched the 18th floor. Lu Yuan turned, pushed open the fire door to the 18th floor, and stepped inside. Qiu Yuan followed without asking questions. Su Mumu came right behind her. The three vanished into the corridor of the 18th floor. A few flights higher, Fong Yaki and her team watched his choice unfold. He's heading for the 18th floor, Su Wan said. We spent ages searching there last time and found almost nothing. Most apartment doors were locked tight. Should we go to the 18th floor as well? Tang Shi asked. Fong Yaki frowned and glanced toward the 17th floor. After a moment, she shook her head. No, not the 18th floor. We already combed it thoroughly. Anything valuable was taken. What's left is worthless junk. We can't break through those locked doors anyway. Wasting time there achieves nothing. She walked down a few steps and stood before the 17th floor fire door. She pushed it, and it swung open easily. The corridor beyond was equally free of mist, devoid of any eerie figures. It looked like an ordinary hallway in the early morning. The mist has gone down here, Fong Yaki said, a spark of excitement in her voice. The 17th floor was sealed off by fog before, so we barely explored it. Now that the mist has lifted, there must be valuable supplies waiting. Food, water, all kinds of things. Her voice trailed off when she saw hesitation etched across every face behind her. Su Wan clutched her thin iron rod until her knuckles whitened. Tang Shi edged backward. Qin Yi bit her lip, shifting her gaze between the 17th floor corridor and Fong Yaki. Someone whispered, but Lu Yuan warned this area isn't safe. What does Lu Yuan know? Fong Yaki raised her volume. The mist is gone. You can all see for yourselves. The corridor is empty. What danger could there be? No one replied. No one stepped forward either. Fong Yaki looked out at their uncertain faces and softened her tone. Don't you want beef jerky? Don't you want instant noodles? At those words, everyone swallowed heavily. The memory of Su Mumu chewing jerky surfaced again, stoking their hunger. We have to take risks if we want supplies, one woman muttered. True. No reward comes without risk. If Lu Yuan can find goods, so can we. United as sisters, we can succeed. More quiet voices joined in. Though still trembling with unease, the hesitation faded, replaced by longing fueled by visions of jerky and noodles. Relieved to see their courage reignited, Fong Yaki pushed fully open the fire door to the 17th floor. Let's go. They filed into the corridor, their footsteps echoing as they advanced deeper into the 17th floor. More than a dozen women crowded along the passage, gripping their crude weapons, eyes sharp yet greedy as they scanned ahead. The corridor was disturbingly empty. Dim crimson daylight filtered through a broken window at the far end, casting wavering shadows. Rows of apartment doors lined both sides. Some were broken open, others firmly shut, standing like silent sentinels waiting to be breached. Fong Yaki marched at the front, walking quickly as if competing with an unseen rival. Check every door carefully. There must be supplies somewhere. Footsteps trailed behind her, scattering into fragmented echoes down the hall. None of them noticed faint movement behind a half-cracked door deep within the corridor. The 18th floor corridor remained quiet. Lu Yuan led Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu to a tightly secured front door. He quickly disabled the lock, and they entered the apartment. The first residence held little of value. Rotting raw meat in the refrigerator filled the air with a sour stench, making all three wrinkle their noses. Still, they uncovered useful supplies inside the cabinets. 2 bundles of dried noodles, a bottle of soy sauce, a bag of salt, several cans of luncheon meat, and an unopened half-sack of rice. Lu Yuan surveyed the hall. It was modest, yet better than nothing. They packed everything they could carry into their backpacks, which were only partially filled. On to the next apartment. The second home clearly belonged to a wealthier resident. As soon as the door opened, packs of snacks and 2 unopened boxes of chocolate were visible on the coffee table. Qiu Yuan hurried into the kitchen and pulled open the cabinet, gasping with delight. There's so much here. Lu Yuan stepped forward to look. The shelves were neatly stocked. 3 10-kilogram sacks of rice, 2 sacks of flour, 2 large jugs of cooking oil, and a full selection of seasonings. In the corner stood stacks of bottled water, snack packs, and self-heating rice and hot pot meals piled high like a small hill. Does this family run some kind of wholesale business? Su Mumu knelt beside the stacks, her voice bright with surprise. Doesn't matter who they were. We take what we need. Lu Yuan emptied his backpack and began loading supplies inside. Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu unpacked their own bags to fill them as well. They worked busily for a long while. Every backpack bulged, zippers strained to stay closed, and they carried extra tote bags stuffed to capacity. He had even stuffed several packs of chocolate into his waist pouch. Have something to eat first. Lu Yuan tore open a box of self-heating rice, poured in water, and waited for it to heat up. Qiu Yuan opened her own pack, while Su Mumu unwrapped a bag of nuts. The 3 squatted beside the coffee table, sharing a simple late-night meal beneath the dim glow of a camping lantern. After eating, Su Mumu's eyes crinkled into thin slits with satisfaction. We found so many supplies just from this trip. Brother Lu Yuan, you're amazing. Her gaze toward Lu Yuan sparkled with unmasked admiration, just like an adoring fan. A grain of rice clung to the corner of her mouth, unnoticed by herself. Lu Yuan felt a smile tug at his lips as she stared at him. He was about to speak when his senses suddenly prickled. His brows knotted instantly. There was movement outside the door. It was faint, like something creeping slowly across the floor, dragging against the surface to produce a soft, rustling sound. His heightened senses picked up the subtle noise clearly, and he could tell whatever it was drawing closer to the entrance. Wait, Lu Yuan lowered his voice. But it was too late. Su Mumu had already stood up. Cheerful and ready to go, she walked toward the doorway. We're all packed. Let's head out. She wrapped her hand around the doorknob and pulled the door open with a smile. In the darkness outside, a twisted shadow solidified into shape, positioned directly facing the door as if it had been lying in wait all along. The creature snapped its head upward the moment the door swung open. A deformed face, barely distinguishable, split wide in the dim light, lunging straight for Su Mumu. Watch out. Lu Yuan surged forward, moving faster than he knew he could. He swept an arm around Su Mumu's waist and hauled her sharply backward. The two stumbled and crashed to the ground together. Su Mumu staggered from the pull and landed in his embrace before rolling away. Lu Yuan's outstretched arm could not be pulled back in time. The monster's claw raked across his forearm, leaving a vivid, bleeding gash. Fresh blood seeped out at once. Su Mumu scrambled quickly to her feet and backed away. Lu Yuan rolled upright, grabbing the fire axe propped against the wall. Blood dripped steadily from the wound on his right arm, yet he paid it no mind. His gaze locked rigidly on the doorway. A monster stood there. The sight made Lu Yuan's heart sink. He had encountered countless monsters before, yet those had at least retained a roughly human shape, heads, limbs, recognizable as people even when badly mangled. This thing, however, bore no trace of humanity whatsoever. It resembled a lump of flesh crumpled and haphazardly mashed together, limbs jutting out at mismatched angles, varying wildly in length. Something that might pass for a face bulged from one side of its torso, with eyes set unevenly left and right, and its mouth located along its neck. It tilted its head where it stood in the doorway. The mouth embedded in its neck slowly stretched open, lined with rows upon rows of jagged teeth. What is that thing? Qiu Yuan's voice trembled, her grip tight on her baseball bat. Su Mumu also rose to her feet. Her face paled, but she did not scream. She pulled a pocket knife from her pocket and clutched it so tightly her knuckles whitened. Lu Yuan stepped forward to shield the two girls, his stare icy as he faced the mound of flesh. His voice was steady as stone. No matter what it is, we kill it. The words had barely left his mouth before he charged outside. He hefted the fire axe high, swinging it with his full strength toward the fleshy abomination. His speed and strength had both increased significantly. Before the monster could react, the axe blade sank deep into its side. Blood splattered across the walls. The creature let out a shrill shriek and lashed out with a twisted limb. Lu Yuan dodged sideways and brought the axe down again, cleaving through one of its limbs. The monster staggered. At that moment, Qiu Yuan swung her baseball bat from the flank, slamming it hard against its warped face and forcing it 2 steps backward. Seizing the opening, Su Mumu drove her pocket knife precisely into the flesh beside its neck and twisted it sharply. 3 against 1. Seconds later, the fleshy heap collapsed to the ground. Lu Yuan delivered one final blow that caved its skull in. Blood pooled across the floor, and a heavy stench of raw flesh filled the air. Lu Yuan gasped for breath. He stared down at the corpse, confirming it would not move again before lowering the axe. Even more grotesque than the ones we've seen before, he said. But about the same level of threat. We can handle it. Su Mumu hurried over. Seeing the bleeding wound on his forearm, her eyes grew watery at once. Brother Lu Yuan, I'm so sorry. It's my fault you got hurt. Let me bandage you. She reached for her bag to retrieve gauze. Lu Yuan glanced at the cut on his forearm. Blood still trickled down, yet the injury was shallow, little more than a minor wound to him. Wounds inflicted by these monsters carried no viral infection like those from zombies. They were just ordinary lacerations. It's fine, just a scratch. Lu Yuan flexed his fingers to test movement in his arm. We can hold off on bandaging. We need to leave now. This place isn't safe anymore. Su Mumu bit her lower lip and set aside her distress with a nod. All right. The three quickly slung their bulging backpacks on. Lu Yuan took the lead, gripping the fire axe, and pushed the door open to step outside. Then he froze. In the empty dark stretches of the corridor, masses of flesh began to writhe. From shadowed corners, cracks in the ceiling, and gaps between floorboards, sticky tissue surged upward as if sprouting from the ground, coalescing into twisted silhouettes on both sides of the hallway. 1, 2, 3. More kept forming. At least 7 or 8 fleshy monsters rose to their feet from every direction. They tilted their heads, opening mouths set in odd positions, letting out garbled hisses as they closed in on the 3 people in the middle of the corridor. Qiu Yuan tightened her hold on the baseball bat, and Su Mumu gripped her pocket knife. Both stepped behind Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan spun the fire axe once in his grasp. His eyes swept across the line of stinking, deformed abominations ahead, his jaw set firmly. Today, he took one step forward. The axe edge glinted coldly under the dim reddish light. We have no choice but to fight our way through. Down on the 17th floor, the all-female group reveled in their successful scavenging. Over here, there are instant noodles in this room. Tang Shi pushed open a door and called out excitedly. I found cans. Spam too. Su Wan's voice rang out as she ran from another room, clutching several tin cans, eyes shining. I've got drinks. They're expired, but they should still be drinkable. Another woman shouted, holding up several unopened bottles of fruit juice. 17th floor held far more supplies than the 18th. The rooms once sealed off by black mist, left untouched for so long, now revealed their hidden stockpiles once the fog lifted. Instant noodles, canned goods, seasonings, emergency rations. Someone even uncovered an entire crate of compressed biscuits. It was vastly better than the sparse scraps left on the 18th floor. Morale among the all-female team soared. Su Wan grinned widely as she held her cans, while Tang Shi stacked the instant noodles like a small mountain of treasure. Lin Muxua even found vacuum-packed marinated eggs. She tore open a pack and passed them around. The salty savor spread across everyone's tongues, and several women looked as though they could breathe properly again for the first time in ages. Fang Yaqi stood in the middle of the corridor, watching the bustling scene of supplies being carried out. She tilted her chin up, hands planted on her hips. I told you, as long as we sisters stay strong, we can keep surviving. All these supplies will sustain us for ages. It proves we don't need men at all. Right after she spoke, Zhang Bing, standing beside her, frowned. She did not join in the cheers. Clutching a fire axe, she stood at the corridor entrance, staring toward the deep crimson shadows further down the hall. Something felt wrong, though she could not put a finger on it. It was as if the subtle vibrations in the air had shifted, like something gathering from every direction. Stop searching, Zhang Bing said abruptly, urgency in her tone. We need to evacuate immediately. Fang Yaqi had been smiling, but her expression froze. Why? We've barely started looking. We still have plenty of time. This area isn't right. Zhang Bing cut her off. Something bad is going to happen. Pull back now. Fang Yaqi's smile faded slowly. She glanced at the supplies in her arms, then at the other women busily scavenging down the corridor. What could possibly go wrong? It's safe here, the fog's gone. At that exact moment, one of the female survivors ran out from deeper in the corridor, holding something high above her head, overcome with elation. Beef jerky. I found beef jerky. We can have a proper feast later. She held the packet aloft like a trophy and hurried toward the group, a bright smile plastered across her face. Then came a crisp crack. It sounded like biting into a thin cracker. Her smile remained fixed on her face, her body still running forward, but her head was gone. A massive maw lunged from behind her, tearing off her entire skull in a single bite. She did not even have time to scream. The packet of beef jerky slipped from her limp fingers and clattered onto the floor. Her headless body stumbled 2 more paces before crashing heavily to the ground. Blood gushed from the severed neck, splashing over the people standing closest to her. Everyone froze. The can slipped from Su Wan's grasp and clanged against the floor. Tang Shi's eyes stretched wide, staring at the scene in utter disbelief. The headless corpse twitched, raw flesh curling at the neck stump as dark red blood spread in a large stain across the pale floorboards. The creature responsible stepped slowly out from the darkness further down the corridor, the woman's still smiling head clamped between its jaws. It crunched steadily, chewing as if savoring a delicacy. The sound of teeth grinding through bone carried several meters, thick and viscous, turning every stomach in the group. It was another grotesque, fleshy monster. This specimen was 2 to 3 times larger than the ones encountered on the 18th floor. Its body was covered in a sticky black membrane, countless eyes bulging from every angle, rolling ceaselessly. Run, run, Zhang Bing's voice cut through the stunned silence. She recovered first, lunging forward and hacking her fire axe at a tentacle reaching for them, shouting at the top of her lungs. Flee! Her cry shattered the paralysis gripping the group. Screams erupted, echoing down the entire corridor. Su Wan turned and ran, abandoning all her cans without a second thought. Tang Shi dropped her stack of instant noodles and scrambled toward the stairwell. Lin Muxue grabbed Lin Mushuang's hand and sprinted for safety. The two nearly tripped over one another. Everyone stampeded toward the far end of the corridor in a panicked herd. Zhang Bing stayed behind to hold them off, swinging her fire axe again and again at the monster's flailing tentacles. She quickly realized she could not kill it, only stall it. She struck to push it back, retreated a few steps, struck once more, and kept falling back. Another survivor lagged behind, tripping and crashing to the floor. Before she could push herself up, a twisted claw shot out from the darkness, seized her ankle, and dragged her into the crimson shadows. A piercing scream followed, only to be cut short after barely 2 seconds, silenced in an instant. Nothing remained but wet chewing sounds. The rest ran faster, chaotic footsteps pounding through the stairwell. No one bothered checking on anyone else. Some fell and scrambled back to their feet. Others discarded every possession to move quicker. Weeping and shouts filled the air. Su Wan sobbed uncontrollably as she ran, her lips trembling violently. The all-female group raced desperately into the stairwell, charging upward without pause. When they reached the landing between the 17th and 18th floors, the first thing they saw was a field of monster corpses. Dark and scarlet viscous fluid streamed across the floor, thick with the stench of rotting blood. 7 or 8 fleshy monster carcasses lay scattered everywhere, some split open, others with crushed skulls, severed limbs strewn beside them. The piled bodies resembled a makeshift slaughterhouse. Standing amid the remains was a single figure, Lu Yuan. He was soaked head to toe in blood. Dark stains covered his black tactical jacket, some dried, others still dripping. Streaks of blood marked his face, running along his jaw down toward his neck. In his right hand, he gripped the fire axe, shreds of flesh and thick black fluid hanging from the blade, dripping onto the ground drop by drop. He stood there, breathing heavily, his gaze sweeping over the crowd pouring out of the stairwell. Every member of the all-female group halted at once, frozen mid-flight. Su Wan's mouth hung open, her breath trapped in her throat. Tang Shi stood rigid, eyes bulging. Lin Muxue squeezed Lin Mushuang's hand so hard their nails dug into each other's skin, yet neither felt the pain. They stared at the mountain of corpses, then back at Lu Yuan standing among them. One identical thought raced through every mind. Had he killed every monster on the 18th floor single-handedly? A chill crawled up every spine. This fear was unlike anything they had known before. It was all. For the first time, they truly understood that the man they had driven away was far beyond anything they could comprehend. Lu Yuan was overwhelmingly powerful. There was no time to process it further. Roars echoed up from the 17th floor. The twisted flesh creatures were climbing the stairs in pursuit. Scuffling footsteps mingled with wet, dragging sounds, growing closer by the second. Move! Lu Yuan wasted no words. He grabbed Qiu Yuan with one hand and Su Mumu with the other, spinning to dash upward. The all-female group snapped out of their stupor and followed, the stairwell filling with chaotic footsteps and ragged gasps. At the bend between the 17th and 18th floors, Lu Yuan spotted Zhang Bing. She was pressed against the wall, fire axe raised to block a charging monster. A huge gash split her left shoulder, blood soaking half her shirt. One of the monster's tentacles coiled around her ankle, while another rose high, ready to crash down onto her head. Zhang Bing's face had paled. She was clearly reaching the limit of her stamina. Yet her grip on the axe never loosened, no sign that she planned to surrender. She fought desperately, but the monster would not grant her much more time. Lu Yuan did not hesitate. He bounded down several steps, swinging the fire axe in a full arc. Leveraging his downward momentum, he drove the blade straight into the center of the monster's head. Flesh splattered. The creature's tentacles twitched, and the limb wrapped around Zhang Bing's ankle slowly slackened. He struck once more, splitting its skull completely, then reached out and seized Zhang Bing's arm. Keep going. Zhang Bing froze for a split second. She looked up at Lu Yuan, a flicker of bewilderment crossing her usual calm features. She had not expected him to come to her rescue. She recovered quickly, pushing off the ground using his grip to stand. Lu Yuan supported her as they ran upward. Blood continued to flow from Zhang Bing's shoulder, yet she did not slow her pace. Fang Yaqi and the rest of the women had already reached the higher stair landings. Su Wan still wept. Tang Shi's screams reduced to hoarse whimpers as everyone scrambled upward. Zhang Bing's gaze swept briefly over the figures ahead before returning forward, her lips pressed tightly together. Lu Yuan paid no attention to the others. He only kept running alongside Zhang Bing. He held little regard for most of the all-female group, but he had always thought reasonably well of Zhang Bing. She spoke little, acted decisively, and never joined the others in pointless squabbling. He could tell she was different from Fang Yaqi and the rest. She only followed orders, bound by a work agreement. She worked as a professional bodyguard hired by Fang Yaqi. Fang Yaqi had once done her a great favor, saving her mother. Out of gratitude for that debt, Zhang Bing accepted every assignment and endured whatever hardship came her way. Lu Yuan had noticed it during those 7 days in room 201. Zhang Bing often frowned privately. Clearly, she disagreed with many of Fang Yaqi's decisions, yet she never uttered a word of protest, merely carrying out orders silently. A reserved woman by nature, she also owed a life debt. To speak up and argue was harder for her than fighting. Still, when all was said and done, she was nothing like Su Wan, Tang Shi, and the others. At the very least, she acted with her own purpose. That was why Lu Yuan could not stand by and watch Zhang Bing die at the hands of the monsters. In the end times, a powerful combatant like Zhang Bing was an invaluable asset. The iron door on the 21st floor loomed close. Supporting Zhang Bing, Lu Yuan rushed up the final steps. Su Mumu had already sprinted ahead to the doorway, yanking the door open and darting inside. Qiu Yuan followed right behind her. Once both women entered the shelter, Lu Yuan dragged Zhang Bing through the doorway and slammed the door shut hard. A click echoed as the latch slid home. Next came the dull thud of steel bars locking into their slots, one after another, until all 3 were secured. Leaning against the door, Lu Yuan caught his breath and listened to the noises from the stairwell outside. The snarls, scuttling sounds, and sticky squelch of flesh dragging across concrete halted on the 20th floor. The creatures did not continue climbing upward. They seemed to stop short at some invisible boundary, then gradually retreated. Their noises faded, vanishing far below. For now, the 21st floor was safe. Yet no one inside the shelter relaxed. The moment she stepped inside, Su Mumu raced toward a waterproof storage box in the corner and emptied all its emergency medical supplies onto the ground. Gauze, iodophore, tourniquets, alcohol pads, sutures, forceps, scissors, everything spread across the floor. Her movements were swift and precise. Her hands remained unervingly steady as she unwrapped bandages. Sit down first, Brother Lu Yuan. She called without lifting her head, then turned to Zhang Bing. Sister Zhang Bing, your shoulder wound is the worst. Let's treat you first. Zhang Bing slid down to sit against the wall. Blood still seeped steadily from her shoulder, draining the color from her face. Su Mumu knelt beside her, using scissors to cut away the fabric covering the injury, revealing a horrific gash beneath. Torn flesh curled outward along jagged edges, deep enough to expose bone. Su Mumu's brows drew tight, but her hands never paused. Cleaning, disinfecting, applying medicine, stitching, she completed the sequence fluidly. Fingers as steady as if she had performed the procedure thousands of times. Lu Yuan sat on a folding chair opposite them. Qiu Yuan knelt beside him, wiping blood from his face and hands with a damp towel. His injuries were minor, mostly superficial scrapes. A thin scab had already formed over the gash on his arm. Even so, after finishing with Zhang Bing, Su Mumu returned to re-bandage his wounds neatly. More than an hour passed before Su Mumu finished treating both of them. She sank onto the floor and let out a long breath. The wounds are stabilized for now. She glanced at Zhang Bing's bandaged shoulder. The cut is deep. I've stitched it closed. You must be careful not to strain it and tear the sutures open. Zhang Bing nodded, saying nothing. She sat there, her shoulders swathed in gauze, blood still crusting her clothes. Her cold, impassive expression had returned. She stared at Lu Yuan in silence for a long while before speaking. Why did you save me? Lu Yuan leaned back against the chair, his arm wrapped in fresh bandages. He glanced over at her, his tone flat. You covered our retreat. I could not abandon you. Zhang Bing fell quiet. She caught the distinction. He had said, our retreat, not their retreat. Back in the stairwell, the all-female group had fled separately from Lu Yuan's trio. But when she blocked the landing to fight the monster, she sealed off the entire stairway. She held back beasts chasing the women just as much as those pursuing Lu Yuan's party. Regardless of who she had intended to stop at first, she had bought everyone time. She had not planned to survive that stand. The wound was too deep, and she had lost far too much blood. She had not believed she could make it to the 21st floor. Her only thought had been to hold the monsters off as long as possible. Dying while taking one of the creatures down would have felt worthwhile. But Lu Yuan had dragged her away. She hesitated for several seconds, her lips parting faintly. Thank you. She pushed herself upright slowly. The movement pulled at her shoulder injury, and she winced, though she made no sound. Seeing her stand, Qiu Yuan asked, Are you heading back? Zhang Bing nodded. Yes. She saved my mother. She only said that much, yet Lu Yuan and Qiu Yuan understood completely. Fang Yaqi had saved her mother. That life debt weighed heavily on her, forcing her to obey every order, even though she disagreed with deep down. Lu Yuan watched her, making no attempt to persuade her otherwise. Outsiders could not meddle in such matters. The debt was hers, and the choice belonged to her alone. Zhang Bing had endured everything up to this point simply to repay that favor. No one had the right to judge her. Su Mumu spoke up instead. It is still far too dangerous outside, and your injuries are severe. Fresh stitches cannot withstand strenuous activity. If you run into trouble on the way back, you might not even be able to flee. Zhang Bing glanced toward the door, then at the thick gauze wrapped around her shoulder. After a lengthy silence, she lowered herself back to the floor. Very well, she said. Qiu Yuan rummaged through the supplies and handed her a clean towel. Wipe the blood off first and change into fresh clothes. I'll get you some water. Zhang Bing took the towel and murmured another quiet thank you. She sat there, weariness softening her usual icy demeanor. Her bandaged shoulders sagged slightly, as if she had finally been granted a chance to catch her breath. Once the door to room 201 slammed shut, silence engulfed the apartment. After the last person stumbled inside, the sharp click of the locking mechanism hung in the air, as if time itself had slowed. No one spoke. Everyone remained frozen in place, some leaning against walls, others collapsing onto the floor, a few sinking to their knees, too drained to crawl back up. Su Wan sat on the ground, her back propped against a sofa leg. She planted her palms flat on the floor, her fingers trembling uncontrollably. Her head hung low, her gaze unfocused on the floorboards before her, seeing nothing. Blood splattered her clothes and face. A dried drop clung to the corner of her mouth, which she made no effort to wipe away. Tang Shi curled into a ball in the corner, arms wrapped around her knees, her face buried against them. Her shoulders shook, yet she muffled all cries. Only thin, shuddering inhales escaped the space between her chest and legs. Several survivors retched. They had been unable to vomit while fleeing, but now that they had stopped, nausea surged upward again. They crouched on the floor, making wretched gagging sounds. Though nothing came out, their stomachs held almost no food at all. They were dead, truly dead. Two living women, just meters away, had their heads bitten off before everyone's eyes. Their bodies dragged into darkness and torn apart. The female team member had run forward holding beef jerky, grinning brightly, delighted at her find. Then came that crunch, and everything ended. All that remained were sounds of chewing, bones cracking. The sticky, wet noise of teeth grinding through flesh drifted faintly up the stairwell, burrowing into every listener's ears, impossible to shake off. Lin Muxue sat across from the sofa, knees drawn to her chest. Her lips drained of all color, her eyes fixed blankly forward. Pupils blown wide as if she still witnessed the horror on the 17th floor corridor. Lin Mushuang clutched her wrist beside her. She trembled too, but her grip stayed tight, clinging to the only thing stopping her from sinking into despair. Qin Yi leaned against the wall, neither crying nor speaking. She squatted motionlessly, hands limp at her sides, gaze fixed on the floor. A scrap of flesh, human or monster, stuck to the sole of her shoe, yet she did not notice it. In this moment, no one chanted slogans of sisterhood or bold female resilience. Those fantasies and rallying cries had shattered completely alongside the victim's skull. Amid that terrible crunch on the 17th floor, they finally understood. This was not an end times where women could survive simply by sticking together. This was raw, brutal reality, where death lurked around every corner. The monsters would spare no one for beauty, online fame, kindness, or looks. They cared about only one thing: whether you ran fast enough, hid well enough, and had someone beside you to pull you to safety. And just now, no one could reach those two girls. They had been dragged away, right in front of everyone. Fong Yaki stayed locked in the master bedroom. She sat alone on the floor beside the bed frame, her back resting against the mattress, knees drawn up. Her hands rested atop her knees, her head bowed, long hair falling forward to obscure most of her face. A cashmere shawl slipped crookedly off one shoulder, sliding down to her elbow, yet she did not bother adjusting it. She did not cry. Her eyes held no tears, but the glamour that always marked the celebrity had vanished, replaced by overwhelming terror. A suffocating fear that threatened to swallow her whole. She huddled against the bedboard, trying to press herself deeper into the corner. Her fingers interlaced so tightly her knuckles whitened. Images of the 17th floor corridor replayed in her mind. The woman running forward with beef jerky, smiling, then losing her head in an instant. She imagined herself in that victim's place. If the slowest runner had been her instead of those two girls, if she had hesitated even one step. She dared not finish the thought. A vastly different atmosphere prevailed inside Lu Yuan's apartment. Qiu Yuan busied herself in the kitchen for a while. Water bubbled steadily inside a pot atop the portable gas stove. She combined supplies scavenged earlier to cook a pot of steaming noodle soup, adding sliced luncheon meat and dried scallops for extra flavor. Simple fare, yet the rich aroma spread throughout the entire apartment. Dinner's ready. Qiu Yuan set bowls and chopsticks on the coffee table and called out. Su Mumu hurried over first, squatting beside the table and sniffing eagerly, a satisfied look spreading across her face. Lu Yuan walked over and sat down, picking up his chopsticks. Zhang Bing sat on the folding chair opposite him, staring at her bowl of steaming noodle soup. Oil flecks floated on the surface, mixed with chunks of luncheon meat. The scent of dried scallops and chopped green onions washed over her. Her grip tightened around her chopsticks. Back in room 201, she had not eaten a proper hot meal in days. She survived on sour hardtack and shared single packets of instant noodles, rationing every drop of broth. Here, a bowl of hot soup noodles waited, filled with meat, scallops, and seafood. Steam curled upward, stinging her eyes. She stared down at her food and did not eat immediately. Qiu Yuan sat beside her with her own bowl and noticed her hesitation. What's wrong? Nothing. Zhang Bing's voice came out hoarse, yet her tone remained calm. I just didn't think I would get to eat something like this again. She lifted her chopsticks and took a mouthful of noodles. Hot broth slid down her throat, warmth spreading slowly outward from her stomach. She chewed, swallowed, then took another bite. Su Mumu sat across from her, sipping soup gently, watching Zhang Bing quietly with soft eyes. After finishing most of her bowl, color slowly returned to Zhang Bing's cheeks. She set down her chopsticks. Her gaze drifted toward the kitchen, and she froze. Qiu Yuan was washing dishes at the sink. The tap ran open, water rushing to wash grease off the crockery, sending tiny droplets splashing outward. The running water sounded unusually loud in the quiet room, a mundane sight that felt surreal. Once the dishes were clean, Qiu Yuan rinsed the pot and twisted the faucet shut, moving casually. Zhang Bing stared at the tap for a long time. She knew room 201 had long lost running water. Every faucet on the stairwell stood dry, releasing nothing but air reeking of rust when turned. Water was rationed in tiny cups, more precious than food itself. But here, Qiu Yuan freely turned on the tap to wash vegetables and pots, letting water flow nonstop. Zhang Bing glanced toward the bathroom. Earlier, she had seen Su Mumu emerge after taking a shower. She turned to face Lu Yuan. He leaned back in his chair, finishing the last of his soup, relaxed and unhurried. You, Zhang Bing hesitated. Where do you get your running water? Lu Yuan set down his bowl and replied casually. We connected to the building's water supply pipeline. Zhang Bing fell silent. She worked as a professional bodyguard, not a plumber. Yet years traveling alongside Fong Yaki had taught her basic knowledge of buildings and infrastructure. The building's water system relied on rooftop tanks and basement pump stations powered by electricity to maintain water pressure. The whole building had lost power ages ago, so the pumps could not possibly function. Even residual water left in rooftop tanks could not deliver steady tap flow, let alone such strong water pressure. She looked at Lu Yuan, choosing not to press further. She could tell he had no intention of elaborating. His answer had been offhand, as if he wanted to drop the subject. Still, Zhang Bing knew connecting pipelines alone could not explain the running water. This hinted at secrets she could not fathom. Proof this man wielded power far beyond her imagination. But she would not ask. Years working security had taught her a simple rule: never inquire about things that were none of your business. Once dinner ended and the table cleared, Lu Yuan dragged a silver-gray generator out from the corner and set it in the center of the living room. The case was compact yet heavy, landing with a dull thud when he set it down. Qiu Yuan, Su Mumu, and Zhang Bing all turned to look, curious. Zhang Bing had spotted the case before but never asked, and she fixed her gaze on it now that Lu Yuan brought it out. Lu Yuan lifted the lid, revealing the machine inside. It featured matte silver casing, ventilation grills, and power outlets on the side, plus an LCD panel on top. Its streamlined design looked far more advanced than ordinary equipment. Qiu Yuan leaned closer and recognized it. A generator? Yes, Lu Yuan nodded. Su Mumu's eyes lit up instantly with excitement. Brother Lu Yuan, that's amazing. You actually found a generator. Does this mean we can have electricity in the apartment? Her voice was soft and bright, brimming with hope. Until now, they relied on candles and camping lanterns for light. The dim, flickering glow always left them feeling stifled. Proper electric lighting would turn this place into a true, livable shelter. Zhang Bing poured cold water on her excitement. It is not that simple. Generators require diesel fuel to operate. Fuel consumption is substantial. Running it continuously means you will need to scavenge more oil soon. She paused. Diesel is an extremely scarce resource in this building. Finding even a few barrels would count as a major haul. And once burned, it is gone forever. Her words dampened Su Mumu's smile, yet the girl still looked hopefully at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan did not contradict her. Instead, he smiled and turned toward Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing, do you understand electrical circuitry? Zhang Bing blinked, surprised by the question. After a brief pause, she nodded. I know the basics. Professional bodyguard training covered far more than combat skills. First aid, building structure, basic mechanical and electrical maintenance were all part of the curriculum. She was no expert, but she could run wiring and make simple connections. Help me link all the apartment circuits to this generator. Lu Yuan handed her the main power cable. Zhang Bing accepted the wire without asking extra questions. She knelt to inspect the wiring inside the distribution box, opened the main circuit breaker with tools she carried, and connected the main power cord to the generator's reserve port. Her movements were sharp and assured, every step precise. Qiu Yuan handed her tools while Su Mumu held up a camping lamp to illuminate her work. The four of them cooperated for more than half an hour until the entire apartment's wiring was fully connected to the generator. Zhang Bing checked all the connections thoroughly. Once she confirmed everything was in order, she stepped back 2 paces and looked up at Lu Yuan. It's ready. She thought Lu Yuan would start pouring diesel into the generator next. She even waited, wondering which corner he would retrieve a barrel of diesel from. But Lu Yuan did nothing of the sort. He walked over to the generator and pressed the power button on its side. The liquid crystal panel lit up, displaying a line of text, starting. Shortly after came faint buzzing sounds, soft vibrations just like current passing through circuits. There was none of the deafening roar typical of diesel generators. Then the lights turned on. The warm yellow camping lamp overhead brightened noticeably. The forgotten LED tube in the corner blinked twice before shining steady white light, flooding the entire room with clarity. A soft ding followed. The air conditioning control panel on the wall lit up, showing a string of numbers. The idle mini fridge in the corner hummed as its compressor kicked on, and temperature readings appeared on its screen. Power had returned to the whole apartment. Zhang Bing froze where she stood. She glanced at the brilliant overhead lights, then the quietly operating generator, then Lu Yuan. He held a newly lit cigarette, leaning against the wall with a faint smirk, as if asking, impressed? She knelt beside the generator and examined it carefully. There was no fuel inlet, no exhaust pipe, none of the cooling fans standard for diesel engines. The machine sat as silent as stone. Only the small liquid crystal panel on its side showed slowly fluctuating output power, indicating stable electricity supply. Where is the diesel? She heard her own voice, dry in ways she did not notice. Where is the power mode switch? Lu Yuan exhaled smoke, speaking casually. This uses new energy, cutting-edge technology. No diesel required. Zhang Bing fell silent for several seconds. She stared at the silver-gray machine, then back at Lu Yuan. She stood, stepped backward, and studied him for a long moment. I'm impressed. She said only those 2 words and asked no further questions. She was intelligent. She knew Lu Yuan's explanation was merely a brush off, and that the device's origin was far more complicated than he claimed. But she also understood that some matters were better left unasked. Su Mumu was overjoyed. She hurried to tap the buttons on the air conditioning panel, then pulled open the mini fridge to feel the cool air spilling out. She spun around and trotted toward Lu Yuan. "Brother Lu Yuan, we have electricity now. The air conditioner and fridge both work. You're amazing." She wrapped both arms around Lu Yuan's arm and tilted her head to gaze at him, her eyes brimming with admiration. Her choice had been correct. She would wholeheartedly stand by Brother Lu Yuan. He deserved all of her devotion. Running water and electricity were luxuries they could never have imagined back in Unit 201. Now Brother Lu Yuan had made them a reality. Qiu Yuan walked over, a relieved smile on her face beneath the bright lights. She reached up to touch the LED tube overhead. Light streamed through her fingers, casting fragmented shadows across the floor. She once thought surviving the apocalypse was enough, and brightness did not matter. Yet as light filled every corner of the room, she realized how deeply she missed this sense of normalcy. Lu Yuan felt the same way. Leaning against the wall, he watched the glowing lamps, humming refrigerator and illuminated control panels. A sense of calm settling over him. He took one final drag of his cigarette and stubbed it out in an ashtray. The dull crimson sky still hung outside the windows, yet everything inside had changed. The moment the lights switched on, this safe haven truly became a place where one could live without fear amid the apocalypse. Zhang Bing, however, watched the scene with tangled emotions. Her thoughts drifted to Fang Yaqi, who sought to compete with Lu Yuan, and the dire situation inside Unit 201. She sighed deeply. That young lady really overestimated herself. On the other side, Unit 201 stood in stark contrast to Lu Yuan's brightly lit apartment. Nearly everyone remained seated on the floor, frozen in the positions they had collapsed into after fleeing. No one had moved. Su Wan sat leaning against a sofa leg, knees drawn up, trembling faintly. Tang Shi curled herself into a corner. Qin Yi rested her back against the wall, her gaze fixed blankly on the floor. Lin Muxue and Lin Mushuang huddled together. The younger sister rested her head on her elder sister's shoulder, and the elder sister wrapped an arm around her waist. Neither spoke. A stifling silence hung in the air, heavy enough to weigh on their chests and make every breath difficult. No one stood, no one spoke, no one blinked or bothered sorting through the supplies they had brought back. Instant noodles, canned food and energy biscuits lay scattered near the doorway, ignored just like the beef jerky that had slipped from the hand of their fallen companion days earlier. Fang Yaqi had not emerged. The master bedroom door stayed shut, not a single sound coming from within. Ordinarily, she would have stood up to rally everyone with speeches, but not today. The glamorous celebrity had no rallying cries left to offer. Gulan sat in her usual corner. She twisted an unopened energy biscuit between her fingers, rubbing the edge of its packaging. She had been observing, waiting patiently. She waited for panic to fade, for screams and weeping to subside, until everyone sank into numb silence. Now, the time had come. Everyone. Her voice was not loud, yet it cut clearly through the quiet of Unit 201. Slowly, every head lifted, all eyes turning toward Gulan. Gulan set the biscuit down and sat straighter. She met the gaze of everyone present, her tone steady. "I know what just happened has terrified all of us. We lost 2 companions, and my heart aches for them as well. Even so, we must pull ourselves together. You all understand by now. We struggle to survive in an apocalypse. This is no gathering, no game. If we want to stay alive, we have to face reality." She swept her eyes across every face. Some nodded faintly, some parted their lips hesitantly, others looked away, avoiding her gaze. She continued speaking. "There are times when we have to yield. You all saw Lu Yuan's strength. He is powerful, overwhelmingly so. Our only chance to survive this apocalypse is to attach ourselves to him. This is our single opportunity." Silence filled the room for several seconds after she finished. Someone inhaled shakily. The first reaction after this truth was laid bare. Several lowered their heads, jaws clamped tight. Others gripped the hems of their clothing until their knuckles paled. No one voiced an objection. Every word Gulan spoke struck at the core of their predicament. These thoughts had lingered vaguely in all their minds, yet none had mustered the courage to say them aloud. Now that Gulan laid it out plainly, they could no longer avoid the truth. It was simple. They needed Lu Yuan. They needed him, not merely for his lockpicking skills or combat prowess. They needed the man himself, the presence who could calm their fears and stand on the front lines to block monsters. But a problem remained. How they had treated Lu Yuan before. They had voted to drive him out, and cheered openly once he left. Could he possibly accept them if they now begged to rely on him? Every harsh word and action from the past remained fresh, impossible to deny. Moreover, they had seen Xiao Yuan and Su Mumu. Life had treated the two well after they chose to stay with Lu Yuan. Everyone witnessed the price they had paid. Once a famed socialite of Shanghai and the campus belle, both had surrendered themselves to earn Lu Yuan's acceptance. Every woman in the room was once a sheltered young lady, wealthy heiress, prominent socialite, or internet celebrity. None had ever imagined bowing before a man, let alone becoming someone's dependent. Yet what alternative existed if they refused? Could they keep going like this? Watch supplies dwindle, monsters grow more numerous and powerful, and witness more companions perish one after another? Who would be next to die? Su Wan, Tang Shi, or herself? No one held the answer. Heavy silence descended over the room once more. Gulan said all she needed to. She did not press them further. She picked up the energy biscuit again, tore open the packaging and bit into it slowly, leaving space for each woman to weigh her choices. Her words were seeds planted deep inside every heart, slowly beginning to sprout. Some stared at the floor, fists clenched until knuckles whitened. Some bit their lips, tears glistening at the corners of their eyes, yet they refused to cry. Some gazed toward the doorway, their expressions tangled as they struggled with internal calculations. After finishing all her business, Zhang Bing prepared to leave. Before stepping out the door, thick bandages wrapped her wounded shoulder, yet she stood tall. She glanced back at Lu Yuan and spoke only one sentence. "I'm heading back." Lu Yuan did not stop her. He leaned against the wall and studied her impassive face. "Are you certain?" "Yes." Zhang Bing nodded calmly. "I swore to my mother that I would always protect her. That vow will never change." She offered no further explanation or hesitation. She pushed open the door and stepped outside. The door clicked shut behind her. Her footsteps echoed down the hallway, gradually fading in the direction of Unit 201. Lu Yuan returned to the master bedroom to rest. After the chaos of the previous day, the night was quiet. Power had been restored, and the newly wired circuits banished the dim gloom that had filled the room before. Lu Yuan lay on the bed, hands folded beneath his head as he stared at the ceiling, replaying the day's events in his mind. The flesh monster, the ambush, the chase along the stairwell, and the two young women who had left with the all-female group. Lu Yuan had since learned they had been brutally killed by monsters. These grotesque, terrifying creatures continued to multiply within the building. The early monsters resembled zombies, horrifying yet recognizably human. Now, shadowy figures that knocked on doors and mimicked cries for help roamed the corridors, alongside shapeless masses of fused flesh far more terrifying than anything they had encountered before. A thought crossed his mind. What lay beyond the building walls? Was the outside world overrun with similar abominations? Under this blood-red sky, trapped in endless darkness, hunted by flesh-eating creatures, was there any real hope for humanity to survive this apocalypse? Lu Yuan closed his eyes. He had no answer. For now, he could only take things one step at a time. With his system to rely on, he faced no immediate danger. Hiding safely within the building and completing daily sign-ins remained his best strategy for survival. Just then, the bedroom door creaked open. A graceful figure appeared in the doorway. Lu Yuan opened his eyes and blinked in surprise. Su Mumu stood there, hand resting on the doorknob. She peeked into the room, gazing toward him shyly. She had just bathed. Damp hair fell loosely over her shoulders, accentuating her fair, delicate features. What caught his attention was her clothing. She had traded her usual pure school uniform for a thin nightgown that belonged to Qiu Yuan. Thin shoulder straps rested lightly on her shoulders, and the modest neckline revealed a sliver of collarbone. The hem fell to mid-thigh. Lu Yuan recognized the nightgown. It was not Su Mumu's. The young girl had borrowed Qiu Yuan's clothes. The innocent charm of Su Mumu paired with the delicate nightgown created a striking contrast. It was easy to guess that Qiu Yuan had given her the suggestion. "Brother Lu Yuan, may I come in?" Su Mumu twisted the hem of her dress, her voice shy. A faint smile tugged at Lu Yuan's lips. "Of course." "Okay," Su Mumu replied sweetly. Barefoot, she walked gently toward the bed. The moment she reached him, Lu Yuan reached out and pulled her into his arms. "Ah, brother Lu Yuan." Before she could speak further, Lu Yuan kissed her, and she melted softly against his chest. They spent the rest of the evening enjoying each other's company. 2 hours later, Su Mumu drifted off into a peaceful sleep. Lu Yuan remained wide awake. Spending time with the gentle young woman brought him a quiet sense of comfort. Seeing her bright expressions lifted his mood greatly. Truly, she was a doctor, capable of soothing weariness in every way. When Zhang Bing pushed open the door to Unit 201, every pair of eyes snapped toward her at once. Sister Zhang Bing. Su Wan cried out first, shock and joy in her tone. You're alive. She pushed herself up against the wall. Her legs still trembled, yet relief washed over her face. Tang Shi lifted her head. Her eyes remained red-rimmed, yet they lit up the second she spotted Zhang Bing. Qin Yi stood and scanned Zhang Bing from head to toe, confirming she had returned unmaimed. All of them had assumed Zhang Bing had perished at the hands of monsters. To see her return filled them with delight. Sister Zhang Bing is incredible. Admiration colored Su Wan's voice. She escaped those monsters alone. I always knew you would make it. Exactly, Tang Shi chimed in. Her voice was still hoarse, yet more energetic. I thought Sister Zhang Bing might even be stronger than Lu Yuan. This proves it. With you on our side, we will be fine. Sister Zhang Bing held off the monsters and escaped unharmed. That's extraordinary. We have our own powerful warrior. Why fear monsters? The women surrounded Zhang Bing, showering her with praise. In their eyes, Zhang Bing represented female strength. They had a formidable woman among them, someone who could rival Lu Yuan. They clung to this thought desperately, grasping for hope. Zhang Bing stood in their center, offering no response. Thick bandages wrapped her shoulder, faint traces of blood seeping out from beneath the gauze. She slowly lowered herself to sit against the wall. The movement pulled at her wound, yet she only frowned faintly. Once their chatter quieted, she finally spoke. Lu Yuan saved me. Her voice was calm, as if stating a simple fact, yet her words silenced the room instantly. Every smile froze on their faces. Su Wan parted her lips, her throat dry. What? I blocked the monster on the stairwell, but I could not defeat it. Zhang Bing explained evenly. Lu Yuan charged down from the 18th floor, split the beast open with an axe, and pulled me to safety. She paused and swept her gaze across their stunned faces. He brought me back to his safe house and treated my injuries. Without him, I would be dead. Silence hung thick in the room for several long seconds. The temperature in the air seemed to drain away, and subtle shifts appeared on everyone's faces in that instant. Su Wan's lips twitched, as if she wanted to say something but swallowed the words back. Tang Shi lowered her head, her gaze fixed on her own toes. The delight they had felt moments ago vanished completely. Zhang Bing watched their expressions and added another sentence. I cannot compare to Lu Yuan. I never will. Her tone remained calm, yet there was no trace of false modesty in it. It sounded more like she was stating an objective fact. She had seen Lu Yuan's safe house with her own eyes, endless lights, running tap water, ample supplies of food, and the sense of peace on Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu's faces that she had never witnessed inside Unit 201. The gap between them was unimaginably vast, like heaven and earth. How could she possibly measure up? That is why, Zhang Bing said, do not speak of such things again. No one said another word. The fleeting surge of shared optimism had been snuffed out by her statement. If even Zhang Bing admitted she was no match for Lu Yuan, what grounds did the rest of them, who were far weaker than Zhang Bing, have to argue? Gulan stepped forward from the corner. She walked up to Zhang Bing and glanced over the wound on her shoulder. The dressing was professionally done, with neatly arranged gauze and tidy bandages. You've been to Lu Yuan's apartment? Gulan asked. Yes, Zhang Bing nodded. They treated my injury there. A barely perceptible flicker crossed Gulan's eyes. She had long wondered how developed Lu Yuan's hideout was. Every time Lu Yuan, Qiu Yuan, and Su Mumu appeared, they looked healthy, and she had formed vague suspicions. But she had never known the full truth. What is it like over there? Gulan spoke softly, as though afraid of disturbing something. Su Wan cut in beside her. It's probably just a little more food than Unit 201. How impressive can a shabby apartment really be? The others all turned their eyes toward Zhang Bing. Their gazes were mixed with curiosity, anticipation, and quiet unease, as if they sensed the answer would be difficult to accept. Zhang Bing began to speak slowly. Lu Yuan reconnected the building's water pipelines. Water flows freely from the taps. He also owns a new energy generator that requires no diesel. Lights run throughout the unit, and the refrigerator and air conditioner work perfectly. She paused, her tone flat as if describing events unrelated to herself. He has abundant medical supplies, food, and all kinds of resources. After those few sentences fell, silence engulfed Unit 201, as if all the air had been sucked out of the room. Several people gaped, unable to close their mouths. Qin Yi's water cup slipped from her hand and clattered onto the floor, rolling a short distance before stopping. She made no move to pick it up. Lin Muxue gripped her younger sister's wrist so tightly her knuckles whitened, as if she had been struck hard on the back of the head. Tang Shi leaned against the wall, staring blankly, struggling to process information far beyond what she could comprehend. They could have guessed there would be plenty of food and supplies. Every time Lu Yuan showed up, he carried abundant provisions, and the healthy color on Xiao Yuan and Su Mumu's cheeks could not be faked. But running water and electricity? It was common knowledge that power and water had failed after the apocalypse. The entire building systems had collapsed, pipes ran dry, power lines lay dormant. Taps only exhaled air tainted with rust, and light switches no longer worked. They had long accepted this as an unalterable truth of the ruined world. Yet Zhang Bing was telling them, Lu Yuan had running water, electricity, working air conditioning, a refrigerator, hot showers, and constant lighting. Su Wan was the first to break the silence. Her voice was dry, tinged with stubborn disbelief. Sister Zhang Bing, you can't be lying to us, can you? How is that possible? The building's utilities failed ages ago. Tang Shi quickly chimed in, speaking rapidly. Exactly. The power grid collapsed long ago. Without electricity, the water pumps cannot function. How could he possibly? Is he some kind of magician? Several women spoke over one another, clinging to that last shred of denial, trying to resist a reality they refused to acknowledge. Zhang Bing waited until they had all finished arguing, then looked at their anxious faces and said calmly, Do you think I would lie to you? Her words carried little volume, yet they stood like a wall, blocking every doubt. It was true. No one suspected Zhang Bing. Inside Unit 201, anyone might twist the truth, but not her. She never wasted words, and she never fabricated stories. Everything she said was genuine. If Zhang Bing was telling the truth, Su Wan slowly sank to the floor. Only one thought looped endlessly in her mind. Running water, electricity, air conditioning, a refrigerator, brightly lit rooms. While she gnawed hard ration biscuits and ration water drop by drop from bottle caps, Lu Yuan turned on taps, adjusted air conditioning, and kept every room illuminated. While she shouted herself hoarse over half a pack of instant noodles, his refrigerator was stocked full of food, and he could even take hot showers. Suddenly, the dry ration biscuit stuck in her throat tasted unbearably bitter, as though a thick layer of dust coated her tongue. Then an idea struck her, and she spoke up. If Lu Yuan managed to reconnect the pipelines, we can too. If he found a generator, we can find one as well. What do we lack compared to Lu Yuan? If he can do it, so can we. Someone echoed her. Su Wan is right, we can do it. We simply haven't tried yet. If we make an effort, we might just. Zhang Bing leaned against the wall and regarded Su Wan with a calm gaze. There was no mockery in her voice, and that lack of scorn made her words feel all the colder. Lu Yuan succeeded because he is incredibly capable, extraordinary, and possesses methods of his own. As for you, you cannot even locate a single pack of instant noodles. What makes you believe you can accomplish such things? Su Wan was left speechless. Her lips parted repeatedly, yet not a single word emerged. The other women fell quiet too. When Su Wan first voiced her idea, a flicker of hope had ignited in some of their eyes. Zhang Bing's two sentences snuffed that light out entirely. Zhang Bing shifted her gaze away from Su Wan and continued. I know I cannot achieve such things. Restoring water and power cannot be solved merely by scavenging. The pipelines are fractured, the water pumps lack power, and the water supply system is long dead. I understand the state of this building better than anyone. You are welcome to attempt it if you believe you can. But I cannot. She could speak with such certainty because she had already tried. After the water was cut off, she had attempted pipe repairs, manual pumping, and climbed endlessly through pipe shafts searching for usable connections. She labored for 2 full days, yet all her efforts were futile. Once the water supply failed, it was gone. It was not a problem that could be fixed by casual searching. As for how Lu Yuan had pulled it off, she had no answer. She truly did not know. There was something unfathomable about that man, a mystery that made her feel as though she was observing a being that should not exist in this world. She looked over their downcast faces and said nothing more. She had said everything that needed to be said. Unit 201 sank once more into profound silence. This silence was unlike any that had come before. Earlier silences stemmed from fear, shock, or numb disbelief. This time, a heavier weight hung over them. Their understanding of the world was crumbling piece by piece. They had once believed that the group of women could survive the apocalypse on their own, that they could endure without relying on men. Now reality had dealt them a harsh blow. Lu Yuan was undoubtedly operating on an entirely different level. The divide was far too great, so vast that they did not even have the energy left to feel jealous. Gulan sat in the corner, watching their stunned, bewildered faces, and shook her head faintly. She had suspected Lu Yuan's hideout was exceptional, yet she had never imagined it would reach such heights. Solving water and power shortages amid the apocalypse exceeded all her expectations. How exactly had Lu Yuan managed it? At that moment, someone glanced toward the master bedroom and asked curiously, "Yaki has stayed locked in her room ever since we returned. What's wrong with her?" "I'm not sure. She's been acting strange. Could something have happened to her?" Lu Yuan did not remain in the master bedroom for long. He got up and walked out into the living room. The lights were switched on, flooding the space with brightness. The newly installed circuit banished the dimness that had lingered in the safe house before. LED light strips cast clear outlines of every object. Staring at the well-lit room, Lu Yuan reached out and flipped the light switch off. The camping lamp flickered back to life, its warm yellow glow confined to a small radius, plunging most of the room back into shadow. Now that he had stable water and electricity, there was no urgent need to conserve power as strictly as before. Still, the idea troubled him. In this dark, shadow-shrouded world, keeping bright lights burning constantly was likely unwise. Caution remained essential. Lu Yuan lay down on the living room sofa, resting his hands beneath his head, staring at the shadows across the ceiling, lost in quiet thought. The room was silent, save for an almost imperceptible low hum of electric current from the nuclear generator. He mentally reviewed their current circumstances. The safe house had running water, electricity, and stockpiled food. Supplies were enough to sustain the three of them for a good while. With power restored, the refrigerator functioned, allowing food to be preserved longer. The mysterious water tank delivered a steady supply of water every day, and the nuclear generator ran nonstop. Little by little, he had transformed this apartment into a small fortress. While it was not impenetrable, it was unquestionably the safest corner within the entire building. With the system at his disposal, there was no reason to panic. He simply needed to complete daily check-ins, accumulate resources steadily, and deal with whatever threats came his way. Lu Yuan walked over to the window. His apartment occupied a high-end residential tower fitted with floor-to-ceiling glass windows. A balcony stretched outside. He usually kept heavy curtains drawn, wary of strange entities lurking in the darkness. Today, however, Lu Yuan stepped up to the window and gently pulled the curtains aside. He wanted to look out at the world beyond. Peering outside, he saw the sky stained a dull crimson, oppressive and hopeless, devoid of any sign of life. The world outside remained deathly quiet. Nothing stirred. Before he gained night vision, Lu Yuan could only see endless blackness beyond the glass. Now, with enhanced night vision, he could make out rough shapes and silhouettes. His unit was on the 21st floor, so his view was limited. The area below was swallowed by thick black fog, hiding everything from sight. Lu Yuan could only gaze straight ahead. Not far away stood another towering building. It was not a residential complex, but an office tower. Before the apocalypse, it had been filled with office workers. He wondered what it looked like now. The office building also featured floor-to-ceiling windows, and a silhouette seemed to be visible behind one pane. It looked as though a figure stood inside the office tower, staring back toward him. Lu Yuan felt no fear. He did not believe it was a person. He had seen that silhouette before. He first spotted it shortly after moving into this apartment. While its shape resembled a human being, Lu Yuan suspected it was not alive. After all, it had never moved an inch for days on end, standing perfectly still like a statue, continuously watching his apartment. He guessed it was either a mannequin or a hanging garment of some sort. He pushed the thought aside. It was better not to stare too long at outside anomalies. After a brief glance, Lu Yuan closed the curtains and returned to the sofa. He settled back down and waited. The time on his phone soon ticked to 12 o'clock. A translucent interface materialized in the void at the back of his mind right on schedule. Check-in time available. Lu Yuan silently thought the command to check in. The text on the panel flickered, then lines of notifications slowly appeared. Check-in successful. Obtained supplies. Grade a mechanical equipment set ×1. Obtained attribute points. Strength +1 current strength. 8-9. Obtained trait. Blood of the Silver Knight S rank. Your blood possesses sacred purifying properties, inflicting a 200 suppression effect upon all corrupted beings. Corrupted creatures will instinctively feel fear and avoid approaching you. Passive effect. Lu Yuan's mind raced as he read the information on the panel. First, the attribute point. His strength had increased once more. His physical condition was already approaching the peak of ordinary human capability. Coupled with steady improvements to his stamina, spirit, and strength attributes, he was far stronger. He was far stronger than he had been at the start of the apocalypse. His physical abilities now vastly outstripped those of regular people. Next came the mechanical equipment set. He stood and walked toward the coffee table. A black metal crate materialized out of thin air on the empty living room floor. It was larger than previous supply crates, coated with matte fog paint, and carved with streamlined mechanical patterns along its edges. Lu Yuan knelt down and lifted the lid. Neatly arranged items rested on black velvet padding, glinting with cold metallic luster. A combat sword lay horizontally on top. The blade measured roughly 1 meter long. Its streamlined edge shimmered with dull silver light. Fine mechanical grooves lined the section near the hilt, designed for internal power mechanisms to drive the blade. Lu Yuan picked it up and tested the grip. It was lighter than he expected, and the handle curved perfectly to fit his palm. As if custom made for him, he swung it once. The blade sliced through the air with a sharp, clean whoosh. It felt perfectly balanced, razor-sharp, and capable of delivering devastating force. Its unique mechanical structure allowed Lu Yuan to unleash 7 to 8 times his normal strength. With this blade, slaying the flesh monster he had fought the previous day would pose no difficulty. Beneath the combat sword rested 2 composite bows of differing designs. One was entirely silver-white, with faint blue veins running along its limbs, as though electric currents flowed within. The other was dark crimson, a faint warm glow hovering across its surface. Lu Yuan lifted them and tested their weight. Neither was heavy, and they sat smoothly in his hands. If these mechanical composite bows required minimal physical strength and only basic aiming skill to fire, they would be an invaluable asset for his group, which lacked any long-range weaponry. According to the description, one bow channeled electricity and the other fire. Hidden energy was built into each arrow. No ammunition needed to be loaded to unleash those elemental forces. They were extraordinarily powerful. 2 more sets of items lay at the bottom of the crate. These were thin metal plates etched with intricate patterns, forming wearable armor components. Lu Yuan picked one up. It felt cold to the touch, lined with soft cushioning where it made contact with skin, though he had yet to figure out how to assemble and wear them. This was a mechanical alloy protective kit. The system description stated that once equipped, it would detect incoming attacks and activate defensive barriers automatically. The promise alone brought him a measure of reassurance. Lu Yuan placed the combat sword back inside the crate, closed the lid, and leaned against the coffee table for a moment. Acquiring this equipment instantly elevated his combat prowess to a new level. Before now, he had relied solely on the fire axe for close-quarters fighting. While functional, it came with heavy limitations and a low-damage ceiling. With the mechanical combat sword and 2 composite bows, he now possessed both ranged and melee capabilities. The protective kit was effectively an extra lifeline. Then there was the S-rank trait, Blood of the Silver Knight. A warm current surged through Lu Yuan's body. His blood briefly shimmered with a sacred golden glow before returning to normal. Beyond that, he felt no immediate change. It granted him the ability to intimidate corrupted beings. He was unsure exactly what qualified as corrupted beings. Did the flesh monsters fall into that category? What about the shadowy figures that spoke in the corridors? Or the pale, drifting specters he had seen the night before? The system offered no precise definition, only stating that all corrupted creatures would feel fear in his presence. The scope could be broad or narrow. If the ability affected all monsters, he would constantly carry an aura of intimidation wherever he went. If it only worked against specific types of entities, its utility would be more limited. Still, he was in no hurry. An S-rank trait would never be a useless reward from the system. He would learn when and how effectively it functioned when the time came. For now, the mechanical equipment set was his most valuable gain. Armed with this gear, Lu Yuan's upcoming explorations throughout the high-rise building would become far less arduous. Just as Lu Yuan was lost in these thoughts, he suddenly froze. An indescribable sensation crept up his back, as if someone's gaze was sliding across his skin. Lu Yuan stiffened for a split second before whipping his head around, his gaze locking sharply onto the French window. The curtains were drawn. Thick fabric covered most of the window, leaving only a narrow gap. Beyond the slit stretched the dark red sky shrouded in billowing black mist. Nothing could be seen except the murky dim light, yet he could feel it clearly. That oppressive sense of being watched, of being locked onto by something far away, continuously seeped in through the crack. Without hesitation, he pulled the mechanical alloy combat knife out of the storage box, stride over to the French window, and yanked the curtains open. Nothing was outside. The dark red sky hung overhead like a faded, frozen old photograph, and black mist swirled slowly in the air. The world outside the building remained lifeless and bleak, with no sign of any moving living creature. The opposite high-rise stood dozens of meters away, enveloped in fog. Its glass curtain wall reflected dull light, as silent as it had been for days. Lu Yuan's eyes swept rapidly across every floor of the opposite building, from the top floor down to the ground floor. His gaze moved as swiftly and precisely as a scanner. No human figures, no traces of movement, no strange dark spots. He narrowed his eyes and checked again, still finding nothing. Could it have just been an illusion? He was about to look away and close the window. Then his pupils abruptly constricted. On the 19th floor of the opposite building, behind one window, something was missing. That dark silhouette was gone. The shadow that had stood inside the building, silently watching their side for more than 10 days, had vanished without a trace. A chill surged through Lu Yuan. He quickly closed the curtains and stepped back. Even after retreating, his heart still raced with unease. He had long assumed the silhouette was merely hanging clothing or a mannequin. If that figure was actually a person or some kind of monster, the implications were deeply unsettling. It was not merely the existence of a monster that troubled him. There was something different about that shadow. It did not behave like an ordinary monster. It observed everything, watching Lu Yuan and the others, as if it was watching a drama or some sort of performance. Creatures like this were terrifying. Whether human, monster, or some unknown being, it possessed extraordinary intelligence. It seemed to hold all the strings before. Lu Yuan thought he knew why it had disappeared now, the blood of the true Silver Knight. His acquisition of the blood of the true Silver Knight had likely far exceeded the creature's expectations and even filled it with fear, driving it away. Interesting, rewards granted by the system were truly never inferior. A cold smirk tugged at the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth. He did not need to worry excessively. When soldiers come, we block them. When floods rise, we build dikes. With the system supporting him, he only needed to keep signing in quietly, and everything would be fine. No matter how powerful these strange entities were, could they possibly surpass the system? In the corner of room 201, several people sat huddled together. Su Wan, Tang Shi, Qini, Lin Muxue, and Lin Mushuang gathered in the relatively quiet space beside the sofa, talking in hushed voices. The rest of the group rested lazily on the other side, paying them no attention. The door to Fang Yaqi's master bedroom stayed shut. A thin streak of light leaked out from beneath the door frame, yet there was no sound of anyone opening it. Su Wan spoke first, her voice lowered but urgent. Girls, I believe all of you understand our current situation. Fang Yaqi has shut herself away. We cannot count on her anymore. If things continue like this, we will keep surviving only on compressed biscuits until our food runs out, and we will starve to death. Su Wan's words pressed against everyone's chest like a slab of cold iron, sending a shudder through each of the wealthy young women. A few days earlier, they would have dismissed such words outright. Back then, they still believed they could find food and were certain rescue would come. But these past 2 days, witnessing 2 people die right before their eyes, the chase in the 17th floor corridor had shattered all their illusions against the harsh reality. No help was coming. Food would not materialize out of nowhere. They might truly starve to death inside this room. Lin Mushue's voice trembled slightly. Then, what are we supposed to do? After she spoke, silence hung over the group for several seconds. No one answered. What options did they even have? They could not locate supplies, could not fight the monsters. Even Zhang Bing admitted she was no match for Lu Yuan. Other than themselves, they possessed no resources left. Su Wan glanced around the room, gritted her teeth, and appeared to reach a firm decision. The only path forward is Lu Yuan. He has far more food and water than all of us combined. Lu Yuan. A flicker of hope lit up Lin Mushue's eyes, only to fade away just as quickly. Her older sister Lin Mushuang spoke in a pragmatic tone. We treated him terribly before. He'll never share anything with us. So what? Su Wan huffed, folding her arms and tilting her chin upward. We wronged him once, but that's all in the past. We can simply go apologize. Once we say we're sorry, what else could he want? He's just a security guard at the end of the day. If we offer him a chance to reconcile, he'll rush back to us willingly. She spoke as if it were common sense, her tone carrying the implication that her apology was an enormous favor. It was as though Lu Yuan stood waiting, hoping to receive their forgiveness. Lin Muxue frowned and lowered her voice. That doesn't feel right. Lu Yuan has no reason to forgive us. Why wouldn't he? Tang Shi cut in. She had remained quiet until now. Lifting her head, she spoke with the arrogance of someone constantly catered to. No matter how capable Lu Yuan is, he is merely a security guard. We are property owners, effectively his superiors. Before the apocalypse, he would not have been worthy to serve me. Now he just got lucky, and he thinks he can rise above his station? She paused, her tone laced with contempt. If we give him some incentives, he'll come back to assist us. At worst, we can make him an empty promise. For instance, if he agrees to support us, I could allow him to pursue me. In the past, the line of people wanting to court me stretched from the school gates to the campus entrance. Few people ever receive such an opportunity. For a lowly security guard to be acknowledged by me is already a great honor. She said all this without the slightest hint of self-doubt. Countless men had pursued her for years, and she had grown accustomed to the idea that a simple show of goodwill from her would draw others to her side. Though the world had changed, her mindset remained trapped in the old order. Lin Muxue and Lin Mushuang exchanged a look, complicated emotions swirling in their gazes. The elder sister pressed her lips together and stayed silent. The younger sister lowered her eyes and twisted the hem of her clothing between her fingers. Neither of them offered a reply. Suwon clapped her hands, settling the matter. All right, who's willing to go try first? She glanced toward Tang Shi. Tang Shi met her gaze. In that instant, both understood the other's intention. Each hoped the other would be the one to humble themselves first. Both kept their chins raised, neither volunteering to speak. To bow before Lu Yuan felt utterly humiliating. The two sisters kept their heads down and said nothing. Just as the silence dragged on, Qin Yi suddenly spoke. I'll go try shortly. Her voice was soft yet steady. All heads turned toward her, filled with surprise. Qin Yi sat up straighter, gently biting her lower lip as she reaffirmed her decision internally. Suwon stared for a moment before breaking into a smile. Great. Yi, you go first. If you manage to get food, we'll follow afterward. Qin Yi shot her a brief, emotionless glance. The perspective shifted to Lu Yuan. Inside the shelter's living room, Lu Yuan tested the dark red mechanical compound bow in his hands. A faint warm glow hovered along the bow limbs, which felt slightly warm to the touch, like flickering flames. He handed the bow to Qiu Yuan and gestured for her to grip it properly, adjusting her stance. No need to pull with brute force. This bow has mechanical assistance. All you need to do is aim. Lu Yuan stepped back 2 paces and watched her posture. Align the 3 points. Aim for the bullseye. Qiu Yuan leveled the bow as instructed, closing one eye to target the paper target taped to the wall. Beside her, Su Mumu held her silver electric compound bow and copied her movements, aiming at a separate target. Both bows relied on robust mechanical structures, requiring little upper body strength from the user. Qiu Yuan adjusted her angle and released the string. A soft twang echoed as the arrow embedded firmly in the outer ring of the target. It did not strike dead center, yet it was a decent shot for a first attempt. Su Mumu loosed her own arrow, which veered off and stuck into the edge of the target sheet. She pouted. This is so hard. Practice makes perfect, Lu Yuan said. Accuracy comes with repetition. As soon as he finished speaking, all 3 froze. Knock, knock, knock. Someone rapped on the door. Su Mumu and Qiu Yuan locked eyes. Reacting instantly, they raised their compound bows and aimed toward the entrance. Lu Yuan held out a hand to calm them, though neither lowered their weapons. Lu Yuan, open up. I need to talk to you. A woman's voice came from outside, urgent yet carrying its usual sharp edge. Qin Yi. All 3 recognized her immediately. Su Mumu and Qiu Yuan looked to Lu Yuan for his call. Lu Yuan thought for a moment and nodded. Qiu Yuan lowered her bow, peered through the peephole, and asked several identity-verifying questions through the door. Only then did she slide back the steel security bars and pull the door open. Qin Yi stepped inside. Once she entered the apartment, her gaze swept from the bright overhead lamp to the spotless reflective flooring, neatly stacked supply crates, the silver generator in the corner, and finally the 2 mechanical compound bows held by Su Mumu and Qiu Yuan. She froze in the doorway, stunned for a long time. The living room was brightly lit. The air was fresh and dry, free of moldy dampness and the sour stench of dust and sweat. The floor was immaculate. A half-empty water cup sat on the coffee table beside a plate of leftover nuts. The generator in the corner hummed quietly, its liquid crystal display cycling steady numbers. Qin Yi swallowed hard. When Zhang Bing had described this place, she had secretly suspected exaggeration. Unit 201 had devolved into a makeshift refugee camp. How impressive could Lu Yuan's apartment really be? She assumed he only had a slightly larger stock of supplies. Seeing it firsthand changed everything. Compared to the gray, dim, sweat-soaked, despair-laden Unit 201, this space was bright and clean, like another world entirely. If 201 was a refugee camp, this was paradise. Qiu Yuan set down her bow, folded her arms, and spoke coldly. What brings you here? Qin Yi snapped out of her daze. She took a deep breath to suppress her shock, lifted her chin, and resumed her haughty bearing. She ignored Qiu Yuan entirely, not sparing her a glance, and fixed her eyes on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, can we talk? Her voice was deliberately modulated to sound composed. Lu Yuan watched her pretentious demeanor, as if granting him the privilege of speaking with her, and sneered inwardly. Even now, this woman still failed to grasp her position. Very well. He was curious to see what scheme she had planned. Fine. Lu Yuan nodded. Come inside and talk. He turned toward the master bedroom, pushed open the door, and stepped aside. Qin Yi shot a glance at Su Mumu and Xiao Yuan, then walked in with her chin held high. The bedroom door closed softly behind her. Su Mumu and Xiao Yuan remained in the living room, exchanging a silent look. They raised their compound bows once more and continued aiming at the targets on the wall. They would not meddle in Lu Yuan's affairs. Their only job was to stay ready. Inside the master bedroom, Lu Yuan leaned against the nightstand with folded arms, his face impassive, though a faint smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. He studied the privileged young woman standing rigidly in the center of the room and asked bluntly, "What do you want?" Qin Yi stood in the bedroom, unable to stop her eyes from wandering across the space. A tidy bed covered with clean sheets, warm lights spilling from the bedside lamp, the air conditioner set to 22 degrees, two unopened snack bags resting on the windowsill. It felt like a dream. Before the apocalypse, living in such comfort was ordinary for her. After days of suffering, witnessing this scene filled her with disorientation. She had nearly forgotten what it felt like to sleep on clean bedding. Qin Yi regained her focus, forcing her gaze away from the comfortable bed. She cleared her throat and maintained her princess-like posture as she faced Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, I recall we've had quite a few unpleasant run-ins, haven't we? Her tone resembled that of a superior interrogating a subordinate. Lu Yuan met her self-assured gaze and replied flatly. There have indeed been conflicts. He thought back on everything he knew about Qin Yi. Before disaster struck, she was an undeniably spoiled young heiress. She drove her sports car through the community each day, always holding her head high, looking down on everyone around her, radiating an aura that others were beneath her notice. Once, she sped through the complex and nearly hit a pedestrian. Lu Yuan reminded her to slow down and drive carefully. She flew into a rage immediately, rolling down her window to shout at him. Mind your own business, you security guard. What gives you the right to lecture me? Get back to your post. Lu Yuan had chosen not to argue back and let her pass. He knew he possessed no power or influence. Fighting with wealthy people would only bring trouble onto himself. Even so, he received a disciplinary notice from the company the next day. He was fined and penalized on his performance review, losing several hundred yuan in total. It was a minor incident, yet one he remembered clearly, especially with his modest salary back then. Now Qin Yi stood in his bedroom speaking to him in this manner, bringing up the past dispute. Lu Yuan's internal smirk deepened, and his voice carried a hint of sarcasm. So you've come to apologize to me? He expected Qin Yi to flare up at this, roll her eyes and snap back, acting as if visiting him was already a great favor. To his surprise, Qin Yi fell silent for 2 seconds and gave a slight nod. Yes, I'm here to offer an apology. She paused and added, I was in the wrong about that incident. And what happened when we pressured you to leave? Qin Yi continued. We were wrong as well, and I can say sorry for that too. She still kept her chin raised as she spoke. While she believed she sounded sincere, her arrogant attitude never wavered. It was as if uttering those words was an immense concession, and Lu Yuan ought to be overwhelmed with gratitude. Lu Yuan watched her, his smile growing wider. He had already guessed her reason for coming. She would not humble herself and speak gentle words merely to catch up. And Lu Yuan asked tonelessly, as though discussing something irrelevant. Qin Yi froze for a split second at his question. She anticipated some sign of softening or joy after hearing her apology. Receiving an apology from her was something most people could only dream of. Yet Lu Yuan showed no emotion whatsoever, as calmly as if she were commenting on the weather. She suppressed her unease and clung to her condescending attitude as she continued. Therefore, we invite you to return to Unit 201 and help us build our shelter. She strove to sound equal. In her mind, extending an invitation rather than an order was the greatest goodwill she could offer. She believed she had done everything possible, humbled herself, apologized, and treated him as a partner. Such sincerity should move anyone. Lu Yuan stared at her words, stunned for a heartbeat. Then he laughed. A small curve formed at his lips first, followed by a quiet chuckle, which grew louder and louder. He laughed out loud as if she had told the most absurd joke imaginable. Qin Yi grew confused, her expression darkening. What are you laughing at? Lu Yuan recovered slowly, straightened up, and looked at her with baffled amusement. Let me get this straight. You want me to abandon my shelter, my running water, my power supply, this air-conditioned room, my comfortable bed, All the supplies I've gathered over days go back to serve all of you and work as your guard. He articulated every word clearly. Qin flushed, pressing her lips repeatedly, yet unable to find a retort. She could not deny it. What reason did Lu Yuan have to leave here? He had water, electricity, food, air conditioning. The doorway was reinforced with steel bars, the windows locked tight. His shelter was impenetrable. What would he gain returning to Unit 201? Sleep on the floor? Survive on hard ration biscuits? Endure constant quarrels with Su Wan, Tang Shi, and the others? She opened her mouth and struggled to speak after a long pause. Lu Yuan, that's not how you should see it. This would be a partnership, not forcing you to work as our guard. Her voice weakened as she spoke, for she realized her argument held no weight. Then a thought occurred to her, and a strange look crossed her face. She stepped forward quickly, closing the distance between them to less than an arm's length. Qin tilted her head upward, her expression softening, and spoke in a mild, suggestive tone. Lu Yuan, we haven't interacted much, but I can tell you hold some favorable opinion of me. Her voice softened further. You are fond of me, aren't you? She believed she had found the key to persuading him. She had always been confident in her appearance and charm. Many men had pursued her, lining up to win her favor. She rarely needed to exert effort. A small gesture of kindness from her was enough to draw others close. She assumed Lu Yuan was the same. After all, she was beautiful and born into wealth. It was only natural for a security guard to harbor some admiration for her. If she offered a little goodwill, he would surely soften. But when she looked up at him, she met Lu Yuan's calm, almost frigid gaze. He had once found Qin appealing. To be precise, he had admired her looks. Qin possessed striking beauty and elegant bearing. Before the apocalypse, she drove her sports car through the neighborhood, always dressed stylishly. Her poise caught the eyes of many young men. Lu Yuan was no exception. Any man in his 20s would glance at an attractive woman, but it never went beyond casual admiration. What drew him was simply the visual appeal of her appearance. It was comparable to casually liking an attractive video online. The idea that he liked her as a person was utterly ridiculous. Now Qin stood before him striking this pose, convinced she had discovered his weakness. She had no idea how ridiculous her behavior seemed to him, even more off-putting than her earlier haughty demeanor. She intended to use this as leverage to negotiate with him. Yet she failed to consider one thing. Did she hold any bargaining power against Lu Yuan now? If Lu Yuan chose to take advantage of the situation, she would be powerless to resist. Lu Yuan studied her delicate face, aware of the subtle scent she intentionally brought closer. He smiled silently to himself, maintaining an unreadable, neutral expression on the surface. He did not step back or dodge. He simply stood where he was, looking down at Qin as she drew near, as if watching a stranger perform a clumsy play. Seeing that Lu Yuan offered no response, Qin grew confused, unsure of where he stood. A vague sense of unease crept over her, and she pressed anxiously. Lu Yuan, what exactly do you mean? Will you agree or not? Irritation bubbled up inside her. She had already gone this far, and she could not fathom what was holding him back. Come closer. Lu Yuan smiled and waved her over, gesturing for her to approach. Confused, Qin hesitated before taking half a step forward and tilting her face nearer. She thought Lu Yuan had finally softened and was about to make peace with her. Yet the moment her face drew close, Lu Yuan's expression turned icy in an instant. The next second, he lifted his hand, swung it wide, and delivered a solid slap against Qin Yi's fair, delicate cheek. Crack! The sharp sound echoed through the quiet bedroom for several seconds. The force sent Qin stumbling backward several paces. The heels of her shoes scraped harshly against the wooden floor, and she nearly lost her balance. Her head jerked to one side. Strands of hair fell across her face, and a clear palm print bloomed on her left cheek before her eyes. She covered her face and looked up. Her beautiful eyes glistened with shock and disbelief. Lu Yuan, what are you doing? Why did you hit me? She could not process what had just happened. She had believed she held the upper hand, that she had Lu Yuan wrapped around her finger. How could his attitude shift so abruptly, striking her without the slightest mercy? Lu Yuan shook his stinging hand, gazing at her with frigid eyes, his voice cold as ice. This slap is repayment for what you did before. Qin froze where she stood, still struggling to absorb his words, when Lu Yuan stepped forward and raised his hand once more. Crack! A second heavy slap landed squarely on her other cheek, harder than the first. This time Qin tumbled onto the floor. She propped herself up on one elbow to avoid crashing fully to the ground. Both of her cheeks swelled, burning bright red, and a thin streak of blood appeared at the corner of her mouth. She lifted her head to look at Lu Yuan. Tears welled in her eyes, filled with terror and grievance, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Lu Yuan loomed over her, his tone still unyielding. The second slap is for your overconfidence. He took another step and stood before her, staring down at the tearful young heiress with swollen cheeks on the floor. You want me to return and help your group build a shelter? What makes you think I would come back? Your people. He bent down and locked eyes with Qin Yi. Do you truly think you are something special? Fear drained the color from Qin Yi's face. She huddled on the floor, covering her cheeks as tears streamed endlessly down her face. She had never been treated like this. Growing up, she had rarely even been spoken to harshly. Now a man had struck her twice, knocked her to the ground, and spoken words so cutting she could find no retort. She fully understood now. Lu Yuan would grant them no mercy. Old grievances and new grudges would all be settled, every last one. But she realized it was not over yet. Lu Yuan bent down, hooked a finger gently under her chin, and lifted her tear-streaked, swollen face to meet his gaze. You look rather pitiful like this, undeniably beautiful. His tone remained flat and cold, as if stating a plain fact. So I will tell you the third thing. You claim I am fond of you. He paused, his gaze drifting from her bruised cheeks to her shoulders and collar. You are not wrong. Your status as a wealthy heiress, paired with your looks, certainly holds appeal for many. A flicker of fragile hope flashed across Qin Yi's eyes. She thought she might have found a way to turn things around. Lu Yuan's next words snuffed out that spark entirely. I can acknowledge your outward appeal. He lowered his voice slightly. But if I wanted to force you to comply, do you believe you would have any say in the matter? Qin Yi's pupils widened sharply. As the words faded, Lu Yuan reached out and seized the front of her coat. Rip! The sound of tearing fabric cut sharply through the silence of the bedroom. Her thin outer coat was torn open, and her inner top split along a seam, exposing a stretch of pale skin beneath the warm bedroom lighting. Qin Yi let out a short cry of alarm. She instinctively tried to shield herself, flustered and unsure where to cover first, curling up on the floor with her shoulders trembling violently. Lu Yuan straightened and moved forward. Qin Yi shrank back in fright. Crunch! Lu Yuan did not stop there. He tore more of her clothing, revealing more of her skin. You. Qin Yi was too shaken to form coherent sentences, trembling uncontrollably. Born into wealth, she had always been doted on. She had never endured such humiliation. Lu Yuan raised his hand once more and struck her, sending her sprawling again. Blood trickled from her lips. Now, do you still believe you hold any bargaining power against me? Lu Yuan pulled Qin Yi upright and drew her close by her slender waist. At that moment, fear dominated every emotion in her eyes. She dared not utter a single word, shaking her head repeatedly. Lu Yuan looked her over and let out a cold laugh. Do you think I need your permission to do whatever I want with you? Tears filled Qin Yi's eyes. She kept her head lowered, not daring to resist in the slightest. Before Lu Yuan, she was like a lamb waiting to be dealt with. Everything depended on his choice. Qin Yi braced herself, certain Lu Yuan would subject her to further mistreatment. To her surprise, Lu Yuan simply let out a scoff and tossed her back onto the floor. It is a pity, you failed to interest me at all. It was the ultimate humiliation. Lu Yuan discarded her as casually as trash. Her pride, her self-respect, all the qualities she had once flaunted meant nothing to him. Qin Yi clutched her torn clothing and curled into a tight ball. Tears splattered against the floorboards, mixing with her muffled sobs as her body shook nonstop. Her face, once proud and assured, was now streaked with tears and marked by terror. Qin Yi pushed herself slowly to her feet, her legs still trembling. She kept her head down and shuffled step by step toward the doorway. Her elegant high heels clicked against the wooden planks, each step as painful as treading on broken glass. Lu Yuan watched her. When she reached the door, she stopped. She stood there with her back to him, her shoulders quivering. One hand loosened its grip on her torn clothes, then clenched again, torn by inner conflict. Lu Yuan frowned, about to urge her to leave if that was her intention. Qin Yi suddenly turned around, her tear-filled eyes fixed directly on Lu Yuan, swirling with tangled emotions. She bit her lower lip hard, as if making an enormous decision. The hands that had been shielding herself slowly fell to her sides. Her half-torn coat hung loosely from one arm, and several buttons on her inner top had popped open. Before Lu Yuan could react, Qin Yi's knees buckled. She knelt down. Both knees met the floor. She knelt before him, her hair falling forward to obscure her swollen cheeks, though her trembling lips were still visible. Lu Yuan stared at the heiress kneeling on the ground, genuinely surprised. He had imagined countless reactions, crying, shouting insults, storming out. but he never expected her to kneel. Then Qin Yi spoke. Her voice shook with sobs, yet every word rang clear. Lu Yuan, I know I was wrong. I treated you terribly before. I apologize. I'm sorry. This apology was nothing like her earlier attempts. The haughty arrogance of a privileged young woman had vanished completely, replaced by raw, broken sincerity. There was genuine regret and fear woven into those two words. Lu Yuan's slaps had shattered the last traces of her conceit. The young heiress had finally faced reality. Qin Yi sniffled, fresh tears spilling onto the floor. You can hit me or treat me however you wish. I will endure it all. If only you can forgive me. She bit her lip, crushing the last of her self-esteem. I will do anything you ask. Lu Yuan remained silent. The meaning behind her offer was unmistakable. Qin Yi's breathing quickened, her tone edged with desperation. I just want something flavorful to eat. Beef jerky, Snickers, anything. Just a few packs. She lifted her head and looked at him through blurred eyes. I beg you, Lu Yuan, I am sick of tasteless food. I cannot stand eating only hardtack any longer. Just a little food, that is all I ask. Truly. Her voice overflowed with desperate longing, the primal hunger of someone pushed to the brink, forcing her to set aside all dignity. Once a proud heiress, a sheltered princess who never bowed to anyone, she knelt before Lu Yuan now, disheveled and tearful, pleading for simple snacks. A few Snickers bars, some strips of beef jerky. Before the apocalypse, such a scene would have made headlines. But in this shattered world, sights like this would grow commonplace. Lu Yuan stared down at the kneeling Qin Yi, his expression as calm as still water. Qin Yi tilted her face upward, her lips parted, her gaze locked firmly on him. She had steeled herself. If she could taste something savory once more, she would submit to whatever demands Lu Yuan made of her. As long as she could eat beef jerky, she would accept anything. Lu Yuan looked away, walked to the nightstand, and took a pack of beef jerky from the pile of snacks. Qin Yi's eyes followed his hand, like a starving cat fixated on food. She watched him tear open the packaging. At the crisp sound of plastic splitting, her body leaned forward instinctively, ready to lunge. Then Lu Yuan brought the jerky to his mouth and took a bite. Qin Yi froze. She watched his jaw move as he chewed slowly, swallowing before taking another bite. A faint swallowing sound escaped her throat. Her eyes remained glued to the snack shrinking between his fingers, watching her last hope fade away bit by bit. After finishing his second bite, Lu Yuan glanced back at the woman on her knees and spoke as casually as if discussing the weather. I have plenty of beef jerky and Snickers here. He paused and shook the remaining half-strip of jerky. I simply have no desire to give you any. Qin Yi's gaze clung to the swaying jerky. She shifted forward on her knees, crawling 2 steps until she reached Lu Yuan's feet. I beg you, Lu Yuan. Every trace of her princess-like pride was gone, replaced by extreme humility. Just one strip. If I can have just one, I will do anything you want. Anything at all. She tilted her head upward. Old tear tracks stained her cheeks while new tears fell. Her eyes swam with craving and despair. The once arrogant heiress had sunk to the lowest depths. Lu Yuan looked down at her without moving. He finished the last bite of beef jerky, crumpled the wrapper, and tossed it into the trash can beside him. Only then did he meet Qin Yi's eyes, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Qin Yi, do you truly believe you still hold much value to me? Qin Yi's body trembled slightly. She stared up at him through tear-blurred vision. Lu Yuan continued slowly. I already have Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu beside me. Qiu Yuan is far more striking than you, and you have seen Su Mumu's beauty for yourself. They are beautiful, capable, obedient, and efficient. You want to strike a deal with me? He bent slightly to meet her eyes. What do you have to offer? Qin Yi opened her mouth, yet words caught in her throat. She wanted to argue that she was attractive, to mention her family background and status as the young lady of the Qin family, but she could not speak. None of those things mattered anymore. Inside this building, within this shelter, her old titles were worthless. Now she was merely a woman who lacked decent food and knelt to beg others. Qin Yi sank back onto her heels, every ounce of strength draining away. Her hands fell limp at her sides. She stared blankly at the floor, her lips moving soundlessly. She finally understood. To Lu Yuan, she seemed to have nothing of worth. Even her appearance, which she had always taken pride in, meant nothing to him. Just then, however, Lu Yuan's voice cut through the silence, with a deliberate pause. There is something you possess that does interest me. Qin Yi's body jolted. Like a drowning person spotting driftwood, she lifted her head sharply. A glimmer of light returned to her weary eyes. What is it? Whatever you want, I will give it to you. She answered without the slightest hesitation. She had cast aside all self-respect. She would pay any price for food, for a single strip of beef jerky. Lu Yuan looked down at her, studying her as though appraising an object's worth. After a moment, he spoke. If I recall correctly, both of your parents hold senior positions at Tianfu Pharmaceuticals? Qingyi blinked, caught off guard by the question. She nodded instinctively. That's right. My father is the vice president, and my mother works as the director of the Research and Development Center. She paused, recalling information she once knew well, and added. They are among the top professionals in the entire Longhua pharmaceutical industry. Lu Yuan fell quiet for a short while, organizing his thoughts before continuing. Then, have you ever heard either of your parents mention anything, even a single sentence, related to the current catastrophe? Qingyi stared, trying to process his question. The catastrophe? You mean, this end-of-the-world disaster? Yes. Lu Yuan's tone remained steady. This was one of Lu Yuan's most important objectives. Women like Qin Yi, Feng Yaqi, and Su Wan were of limited practical use in the apocalypse. Their main appeal lay in their looks, making them commodities that could be traded. But useless as the women might be, their parents were far from ordinary. Before the end of the world, these people stood among the tiny elite at the very top of the Dragon Kingdom, holding access to core intelligence, cutting-edge resources, and hidden channels. He had long known the identities of Qingyi's parents. Both were towering experts within the pharmaceutical industry. Tianfu Pharmaceuticals was involved in biochemical research, viral testing, and pharmaceutical development of all kinds. When such a catastrophic global disaster unfolded, there should have been omens under normal circumstances. Therefore, Lu Yuan suspected that a small circle of top figures must have sensed something before the apocalypse arrived. There existed an even more terrifying possibility. This end of the world was not a natural disaster at all, but a man-made catastrophe. It could be the result of an incident orchestrated by an organization, a faction, or even an alliance of powerful figures at the highest level. If everything had truly been planned and set into motion, traces would inevitably remain from before the apocalypse. Of course, these were merely speculations. It would be nearly impossible for Lu Yuan alone to uncover conclusive proof. Qin Yi and those like her represented his best opening. If those elite figures had made preparations or dropped subtle hints prior to disaster, these wealthy heiresses would have likely overheard scraps of information. He paused, his gaze growing far more serious. In the days and weeks leading up to the apocalypse, did your parents say anything strange to you? Did they warn you about anything, or act unusually tense? Qingyi combed through fragments of memories of time spent with her parents before the catastrophe. Her mother called to ask if she would come home for the weekend. Her father checked whether her sports car had undergone maintenance. She had planned a shopping trip with friends, and her mother reminded her to return early. She replayed every phone call and every conversation in her mind again and again. No matter how hard she searched, she could find nothing out of the ordinary. Her parents had carried on with work and daily life as usual. They left no special hints, uttered no odd remarks, and displayed no abnormal anxiety. Qingyi's complexion paled, fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The harder she strained to remember, the emptier her recollections became, filled only with trivial routines. I can't think of anything. Her voice trembled dryly. No hints, my parents never told me a thing. Lu Yuan stared at her as her face drained of color, clearly showing she had uncovered no useful information. His eyes slowly turned cold. There was no anger in that look, only unvarnished disappointment. As if he was examining an object he had hoped held value, only to discover it was worthless trash. Then you are of no use to me. He spoke flatly, yet that calm tone chilled her far more than any shouting or rage. Qin Yi froze in place beneath his stare, a cold shudder running down her spine. She sensed Lu Yuan's shift in mood. He was growing frustrated. She could not guess what he intended to do next. Her heart felt as though it was being squeezed tight. This could not go on. Desperately, she rummaged through her memories, like a drowning person grasping for something to cling to at the bottom of the water. Suddenly, two words surfaced from the depths of her mind. Her parents had not told her about them, nor had she heard them shortly before the apocalypse. Long ago, she had accidentally overheard them spoken during a phone call at home. She had been scrolling on her phone at the time, catching the two words without paying it any mind, assuming it was the name of one of their work projects. The words were distinctive, however, and had lingered, buried away in her memory, forgotten yet never fully erased. Qin Yi's eyes suddenly lit up, as though a streak of light had cut through endless darkness. Ignoring the fact that she was kneeling on the floor, she scrambled forward until she reached Lu Yuan's feet. Lifting her head, her voice shaking with excitement. I remember something. I really did overhear something unusual. Lu Yuan's gaze settled on her face. My parents never mentioned anything to me before the apocalypse, Qin Yi rushed to explain. But once I heard them say a term over the phone. I think it was elixir. I have no idea what it refers to. She spoke disjointedly, overcome with agitation. Elixir? Lu Yuan looked down at Qin Yi kneeling before him, eagerly offering up this word as if presenting a treasure. His eyes shifted slightly. He turned the term over in his head, trying to connect it with everything he already knew. Elixir. The word sounded far from ordinary, carrying an air of eerie mystery, something one would expect to find in science fiction or fantasy novels. Lu Yuan could not determine exactly what this elixir was, but if high-ranking executives of a top pharmaceutical group had discussed it in such a tone, it could not possibly be a commonplace substance. Lu Yuan pressed further. Do you recall any details about this elixir? Still kneeling, Qin Yi saw that Lu Yuan was interested in the term, and hope flared within her. She strained to search her memory once more. The fragments of recollection were like sand paintings worn away by time, leaving only faint outlines. That is all I have. Only those 2 words stuck with me. I cannot remember anything else. They never brought up anything similar afterward. She paused, another thought occurring to her. But I remember how cautiously they spoke when mentioning it, as if discussing something of immense importance, nothing like their usual tone for work matters. Lu Yuan gave a slight nod. Whatever it was clearly significant enough to make senior staff at Tianfu Pharmaceuticals treat it with such gravity. Still, 2 single words formed far too thin a lead. He could not guess what the elixir did, or whether it was linked to the apocalypse. He would need to gather more clues to uncover the truth. Lu Yuan, is this information valuable? Qin Yi knelt there, watching him sink into thought, and asked cautiously, uncertain whether what she had shared would be enough. Lu Yuan glanced down at her. Once a wealthy heiress who roamed the streets in a luxury sports car, she now knelt helplessly at his feet, worn and disheveled. A faint, amused smile tugged at the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth. He reached out and gently stroked her messy hair, much like soothing a creature that had finally learned to submit. With his other hand, he pulled out an unopened beef jerky packet and waved it in front of Qin Yi. Her eyes locked onto the brown packaging as if drawn by a magnet, and she swallowed hard. Your information, Lu Yuan said slowly, does hold some worth. In that case, I am willing to give you a reward. Qin Yi's eyes brightened, and she leaned forward instinctively. Lu Yuan did not hand over the snack, however. He continued speaking at an unhurried pace. Before that, though, I want to see how sincere you truly are. Confusion flickered across Qin Yi's beautiful eyes. Sincerity, how should I show you? Lu Yuan's gaze swept over her form, sliding from her exposed shoulders to her waist before returning to her face. His smile deepening. You are the young lady of the Qin family, part of the elite upper class of Magic City. You are intelligent enough to understand what I mean, are you not? The words poured over her like icy water, extinguishing the last flicker of hope inside her. She understood. Lu Yuan demanded that she cast aside the last remnants of her pride. He wanted more than information. He wanted complete submission. Qin Yi trembled where she knelt. Her gaze shifted repeatedly between the beef jerky and Lu Yuan's face, before she slowly lowered her eyes. She bit her lip, forcing herself to reach a decision that demanded every ounce of her strength. She moved. Instead of standing and turning to leave, she crawled forward on her knees across the quiet bedroom floor until she stood directly before him. When she lifted her head, a deliberate, soft smile curved her tear-streaked, reddened face, her eyes warm and inviting. I understand, sir. Her voice was soft and gentle. I will do everything I can to satisfy you. The once proud heiress had finally bowed completely, surrendering before Lu Yuan. Sometime later, Qin Yi pushed open the master bedroom door and stumbled outside. She looked thoroughly worn out, walking unsteadily as if treading on cotton. Her head hung low, strands of messy hair falling to hide most of her face, though they could not conceal the clear red mark across her left cheek. She dabbed at her mouth with tissues as she walked, swallowing repeatedly to suppress rising nausea. Her clothing was torn, barely covering her body. She clutched the ripped fabric tightly, trying in vain to shield herself. Faint red marks were visible on her skin. She hurried toward the entrance, desperate to flee the apartment as quickly as possible. In the living room, Qiao Yuan and Su Mumu halted their archery practice and turned their eyes toward her. Qiao Yuan's fingers remained steady around her dark composite bow. She gave Qin Yi a brief, "Come once over," before looking away. Su Mumu blinked her large, lovely eyes and pressed her lips together, holding back the questions on her tongue. Qin Yi left the apartment. Silence settled over the space once more. Su Mumu stared at the closed door for a moment. then turned toward Qiu Yuan, her tone hesitant and concerned. Sister Qiu Yuan. Worry clouded her beautiful eyes. Qiu Yuan was sharp-witted and knew exactly what troubled Su Mumu. Up until now, Lu Yuan had acted restrained and mild in front of them, avoiding excessive cruelty. The way he had handled Qin Yi revealed his ruthless side. It was only natural for Su Mumu to feel uneasy. Qiu Yuan, however, showed no trace of anxiety and spoke calmly. To be merciless toward enemies, yet restrained and steady toward one's own people. Those are essential qualities for a capable leader in the apocalypse. She raised her bow again and adjusted her stance, her voice even. Let us resume practice. Su Mumu absorbed her words, gazing at Qiu Yuan's unperturbed expression. She nodded, lifting her silver electric bow once more and aiming for the bullseye on the target. The bowstring twanged, and the arrow shot forward, embedding itself in the paper target. Inside the master bedroom, Lu Yuan leaned against the headboard, staring toward the closed door, lost in thought. Qin Yi was gone. Outside in the living room, the steady twang of bowstrings continued, occasionally accompanied by Qiu Yuan quietly correcting Su Mumu's posture. He closed his eyes briefly, replaying all the information he had just obtained. Elixir. Qin Yi had spoken the term with certainty, and her description of her parents' extreme caution when discussing it reinforced his suspicion. The apocalypse might not be a natural disaster, and hidden forces could be behind everything. This elixir could well be the core of the entire crisis. Was it a medication, a biochemical agent, or something entirely different? Qin Yi could offer no further specifics. She had merely chanced to memorize the name. Lu Yuan himself still knew far too little. One fact was confirmed, however: the elite of the Dragon Kingdom, and likely influential figures all across the globe, had possessed foreknowledge of the coming catastrophe long before it struck. Whether it was a carefully planned disaster or an accidental outbreak, he lacked enough evidence to judge for now. Yet investigating the root cause was not his top priority at this moment. The world had already fallen to ruin. For a mere security guard trapped inside this skyscraper, uncovering the truth could wait. Survival came first. He needed to stay alive long enough to gather the strength to dig for answers. Before Qin Yi departed, he had instructed her to send the other women to him one by one, especially Su Wan, Tang Shi, Lin Muxue, Lin Mushuang, and the other wealthy heiresses. Their parents occupied the highest tiers of society. Like Qin Yi, they might have overheard passing comments they had ignored at the time. With Qin Yi as his first breakthrough, these women represented valuable sources of information. As for whether they would choose to cooperate, once they arrived here, they would have no choice in the matter. Lu Yuan pushed the lead about the elixir to the back of his mind, standing and walking to a black metal crate in the corner. He lifted the lid. A dark silver mechanical alloy longsword rested neatly on black velvet lining, alongside its matching protective gear. He studied the blade for a moment, grasped the hilt, and lifted the weapon, swinging it lightly. A sharp whoosh cut through the air, and faint clicks echoed from the mechanical components inside the hilt as they responded to his movement. This mechanical equipment would greatly boost both his combat power and exploration capabilities. He planned to venture deeper into the lower floors during their next expedition. He might even find a way to escape the high rise entirely. Lu Yuan returned the sword to the crate and closed the lid, rolling his shoulders to loosen his muscles. The sound of archery practice persisted outside, along with Qiu Yuan's quiet guidance. He pushed open the bedroom door and faced the two women practicing in the living room. Finish this round of practice, then pack your supplies. We are heading downstairs soon. Understood. Su Mumu and Qiu Yuan replied in unison. Room 201. Qin Yi pushed open the door and stumbled inside. The moment the door shut behind her, Su Wan, Tang Shi, Lin Muxue, and Lin Mushuang swarmed forward. They had been waiting anxiously, hoping Qin Yi would return bearing news and food. 109. When they saw her disheveled state, every one of them froze. Su Wan's eyes widened. Qin Yi, what happened to you? Did Lu Yuan hurt you? Tang Shi stepped closer. Your face, your clothes, what did he do? Qin Yi scanned the surrounding faces, her lips parting slightly. She could see surprise and curiosity in their expressions, yet genuine concern was absent. They questioned her only to learn what had transpired, hoping they might also gain access to resources. Qin Yi recalled Lu Yuan's instruction to bring the other women to him. She lowered her gaze, remained silent for 2 seconds, then lifted her head, forcing a faint smile onto her face. It is nothing. I had an accident and fell on the way. Fell? Su Wan frowned, studying Qin Yi's face and torn clothing repeatedly. You look nothing like someone who simply took a fall. Tang Shi eyed her suspiciously. Exactly. Look at your clothes. She did not finish her sentence, but her skeptical stare made her meaning clear. Her disheveled appearance could hardly be explained by a simple fall. I truly fell. Qin Yi raised her voice slightly to override their doubts. Lu Yuan and I resolved our disagreement. He apologized to me, and she lifted the beef jerky packet and waved it in front of everyone. He gave me food. All eyes snapped toward the brown packaging, fixed on the snack as if pulled by a magnet. Beef jerky. How long had it been since any of them had laid eyes on something like this? Ever since one of their female team members had her head torn off while holding beef jerky, the snack had become a symbol that filled them with equal parts longing and dread. But the beef jerky resting in Qin Yi's palm right now was intact, unopened, real. It lay quietly in her grasp, glistening faintly with oil under the dim light. Su Wan's Adam's apple bobbed. Her voice rose involuntarily, laced with self-satisfaction. Lu Yuan is exactly as weak as I thought. He caved after just a few words. I wondered how long he could keep up that tough act. Right? Tang Shi chimed in with a scowl. I thought he had more backbone. Turns out he's nothing special. Someone echoed her. Just a lowly security guard. What could he possibly achieve? Makes sense. That's all he'll ever be. Another woman added. Only Lin Muxue and Lin Mushuang refrained from joining the jeering. Elder sister Lin Muxue frowned, her gaze shifting repeatedly between Qin Yi's swollen cheek and the hand clutching the beef jerky. Something felt wrong, yet she could not pinpoint exactly what. Qin Yi. Lin Muxue spoke softly yet earnestly. When will Lu Yuan come back? Will he bring back his supplies? Water, electricity, things like that. Lin Mushuang nodded beside her, hope flickering in her eyes. Does he really have running water and power where he lives? Is he willing to share them? The longing in their voices was plain, cautious yet fervent. Starvation and the lack of water in Unit 201 were pushing them to the brink. Once they heard Lu Yuan's apartment had constant water, electricity, and ample food, only two questions occupied their minds. When would he return, and would he bring supplies with him? Would that water, that electricity, the endless stock of food, one day be available inside 201 as well? Qin Yi shook her head inwardly. These women truly failed to grasp their predicament. They still imagined the security guard would return to Unit 201 with water and power, waiting on them the way he had catered to residents before the catastrophe. They saw him merely as a security guard, convinced that a little apology and a show of goodwill would send him scrambling back to serve them. Qin Yi knew better. Sooner or later, Su Wan, Tang Shi, Lin Muxue, and Lin Mushuang would all step into that master bedroom one by one and leave utterly defeated. They would face harsh realities and finally understand how powerless they truly were. Everyone would meet that fate. And so Qin Yi was plotting something else. If these foolish women were destined to clash with Lu Yuan and suffer defeat, she needed to adjust her stance far earlier and faster than them. Lu Yuan was her anchor now, and she would obey his every word. If she served him faithfully, becoming his most reliable and trusted ally, she would survive. She would not end up like those two who'd lost their lives in the corridor. The once haughty wealthy heiress had undergone a complete shift after everything she had endured. She harbored no other ambitions. Survival was her sole priority. Lost in her thoughts for a moment, Qin Yi slowly lifted her head. Her gaze swept across the hopeful faces around her, and she curved her lips into a measured smile. Lu Yuan will definitely come back. But before he returns, he wants to gauge everyone's attitude. She paused briefly before continuing. He sent me to deliver a message. Each of you can go see him one at a time. He will hand out food, let you use running water and electricity. You can take hot showers, and air conditioning will be running. It's an experience that feels utterly wonderful. There was deliberate yearning in her tone as she finished speaking, as if she were reminiscing about something marvelous. Su Wan and the others' eyes lit up instantly. Food, water, electricity. Those words held an almost magical power. In an instant, the weariness gnawing from their hunger faded. Trapped inside the dull, shadowy Unit 201 for so long, they could barely recall the sensation of hot water flowing over skin or what it was like to stand beneath glowing lights. Now Qin Yi told them all of that could be theirs, if only they went to see Lu Yuan. Su Wan snorted with satisfaction. That's more like it. Lu Yuan knows how to behave properly. Running water and electricity, just thinking about it feels incredible. Tang Shi nodded beside her, barely containing her anticipation. Since he's reached out like this, we ought to give him a chance. After all, his gesture is sincere enough. Her words sounded reserved, but her eyes betrayed her. She burned with eagerness. Lin Muxue exchanged a glance with Lin Mushuang. The elder sister pressed her lips together without speaking, yet the spark of hope in her eyes was impossible to hide. The younger sister spoke up cautiously. Will he really provide food and electricity? Doubt mingled with desperate hope in her voice, as though she feared this might only be an empty fantasy. Of course it's true, Qin Yi replied firmly. I already brought back proof. What reason do you have to doubt me? Her argument carried weight. The beef jerky still sat within her pocket, tangible evidence that could not be faked. The women looked at one another, unable to resist the allure, longing shining clearly in their eyes. Moments later, Tang Shi could wait no longer and volunteered. Very well, I'll go over first. Wait and hear how it goes for me. Soft laughter rippled through the group, and the atmosphere lightened for the first time in a while. Suwan clapped Tang Shi on the shoulder. Go on then. Show him what you're made of. Tang Shi tilted her chin upward, carrying the pride of a pampered young lady. Beneath lowered eyelids, however, Qin Yi's eyes glinted coldly. Tang Shi was the most unruly and arrogant among all of them. She had once been Fang Yaqi's most loyal follower. When confronting Lu Yuan, her words had always been the sharpest. Phrases such as a worthless security guard, a toad craving swan meat, and he is far from worthy, had rolled effortlessly off her tongue. Qin Yi could easily picture what awaited Tang Shi when she arrived. How would Lu Yuan respond to her arrogance? Would he be stricter with her than he had been with Qin Yi? A faint twinge of anticipation stirred within Qin Yi. Once the proud heiress had been forced to recognize her vulnerable position, her mindset had transformed entirely. Looking at Su Wan, Tang Shi, Lin Muxue, and Lin Mushuang, women who had once stood equal to her, she felt no sympathy. Instead, she half expected each of them to face a humbling reckoning, to learn humility and acknowledge Lu Yuan's strength. Once that happened, she would no longer be the one in the most precarious position. Just then, a mature female voice cut through the low chatter in the room. Everyone. Gulan stood up. Her gaze swept steadily over every woman present, her tone commanding attention. The exploration window will open soon. We should prepare to head out and search for food. Her words dropped like a stone into stagnant water, not sparking excitement, only heavy silence. Heads bowed. Some picked nervously at their fingers, others turned toward the wall, a few pretended to straighten their clothing. The exploration on the 17th floor remained etched in everyone's mind. They had watched two people die brutally, their bodies dragged into darkness. That horrific image haunted each of them endlessly. Seeing their defeatist attitudes, Gulan's voice sharpened. I know morale is low, yet we have no choice but to continue exploring. Our food reserves will not last another full day. If we do not venture out to scavenge, we will starve to death inside these walls. Her logic was sound, yet reason alone could not motivate them. One girl slouched against the corner, voice drained of energy. I twisted my ankle during our last run. It's still swollen. Another kept her head lowered, mumbling quietly. I faint at the sight of blood. I would only slow everyone down. A third woman huddled toward the back, speaking weakly. I'm menstruating. The cramps are terrible. I truly cannot walk far. Every excuse sounded plausible on the surface, yet everyone knew they were simply avoiding danger. Gulan stared at the stream of evasions, overcome with helplessness. These sheltered young women could never pull together in a crisis. She opened her mouth to speak further when a slender figure stepped forward. Zhang Bing. She walked silently through the crowd until she stood before the girl who had claimed she fainted at the sight of blood. She paused and looked down at her. The girl cowered against the wall. When she met Zhang Bing's stare, her body trembled involuntarily. Zhang Bing, what are you going to do? Zhang Bing offered no reply. Without warning, she raised her hand. Slap. A crisp blow sent the girl tumbling onto the floor. One side of her face swelled instantly, and a thin streak of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. She sat stunned on the ground, too shocked even to cry. Zhang Bing knelt down, brushed her fingertip across the girl's bleeding lip and held the stained digit before her eyes, her expression calm. Do you still faint at the sight of blood now? Staring at her own blood only inches away, the girl's throat convulsed violently. Shaking like a leaf, she shook her head frantically. No, I don't. I'm fine. I can handle it. Zhang Bing stood upright and turned toward the woman who had mentioned her twisted ankle. Is your leg still troubling you? Chilled by that unwavering gaze, the woman scrambled to her feet and paced back and forth quickly. It's completely fine. Look, I can run and jump without any trouble at all. She stamped her feet forcefully to prove her claim. Zhang Bing ignored her display and shifted her attention to the woman who had complained of menstrual pain. And you? That woman was already standing straight, her voice clearer than it had been all day. I'm perfectly capable. I can leave at any moment. A miraculous recovery. Zhang Bing truly knew how to motivate them. After her intervention, every ailment vanished. Zhang Bing nodded once. She exchanged a brief glance with Gulan, who shot her a grateful look. Zhang Bing did not respond to the gesture. She walked back to the wall, picked up the fire axe leaning against it, hefted it gently, and inspected the blade as though nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. Silence descended over the living room, broken only by the women's restrained breathing. No one repeated their excuses of sprained ankles, hemophobia, or cramps. All hesitation had been struck away by that single slap. Reluctantly, they began gathering their supplies to set off. Before long, the exploration window arrived. Lu Yuan's group was ready to move. Qiu Yuan wore a sleek black jacket, a dark crimson composite bow slung at her waist. Warm light shimmered along its limbs. She looked sharp and battle-ready. Su Mumu carried a silvery electric bow on her back. Blue patterns flowed slowly across its limbs in the dimness, as if alive. The two followed Lu Yuan out through the doorway. When they rounded the corridor bend, they ran straight into the all-female survivor group. More than a dozen women stood loosely clustered in the hallway. Some held clothes rails, others clutched fruit knives, and a few gripped sections of steel pipe. Gulan led them at the front, holding an empty sack. Zhang Bing stood half a step behind Gulan, fire axe resting on her shoulder, her expression as impassive as always. Fang Yaqi was absent from the group. The woman wrapped in her cashmere shawl was nowhere to be seen. Zhang Bing had volunteered to take over Fang Yaqi's responsibilities. She would carry twice the workload to cover Fang Yaqi's role. No one raised any objections. Fang Yaqi would stay behind and skip the scavenging run. Lu Yuan glanced over the crowd without lingering and continued forward. Every woman in the group fixed their eyes on the trio. Lu Yuan walked at the head with steady strides. Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu flanked him, poised for combat. Their complexions and energy far surpassed the rest, radiating readiness for a fight. Watching them, several women swallowed hard. If only they had never driven Lu Yuan away. Would he have remained part of their team? Would they have shared access to all of his resources? That thought flickered through every mind, a sharp sting of bitter regret. Lu Yuan. Tang Shi leaned forward from the crowd, lifting her chin. Her tone suggested she was doing him a favor by calling out. She stared at his back, waiting for him to halt and turn around. Qin Yi had claimed Lu Yuan had backed down and yielded, so surely he would hurry over to ingratiate himself once she summoned him. Lu Yuan did not slow his pace, acting as if he had heard nothing. He walked past the all-female group alongside Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu. The three moved forward at an unhurried pace, rounded the corridor corner, and vanished toward the stairwell. Tang Shi froze mid-motion, mouth hanging open as though she had just been publicly humiliated. Her face shifted through multiple shades of anger in the dim light before flushing with humiliation, pretending to be uninterested. Just wait until I visit him. We will see how eager he is then. Confidence filled her. If Lu Yuan had compromised with Qin Yi, he would be all the more eager to accommodate her. She could already picture him apologizing and trying hard to win her favor. Ignoring everyone's shifting moods, Gulan pulled her gaze back to her distracted team and spoke pragmatically. Let us begin our search. Today we will only go down to the 20th floor and comb through those levels again. Focus on gathering whatever supplies we can find. Relief washed over several women upon hearing this. The 20th floor was far enough. They would not have to venture deeper to face terrifying monsters. Starving as they were, they cherished escaping the constant fear of sudden, brutal death. One woman stepped toward the stairwell, with the others trailing after her. Zhang Bing brought up the rear, firmly gripping her fire axe. Gulan led the way. The all-female group filed loosely into the stairwell, footsteps dragging. Some stared at the ground, others clutched their weapons tightly, and a handful whispered quietly among themselves. The corridor soon fell quiet, only echoes of receding footsteps lingering in the air. Lu Yuan, Qiu Yuan, and Su Mumu had different plans from the other survivors. They would continue descending far deeper. The further they traveled down the stairs, the thicker the sickening stench of rust and rotting flesh grew. Lu Yuan walked in front without slowing. Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu followed behind, composite bows drawn and ready. The 17th floor. As soon as they reached it, the foul odor of monsters washed over them. The creatures on the 17th floor were growing more numerous by the day. Lu Yuan frowned, but did not hesitate. He pushed open the fire door leading to the 17th floor. The moment the door swung wide, low growls echoed from along the corridor. Shapeless masses of writhing flesh crept out from shadowed recesses, stirred into motion, and surging toward the doorway. Lu Yuan did not stop. He crossed the threshold, stepping aside to clear the entrance, his voice as calm as if discussing ordinary weather. Qiu Yuan. The crimson bowstring hummed. A flame-wreathed arrow flew from Qiu Yuan's grasp, cutting through the air and burying itself in the center of the foremost flesh monster. Flames erupted the instant impact landed, blooming like a crimson lotus and engulfing the twisted creature entirely. The monster did not even have time to screech before it curled, charred and shattered, crumbling into black ash scattered across the floor. A second wave of monsters advanced to surround them from the sides. Su Mumu raised her silvery electric bow. Blue markings across its limbs lit up brightly. She released her grip, and an arrow crackling with electricity shot forward, detonating amid the pack of creatures. A flash of pale blue lightning flooded the corridor. The monsters seized up rigidly, trapped in paralysis. Mucus covering their bodies steamed and sizzled as it burned. They remained alive, yet completely immobilized, unable to twitch a single limb. Lu Yuan gripped his dark silver mechanical alloy battle blade and stepped forward. The blade seemed to come alive in his grip, letting out a low hum as it sliced through the air. His movements were concise and efficient, free of any flashy flourishes. The first cut sheared off half the body of the monster on the left. Thick black fluid splattered across the walls. The second horizontal slash severed another creature's spine, and the twisted mass of flesh crumpled to the ground like a puppet with cut strings. The third vertical downward strike split the last twitching monster cleanly in two. Black fluid and fragments of tissue sprayed out in every direction. Dim reddish light seeped through the broken window at the end of the corridor, casting a murky hue over the pools of black liquid and scattered chunks of flesh littering the floor. Lu Yuan flicked the viscous residue from his blade, the silver edge gleaming crisply in the faint darkness. Qiu Yuan lowered her bow, the flame on her arrow slowly fading away. Su Mumu pressed her lips together, staring at the remains on the ground. Her fingers tightened slightly around her bow before she relaxed them again. Clearing the 17th floor had gone faster than expected. Bolstered by their mechanical gear, Lu Yuan and the two women's efficiency at eliminating monsters had risen dramatically. Long-range suppression from fire and electric arrows paired with close-quarters finishing blows from the combat blade meant those flesh abominations that once triggered dread could barely hold out for more than a few exchanges against them. Qiu Yuan's fire arrows incinerated several flesh conglomerations on the eastern side of the corridor, while Su Mumu's electric arrows swept away the shadowy creatures to the west. Lu Yuan mopped up the last stragglers. In little more than 10 minutes, the corridor on the 17th floor fell completely silent. That's about all of them. Lu Yuan shook the blood from his combat blade and sheathed it. He glanced at the cleared corridor stretching to both sides. Start searching. Once certain no threats lingered, the three moved onward. Lu Yuan approached each closed security door one by one and picked the locks. He held each door open while Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu followed behind, stowing supplies into their backpacks. In the first room, they uncovered several cases of bottled water and assorted canned goods. The second yielded boxes of self-heating meals and a sack of rice. These were standard provisions, nothing overly abundant, but better than nothing, enough to replenish their shelter stockpiles. The third room held an unexpected haul. Su Mumu rummaged through the drawers of the bedroom nightstand. Neatly stacked inside were first aid kits, iodine, bandages, tourniquets, sterile gauze pads, and multiple unopened boxes of antibiotics. Her eyes lit up. She knelt to sort the medical supplies one by one and pack them away, then called out toward the hallway. Brother Lu Yuan, there's loads of medicine over here. Lu Yuan walked over to take a look. By his rough estimate, the supplies would last them quite a while. In this post-apocalyptic world, medical supplies were sometimes more valuable than food. When they reached the final room, deep within the living room, they spotted an unusual door. It had a metal frame fitted with tight sealing gaskets, and the panel was twice as thick as an ordinary interior door. An electronic panel hung on its side. Its screen was dark, yet a tiny green indicator light in the lower right corner blinked steadily. Lu Yuan pushed against it, but the door did not budge. He leaned in to examine the panel, then studied the sealed framing all around, murmuring quietly. A cold storage room. The emergency power is still running. Qiu Yuan leaned forward to observe the blinking green light. That's why the indicators lit. Lu Yuan nodded. This building housed upscale residential units. Wealthy residents often installed dedicated storage spaces or compact cold cellars to store premium ingredients and wine. Cold storage units operated on independent emergency power systems. They could continue running long after the main building power failed, though there was no telling how much runtime remained. Whatever lay inside was almost certainly valuable. Lu Yuan knelt to inspect the locking mechanism, a dual security setup combining an electronic passcode lock and a mechanical cylinder, far more complex than a standard security door. He could open it, but it would take time. The safe window of opportunity was already more than half over. If he spent 20 to 30 minutes breaking into this door, remaining on the 17th floor once the window closed would expose them to unknown dangers at any moment. Lu Yuan stood and brushed dust from his palms. We don't have time today. We'll come back to open it later. Let's go. Neither Su Mumu nor Qiu Yuan raised objections. They quickly secured their backpacks, confirmed they had not missed anything, and followed Lu Yuan outside. Lu Yuan brought up the rear. After stepping out, he pulled the cold storage door closed again, glancing at the flickering green light on the frame and marking the location firmly in his mind. Let's move. He turned to catch up with the two women, and the three headed back down the corridor. As they rounded a bend, Lu Yuan's footsteps halted abruptly, his expression darkening instantly. He shot an arm out to block the others, growling sharply. Watch out! Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu had stayed vigilant. At his warning, they threw themselves sideways instinctively. A split second later, two twisted shapes surged from the corridor darkness. Clawed limbs made of raw flesh swiped through the exact spot where they had stood, carrying a putrid gust of air. Lu Yuan struck. His mechanical combat blade cleared its sheath. The dull silver edge traced an arc through the dim light. The first cut sank into the neck of the monster on the right, dragging horizontally as scarlet blood sprayed outward. Without pause, he reversed his grip and slashed toward the creature on the left, cleaving diagonally from its shoulder down to its waist and splitting it cleanly in two. Su Mumu climbed back to her feet, brushing dust off her hands and shaking her head. Yeah, I swept the whole area a minute ago. I thought we'd killed every last one. Both women turned toward Lu Yuan. He did not meet their gazes. His eyes were fixed deep within the pitch-black corridor ahead, his expression heavy with tension. Others could not see clearly, but his night vision revealed the truth. Scattered remains of the monsters they had just slain, bodies that should have lain motionless, writhing eerily. Shattered limbs shifted as if manipulated by invisible hands, piece by piece drawing together, striving to reform into some shape. Thick bodily fluid seeped up from the floor, wrapping around the fragments, sticking mismatched monster remains to one another. What sent a chill down Lu Yuan's spine was the network of ultra-fine flesh threads connecting the broken parts, like tendrils sprouting up from beneath the ground. They burrowed into the chunks of meat, dragging them toward a single direction. They were not regenerating on their own. Something was controlling them. Something extended unseen tendrils from underground to piece the slain monsters back together. We need to leave. Dread surged through Lu Yuan. He offered no explanation, his voice low and urgent, leaving no room for hesitation. Back to the stairwell. The two women asked no questions and sprinted after him toward the stairway entrance. More monsters lunged out from shadows lining the corridor. Lu Yuan led the way forward, swinging his blade repeatedly, each strike precisely severing vital points of the charging abominations and denying them any chance to counterattack. Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu fought alongside him, firing alternating fire and electric arrows to intercept creatures attempting to flank them. When the three reached the stairwell doorway, Lu Yuan glanced backward. Deep in the corridor, the monster carcasses he had just cut down were writhing once more. Flesh threads crept upward from the floor, tangling around the broken limbs again. He tore his gaze away, pushed the door open, and rushed into the stairwell. Su Mumu and Qiu Yuan gasped for breath, preparing to head upward. But Lu Yuan stopped short, standing in the center of the stairwell and staring down the steps leading deeper. Qiu Yuan noticed him halt, her voice rising with anxiety. What's wrong? Lu Yuan fell silent for a moment, then spoke 4 words. We're going down to take a look. What? Qiu Yuan thought she had misheard. They had barely escaped the 17th floor. Under normal circumstances, they would want to leave as quickly as possible. Now Lu Yuan wanted to head downward. The 16th floor lay below, an uncharted deeper level. No one could guess what waited for them there. Su Mumu's eyes widened, her grip tightening around her electric bow. Brother Lu Yuan, going down now is far too dangerous. Lu Yuan did not turn around. His tone carried unyielding command. Follow me. He had already begun descending the stairs. The two women exchanged a glance. Neither dared to argue further. They gritted their teeth and followed. Their hurried footsteps echoed through the stairwell, sinking lower step by step. The air grew damper and reeked of rot. The doorway to the 16th floor came into view. Lu Yuan stopped before it and pressed his ear against the panel. His enhanced senses far surpassed ordinary humans. He could hear clearly through the thick door, breathing. Heavy, slow, labored breathing. It rumbled through the wood, vibrations emanating from a massive chest. No human could produce such sounds. Whatever lay beyond dwarfed ordinary flesh monsters dozens of times over. Lu Yuan closed his eyes, focusing all his senses on the great mass hidden in the darkness past the door. The rhythm, position, and depth of its breathing mapped out before him like an invisible web. Once he pinpointed the creature's exact location, he held out a hand. "Give me your bow." Qiu Yuan did not hesitate and handed over her fire bow. Lu Yuan took it, knocking an arrow as mechanical components along the limbs clicked into place. He spoke to the two women. "Open the door." They stepped forward, each gripping one side of the door, and shoved it wide. A wave of putrid stench washed over them, thick enough to feel tangible. Black fog billowed out from the room, visibly churning, far denser than the mist on the 17th floor. Even with night vision, Lu Yuan could barely discern outlines more than a meter ahead through the haze. Yet he had no need to see the full form. He already locked onto the source of the breathing. He released his fingers. The blazing arrow streaked through the thick fog, leaving a trail of bright flame as it shot deep into the darkness. Boom! The arrow collided with something, and fire erupted instantly, spreading like poured oil. Orange flames surged outward, illuminating most of the 16th floor. The moment the fire flared into sight, all three beheld the full shape of the creature. It was no ordinary flesh monster. It was a tree, an enormous tree constructed from intertwined flesh and broken limbs. Its branches twisted from fused arms and leg bones, and its canopy formed from stacked faces and human heads. Every visor bore eyes, nostrils, and mouths, shifting constantly, opening and closing as if drawing breath. The faces belonged to men and women, the elderly and children, packed tightly together, forcibly fused into the tree's body. Flames raced up its trunk. The faces contorted, releasing a chorus of low wails that blended into one another, cries of agony. Yet those moans echoed in their ears, sending shudders racing down their spines. At the sight, Su Mumu clapped a hand over her mouth, frozen to the spot. What is that?" Qiu Yuan could find no words to speak. Her vision of the apocalypse had always been limited to zombies and monsters from films. What stood before her defied every expectation. Nothing like this existed in any movie. For a split second, her mind stalled, unable to process such an absurd sight. Lu Yuan did not linger to observe. He tossed the bow back to Qiu Yuan and turned to sprint upward. "Run!" The two women snapped out of their shock and raced after him. The three charged back onto the 17th floor. As they passed the corridor entrance, Lu Yuan caught a glimpse inside. The monster remains being woven together by flesh threads were now engulfed in fire. Reddish flames licked the twisted masses. The creatures screeched sharply, thrashing wildly amid the blaze. Lu Yuan's expression sharpened. His guess had been correct. The regenerating monsters on the 17th floor were connected through some kind of channel. The fire unleashed on the 16th floor spread upward along those threads and ignited them as well. But there was no time to watch further. Black fog roiled from the far end of the corridor, as if something was creeping upward from deeper levels. The safe window had closed. Threats that had lain dormant during the window were reawakening. Lu Yuan tore his gaze away and led the women forward. The three sprinted up the stairs step after step. Low roars and the crackle of flames echoed behind them, mixed with the dull rumble of churning black mist. Something was giving chase from the area they had just fled. Their footsteps thundered in unison through the empty stairwell, growing faster and more frantic as they raced toward the barred steel door on the 21st floor. The instant the three burst into the apartment, Lu Yuan slammed the steel bars back into their slots, twisted the lock tight, then leaned against the door, exhaling heavily. Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu could barely stand. Both sank to the floor at nearly the same moment. None of them spoke. Only ragged breathing reverberated through the quiet room. After a long pause, Su Mumu lifted a hand to wipe sweat from her forehead, her voice still trembling with lingering fear. "That tree, what exactly was it?" Her voice wavered on the word tree. The image remained burned into her vision, impossible to shake off. She replayed the sight of the flesh-built giant tree covered in writhing, wailing faces engulfed in fire. As a medical worker, she had seen countless corpses and severe injuries over the years, yet nothing compared to this. It could not be explained by anatomy or medical science. It was a fundamentally wrong existence beyond all comprehension. Qiu Yuan said nothing. She leaned against the wall with her eyes closed, still struggling to steady her breathing. Zombies, monsters, ruined cities. That was the vision of the apocalypse Qiu Yuan held. Horrifying, yet still within the boundaries of human imagination. But the tree she had seen today proved this ruined world was far stranger and more terrifying than she ever imagined. A tree grown from flesh, rooted to the 16th floor, spreading and growing endlessly. Hundreds of human bodies woven into its form. If they had not descended and loosed that arrow, she dared not imagine what would happen as it continued to expand. Lu Yuan stood by the door without speaking. He rested against the frame with a grave expression, gaze lowered as he processed everything he had witnessed. Though the flesh tree shocked him, he was not entirely surprised. Clues from Qin Yi's magic formula had long made him suspect this apocalypse was not a simple biochemical disaster or natural catastrophe. It stemmed from something far more bizarre and incomprehensible. He had not expected such strangeness to reveal itself so abruptly and vividly. A flesh tree rooted on the 16th floor, already grown to such scale. The faces, the connecting threads, the monsters being continuously reassembled and controlled in the corridor, all made him realize the truth behind the end of the world might be far worse than his worst fears. Still, the arrow had been loosed. He had seen flames devouring the tree's body, the twisted faces writhing in agony. It might slow the tree's growth, but could that single arrow burn it completely and destroy it? He had no answer. Those underground threads and the endlessly merging remains made him suspect he had only inflicted a temporary wound, not a fatal blow. They would have to return during the next safe window to investigate. Lu Yuan set aside his thoughts and pushed away from the doorframe, his voice calm and steady. Don't dwell on it. Let's rest first. His tone was quiet, yet reassuring, pulling the two women out of their heightened state of panic. Su Mumu glanced up at him, the tension in her shoulders slowly fading. Qiu Yuan opened her eyes, gave a silent nod, and pushed herself up from the floor. The three began removing their gear. Lu Yuan unstrapped his mechanical combat blade from his waist and leaned it against the wall. Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu set down their bows and arrow quivers as well. Qiu Yuan started tallying the supplies they had collected, sorting food and daily necessities into neat piles. Su Mumu knelt in the corner to organize the newly acquired medical supplies. She counted iodine, bandages, and antibiotics one by one before carefully storing them inside a waterproof case. Lu Yuan walked into the bathroom and took a shower. He turned on the tap, and hot water streamed out, steam quickly filling the small space. He stood beneath the shower head with his eyes closed, letting the hot water wash over him. Images of what he had seen circled in his mind, but he forced himself not to dwell on them, turning the temperature up slightly and letting the steam wrap around him to push those troubling thoughts temporarily aside. When he finished and stepped out, Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu took turns bathing. Hot showers were a precious luxury in this apocalypse. Steam drifted out from under the door, carrying the faint scent of body wash. Once all three had washed and changed into dry clothes, much of their exhaustion faded, leaving them feeling far more relaxed. Qiu Yuan headed to the kitchen to prepare food. Water bubbled in a pot on the portable stove. She combined ingredients they had scavenged to cook a pot of hot noodle soup, topping each bowl with slices of luncheon meat. When she carried the steaming meal to the coffee table, warm fragrance filled the living room. The three sat together, each holding a bowl and eating in silence. The quiet carried a sense of relief, the chance to finally rest. After eating, Qiu Yuan cleared the dishes and Su Mumu wiped down the table. Night was approaching. It was time to get some rest. Lu Yuan would stand watch overnight. Though Su Mumu and Qiu Yuan had repeatedly offered to share guard duty, he had always refused. Without night vision and heightened senses, Lu Yuan could never trust them to keep watch. Only when he stood guard himself could he truly feel at ease. Lu Yuan returned to the master bedroom. The moment he twisted the doorknob and pushed the door open, he froze. The lights in the master bedroom were on, warm yellow light filling the room with soft brightness. Two graceful figures knelt side by side on the floor before the bed, heads slightly lowered, looking as docile as cats waiting for attention. The woman on the left was Qiu Yuan. Qiu Yuan had changed into a burgundy satin nightgown. Fine shimmer glided across the silk fabric, with thin shoulder straps resting lightly atop her shoulders. The material fell naturally along her frame, outlining her mature, well-proportioned figure. The hem reached just above her thighs, and a loosely tied ribbon bow hung at her waist, looking as if it might slip undone at any moment. The silky fabric clung gently to her form, and smooth skin glowed faintly beneath the warm lamplight with every quiet breath. To the right stood Su Mumu. She had put on an office OL uniform, a white blouse tucked into a black pencil skirt that ended just above her knees, paired with sheer black tights and slim black high heels. Two buttons on the blouse collar were undone, revealing a stretch of fair neck and a faint hollow of her collarbone. The uniform had likely been found from a closet in one of the apartments. On her frame, it created a striking contrast against her former image as an innocent campus beauty. The mix of youthful features and formal workwear carried a uniquely stirring charm. The two women knelt side by side before him, heads bowed, waiting quietly. Lu Yuan stood in the doorway, his gaze shifting from Qiu Yuan to Su Mumu, then back again. He paused briefly. You too. Qiu Yuan lifted her head, her charming eyes glinting with a soft smile, her tone gentle. Lu Yuan, pick one. Su Mumu raised her head as well, a light blush spreading across her fair cheeks, her voice sweet and soft. Brother Lu Yuan, choose me. Lu Yuan looked at the two stunning women before him. One exuded mature grace and charm, while the other held youthful purity offset by the sharp contrast of her uniform. Both knelt and looked up at him, awaiting his decision. He lingered in the doorway for a moment, then curled the corner of his mouth. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and leaned down to take both of their hands at once. Qiu Yuan's palm was smooth, and Su Mumu's was soft and tender. Each carried its own distinct warmth. Only children make choices, Lu Yuan said with a smile as he held both hands. Adults usually take everything. A flush rose quickly across Qiu Yuan's cheeks. Su Mumu lowered her head, the tips of her ears turning bright red. Yet she did not pull her hand away. Instead, she subtly curled her fingers to hold his. Lu Yuan gently pulled, lifting both women to their feet. As Qiu Yuan stood, the hem of her satin nightgown fluttered lightly. Su Mumu stumbled half a step when rising, her knee brushing against the edge of the bed. The two women understood well. After the tense, dangerous ordeal they had endured earlier, Lu Yuan needed a chance to unwind now. And they were the ones who could help him find peace. Bang! The bedroom door closed soon after. The night passed in quiet companionship. Time slipped by quickly. Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu stayed beside him. One carried quiet, mature warmth, the other gentle, youthful tenderness. Thanks to the physical enhancements granted by his system, Lu Yuan remained steady and alert. Eventually, exhaustion washed over the two women. Qiu Yuan lay on her side on the bed, one strap of her burgundy nightgown sliding down her arm. The silk fabric loosely draped over her graceful figure. Su Mumu lay face down against the pillow, several buttons of her blouse undone. A large stretch of fair back exposed. Her breathing came shallow and unsteady, as if she barely had strength left to lift her hands. Once the two women drifted into rest, Lu Yuan also took time to recover. It was past 11 at night when he sat up, swung his legs over the bed, dressed, picked up the mechanical combat knife, leaning against the headboard, and quietly stepped out of the master bedroom, closing the door behind him. The living room was silent. The warm glow of a camping lamp spread over the sofa. As usual, he dragged a chair to the entrance and sat down, placing the combat knife within easy reach. He leaned back against the chair, half closing his eyes to keep watch through the night. There was no movement in the corridor. The entire building was silent, as if submerged in deep water. Now and then, a distant gust of wind drifted up from the stairwell, only to vanish quickly into the darkness. Time ticked onward. The hands of the wall clock moved slowly, shifting from 11 to half past, then to 50 to 12. Lu Yuan's consciousness hovered in a state of half-asleep vigilance. When the numbers on his phone screen turned to 12 o'clock exactly, his mind sharpened instantly. He focused inward, and a translucent panel popped up, suspended in the void before him. Sign-in time reached. Lu Yuan silently thought the word sign-in. Words flickered on the panel, and lines of golden text slowly appeared. Sign-in successful. Obtained attribute point. Stamina +1. His regular daily attribute reward had arrived. A warm sensation spread from his chest, flowing through his veins to every limb. All lingering weariness faded away completely. He sat upright and rolled his shoulders, feeling fully recharged and clear-headed. Obtain talent. Killing intent perception passive. When facing imminent fatal danger, an alert will trigger in advance, granting a brief window of reaction time to evade or counterattack. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up as he read it. This functioned as an early warning system, buying precious fractions of a second before disaster struck. In the end times, life and death often hinged on that tiny window of reaction. With this ability, he effectively gained an extra chance to survive. Excellent. Truly excellent. The final reward was far more intriguing. Obtain supplies. Which potion ×1 grade B witchcraft path unlocked. Lu Yuan's breath hitched for a moment. Witchcraft? He had only heard the term from Qin Yi that afternoon, and the system rewarded him with it that same night. Moreover, the witchcraft path had been unlocked. It meant future sign-in rewards might include more items tied to witchcraft. Interesting. He focused his attention on the line about the witch potion, and a detailed description unfolded clearly on the panel. Witch potion grade B effect. may be administered to one female target. After ingestion, the target becomes the exclusive witch of the user, bound by absolute loyalty, unable to disobey any command. The user gains full command over the witch, including her vitality, physical capabilities, and mental power. The witch may grow stronger by consuming flesh and blood, yet all gains from her growth belong entirely to the user. The user may decide the witch's life or death with a single thought. Lu Yuan's gaze grew intense as he read. The power of the witch potion was simply overpowered. With one bottle, a woman would become his fully loyal witch, hers to command completely. She could grow endlessly stronger by consuming flesh and blood, all progress feeding back to him. He could drain her life away whenever he wished. It amounted to a permanent, obedient combat unit that could continuously increase in strength. This item held immense value for him right now. He did not waste time dwelling on moral qualms. Discussing morality in the end times was absurd. Only one thought occupied his mind. It was a shame there was merely one bottle of the potion. He wondered if more could be obtained from future sign-ins, and just how far the newly unlocked witchcraft path would extend. Even this single bottle alone was enough to stir his excitement. There was, however, one drawback to the witch potion. The witch potion is highly unstable. Ingestion carries a risk of unforeseen mutation. Host is advised to exercise caution. If not for that risk, Lu Yuan would have considered using it on Su Mumu and Xiao Yuan. It could boost their strength while solidifying their loyalty. Given the mutation risk, he decided against it for now. After all, compared to Su Mumu and Xiao Yuan, Lu Yuan already had a better candidate in mind to test the potion. A faint smile tugged at his lips at the thought. For now, he simply needed to wait patiently for his opportunity. Arrows for his compound bow had also been restocked for the day. After sorting through his gains, he gripped his combat knife, leaned back against the chair, and resumed his night watch. Following the crisis on the 16th floor and the sight of the twisted flesh tree, Lu Yuan was far more cautious during guard duty. He dared not relax in the slightest. His five senses stretched wide, forming a net covering the doorway and corridor, capturing every faint sound. The first several hours remained quiet. The whole building sank into oppressive stillness, interrupted only by occasional distant wind drifting up the stairwell and fading into darkness. Lu Yuan maintained his semi-alert posture. Every so often, he stood and peered through the peephole to check the corridor. Before sitting back down to continue his watch, conditions shifted in the late hours of the night. Lu Yuan rose and approached the door to peer through the peephole. Thin black mist, barely visible earlier, was slowly creeping upward from the lower floors. The fog moved as if alive, seeping along cracks in the walls and floors. It advanced gradually rather than surging violently as it had the day before, yet this slow, steady spread felt even more unsettling. He frowned. The black mist had returned. After the battle the previous day, the monsters below had quieted considerably, only for the mist to spread upward in their place. It felt like a cycle of balance. When monsters retreated, the mist advanced. He kept watch for another 2 or 3 hours. When he checked again, the mist had thickened dramatically. The entire corridor lay submerged in murky gray-black haze. The outlines of walls blurred beyond recognition. Fire hydrants and emergency light signs swallowed entirely by fog. The dense air carried a faint metallic tang, tightening Lu Yuan's nerves. He knew well what came with thickening mist. Strange phenomena always surfaced in these conditions. Shadowy figures, pale, drifting shapes with reddish features, all emerged amid heavy fog. He retreated to his chair and mentally reviewed the plans he had made during the day. Originally, once the safe window arrived, he intended to head to the 17th floor to open the refrigerated cabinet and retrieve whatever valuable supplies lay inside. Afterward, he would descend to the 16th floor to check the state of the flesh tree engulfed by fire. If it still stood, Lu Yuan planned to deliver a finishing blow to ensure it burned completely. If it had already turned to ash, all the better, removing a major threat. But the spreading mist altered everything. Past experience warned him that traveling outdoors amid dense fog multiplied risks many times over. Twisted flesh monsters were horrifying, yet they possessed tangible bodies that could be cut and burned. If he could see them, he could fight them. The entities within the mist were different. The shadowy forms that knocked on doors and spoke, the drifting pale shapes, he still could not determine what they truly were. He was unsure whether his combat knife could harm them. It remained unclear if they even possessed physical form. All things considered, the flesh monsters were far easier to handle. Lu Yuan's gaze fell to the door reinforced with steel bars and metal fittings. He regretted abandoning his original plan, yet he recognized it was the only sensible choice. Venturing into the mist would be reckless. Having witnessed the bizarre horrors on the 16th floor, one wrong judgment could bring irreversible consequences for himself, Qiu Yuan, and Su Mumu. He postponed the plans for the 17th floor cabinet and 16th floor flesh tree, resolving to wait until the mist receded. They had time to survive. There was no need to rush. Still, he wondered what eerie beings this wave of mist might bring. He remembered clearly the strange disturbances from the last fog event. Those shadowy figures haunted his thoughts. If not for some unknown rule restraining them, Lu Yuan suspected even his system might not hold them off should they break through the door. Fortunately, for some reason, they had never launched a direct attack. Most appeared to lack hostile intent, merely fleeing from something far more terrifying. Lost in these thoughts, Lu Yuan stood and walked toward the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. Ever since learning the shadow in the opposite building was a living entity, he rarely pulled back the curtains, afraid of catching sight of something he could not unsee. Now, however, he wanted to look outside. Staying confined within the apartment for too long weighed heavily on his spirits. Past observation suggested no immediate danger came from simply gazing outward. Even when the shadow had lingered, nothing threatening had occurred. Lu Yuan grasped the edge of the curtain and pulled it aside. The first thing he saw was the crimson moon hanging in the sky. Its scarlet hue stirred unease. As he stared, he noticed the moon appeared redder than it had been in previous nights, as if its color might drip down from the heavens. He frowned and shifted his gaze downward. Boundless black mist swallowed the world, shrouding surrounding skyscrapers so thoroughly. Their outlines vanished. Only one nearby building remained faintly discernible, and that was all. The shadow that once stood behind its windows had vanished entirely. The building stood empty. The whole world seemed trapped in deathly silence. He watched for a while, discovering nothing noteworthy, and prepared to draw the curtain closed once more. Suddenly, the dense black mist outside churned violently. It looked as if something was about to burst forth from within the haze. Lu Yuan's expression hardened. He spun, grabbed the compound bough beside the window, nocked an arrow, and drew the string taut, aiming at the roiling mist, ready for battle. Moments later, the creature emerged from the fog. Lu Yuan inhaled sharply at the sight. It was a bird. More precisely, an eagle. Yet the eagle was grotesquely mutated. Its eyes bulged from their sockets, hanging only by strands of blood vessels. Even so, crimson pupils swiveled with ferocity. Its body was rotting, most feathers shed to reveal black, decaying flesh, with pale maggots crawling beneath the skin. Still, it flew, moving in awkward, unnatural motions, as if an outside force drove its long-dead frame. Most unsettling of all were its talons. Draped beneath them hung several lengths of bloody intestines. It was plainly human innards, the wounds fresh and red, torn free only moments earlier. Lu Yuan kept the bow drawn, arrow aimed at the blood eagle flying toward him. The eagle sensed his presence. Its rotting neck twisted stiffly, turning to face Lu Yuan. Those bulging eyes locked onto him, crimson light blazing from its pupils. It let out a shrill, excited cry, hoarse as if its throat filled with rotting tissue. Then altered course and charged straight for the floor-to-ceiling window. Lu Yuan maintained his aim, yet he felt no overwhelming alarm, because the next instant, bang, the blood eagle crashed headfirst into the thick window glass. A cloud of murky blood splattered outward, rotten feathers and black flesh bursting across the pane like a grotesque flower. The eagle twitched once, its talons going limp, then plummeted from high altitude into the endless black mist, swallowed by shadow in an instant. Lu Yuan stayed drawn for several more seconds to confirm no second creature followed, then slowly lowered the bow and exhaled. He stared at the filthy blood smears left on the glass and frowned deeply. What exactly was that creature a moment ago? Calling it an eagle would be inaccurate. More precisely, it was a monster draped in an eagle's skin. Its body had long been dead. Rotten flesh, shedding feathers, wriggling maggots. Nothing about it belonged to a living creature. Yet it could still fly, still hunt for targets, and even sense his presence, wheeling around to dive straight for him. Could something like that even be called a bird? What troubled him more was its ferocious urge to attack. Even rotting away as it was, it could lock onto the French window with pinpoint accuracy and charge forward, letting out an ecstatic shriek. Had the world outside been overrun by creatures like this? Lu Yuan's mood sank. If beasts of this kind lurked everywhere out there, then even if he found a way to leave this skyscraper someday, the world beyond would be fraught with endless danger. If the creatures flying in the sky had turned into such abominations, whatever roamed the ground would surely be far worse. He stood by the window and stared at the filthy bloodstain for a while, then shook his head. There was no use dwelling on it. Life still had to go on. When the soldiers come, we block them. When floods arrive, we dam them. He would take things one step at a time. With the system at his side, if he pressed forward steadily, he would find a way eventually. Lu Yuan reached out and drew the curtains shut tightly, blocking out the crimson moon and churning black fog. He then turned and walked back to the doorway, sitting down once more on the chair. His battle blade rested within easy reach as he kept watch through the long night. Thanks to Gu Lan's arrangements and Zhang Bing's mediation, the all-female group gradually calmed down. They had not made any major finds, yet they managed to scavenge scattered supplies. Roughly a dozen bottles of water and a collection of food, barely enough to sustain them for 2 or 3 days. But as their situation eased slightly, conflicts surfaced. I'm using this bottle of water to wash my hair. You can't take it. Tang Shi's voice carried unthinking arrogance. One hand pressed firmly on the bottle of mineral water on the table, her knuckles whitening from the grip. Opposite her stood Jiang Xiaoran, a girl with a ponytail. Before the apocalypse, her family ran a business and lived comfortably. Yet she still paled in comparison to a wealthy heiress like Tang Shi. Wash your hair. Jiang Xiaoran raised her voice. Tang Shi, this water is for drinking. We only have this little left. If you waste it on washing your hair, what will the rest of us drink? There are several more bottles over there. Tang Shi tilted her chin toward the pile of supplies in the corner. My hair is filthy. I can't stand it like this. Why can't I wash it? If you can't stand it, bear it. This is the apocalypse. Do you think you're still in your family's villa? Jiang Xiaoran, what exactly do you mean? You know exactly what I mean. I'm saying you're not thinking straight. Jiang Xiaoran refused to back down. She stepped forward, her tone sharp and firm. Before all this, you heard me call you Sister Shi again and again. We called each other best friends and close sisters. Now trouble arrives, and you fight with me over resources? What kind of friend acts like this? Tang Shi brought up old grievances, yet she still refused to let go of the water bottle. Before, Jiang Xiaoran let out a cold laugh. I only acted that way because your family had money. Tang Shi, do you truly believe the world still revolves around you? I'm telling you, without your family's influence, you are nothing inside this building. The words struck like a needle, piercing the last remnants of Tang Shi's pride. Her face flushed deep red. Her lips trembled, and she could no longer utter the retort that she was far above the other girl. Jiang Xiaoran was right. In the past, Tang Shi had commanded attention within her social circle, with countless people catering to her every whim. All of that relied on her family's wealth and status. Now those things no longer existed. She was merely an ordinary young woman, no different from everyone else. That reality was what Tang Shi could not endure most. You? Tang Shi lost her temper and lunged forward, crashing into Jiang Xiaoran. The two girls tumbled into a fight, like two enraged cats. Women's brawls usually followed the same pattern, tugging hair, scratching faces, tearing clothing. Tang Shi grabbed Jiang Xiaoran's ponytail and pulled hard backward. Jiang Xiaoran clawed at Tang Shi's collar in response, her nails leaving red marks along her collarbone. They rolled across the floor twice. Their shoes slipped off, and their hair became a tangled mess. None of the other women in the all-female group stepped in to separate them. Some leaned against the wall holding water cups, watching as if viewing free entertainment. Others sat in the corners with their knees drawn up, barely lifting their eyelids. A few even whispered bets over who would win, many placing their hopes on Jiang Xiaoran. Scuffles like this had become commonplace in room 201's all-female group, erupting almost every other day. No one had the energy to break up fights anymore. They had grown numb. 3 women made enough drama, and here there were far more than 3. Tang Shi, the sheltered heiress, was clearly no match for Jiang Xiaoran. Her scratches landed on her opponent, yet she lacked strength and proper angle, unable to inflict any meaningful harm. Jiang Xiaoran fought far more ruthlessly. She seized Tang Shi's coat collar and pulled hard. There was a sharp tearing sound as the fabric ripped open from the neck all the way to her waist. Tang Shi let out a cry and instinctively raised her arms to shield herself, but Jiang Xiaoran pulled once more, tearing loose her inner shirt. Tang Shi curled up on the ground, face burning red, tears welling in her eyes. She bit her lip and glared at Jiang Xiaoran. Yet the haughty confidence from earlier was gone, replaced only by shame, anger, and grievance. Jiang Xiaoran stood upright, brushing dust and stray hair from her hands. She looked down at Tang Shi. Still planning to wash your hair? Tang Shi bowed her head and remained silent, clutching her tattered clothing. The bottle of water still sat on the table, untouched by anyone. Someone among the onlookers let out a laugh, and soon scattered snickers followed. Tang Shi heard the laughter. She bit her lips until they turned pale, her fingers squeezing the torn fabric so tightly it dug into her palms. After a moment, she lifted her head abruptly, jaw clenched tight, staring furiously at Jiang Shaoran, who stood before her with hands on her hips. Her voice shook, yet her tone was icy. "Just you wait." She spoke every word with immense force, pouring all her humiliation and grief into that sentence. Jiang Shaoran only let out a scoff and turned away, not sparing her another glance. Tang Shi wiped her tears roughly with the back of her hand, pushed herself off the floor, and clutched her ripped clothes. She hurried back to her corner with her head lowered. She crouched against the wall, burying her face in her knees, shoulders hunched, like a wounded cat hiding away from the world. Her coat hung open, yet she paid no mind to covering herself. She only curled up, hiding her face as if she could separate herself from the humiliating conflict. No one came to comfort her. The women who had laughed moments ago returned to their own spots. Some resumed eating compressed biscuits, some leaned against the wall to rest their eyes, and some stared down at their fingernails, acting as if nothing had happened at all. Such was the false friendship between them. Before the apocalypse, they gathered to take selfies and swore to be best friends forever. None imagined it would end up like this. Now, forever felt impossible to achieve. They could barely get through a single day without strife. A single bottle of water was enough to spark a fight, and nobody would step forward to mediate or offer comfort afterward. The small conflict in room 201 finally came to an end. Nobody cared what had transpired. Such farces were far too ordinary for the women living in room 201. The scene shifts elsewhere. Lu Yuan peered out through the peephole. The black fog in the corridor had thickened to an extreme degree, filling nearly the entire passage. Even the outline of the opposite wall blurred beyond recognition. There would definitely be no safe window of opportunity today. Fog this dense made venturing out impossible. Merely gazing into it sent a chill down his spine. Lu Yuan stepped back, sat down on his chair, and waited a while longer. After confirming there were no strange noises in the corridor, he stood and walked toward the center of the living room. Su Mumu and Xiao Yuan were already prepared, each holding a composite bow. The dark red and silvery bow limbs glowed softly in the faint indoor light. Lu Yuan strapped his mechanical battle blade to his waist, ready to draw it at any moment. The three exchanged few words. They sat down, placing compressed rations and cans on the tea table, eating a simple meal to fill their stomachs before continuing their vigil. In such dangerous times, everyone needed to stay fully alert for unexpected developments. Time ticked slowly onward. The living room fell quiet, save for the faint hum of the nuclear generator and the ticking second hand of the wall clock. The black fog remained still, and the corridor was deathly silent, eerily quiet. Yet this stillness felt deceptive. It was as if something lingered beneath the calm, ready to surge forth at any second. The atmosphere grew stifling. Lu Yuan sat closest to the door, blade beside him, his gaze never leaving the steel-reinforced door. Su Mumu and Xiao Yuan sat on either side behind him, arrows knocked on taut bows, ready to fire instantly. After roughly 2 more hours, sound echoed from the corridor. The noise was nothing like the frantic running, pounding doors and screaming they had heard before. It was a steady, even set of footsteps, as if someone wandered slowly through the black mist, each step spaced at identical intervals, without the slightest rush. It moved extremely slowly, each stride seemingly carefully calculated. Footsteps echoed from the far end of the corridor, drawing nearer at a constant pace through the gray-black fog. It paused outside one apartment door, and 3 knocks followed. Thud, thud, thud. When no reply came, the footsteps moved forward once more, heading for the next door. Again it paused, knocked, waited, and moved on. Su Mumu's breath hitched. Xiao Yuan's fingers tightened silently around her bow. Lu Yuan listened to the distance and rhythm of the footsteps, calculating silently in his mind. The creature was knocking on every door one by one. At this pace, it was 3 doors away, then 2, then 1. The footsteps halted outside their shelter. Lu Yuan shot a look towards Su Mumu and Xiao Yuan. The two understood immediately. Stay silent. Do not make a sound. Even breathe as shallowly as possible. The 3 held their breath, frozen in place, not daring to blink. Sure enough, the creature raised a hand and knocked. Thud, thud, thud. 3 knocks, the exact same rhythm as on all the other doors, unhurried, like a machine executing a fixed program. Lu Yuan tightened his grip on his blade, but stayed motionless. Su Mumu lifted her bow slightly, aiming the arrow straight at the door panel. He had assumed that after knocking, it would leave just as it had for every other silent doorway. But this time it did not. The footsteps did not move onward. It remained outside the door, standing still. A terrible premonition washed over Lu Yuan like icy water. His grip on the blade tightened further, his eyes fixed firmly on the door, ready to strike at any moment. Then the shadow outside spoke. Its voice was hoarse and low, as if squeezed out from deep within its throat, every word coated in a viscous heaviness. You do not need to hide any longer. It paused. I have seen you. The voice penetrated the thick door and drifted through the living room air. A cold shudder ran down all three of their backs. Lu Yuan's pupils constricted. It felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head. Seen them? How? His gaze drifted involuntarily to the peephole in the doorway. Through that tiny circular opening, they could see the corridor outside, yet anyone outside could also peer inward and spot faint light and human silhouettes. If this creature possessed eyes, if it stood outside, staring inward through the peephole, within this pitch-black, terrifying world, some unknown entity stood before the door, watching you through the peephole. It was an utterly unsettling thought. Hearing the creature's words, Su Mumu and Qiu Yuan paled with fright and turned to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan said nothing, only held up a hand gently to calm them and signal them to maintain silence. The two women swallowed the words rising to their lips, steadied their bows again, and quieted their breathing. The shadow outside did not leave. It remained standing there, separated by the door, steel bars and reinforced lock, silent as a stone statue in the corridor. A stalemate lasted roughly 2 minutes. Then the shadow outside spoke again. Its voice retained that hoarse, low tone, yet carried a note of helpless entreaty. I know you fear me. Truthfully, I am also terrified of what I have become. It paused, seemingly gathering its thoughts, or summoning the strength to continue speaking. But rest assured, I am no evil being, truly. I belong to the Aurora Church. We worship the Northern Aurora, and I am a cleric tasked with handling this catastrophe of aberrations. We follow the Archbishop's orders to purge all aberrant monsters within this region. Yet when we arrived, we discovered the scale of this mutation far exceeded our expectations. We came under attack from countless aberrant beasts and suffered heavy casualties. I became separated from the other clerics. The Archbishop has also vanished, lost within these premises. Its voice grew raspier, heavy with exhaustion. I have been infected by the aberration, and my strength is nearly spent. If I cannot rest soon, I will not survive. Death itself holds no terror, yet the aberration continues to erode this world. If it cannot be contained, every survivor in this region will face unparalleled disaster. It fell quiet for a moment, its tone turning solemn once more. So, I beg you to save me. Spare my life, and I swear by the Aurora that I will always be grateful. Lu Yuan stared at the blurred shadow through the peephole, his brows drawn tight. The speech was far too complete. The Aurora Church, the aberration crisis, regional purification missions, the Archbishop, scattered clerics. Nothing like this had come from any of the Nox he had encountered before. All the other shadows had used shallow excuses, claiming to be neighbors downstairs or begging for food, transparent attempts to trick people into opening doors. This time, however, the creature wove a full, previously unknown narrative, complete with an organization, mission, background, and goals. It seemed faintly connected to the flesh and blood tree he had seen on the 16th floor, the merging monsters, and the elixirs Qin Yi's parents had mentioned. But the question remained. In the apocalypse, how much trust could anyone place in words spoken by a monster? After a long silence, Lu Yuan chose to speak. His voice was quiet, traveling through the door in a steady, probing tone. Why have you come here of all places? There are countless empty rooms inside this building. You could easily take shelter in any of them. Staying there would be no different than seeking refuge with us. He voiced the confusion weighing on his mind. It was true. The tower held dozens of vacant apartments. Why single out his shelter to knock on? The shadow outside fell silent for a time, seemingly mulling over how to answer. Then it replied, its voice still hoarse yet calmer. There are indeed many rooms within this skyscraper, but very few still hold living survivors. Only places inhabited by living humans can receive genuine protection. Lu Yuan frowned. Why? Because, the shadow paused, gathering energy to continue. Before we arrived, the cardinal placed runic blessings upon every room, sheltering survivors. As long as you stay indoors and do not open the door recklessly, you will not face severe danger. Its voice carried weary certainty. This is our last line of defense. Among these upper floors, only your dwelling still bears the blessing. You are therefore my last hope. Lu Yuan sank into silence. If these words held truth, they would explain many puzzles that had troubled him before. Why hiding inside a room shielded people from corruption by the black fog? Why had those dark shadows and monsters lingered outside the door for so long without actually breaking in? Everything would make sense if some kind of seal or protection was at work. But the question remained, how credible was that claim? The figure called himself a cleric, yet he was already tainted by the corruption. Were his words an honest account of the truth, or merely a ploy to win their trust so he could get inside the room? Lu Yuan stood on the inner side of the door, still gripping his battle blade. The firm texture of the hilt rested steadily in his palm. He did not lower his weapon, nor did he move closer to the peephole. After a while, "How can you prove everything you say is true?" Lu Yuan asked. "How can you be certain you are not already a corrupted monster?" The shadow outside fell silent for a very long time. The corridor grew so quiet it felt as if time itself had frozen. Su Mumu could not help tilting her head, straining to catch every sound beyond the door. Qiu Yuan's fingers tightened and loosened repeatedly around her bow. Lu Yuan did not press for an answer. He simply waited quietly. Then the voice spoke again, weaker than before, heavy with profound exhaustion. "I cannot be certain." Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Cannot be certain? That introduced far too many unknown variables. How could he possibly open the door and let in something that could not even confirm whether it was human or a monster? The shadow seemed to sense his hesitation. Its tone turned a little more urgent, yet it strove to maintain a steady, pleading cadence. "Sir, you must believe me. I swear by the Aurora. And trust me, this is your last chance to survive." Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened. "Why? Tomorrow," the shadow's voice sank, as if stating an unalterable truth. "The monsters within the black mist will fully succumb to corruption and run amok. If no outside force steps forward to eliminate them by then, every single one of us here will die. No exceptions." It paused, its tone laced with earnest entreaty. "Sir, whether for your own sake or everyone else's, please, you have to trust me." Lu Yuan's frown deepened. The cleric's words sounded coherent and well-structured, with a logical chain too complete to have been fabricated on the spot by a mass of mutated flesh or a mindless shadow. But in this apocalyptic world, traps and ruses lurked everywhere. Who could say whether monsters had evolved to the point of using fluent human speech to lure prey? He dared not take that gamble. There was no way for him to verify the truth of every single statement the shadow had made. Faced with this situation, he thought of the safest, perhaps best available option. "Head further down the corridor," Lu Yuan said evenly, his tone as calm as if giving directions. "Go to room 201. There is another human shelter there. It should also be protected under your cardinal's ward." Silence stretched outside the door for a moment. "Sir," the shadow seemed about to say more. "I know disappointment might weigh on you from this rejection." Lu Yuan cut it off. "But for our own safety, I cannot let you enter. If you truly are human, you ought to understand my choice." A lengthy silence followed outside. Eventually, that hoarse voice spoke once more, reduced to a quiet single word. "Very well." Footsteps sounded again immediately afterward. This time they headed deeper down the corridor, slow and unrushed. It appeared the figure had finally given up on this doorway and turned toward the next destination. Lu Yuan listened as the footsteps faded into the distance. The tension coiled within him did not ease. He turned to head back to his seat, then paused mid-step. After a moment's thought, he called out once more. "Wait." The footsteps outside halted. "When you reach room 201, Lu Yuan said, "tell them I sent you. My name is Lu Yuan." A short while later, the hoarse voice drifted back from far down the hallway. Only 2 words. "Thank you." Footsteps resumed, growing fainter and fainter until they were swallowed by the black mist. Lu Yuan leaned against the wooden door and closed his eyes. Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu watched him, their faces marked by the same mix of unease, curiosity, and an indefinable sense of worry. Lu Yuan walked back to his chair and gestured for the 2 young women to relax. Only then did Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu lower their bows slightly, though they did not fully drop their guard. They sat beside him, their breathing gradually steadying. A silence lingered, until Qiu Yuan broke it first. "Lu Yuan, do you think what he said was the truth?" Lu Yuan's expression was grave. He leaned back in his chair and pondered for a long while before speaking slowly. "It certainly sounds believable." He voiced his genuine thoughts. Every detail the cleric had offered slotted neatly into a consistent logical framework. The church, the corruption, the cardinal, the sealing marks, protective wards. These details did not sound hastily invented. They sounded like facts the speaker had long accepted. A typical mutated creature would struggle to construct such a complete narrative. What was more, it used terms such as cardinal and the aurora, and even spoke of seals and divine protection. Honestly, mutated monsters born in the modern world would likely never have even heard those words. Still, he paused and added another thought. Yet we cannot rule out the possibility that it is a high-tier monster. If corrupted beings can evolve to possess full linguistic ability and rational thought, everything it just said might be a fabrication meant to trick us into opening the door. Su Mumu sat nearby, her fingers tightening slightly around her electric bow, her voice tinged with anxiety. If what it said is true, then that would be terrifying. Lu Yuan and Xiao Yuan both understood her meaning. If the cleric spoke the truth, it meant beyond the world they knew existed another group of people, members of some ancient, mysterious organization, one that might exist separate from ordinary modern society. Their influence stretched far beyond regular search and rescue teams and police forces. They bore responsibility for quelling corruption and resolving this crisis, yet they too had suffered heavy casualties. Even their cardinal could only lay sealing marks to shelter survivors. If even they lacked the means to defeat these monsters, what hope remained for ordinary people? Xiao Yuan rested her fire bow across her knees, her voice heavier than usual. What's more, if such an organization truly exists, this apocalypse is far more complicated than we imagined. This is no ordinary disaster. It feels as though some far greater force is pulling the strings behind everything. The three fell silent again. The cleric's appearance had subtly shifted their understanding of this apocalypse. This was not a catastrophe they could simply endure while waiting for rescue. It was a world-shaking upheaval steeped in eeriness and madness, far beyond anything they could conceive. Ordinary monsters and ruined landscapes were merely surface appearances. Something far more horrifying lurked beneath. Su Mumu's voice cut through the quiet, carrying a simple sigh. If all he said is real, then he truly is a good person, risking his life to hunt corrupted monsters and protect innocent survivors. On the surface, he sounded like someone worthy of trust. But neither Lu Yuan nor Xiao Yuan responded. Xiao Yuan lowered her gaze, lost in thought, her fingers gently brushing the fine grain patterns carved into her bow. Lu Yuan stared at the tightly drawn curtains covering the window, his vision unfocused as his thoughts wandered further afield. He had few hobbies back when he worked. During lunch breaks, he often read books on world history and possessed a basic understanding of church traditions. Within such organizations, many low-ranking clerics were sincere believers, ordinary folk driven by goodwill, willing to sacrifice everything to safeguard others. Yet the higher one climbed the hierarchy, the more tangled things became. No outsider could tell what cards those at the top held, or what schemes they pursued. An event powerful enough to plunge the entire world into chaos overnight could never be orchestrated by a minor faction. Countless threads must connect to what had happened. What role did the powerful figures hidden deep within the Holy See play in this catastrophe? We must be extra vigilant from now on, Lu Yuan said, drawing his battle blade back within reach. Whether his words are true or false, we cannot afford to grow complacent. Understood. The two women replied in unison. Meanwhile, far down the corridor, the horse footsteps steadily approached the door of room 201. The shadowy cleric came to a halt outside room 201, raised a hand, and knocked 3 times, just as he had before. In that weak, gravelly tone, he repeated the same account he had shared earlier. He belonged to the Aurora Church, a cleric tasked with eradicating corruption. Separated from his companions and afflicted by corruption, he required rest and begged for shelter. He spoke even more slowly this time, the weariness in his voice more pronounced, as though every sentence drained the little strength he had left. Inside room 201, several women exchanged uneasy glances. Suwon stepped forward first, planting her hands firmly on her hips to block the doorway. Her tone was unyielding. "No way. We are not letting you in." Silence hung outside for a heartbeat. Then the shadow's voice rang out again, filled with evident confusion and frailty. "Why? Are you also afraid I am a corrupted monster?" Suwon let out a cold huff. "I care nothing for all your ramblings. As long as you are male, you will not set foot inside." The words rolled off her tongue easily, as if she had repeated this rule countless times. This time, however, she received none of the expected agreement. The Lin sisters, Lin Muxue and Lin Mushuang, traded a glance and said nothing. Qin Yi sat huddled in the corner, head bowed, clutching an unopened beef jerky packet. She did not even lift her eyes. Once, she had been among the loudest echoing Su Wan's cry of keeping all men out. But she had previously sought aid from Lu Yuan and placed immense faith in him. She could no longer bring herself to repeat those words. Zhang Bing and Gulan also remained silent. They stood where they were, not uttering a word. Gulan's fingers tightened around her water cup. Her silence stemmed from more than just the all-female shelter rule. She was weighing the truth of the Shadow's claims. If he really was a member of the church, would opening the door invite unforeseen complications? If he was lying, unlocking the entrance would amount to a death sentence. With no way to confirm his identity, turning him away remained the safest choice. And so she chose to stay quiet. The Shadow outside clearly had not anticipated Su-won's reasoning. It fell silent for a long time before speaking again, its voice rougher, yet it strove to maintain patience. "Madam, I fail to understand your reasoning. Why bar entry solely because I am male?" Su-won spoke sharply and quickly. "First of all, I have no proof any of what you claim is true. Second, even if you are telling the truth, so what? The kindness you show us now does not guarantee you will not harm us later. Who can know what you might do once inside the shelter? Could you give in to lust? Lose control and turn violent? All of it is possible." The Shadow lapsed into silence once more. It had imagined countless reasons for being rejected, being mistaken for a monster, doubts over its identity, fear of being burdened. Yet it could never have anticipated being turned away purely on account of its gender. It struck the cleric as utterly absurd. After a lengthy pause, the voice returned, heavy with barely restrained helplessness. "Madam, you cannot assume wrongdoing on my part based on events that have not come to pass. That is deeply unfair to me. Does the absence of wrongdoing mean harm will never happen?" Su-won shot back quickly. "I have witnessed too many such incidents. Do you believe you bear no risk at all?" The Shadow fell completely silent. This cleric, whether hailing from some ancient organization or another world, appeared thoroughly flustered. It stood outside the door, all arguments trapped in its throat, only faint, hoarse gasps escaping. Gulan's heart tightened watching Su-won's triumphant posture. She dared not let the impulsive woman continue speaking. If they enraged the cleric enough that he abandoned hunting monsters to slaughter everyone inside this room, disaster would follow. She set down her water cup and stepped forward, adopting as calm and polite a tone as she could manage. "Sir, we apologize. We have little combat strength here and cannot take you in. You should seek shelter elsewhere." The Shadow lingered outside the door for a moment, as if its remaining energy had been exhausted. Just as Gulan thought it would turn and leave, it spoke once more, its voice so hoarse it threatened to dissolve into thin air. "A man named Lu Yuan sent me here and said you might offer me shelter." It laid down this final card, spoken with a flicker of uncertain hope. Mentioning Lu Yuan felt like clinging to the only thread that might lead to survival. The moment the name Lu Yuan left its lips, the quiet inside room 201 shifted. Gulan's fingers around her cup twitched, her eyes flickering. Qin-Yi lifted her head from the corner, and her downcast eyes suddenly lit up. Zhang Bing, leaning against the wall, stirred slightly, as if hearing the name roused her from her prolonged, gloomy stupor. "What does Lu Yuan have to do with this?" Su-won crossed her arms, her tone dismissive. "Just because he said you can come in doesn't mean we have to agree." Before she could finish her sentence, Qin-Yi stood to her feet. She gripped the beef jerky packet so tightly her knuckles whitened. Her gaze fixed sharply on Su-won. "If Lu Yuan says we should let him enter, I am in favor." Su-won stared in shock. She never expected Qin-Yi to be the first to object, nor anticipated the fervent certainty in her tone, as though anything Lu Yuan said was an unchallengeable truth. Su-won parted her lips, a twinge of unease rising within her. She feared that if she uttered another refusal, Qin-Yi would lash out at her. She instinctively stepped backward, and the retort on her tongue died unspoken. Gulan glanced toward Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing said nothing, yet gave a subtle nod. Gulan understood the signal. She turned back toward the door, her tone cautious and steady. "Why would Lu Yuan send you here?" "Mr. Lu acknowledged my words." The Shadow's gravelly voice drifted through the wood. "He is a good man." "A good man?" Gulan and Zhang Bing exchanged a look from across the room, both wearing complex expressions. If Lu Yuan truly was a good man, why had he refused shelter to the Shadow himself and sent him to room 201 instead? It suggested Lu Yuan harbored his own suspicions and had passed the problem on to them. At the same time, it implied Lu Yuan found the cleric's claims somewhat credible, shaking Gulan's resolve. Deep down, she had long suspected the Shadow was telling the truth. Its consistent, logically cohesive account was far too polished to be a hastily constructed lie meant to trick its way inside. Still, in this apocalyptic world, she hesitated to trust easily. After all, anything was possible. But if Lu Yuan trusted the cleric, her own judgment wavered. Zhang Bing spoke up then, her voice quiet yet clear. "Let him come inside." Gulan turned to look at her. Zhang Bing remained leaning against the wall, her expression neutral, but she gave Gulan another slight nod. The meaning was plain. She trusted Lu Yuan's judgment. Gulan drew a deep breath and walked toward the doorway. Suwon panicked. She hurried forward, spreading her arms to block the doorway. We cannot let this man in, absolutely. Her words were cut short as Qin Yi suddenly moved beside her. Qin Yi stepped forward in one swift motion, pressing her palm against Suwon's shoulder. Caught off guard, Suwon was forced flat onto the floor, and Qin Yi planted herself firmly on her back. Suwon's face scraped against the floorboards. She struggled to rise, muffled protests spilling out. MMPH, what are you doing? Qin Yi, sitting atop her back, Qin Yi held Suwon's nape in a firm grip, her voice icy cold. If you utter another word, I will tear your clothing to shreds. As she spoke, her free hand latched onto the hem of Suwon's collar, pretending to yank it open. Terrified, Suwon instinctively shielded herself. Half her face pressed against the floor, she froze in place, biting her red lips and swallowing every complaint she had. With Suwon subdued, no one else in the room dared raise further opposition. Those who once followed Feng Yaqi's shouting fierce slogans had long since lost their fire after enduring days of the apocalypse. They now understood clearly that driving Lu Yuan away had been a catastrophic mistake. Regret gnawed at them relentlessly, yet nothing could undo what had happened. Gulan walked to the door. She peered through the peephole for a while, only making out a blurry dark shape with no discernible details. She gritted her teeth, hesitated for several seconds, then twisted the lock and pulled the door open a crack. Boom. A frigid gust surged through the gap. Invisible currents swept along the floors and walls, filling every corner of Unit 201 at once. A chill ran down every woman's spine, and they all hunched their shoulders involuntarily. Eyes locked onto the slowly widening doorway, their hearts hammering wildly. The corridor outside stood empty. Dark gray mist swirled beyond the threshold, yet nothing stood directly in front of the door. The shadowy figure that had spoken moments earlier seemed to have vanished out of thin air, leaving only endless fog drifting slowly outside. Where did he go? Someone stammered. He was just talking. How can he disappear like this? Panic rippled through the group. Some edged backward, others tightened their grips on weapons, and several trembled uncontrollably. They feared the voice might not belong to a human at all, but some unseen, horrifying monster. Only Zhang Bing retained her composure. She did not retreat an inch, her sharp gaze sweeping every inch of the doorway in search of the faintest clue. Seconds later, her eyes fixed on one spot. Squinting, she caught sight of an extremely faint outline amid the churning mist. It belonged to a towering figure, at least 190 centimeters tall, like a statue grown straight out of the darkness. The person was draped in a voluminous black robe, the hood pulled low so its edge nearly brushed the ground. Their silhouette blended almost seamlessly with the fog behind them. It would have been impossible to spot were it not a shade darker than the haze. Gulan also caught sight of the shape. Her heart lurched, but she did not scream or step back. She moved aside to clear the doorway and whispered, "Come inside." The tall shadow stirred. He stepped across the threshold without making the slightest sound. Once he stood fully within Unit 201, a tangible weight of oppression descended upon everyone's shoulders as if carried in with him. Gulan quickly shut the door behind him, sliding the steel bolt back into its groove and twisting the lock tight. With the corridor's mist no longer shielding him, the outline of the figure grew slightly clearer. Still, the hood remained low, obscuring most of his face. Only a hard jawline and a strip of pale skin were visible. Every woman inside Unit 201 stared straight at the tall figure standing in the center of the living room. Their gazes held fear, curiosity, and vigilance, yet no one spoke a word. The shadow tilted his head slightly, as if sensing all the eyes fixed on him. He slowly turned, his gaze settling on Suwon. His stare was silent, yet its weight soaked Suwon's back with cold sweat instantly. "Were you the one speaking to me earlier?" the shadow asked. Suwon's face drained of all color. Her lips trembled, but she clenched her teeth and lifted her chin. "So what if I was?" The shadow fell silent for a moment before slowly lifting a hand hidden within the wide sleeve. The hand was gaunt and pale, with long knuckles, as though it had not seen sunlight in ages. His lips moved, and ancient, obscure syllables flowed forth, each word carrying tangible weight. Before Suwon could react, an invisible crushing force slammed into her from behind. Her knees crashed heavily against the floor, forcing her down into a cramped kneel, her forehead nearly touching her kneecaps. She pushed against the floor, trying to stand, yet the power bearing down on her was overwhelming. It felt as though an entire mountain rested on her back, rendering her completely immobile. "You," Suwon's eyes widened. She forced out a single word from between gritted teeth and could manage nothing more. The shadow glanced at her indifferently. "Stay on your knees." With that, he ignored Su-won and turned toward an empty corner. The broad black robe swayed gently as he walked. He settled down in the corner and fell silent, resembling a statue brought into the room. He made no further movement and uttered no more sound. Su-won remained kneeling in the middle of the living room. Her face burned red with effort, yet she could not rise no matter how hard she struggled. Gulan and Zhang Bing exchanged glances from a distance. Both spotted a flicker of reluctant understanding in each other's eyes. As long as he did not attack them, his presence could be tolerated for now. As for how to coexist and what to do next, they could only take things one step at a time and watch for opportunities. Quiet settled over the room once more, yet it felt vastly different from the silence before. An invisible tension hung thick in the air. Everyone held their breath, stealing quick glances toward the corner before hastily looking away. No one dared speak again. As for Su-won, she stayed kneeling on the floor, and nobody stepped forward to help her. A superficial calm returned to Unit 201. Time passed. Suddenly, thud, thud, thud. Massive footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Something heavy was drawing closer with every step. Each impact boomed dully, traveling through the floors and walls into Unit 201. It sounded like a colossal beast advancing through the thick fog, heading straight for them. All the women in Unit 201 lifted their heads, their faces turning pale. They held their breath, their hearts pounding heavily within their chests. The hooded shadow in the corner raised his head slightly. The edge of his hood shifted as he listened to the approaching footsteps. After a moment, he spoke, his voice deep and hoarse as if seeping up from beneath the earth. "They are coming." Elsewhere, with Lu Yuan. When the tremendous noise rumbled from the end of the corridor, Lu Yuan was polishing his mechanical combat blade. His fingers stilled, cold light from the blade flickering across his pupils. Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu lifted their heads simultaneously, their relaxed expressions hardening in an instant. The footsteps carried unnatural weight. It sounded as though some giant creature was climbing upward from the lower floors, creeping closer inch by inch. "It's here," Lu Yuan muttered quietly, gripping the combat blade firmly and leveling the edge forward. No further words were needed for Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu. Both raised their compound bows at once. The crimson and silver limbs glinted beneath the lights, arrowheads aimed at the reinforced door. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps passed one room after another. Unlike the hooded cleric who had knocked gently on every door earlier, this presence brought destruction. Crashes, splintering wood, doors being violently torn apart echoed nonstop. At every room it passed, it halted, as if checking for something hidden inside. Then it would kick the door down or crash through it by brute force to search thoroughly. Dull impacts filled the entire corridor, shaking the floorboards inside the room through the walls. It appeared to be hunting for something or someone. Lu Yuan met Qiu Yuan's gaze. They reached the same conclusion wordlessly. If the cleric's words held truth, this new threat was coming for him. The footsteps drew nearer and nearer. It smashed open door after door, each blow savage and destructive, closing in relentlessly. Then, at last, the footsteps halted outside their shelter. No crash, no splintering timber. It simply stood quietly beyond the door, as though it had finally located the target it sought, stopping right outside. Lu Yuan, Qiu Yuan, and Su Mumu could all hear heavy, labored breathing from outside. The breaths were deep and ponderous, like an old windmill forced to turn. Wet, sticky sounds lingered in the air, following a rhythm nothing like human respiration. None of them moved, none of them made a sound. The shelter fell silent apart from that heavy breathing. It sounded as if a massive creature had lowered itself, pressing its nose against the crack beneath the door, sniffing carefully for the scent of living people within. After a minute or two, the breathing shifted. Slow, searching inhalations turned rapid and excited, as if the creature had locked onto its target. The next second, a deafening crash slammed against the door boom. The whole doorframe shuddered under the blow, dust sifting down from cracks along the walls. The steel reinforcement bars gave a dull, resonant groan, compressed violently before snapping back into their slots. Yet the door held fast. Reinforced steel and an anti-brake lock absorbed the impact. The door panel caved inward for a split second, then sprang back into place. But the monster would not give up. Boom, boom, boom. A second blow landed, then a third and a fourth. Each strike carried tireless brute force, as though it meant to tear the door right out of its frame. Qiu Yuan gritted her teeth. Su Mumu's fingertips blanched. Both kept their bows drawn, ready to loose arrows at any moment. Lu Yuan stood furthest forward, mechanical combat blade in hand. He held the tip slightly raised, planted firmly behind the door like a deep-rooted tree. He did not step back, nor did he waver. He simply waited, prepared for the instant the door gave way. The moment the monster broke through, his blade would strike without hesitation. Thankfully, after several impacts, the monster seemed to realize it could not breach the room. It paused outside. Heavy, labored breathing pressed against the door for more than 10 seconds, filled with hesitation and confirmation. Then heavy footsteps retreated, tramping slowly down the corridor toward room 201. Lu Yuan maintained his stance for another dozen heartbeats. Only once the footsteps faded did he lower his blade and exhale deeply. Qiu Yuan set down her bow. Her hands still trembled faintly. Su Mumu leaned against the wall, chest heaving until her breathing steadied. Lu Yuan tilted his head, listening carefully to noises from the hall. The footsteps never stopped, heading straight for 201. It's going for 201, Lu Yuan whispered. Qiu Yuan frowned tightly. Their door isn't nearly as sturdy as ours. Lu Yuan said nothing. He walked back to the door, pressed his ear against it, and strained to catch every sound from the corridor. Footsteps halted outside room 201. Another massive, muffled crash rang out boom. Even separated by 2 doors and half a corridor, the noise rang clearly. Shouts and screams filtered through the walls, sharp with raw panic and terror. Then the heavy footsteps fell silent. No further blows. No agonized shrieks. No sounds of being torn apart. The door to 201 had been smashed open, yet the monster had not stepped inside. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed. If what the cleric had said was a lie, if the runes and divine protection held no power, the monster would already have burst into 201 and begun slaughtering everyone. All he heard was that initial burst of alarm. Afterward, screams continued, but muffled, as though someone were clamping hands over mouths. There were none of the horrific cries of people being killed. The runes are real, he murmured, quiet certainty laced with complexity in his tone. Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu stared at him, waiting for him to go on. Lu Yuan stepped away from the door and sat back down in his chair, setting his mechanical blade beside him. What the cleric told us, the church, the archbishop, the protective runes, the mutated monsters, most of it is probably true. Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu exchanged glances. Their faces paled. Qiu Yuan kept her voice low. So, was that cleric genuinely trying to save people? Lu Yuan nodded, then shook his head. It might be true, but we still know almost nothing about who he really is, or what kind of organization stands behind his church. Neither woman spoke. Black mist still roiled beyond the windows. Lu Yuan's gaze lingered briefly on the damaged door before he picked his blade back up. Truth about this apocalypse was unfolding bit by bit before him, far more convoluted and uncanny than he had imagined. He knew the road ahead would only grow harder. Inside room 201. Though the monster was gone, the atmosphere remained taut and oppressive. All the girls huddled in corners. Some hugged their knees. Others clutched at their clothing. One girl dug her nails so hard into another's wrist, she drew blood without noticing. Terror had completely overwhelmed them. When that huge, twisted shadow loomed in the shattered doorway, it felt as though every breath of air had been sucked out of the room. Every girl had believed their final moment had arrived. The creature was enormous. Even shrouded in black fog, its bulk filled the entire doorway. A crushing pressure hung over them, as though an invisible hand squeezed every throat, robbing them of the ability to scream. A foul stench drifted inward, a sick mixture of rust and rotting flesh. They could make out 2 burning coal-red eyes deep within the mist, greedily scanning every person in the chamber. Each girl was utterly convinced that one more step forward would see them ripped apart and devoured. Yet that horror never came to pass. The shadow paced back and forth across the doorway. It seemed to search for something, yet simultaneously held back by an unseen barrier. Low, frustrated growls rumbled in its throat. It circled restlessly several times, filled with obvious rage and frustration. Then it slowly retreated into the black fog deep within the corridor. The instant the massive shadow vanished completely from the doorway, air flowed back into room 201. Some collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. Others bit down hard to muffle sobs. Several slid limply against walls, tears mixing with sweat streaming down their cheeks. Survival after brushing so close to death left everyone drained, overwhelmed by delayed shock. Gulan leaned against a wall, her palms slick with sweat. Zhang Bing still gripped her fire axe so tightly her knuckles whitened. Across half the room, their eyes met. Both glanced toward the silent hooded figure seated in the corner. The cleric had not moved an inch, as if nothing at all had happened. His claims of the church, protective runes, and mutated beasts had been proven correct by the monster's retreat. The sheer horror of this ruined world exceeded anything they could have imagined. Gulan and Zhongbing said nothing more. After a short respite, they gathered girls still capable of standing and set about repairing the broken door. These young women, once privileged and sheltered before the apocalypse, now labored at manual work. Some carried planks, others passed tools, a few steadied the warped doorframe. Their movements were clumsy. Yet under Zhongbing's direction, they managed to refasten the door. Meanwhile, in another corner, several girls sat on the floor wrapped in relief. Their complexions stayed pale, yet color slowly returned. "We are so lucky," one girl said, pressing a hand over her chest. "We survived something absolutely terrible. Fortune truly smiles on our group." "Yes," another agreed. "Our luck is incredible. Fortune must be watching over us. And most of all, we stuck together. We never would have made it this far otherwise. Our group is amazing." They talked over one another, attributing their narrow escape to vague good fortune. Framing their terror as mere luck made the trauma easier to bear. One girl sitting with her knees drawn up spoke softly. "This wasn't luck. That church follower saved us." She nodded toward the black-robed figure in the corner. Several girls followed her gaze. Then one looked away with a scoff. "You believe everything he says? That story sounds totally made up. Nothing that supernatural could really happen." "Exactly," another chimed in. "Why trust a man? It's obviously a lie. He looks barely strong enough to keep himself alive. How could he possibly protect us? Don't be ridiculous." Voices echoed in agreement, tinted with habitual disdain. "We only survive because of our own good luck. It has nothing to do with him. He could still be dangerous," one girl whispered. "Who knows what he really is? He might bring disaster down on us." Their whispers grew steadily louder. Old familiar talking points surfaced without effort, even after everything they had endured. Glances drifted repeatedly toward the shadow in the corner. Beneath his hood, most of the cleric's face stayed hidden in shadow. At a faint angle, the corner of his mouth tugged upward into a subtle smile, eerie, amused. He offered no reply, made no rebuttal, and stirred not a muscle. He sat perfectly still, like some ancient statue that had listened to countless tales. No one noticed that one member of their group was missing. Tang Shi. Sometime earlier, she had slipped away unnoticed. Meanwhile, Tang Shi crept along the fog-choked corridor wall, heading toward Lu Yuan's apartment. She trod even more softly than Qingyi once had, a quiet, self-assured smile playing on her lips. After being publicly humiliated by Jiang Shaoran, having her hair pulled and clothes torn, Tang Shi had reached a bitter realization. Many girls in this all-female group lacked clear judgment. Staying among them meant constant, unnecessary peril. So she had slipped away during the chaos, determined to seek out Lu Yuan. She hoped he would offer safety and shelter. Only then could she feel truly secure. Inside her head, she rehearsed every line she intended to speak, practicing every expression. She wanted Lu Yuan to understand that she was nothing like Qingyi. She was not groveling for favors. In her mind, coming to him was granting him an honor, a privilege for him to be able to help her. Black mist swirled all around her. She smoothed back her hair and kept walking forward. Tang Shi had no idea that a strange shadow had crept up behind her, drawing steadily nearer. Scene shifts back to Lu Yuan's apartment. Shrouded in black mist, they had remained on constant high alert the entire day. None of the three dared fully relax. Above the murk outside hung the crimson moon. Their eyes kept drifting toward the steel-reinforced front door. Evening fell. Qiu Yuan stepped away from the door and walked into the kitchen to prepare supper. Flames flickered from the portable stove. Water inside the pot began to bubble. Lu Yuan and Su Mumu stayed in the living room, weapons close at hand, perpetually ready for danger. Su Mumu rested her cross bow against her leg, brushing her fingertips over faint blue patterns carved into its frame. Her fingers glided across fine mechanical grooves, producing faint metallic clicks. Lu Yuan leaned back in his chair with his eyes closed. His mechanical combat blade sat always within easy reach. His breathing stayed shallow, his ears tuned to every sound outside. Suddenly, someone knocked. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Heavy knocks carried through the door, stark against the quiet living room. Lu Yuan's eyes flew open at once. His hand closed silently around his blade. Su Mumu instantly raised her crossbow, aiming straight for the entrance. A clink of crockery came from the kitchen. Qiu Yuan hurried out, firebow already leveled. The three shared a quick look. Nobody spoke. Moments later, knocking came again. Knock, knock. Steady, unhurried, as though someone waited calmly out in the hall. Lu Yuan gripped his blade, moved close to the door, but avoided the peephole. pressing himself against the wall beside it. He called out, "Who's there?" Silence answered him for a short while. Then a voice drifted over, broken, dry and uncanny, like an elderly woman forcing words out deep in her throat. Do not trust him. The moment the sentence finished, rapid footsteps echoed. Thud, 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 thud. Someone sprinted away down the corridor and quickly vanished into the far-off darkness. The voice arrived and vanished as suddenly as a gust of wind sweeping through thick fog, leaving nothing behind. Silence filled the apartment for a long time. Lu Yuan stayed pressed against the wall. All three held their breath, waiting. Only once they were absolutely certain no more sounds came from outside did their taut nerves slowly unwind. What did that mean? Chiu Yuan spoke first, confused. Who is him? Su Mumu frowned in bewilderment. Lu Yuan did not reply immediately. He leaned forward to peer through the peephole. Black fog swirled thickly in the corridor, blocking all clear sight. The mysterious speaker had completely disappeared. Stepping back, he rested against the wall, head bowed. The words echoed repeatedly in his thoughts. Do not trust him. Who was meant by him? Only one possibility sprang immediately to Lu Yuan's mind. The hooded cleric from the Aurora Church. He was the major new figure they had recently encountered, shrouded in secrets and unknown origins. It must be the cleric, Lu Yuan said. Chiu Yuan blinked, understanding dawning, and sank into deep thought. At that moment, Su Mumu stepped to the door and glanced through the peephole. She spotted something on the floor just outside. Lu Yuan. There is someone out there. Someone. Lu Yuan frowned and moved to look through the peephole himself. Huddled on the corridor floor amid swirling fog lay a figure, motionless on their side, as though knocked unconscious and abandoned. Light-colored outerwear, disheveled hair. He recognized her face right away, confused. Why was she here? Tang Shi, Lu Yuan murmured, his brows drawing tight. Inside the apartment storage room, Tang Shi remained unconscious when Lu Yuan dragged her inside. Her body went limp, slumping against stacked cardboard boxes in the corner. Dark smudges from corridor grime marked her coat. Strands of messy hair fell across her face. Unconsciousness stripped away her usual sharp arrogance, lending her a vulnerable appearance. Lu Yuan stood over her, looking down with a cool gaze. He had never thought highly of Tang Shi. She had been among the loudest in their earlier group, spouting hostile remarks. Even Qin Yi understood when to read the room, yet Tang Shi carried herself with ungrounded arrogance. He bent down, lifted her chin with one hand, so her face turned toward him. She stayed unconscious. Her eyelids rested shut. Eyelashes trembled faintly in dim light. Her forehead creased as if trapped inside an unpleasant dream. Lu Yuan studied her for several seconds, a faint dry smile tugging his lips. He pulled a bottle of witch potion from his pocket and pulled out the stopper. A faint purple glow emanated from the bottle, carrying a strange, eerie scent. Without hesitation, he gently pried open Tang Shi's mouth and slowly poured the shimmering purple liquid down her throat. As the fluid flowed inside, Tang Shi's forehead twitched sharply. Her throat bobbed involuntarily as instinct made her swallow. A thin streak of pale purple light glided down her esophagus before fading away deep within her torso. Lu pocketed the empty bottle and stepped out of the storage room, closing the door behind him. He chose not to stay inside to observe the reaction. System notes for the witch potion explicitly warned of transformation risks. If a subject's body could not cope with the change, they might mutate into a monster. He needed to wait and confirm the transformation stabilized before checking on her. He returned to sit in the living room near the storage room door, blade resting beside him. From time to time his gaze drifted toward that closed door. Sounds began filtering out of the small chamber. At first only quiet breathing, then soft rustling fabric. Muffled, incoherent murmurs followed, as though someone struggled violently within a dream. Noises gradually intensified. Her body endured a fierce, involuntary metamorphosis entirely beyond her own control. More than an hour later, clear laughter echoed out of the storage room, bright, joyful, as though someone had woken free of a terrible nightmare. Lu Yuan lifted his eyes toward the door. The transformation had finished successfully. Inside the storage room, when Tang Shi opened her eyes, the very first thing she noticed was her altered vision. Lying beside cardboard boxes, she could make out every crack across the ceiling, every fine layer of accumulated dust, far sharper than before. She blinked repeatedly. Minute dust particles floating through faint beams of light traced clear, distinct paths in the air. Pushing herself upright with one palm flat on the floor, overwhelming sensory feedback flooded her mind. She felt every tiny grain, every subtle shift of temperature and dampness magnified many times over. She stared down at her hands. Her skin had grown fairer, overlaid with a faint silvery sheen. She lifted fingers to touch her face. The unnaturally smooth texture surprised her. When her fingertips brushed her ear, she froze. Her earlobes had grown slightly pointed, subtly reshaped into something no longer fully human. She stood quickly, looking over her whole body. Her skin glowed with renewed vitality, as though every inch had been completely renewed. She clenched her fists. Her knuckles gave soft, crisp pops. Her physical strength had multiplied drastically. Merely squeezing her hands, she could feel power gathering at her fingertips. She drew in a deep breath. Every faint scent in the air, dust, timber, rust, stood sharp and distinct. It felt as though she had been pulled out of stagnant, lifeless waters, remade from head to toe. Tangshur stood there and smiled. Slowly she tightened her fists in front of her and whispered to herself what it feels like to hold power. She did not fully understand what had altered her body, yet the profound sensation of rebirth filled her with overwhelming joy. Power surged inside her, and she could feel herself transforming. Power meant confidence in the end times. It meant being able to live like a human being. No more huddling in corners gnawing on hardtack. No more living at other people's mercy. She had gone from being weak, exhausted, perpetually on the brink of death to something entirely different. Better adapted to this broken world, finally holding real footing amid the ruins. This was her chance. Tangshur's chance. The greatest gift she had received since the end of the world began. But soon her eyes turned cold. She thought of Lu Yuan, of all the moments she had pictured herself begging for his favor. She no longer needed to. Now that she wielded power, she would not cling to anyone, least of all a man. How could Tangshur ever depend on a man for survival? She felt deep-seated revulsion toward men. Utter loathing. She saw herself as pure. No man was permitted to lay so much as a finger on her. That would be defilement. Once she had been powerless to defend that ideal. But after her transformation, she could uphold it. With these newfound hands, she would take back what belonged to her. Just then, the storage room door was pushed open from outside. Lu Yuan stood in the doorway, leaning against the frame. He carried no combat blade. His gaze settled calmly on her, sweeping slowly over her figure. There was no denying how drastically Tangshur had changed after her witch-like transformation. Her skin had grown fairer, smooth as a freshly peeled boiled egg, glowing faintly in the dim storage room light. Her facial features remained largely unchanged, yet subtle forces had refined her contours. Her fine-boned eyes now held an otherworldly allure. Barefooted, with long hair spilling over her shoulders, an intangible, witch-like aura wrapped around her like fine gauze. She scarcely resembled the girl she had been. Lu Yuan leaned against the doorframe and studied her. Awake. Tangshur did not answer right away. She stared down at her fair, soft hands, feeling power surging inside her. Cold resolve hardened her features. She remembered Lu Yuan's former arrogance toward her group. She remembered how he had turned them away when they pleaded for help. Transformed, with senses and strength far beyond ordinary humans, she no longer needed anyone's protection. She was strong enough to rise up and subdue Lu Yuan. She stood tall, bare feet pressing against the cold floor, and walked slowly toward the doorway. Her chin lifted, ready for confrontation. She was still framing her opening line. She was preparing to make it clear she was no longer someone he could treat lightly when Lu Yuan spoke first. Kneel. His voice was soft, no raised tone, hardly an order, more like stating an established fact. The surge of defiance building inside Tangshur was crushed by an invisible force pressing down upon her. Instinctively her knees buckled, and she dropped heavily to the floor with a dull thud. She knelt there, head tilted upward. Shock gave way to disbelief, then stark fear. The power she had felt was real. She ought to be able to fight back, yet her body refused to obey. She could not muster the slightest resistance. Before she could process what had happened, Lu Yuan stepped forward. He placed a hand on her shoulders and forced her flat against the ground, pressing one foot firmly against her shoulder blades. So she could not push herself up. Dust and scraps of cardboard stuck to her pale skin. Her newly beautiful face pressed against the cold floor, heavy with humiliation. Lu Yuan looked down at her, his tone level. Now do you understand your place? Trapped beneath his foot, Tangshur's pupils shook violently. She wanted to struggle, shout, scramble to her feet, yet every ounce of strength seemed drained from deep within her bones. The truth dawned on her. Just like in novels and films, a master-servant bond, something even deeper, linked her to Lu Yuan. She was his thrall, exactly the dominated slave she had dreaded becoming. A woman who had once despised men, a proud young woman who had scorned relying on them, had become utterly bound to one. Rebellion existed only in her thoughts, Her body submitted completely. She bit her lip hard, fighting inwardly, before her jaw relaxed. In a quiet voice she whispered, "Master." Lu Yuan's lips twitched. He lifted his foot, turned, walked out of the storage room. He sat down in a chair in the main room. Without looking back, he gestured toward the figure still kneeling behind him. "Crawl over here." Tangshi stayed on her knees. Those 3 words burned against her ears like hot iron. Shame washed over her. Her fingers trembled. Still she obeyed. She lowered herself onto her hands and knees and crawled slowly toward him. With every movement her head sank lower, tamed without hope of resistance. She halted at his feet, head bowed, posture utterly deferential. The mighty, newly transformed powerhouse knelt submissively before the man she had once held in contempt, quiet as a newly forged artifact, waiting for further instructions. Amusement deepened in Lu Yuan's eyes. He leaned back in his chair and gazed down at her strikingly beautiful face. "Show me greater proof of your loyalty." Tangshi trembled. She had knelt, crawled, called him master. What more loyalty could he demand? She guessed what he expected, and the thought filled her with dread. Her lips pressed together, eyes dropping. Every fiber of her being rebelled. But when she met his gaze, her inner resistance melted like snow before flame. A soul-deep compulsion to obey made the choice for her. "Very well, master," she murmured. "I will prove my loyalty to you." She rose lightly to her feet, no hesitation in her movements. She shrugged off her light jacket, which slipped to the floor. Next she pulled off her inner top, baring her fair shoulders and the elegant line of her spine. Then she removed her skirt. Dressed only in undergarments, she knelt once more before him, making no attempt to hide herself. She leaned forward and brushed a gentle kiss across the top of his foot. She lifted her eyes, pale purple light shimmering within them, resigned and docile. "Master," her voice was soft and steady. "I am yours to command. Do with me whatever you wish." She drew closer, eyes lowered like a tame cat, all defenses set aside, waiting for his touch. Lu Yuan's gaze grew warmer. Truth be told, he had never held much regard for Tangshi before. Arrogant, headstrong, shallow, valued only for her looks. But her witch-like transformation had changed her entirely. Refined by unknown forces, she radiated hypnotic charm. Even kneeling silently, she was hard to ignore. Curiosity stirred in him. He reached out and brushed her cheek with his fingertips before pulling his hand away. "Go and lean against the storage shelf." Tangshi stared at him, blinking in momentary confusion. She quickly pictured the posture he wanted. Dread welled up. Her deep-rooted belief in her own purity made the prospect agonizing. The spark of defiance was quickly smothered. She was his thrall now. Obedience was her overriding instinct. "Yes." Her tone was soft, devoid of protest. Barefooted, she walked to the wall-mounted shelf, placed her hands upon its surface, and leaned forward. She leaned forward into the posture he had ordered. Footsteps approached from behind. Each step amplified the weight pressing down on her. Tangshi closed her eyes, all capacity for resistance gone. More than an hour later, Tangshi lay exhausted on the storage room floor. Much of the faint glow from her witch-like state had faded away. Curled weakly, her arms lay limp before her, her breathing shallow and ragged. Her stare was blank and unfocused. A large hollow feeling lingered deep inside her, as though vitality had been drawn out of her body. Lu Yuan stood a short distance away, calmly straightening his clothes. He looked far healthier than before, eyes bright, brimming with renewed energy. Tangshi's suspicion was correct. The witch elixir allowed a master to siphon life force and vitality from their witch. That was one major reason Lu Yuan had grown interested in her transformed form. The witch state had largely burned itself out inside Tangshi. What had been taken would not return instantly. Time alone would let her power rebuild. Once her strength returned, Lu Yuan could draw from her again whenever he wished. She could never truly escape. Lu Yuan walked over and glanced down at her collapsed form. He picked up the discarded jacket and tossed it over her to cover her exposed skin. The gesture was practical rather than gentle, like putting an object back in its place. "Return to room 201, he said flatly. "I have 2 tasks for you." Even in her depleted state, Tangshi forced herself to move. Bracing against the floor, she sank back onto her knees before him. Her legs shook violently. Her voice was hoarse yet deliberate. "Tell me, master." Lu Yuan watched her trembling and gave a faint nod of approval. Witches were unquestioningly loyal and obedient. A valuable asset for the end times, a powerful ally for the days ahead. "First," Lu Yuan said, "if you hear heavy commotion in the corridor, hordes of monsters stirring, open room 201's door and let them enter." Tangshi was surprised. She did not understand his plan, yet inner compulsion overrode all questions. "I understand." Lu Yuan fell quiet, considering how to phrase the second order. He drew his mechanical combat knife, sliced cleanly across his own forearm. Silver-tinged blood welled from the cut. Master! Tang Shi tried to rise in alarm, but crippling weakness pulled her back down to her knees. She watched silver flecks shimmer within his dark blood. A primal dread welled in her soul. Every instinct screamed at her to draw back. She bowed her head, even more submissive than before. Ignoring her reaction, Lu Yuan held his bleeding arm over an empty bottle and collected a half portion of the strangely glowing blood. He set down the blade, tied a tourniquet tightly around his wound, then handed the bottle to Tang Shi. Second task, he said evenly. Pour this blood into the drinking water of everyone staying in room 201. Make certain every single person drinks it. Tang Shi stared at the bottle, silver specks swirling inside the liquid. Her heart raced. She still could not fathom his motives, yet she took the bottle. I understand. Her fingers flinched against its warm surface, then tightened her grip. She bowed low, forehead nearly touching the floor. I shall carry out everything you command, master. Satisfied by her complete submission, Lu Yuan jerked his chin toward the doorway. Go. Tang Shi pushed herself upright, tucked the bottle safely inside her jacket, slipped the garment on. She walked barefoot out of the room, each step slow and unsteady. Wait. She halted and looked back. Ask Qiu Yuan to take you to the freezer, Lu Yuan told her. There is food there for you. You will receive rations for 2 days only. Once the black mist lifts, I will take you outside to search for more supplies. Confusion flickered across Tang Shi's face. She had assumed she would be cast aside once used. Gratitude stirred within her. Without further questions, she knelt and bowed deeply once more. Thank you, master. Go. She stood and left without looking back. The door clicked shut behind her. Her footsteps faded down the corridor, swallowed by black mist. Silence settled over the main room. Leaning against the chair, Lu Yuan's mind worked through every thread of his scheme. His 2 orders were not truly aimed at the all-female group in room 201. He thought little of those women, a quarrelsome, fractious mob who posed no real threat. He kept them alive for one simple reason. If this flat were the only safe haven on the floor, all danger would converge here. But with room 201 acting as a buffer, threats would manifest there first, buying him precious warning and time to react. He could destroy them whenever he pleased. No elaborate plotting required. His real target was the cleric. He trusted neither the old woman's warnings nor the cleric's words. Keeping contingency plans against both sides was prudent. All preparations were complete. Now he would wait to see how events unfolded. A faint, amused smile tugged at Lu Yuan's mouth. Tang Shi arrived back inside room 201. Several women occupied the space. Some leaned listlessly against walls, some huddled in corners eating hardtack, others whispered among themselves. At her entrance, every head turned toward her. Su Wan hurried over first, her manner overflowing with apparent concern. Sure, where have you been? We were so worried about you. While speaking, her eyes scanned Tang Shi from head to toe, searching for clues. The other women crowded around, asking similar questions. Their words sounded caring, yet their gazes were sharp and suspicious. Tang Han wore an impassive expression. She saw clearly that for all their outward enthusiasm, none of these women truly cared where she had been or what she had gone through. They had simply guessed she had gone to find Lu Yuan and were eager for news. Whether she had obtained supplies, whether Lu Yuan could be manipulated. No one genuinely cared if she lived or died. Tang Han wasted no words. She planted herself before the group. She pulled several bottles of water out of her bag and set them one by one on the table in front of her. Clear water sloshed gently inside the transparent plastic bottles, glinting alluringly beneath room 201's dim lighting. Eyes lit up across the room. Though room 201 still had water stocks, rations were strictly rationed. Each person received only a few sips a day, barely enough to moisten their throats. Seeing so many bottles laid out like exhibits, every woman's throat bobbed involuntarily. Su Wan stepped forward first, barely able to contain her excitement. Great, sure. You actually came back with this much water. Another girl chimed in, sounding smug. I knew it. Lu Yuan still thinks like a security guard. As long as we go to him, we can get supplies. A second girl joined the conversation. He hasn't come back only because he is still putting on airs. If we keep going to him, he will cave in eventually. Then all his supplies will be ours. We can take whatever we want, and we will call the shots. They grew more animated, already picturing Lu Yuan bowing and scraping before them, standing among them. Tang Han listened to their ridiculous remarks without the slightest change in her features. When they finished talking, she spoke in a flat, calm voice. Divide this water among everyone. Make sure each person gets at least 3 cups. At those words, the light died in every woman's eyes inside room 201. None had expected to be included. Though outwardly united, the women inside room 201 had long fractured into small cliques. 14 women remained in the all-female group. Excluding the reclusive Fang Yaqi, 13 were present. They were split into 4 factions. Tang Han, Su Wan, Lin Mushuang, Lin Mushua, and Qin Yi formed one group. Jiang Shaoran led a second group of 4. Gulan and Zhang Bing made up a third. The final 2 women had no formal allies and mostly stayed on the sidelines, yet they functioned as an informal fourth clique. The 2 chatty girls who had just spoken belonged to this last faction. Sharp-tongued and opportunistic, they were the same pair who had mocked the priest earlier. Shortly after Tang Han suggested sharing the water, Su Wan was the first to object. She planted her hands on her hips and raised her voice sharply. Why should we share? We are the ones who want to get it. What does this have to do with them? Her words were like a match tossed onto dry tinder. Chaos erupted inside room 201. Jiang Shaoran stepped forward from her clique, anger undisguised in her tone. We are supposed to be one group. Why shouldn't we share? Exactly, the girls behind her echoed. We are all part of the same all-female group. What is wrong with you, Su Wan? You are being so selfish. You didn't get this water. Tang Han did. Who do you think you are acting like this? You keep forming little cliques and think you are some kind of leader. One protest followed another, directed straight at Su Wan. Even women who usually stayed quiet spoke up. The room sounded like a noisy market square. Stung by the criticism, Su Wan refused to back down and shot right back. Now you suddenly remember we are a team? How many supplies did you hide when we scavenged earlier? You know exactly what you did. Why didn't you share back then? Her remark brought the heated chatter to an abrupt halt. The women glanced nervously at one another, opening their mouths, yet saying nothing, clearly guilty. They really had hoarded supplies. Right after moving into room 201, everyone tried to keep extra resources for themselves. No one volunteered to share, and none admitted how much they had stashed away. Harsh as Su Wan's words were, they rang true. In the brief silence, they exchanged uneasy glances, struck by her accusation, and nobody dared speak first. Gulan and Zhang Bing stood in the corner, observing the spectacle without taking sides. They exchanged a look and shook their heads. Here we go again. This was just another of room 201's countless quarrels, endless, repeating over and over. After the short pause, Su Wan puffed out her chest like a triumphant hen, satisfaction clear in her voice. Cat got your tongues? Keep talking. Talking about being one team. What hypocrisy. Her triumph was short-lived. Jiang Shaoran's group regrouped and fired back quickly and sharply. You hid supplies too, Su Wan. Don't pretend otherwise. You accuse us, but you are just as guilty. We hoarded because we knew you would do the exact same thing. In the end, you are the root of all this trouble. How dare you criticize us? You stashed more than anyone. Su Wan's face flushed red then pale. She tried several times to retort, yet could find no rebuttal, as though her breath had been snatched away. Everyone surviving inside room 201 knew how to fight for themselves. No one was weak, and they spared no mercy turning on each other. Su Wan held her ground stubbornly for a moment before insisting loudly. I say we don't share. This water belongs only to us. It has nothing to do with the rest of you. Stop talking about collective sharing. Jiang Shaoran advanced another step, raising her voice even higher. You didn't bring this water back? Tang Han did. Your opinion means nothing, right? Let Tang Han decide. Every pair of eyes swiveled toward Tang Han, waiting for her verdict. Su Wan grabbed Tang Han's arm urgently. Sure, don't give any to them. We keep this water for ourselves. Standing in the middle of the crowd, Tang Han slowly swept her gaze across every face, her expression unchanged. She glanced at Su Wan and spoke clearly, her voice quiet yet firm. Share it. Su Wan froze. Sure, you share it. Tang Han cut her off, her tone turning colder. Lin Mushuang and Lin Mushua stood up, ready to pour and hand out cups of water. Su Wan gritted her teeth, threw her arms across the bottles, and blocked them, desperate and unyielding. Tang Han may have fetched the water, but I suggested going to find Lu Yuan. I deserve a say. We cannot give it away. For 2 seconds, the whole room fell silent. Gulan shook her head. Zhang Bing pressed her lips together. That line of reasoning was utterly absurd. Su Wan's resistance ended right there. Jiang Shaoran strode forward, seized her arm, and pulled her roughly aside, speaking with unyielding authority. Get out of the way. Su Wan stumbled backward. She tried to lunge forward again, but facing Jiang Shaoran's fierce glare plus the 4 women behind her, she hesitated and backed down. She could not win a physical fight against Jiang Shaoran. and nobody rushed to defend her. Lin Mushuang and Lin Mushua stood still. Qin Yi kept her head bowed, pretending not to notice. Left isolated, Su Wan burned with anger and frustration. She turned toward Tang Han, hurt and accusatory. Sure, I never thought you would be so naively idealistic. I misjudged you. Tang Han ignored her and gave no reply. She watched Lin Mushuang and Lin Mushua pick up the bottles, pouring water cup by cup and passing them to every woman present. Clear liquid streamed from the bottle mouths into cups, shimmering faintly beneath room 201's yellowish dim light. The first woman to receive a cup drank deeply. The second, then the third drank as well. Cup after cup circulated around the room. When the cups reached Gulan and Zhang Bing, both reached out to take one. Gulan held her cup without drinking at once, staring down at the transparent surface. Lu Yuan would not send water back with Tang Han without a reason. Every move he made was calculated. Still, Gulan understood another truth. If Lu Yuan truly wanted to harm them, he would never resort to such roundabout tactics. He possessed blades, gear, 3 allies, and overwhelming strength. Room 201 did not even have a reinforced door. If he wanted to kill them, he could have done so long ago without all this scheming. She glanced at Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing met her eyes and gave a slight nod, then drank the whole cup in one clean motion. Gulan looked back down and brought the cup to her lips, drinking it all in one go. The water felt cool on her tongue, carrying a faint, odd, sweet metallic tang, as though something had been mixed in. It tasted unlike ordinary water, yet there was no obvious strange flavor. She set down the cup and wiped her mouth expressionlessly, saying nothing. Soon the cups reached the final 2 women. The sidelines pair took their cups giggling, treating the water lightly and gulping it down immediately. One smacked her lips after finishing. This water tastes surprisingly good. Agreed. It tastes sweet, different from what we usually drink. The second woman peered into the empty cup, trying to spot whatever might have been added. Several others who had drunk the water nodded along. Some attributed the flavor to better quality water. Others said their long-standing thirst made it seem sweeter. They chattered casually, none suspecting anything out of the ordinary. Standing near the edge of the crowd, Tang Han only relaxed her fingers hanging at her sides once the last 2 women finished drinking. She did not know Lu Yuan's motives or what effects the water might bring. But she did not need to know, she only needed to follow his orders. Her mission complete, the heavy weight pressing on her chest lightened a little. Subconsciously she glanced toward the corner, toward the still figure draped in black robes sitting quietly there. She had originally assumed Lu Yuan cutting his wrist to draw blood was meant for this priest. Among everyone inside room 201, this mysterious towering shadow seemed the only person worthy of such unusual measures. Yet after returning, she saw the priest required no sustenance at all. He sat motionless in the corner, never asking for food or water. His form blurred so heavily, she sometimes doubted whether he possessed a physical body. Twice she had asked whether he wanted water, yet he never responded or even turned his head. After 2 attempts, she stopped trying. Everyone retreated into quiet activities. Some leaned against walls lost in thought. Some sharpened their blunt fruit knives. Others set empty cups on the floor and closed their eyes to rest. Room 201 sank back into heavy, stagnant waiting, like a ship stranded on sand, unable to sail away or sink, biding time for whatever chaos lay ahead. Outside the windows, the dull crimson sky lingered. Black mist swirled silently. A heavy hush draped over the whole room, as though some unpredictable event was slowly rising out of this fragile calm. Night fell. The perspective shifts back to Lu Yuan's apartment. Lu Yuan sat on the chair by the doorway, his mechanical war blade resting beside him. His eyes were half-lidded, yet his ears remained alert to every sound drifting along the corridor. The black mist still hung thick, and the entire corridor fell as silent as stagnant water. There were no footsteps, no crashing sounds, none of those intermittent whispers. Tang Shi had also passed safely through the black mist and left without incident. Everything outside had lapsed back into stillness. The old woman, the clergyman, the knocking monster, it was as if none of them had ever existed. As though nothing had happened at all. Yet Lu Yuan did not relax. His intuition kept warning him that the current calm was merely an illusion. Something was brewing deep within the dense fog, the brief, deceptive stillness right before a storm, ready to shatter at any moment. He had completed all his preparations and set every piece of his plan in place. Now all he could do was wait. Take things one step at a time, respond to whatever came his way. As long as the system remained active, he would hold on. Time trickled by. The hands of the wall-mounted clock crept silently toward 12 o'clock. When the numbers on his phone screen flipped to midnight, he closed his eyes and sank his consciousness deep within his mind. The familiar semi-transparent panel popped up on schedule, suspended in the dark void, its words clear before his eyes. Sign-in time has arrived. Lu Yuan silently thought the words sign in. Light flickered softly across the panel, and 3 lines of golden text slowly appeared. Sign-in successful. Obtained attribute point. Spirit, +1. The sign-in ended. Warm, gentle warmth flowed down from the top of his head, traveling along his spine and spreading to every limb and joint. The sensation was not overpowering. It was more like warm water pouring slowly over his head. He could feel his thoughts growing sharper than before. His senses stretched further outward, reaching a greater distance. His mental strength had increased. Sure enough, it was highly effective. Among all attribute rewards, Lu Yuan believed that +1 to spirit was undoubtedly the best. Greater mental power meant keener senses and faster reaction speed, extremely valuable in this end-of-the-world setting. Obtain talent, bullet time. When facing mortal peril, trigger 5 seconds of bullet time, granting full time for thought and decision-making. Reading this, Lu Yuan's heart stirred. 5 seconds was not long, yet in a life-or-death instant, those 5 seconds were enough for him to make the most accurate judgments and responses. Used alongside his previously acquired killing intent perception, this talent gave him a double layer of life-saving protection. Few approaching dangers could take his life before he reacted. Still, he hoped he would never actually need to activate this ability. Avoiding deadly crises was always preferable. His third sign-in reward was supplies. Obtained item, Enchanting Witch Potion ×1 grade A. Upon consumption, the user undergoes a striking physical transformation. Skin becomes fair and smooth. A faint, pleasant witch-like fragrance clings to the body. The user stays clean and free of unpleasant odors, and a binding oath of unwavering loyalty to Lu Yuan takes effect. No side effects. Safe for all individuals. Lu Yuan's gaze lingered on the new potion as he read its description carefully several times. Unlike the previous combat-oriented witch potion, this enchanting witch potion granted no offensive or predatory powers. Its effect was straightforward. It greatly enhanced one's natural charm and personal magnetism. Such an ability held great value for women. For men, well, it also had its merits. After all, everyone appreciated people with striking appeal. What earned this potion its grade A rating was its complete lack of adverse effects. Anyone could take it without risk of losing control. And just like the earlier witch potion, whoever drank it would become utterly loyal to Lu Yuan. It was truly a remarkable item. The moment Lu Yuan laid eyes on it, 2 names sprang to mind: Qiao Yuan and Su Mumu. These 2 were his closest and most trusted companions at present. Both were worthy of having their loyalty solidified by the witch potion. When Lu Yuan built his future shelter, the women under his leadership must be completely reliable to prevent betrayal. Verbal trust alone was never sufficient. This witch potion was perfectly suited for that purpose. Of course, drinking it meant absolute obedience toward Lu Yuan. They would possess no capacity to resist any order he gave. Lu Yuan did not know whether Qiao Yuan and Su Mumu would be willing to drink it. Yet if either refused, Lu Yuan would not hesitate to cast them aside. If he were to choose one to receive it first, his decision formed quickly. Qiao Yuan was far better suited for the enchanting witch potion than Su Mumu. She was already stunningly attractive, possessing mature grace and a full, captivating figure. Reinforced by the potion, her allure would surely multiply many times over. The thought alone filled him with anticipation. Lu Yuan pulled the pale pink potion out from the panel. A delicate small glass bottle landed in his palm, its liquid shimmering softly beneath the camp lamp. He held it for a moment, feeling its cool surface, then stowed it in his bag, not rushing to use it. Later that night, Lu Yuan kept watch. The first hour remained calm. The black mist churned without producing unusual sounds or movement. But as time passed, Lu Yuan's sense of unease intensified. It was as though an invisible tide was rolling toward him, rising little by little, nearly lapping at his ankles. Restless, he stood, stepped to the door, and peered through the peephole. The black mist had grown far denser. It was no longer merely drifting through the air. The entire corridor felt filled with a solid-looking dark gray mass, and the air itself had turned heavy. A suffocating pressure gathered within the thick fog, as if something was slowly taking shape within it, waiting for a critical threshold. Lu Yuan stepped back and sat down once more. This time he kept his combat sword firmly in his grip and did not let go. Qiao Yuan and Su Mumu had also emerged from their rooms, each holding a compound bow. Qiao Yuan stood to the left of the door with her fire bow. Su Mumu took position to the right with her electric bow. The three formed a triangular defensive formation. None of them spoke. Only their quiet breathing and the low hum of the portable generator echoed in the space. All of them suspected the clergyman had spoken the truth. Something major would unfold tonight. Minutes dragged on. 1 o'clock turned to 2, 2 turned to 3. Black mist continued to churn outside the windows and in the hallway. Oppressive pressure mounted, as if countless heavy weights were being piled onto the air. At 5 o'clock in the early morning, the density of the black mist crossed a critical threshold, reaching an unprecedented intensity. Lu Yuan looked through the peephole again and saw nothing. Dark gray fog filled the entire circular view. Even the outline of the opposite wall had vanished, as if the whole world had been swallowed by chaotic gray. Then he felt it. Countless pairs of eyes were watching him from deep within the black mist. That sense of being observed closed in from every direction. Something had opened its eyes far within the fog, staring coldly through the peephole, through the door panels, through steel bars and locks. Lu Yuan had experienced this exact sensation before on the 16th floor. Back then, the moment he felt those gazes, he had fled the 16th floor. Now it had returned. Lu Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. A jolt shot through his body. He leapt backward 2 steps, raising his mechanical combat, sword with blade pointed steadily toward the doorway. They're here. His voice was low yet clear. Xiao Yuan and Su Mumu tensed for battle. No further orders were needed. Their arrows were aimed at the door from left and right, ready to be loosed at any second. They had mentally prepared themselves. If the monsters merely banged and rammed against the door as before, their reinforced apartment door should hold for a while. But what happened next completely defied his expectations. Boom! A deafening crash rang out. The heavily reinforced door, fitted with steel bars and new locks, was violently shattered from the outside in an instant. The door panel caved inward. Chunks of concrete crumbled off the door frame, and 3 steel bars popped free from their slots, clattering across the floor. The moment the door gave way, thick black mist rushed through the breach together with a fierce cold wind, flooding half the living room in an instant. A corrosive rust-like stench mixed with a sickly sweet odor assailed their nostrils. Light fractured amid the surging mist, plunging the living room into dim, icy gloom. Beyond the broken doorframe, Lu Yuan saw countless pairs of blood-red eyes. Embedded within the roiling black mist, they varied in size. Some round, some narrow, some set within human-like eye sockets, others squeezed forth from deeper chaos. Layer upon layer, they clustered together in dense masses. Lu Yuan, Xiao Yuan, and Su Mumu were locked under those gazes. No one moved, no sound escaped. For a heartbeat, the whole world seemed muted. The creatures hidden in the fog appeared ready to surge inward. Their stares were greedy and burning, slowly scanning the room and its 3 occupants. Sweat beaded on Lu Yuan's palms around the hilt of his sword. Just as those beings were about to pour inside. Boom! Another sound echoed. It came from Unit 201. The door of 201 had been opened. Tangsher must have done it. The instant 201's door swung open, the countless blood-red eyes within the black mist were seized by some powerful force, turning in unison toward that direction. Then they began to drift away, retreating little by little from the broken doorway and surging toward Unit 201. Scene shifts to Unit 201. Hours earlier, the night there had also dragged on endlessly. Zhang Bing and Gulan took turns standing guard by the door. Jiang Xiaoran and her small group stayed huddled together, not separating. Everyone inside the apartment was awake. None could truly fall asleep. All waited for the great change the clergyman had spoken of. No one knew when it would arrive, and none dared close their eyes. The vague black-robed figure in the corner barely moved, like a stone statue embedded within shadow. But at some point deep in the night, he suddenly spoke. His voice was hoarse and steady, as if rising up from profound depths. Do not be overly afraid. This apartment is protected by the Archbishop's runic seal. My own powers have also partially recovered. I can sustain the seal across this entire room. As long as you do not open the door, nothing that occurs tonight can harm you. I guarantee your safety. His words fell across the quiet room like stones sinking into deep water. Several women cowering in the corners lifted their heads and glanced at one another. Though they did not fully trust this mysterious clergyman, his words gave them a lifeline amid overwhelming fear. One person whispered, "If only that were true." No one argued. In such desperate circumstances, even a half-truth promise was better than total hopelessness. Only Tangsher leaned against a nearby wall, her eyes flickering. She murmured softly to herself, "So long as we do not open the door." She glanced toward the newly repaired and secured door, held her gaze there for a moment, then lowered her eyelids, lost in thought. More time passed. Still nothing disturbed the hallway. The deceptive peace made two girls sitting in the corner gradually relax. They began chatting quietly, their conversation naturally turning to the clergyman. Do you think he is lying to us? One girl jerked her chin toward the shadowy figure in the corner, her voice lowered, yet full of disdain. Nothing bad is happening tonight at all. I think he just made up a story to get inside. Could be. The second girl agreed, sounding equally scornful. After all, he is a man. Men's words are hardly trustworthy. He forced his way into our all-female group and spins these tall tales. He must be after some kind of advantage. In his dreams. That inhuman-looking thing. I would hate to even be looked at by him. She exaggeratedly shuddered as if touched by something unclean. Right, exactly. The two kept on gossiping. The black-robed figure in the corner heard every word. He stirred slightly. He turned his head and regarded the two girls for a moment, then spoke. I hold a secret. Would you like to hear it? His voice remained hoarse and low, carrying an air of mystery. Hearing this, the two girls exchanged glances and let out snorts of laughter. Why would we care about your secret? What secret could you possibly have? One folded her arms and tilted her chin high. Even if you really are some clergyman, you are nothing more than a low-rank nobody, and a man at that. Not worth our time. We have zero interest in your secret. The clergyman let out a soft laugh, a sound forced up from deep in his throat. Is that so? But my secret concerns food, water, and all sorts of supplies. Our church has hidden plenty of resources inside this building. Surely, you would like a share? As soon as he spoke, both girls froze. Their previously scornful expressions cracked almost imperceptibly. They looked at each other, lips parting. Neither replied immediately, their eyes scanning the hooded figure, trying to judge whether he spoke the truth. Food, water, supplies. Those words stirred something deep within them. They survived on meager portions of hardtack and tiny sips of mineral water each day. Their bodies and minds were stretched to breaking point. At the mere mention of supplies, their ears pricked up, even coming from a man they despised. One girl spoke first, her tone still haughty and probing. Fine then, tell us. The other nodded, chin still lifted. I still think a low-rank man like you cannot possibly have real supplies. But if you do, I might reconsider my opinion of you. She crossed her arms as though granting him a huge favor. The clergyman gave two hoarse chuckles that sounded eerie in the silent room. Instead of answering directly, he waved them closer, a gentle gesture, as if calling curious little animals. Come nearer. I will tell you. They hesitated for several seconds and glanced at one another. Yet the lure of food and water tugged hard. Their desperate need outweighed their faint caution. They shuffled forward and squatted before him, expressions saying, let us see what nonsense you will spout. The instant they drew near, two eerie streaks of dark red light ignited within the shadows of his hooded eyes, like two smoldering flames. Countless almost invisible fine blood-red threads extended silently from his pupils. The threads snaked through the air, slipping precisely through the slight gaps between the girls' eyelids, creeping along their irises and silently penetrating deep inside their bodies. Both girls stiffened for a split second, as if something had briefly pressed down upon them. Their eyeballs twitched, their gazes turning vacant and unfocused for a moment, like a machine briefly paused. The state lasted only an extremely short instant. In less than 2 seconds their focus returned, their expressions normal once more. What was that? Why have you gone quiet? Sure enough, he's just a low-class man. He was simply lying to us, hee, seeing how soft and lovely we sisters are. Did you bring us here just to waste our time? You should count yourself lucky. They stood up, brushing off their clothing with clear disgust, as if those few seconds of crouching had made contact with something filthy. Their expressions were perfectly natural, their eyes clear yet filled with their usual contempt, as if that brief moment of daze had never happened at all. Linking arms, they walked back to their seats, whispering among themselves remarks like, that's how men are, and what a waste of our time. No one noticed what had unfolded in those fleeting seconds. In the corner, the priest's eyes had returned to their normal dark shade, the crimson glow completely gone, as though it had never existed. He watched the two figures make their way back to their spots, and once again a deeply eerie smile slowly tugged at the corners of his mouth. He stayed quiet, as if nothing had transpired. Room 201 remained wrapped in heavy silence. Seconds ticked by. Outside the windows, the black fog steadily thickened. Something seemed to be slowly taking shape deep within those gray-black layers, and every breath grew heavier than the last. All the women inside room 201 gradually sensed that something was wrong. A crushing sense of oppression seeped out from the walls and floor, saturating the air. Some huddled their shoulders, others drew their knees tight to their chests, and a few twisted the hems of their clothes between trembling fingers. Zhang Bing had already gripped the fire axe, and Gulan picked up a steel pipe lying nearby. Each of them moved into a proper defensive stance, their gazes fixed firmly on the closed door. The priest's shadow sat in the corner, still utterly calm, as if the fears swirling around him did not concern him in the slightest. He looked out at the shaking women and spoke. With me here, there is no need to fear. So long as we do not open the door, everything will be fine. His voice carried across the silent room, acting as a soothing balm for their frayed nerves. Several of the women relaxed slightly. Though still afraid, they trembled far less. Gulan seemed to think of something. She suddenly turned toward the shadow in the corner and asked, "You can shelter us while you are in room 201. But what about the other shelter? Are there people like you over there as well?" She was naturally referring to Lu Yuan's location. Now that the priest was inside room 201, no one would be maintaining the curse seal on Lu Yuan's side. Powerful as Lu Yuan was, he would be in grave danger against the bizarre entities lurking within the black fog. At her question, the priest glanced at Gulan. The edge of his hood shifted, and a hoarse laugh escaped him. It was not loud, yet carried an unsettling, sinister undertone. "Is it not good that I shelter you people? As for everyone else, why must you concern yourselves with them? In the face of disaster, merely surviving is already great fortune. Do not dwell too heavily on the fates of others." Gulan's brows drew tightly together. The priest's meaning was plain enough. He would only protect room 201. Everyone else, including Lu Yuan, would likely perish amid this crisis. Her fingers tightened unconsciously around the steel pipe in her hand. Her eyes flickered briefly toward the door as she weighed her options. Just then, another girl spoke up first. "I think this low-class man is right." One of the agitator girls crossed her arms, her tone steeped in cold self-interest. "What do we care if other people live or die? Our own survival is all that matters." "Exactly," another echoed. "We women are what count. If Lu Yuan dies, so be it. It changes nothing for us. He is not one of us. Why bother worrying about him?" One comment followed another, laying bare thoughts that had long lingered unspoken in their hearts. Their stance was unanimous. Lu Yuan's life meant nothing to them. They only needed to keep themselves alive. "No." A sharp female voice rang out from the edge of the crowd, cutting through the chorus of agreement. Every head turned. Qin Yi had stood to her feet. She stepped out from the corner, her gaze fixed straight on the door, her voice burning with rare urgency. "You are all being so selfish. It was Lu Yuan who sent the priest here. He saved us. How can we abandon him? I am going to open the door." For 2 full seconds after her words fell, room 201 fell dead quiet, as if everyone had been stunned by her sudden outburst. Su Wan reacted first, her tone full of shock. "Qin Yi, have you lost your mind? Do you know what you are saying?" Qin Yi turned to face her, her eyes steady and unflinching. "I know perfectly well. I am opening that door." Su Wan opened her mouth, then closed it again before raising her voice. "Good heavens, you have truly lost your senses. What has Lu Yuan done to you? What has gotten into you?" She could not fathom Qin Yi's shift in attitude. Qin Yi had never held much regard for Lu Yuan before. Yet after returning from the other shelter, she had changed completely, defending him at every turn. Qin Yi ignored her and strode toward the door. She had only taken 2 steps when 2 figures blocked her path. The 2 agitator girls had moved to stand before the door, arms spread wide to bar her way. "Want to open the door? Don't even dream of it. You cannot open it. We barely made it this far alive. Do you want to drag all of us to our deaths?" Jiang Shaoran and the members of her clique stepped forward as well. They lined up side by side in front of the door, completely blocking it off. Su Wan stood at the front of the group. Lin Muxue and Lin Mushuang said nothing, yet they also refused to step aside. Every single one of them conveyed the same message. The door would not be opened. Qin Yi stared at the wall of bodies before her. Her jaw was clenched, and her balled, up fist trembled slightly. She knew she could never push through so many people alone, yet she did not retreat. She stood firm before the human barrier, her sight piercing through gaps between them toward the closed door, stubbornly refusing to look away. "I agree we should open the door." Gulan's voice rang out from the back of the crowd. It was not loud, yet clear enough for every person present to hear. All the women swiveled their eyes toward her, utterly bewildered. Su Wan's jaw hung open. You have lost your mind too?" Beside her, Lin Muxue frowned, as though she could not believe her own ears. It was one thing for Qin Yi to act foolishly, but for Gulan to side with her was incomprehensible. They were about to press her with questions when Zhang Bing, who had remained silent until then, also spoke. She offered no long-winded arguments or explanations. Only 2 words, her tone as flat as a stone submerged deep underwater. Open it. The crowd blocking the door wavered. They might have brushed off Gulan's words, but Zhang Bing's opinion carried far more weight. She was room 201's most capable fighter. She seldom spoke, yet no one dared disregard her when she did. The girls standing at the very front exchanged glances. Resistance melted into hesitation. One of them quietly stepped backward, then another, opening up a small gap in their formation. Only Su Wan still held her ground, her voice sharp and frantic. "You are all insane. We were told not to open the door, and yet you insist. You are just like the brainless side characters in movies and shows. Every last one of you has lost your senses." She stood there, cheeks flushed with anger, yet the rest of the women were wavering. Her shouts sounded increasingly hollow. Gulan looked at Su Wan and said in a heavy tone, "I trust Lu Yuan far more than I trust him." The words were not spoken loudly, yet rippled through the air. Su Wan parted her lips, yet found no retort. The priest was deeply suspicious. His claims of protective curse seals and church identity seemed plausible on the surface, yet none of it could truly be verified. Lu Yuan, by contrast, felt far more trustworthy. At the very least, Lu Yuan was human. Gulan's statement voiced what Zhang Bing had also been thinking. Seizing this opening, Qin Yi did not hesitate. She shoved the stunned Su Wan aside. "Get out of my way." Su Wan stumbled backward into the people behind her, barely steadying herself. Qin Yi rushed toward the door and reached for the doorknob. Her fingertips were inches away, almost brushing the cool metal surface. Hee. A dry, rasping laugh echoed from the corner, like a blunt blade scraping across rough ceramic. The priest's voice rang out, steeped in condescending disdain. "You people truly lack sense. You refuse to stay alive and insist on rushing toward death." He spoke unhurriedly, as though watching a play whose ending he already knew. "Nevertheless, members of the Aurora sect are always merciful. I shall not stand by and watch you throw your lives away. I have not yet fully recovered my strength, yet restraining you will be more than enough." As his words faded, he chanted a string of obscure, incomprehensible incantations. The syllables were short and uncanny, ancient sounds forced up from deep within his throat, each word bearing a weight that did not belong to this world. Qin Yi's fingertips were still a fist's length from the handle when a dark, red circular pattern bloomed beneath her feet. It oozed up from under the floorboards, spreading along the outline of her feet to form a rune-covered curse seal. In that instant, every movement of Qin Yi's body locked up. Her limbs grew heavy, filled as though with molten lead. Qin Yi tried to take another step forward, yet her feet felt nailed to the floor. No amount of straining could lift them. The doorknob was right before her, so close she could almost touch it, yet an invisible barrier kept her fingertips suspended just out of reach. She gritted her teeth and fought to break free, her body shaking, yet her feet would not budge. The curse seal held her completely immobile, turning her into a statue rooted to the spot. Nor was she the only one. A ring of dark, red markings also appeared beneath Zhang Bing. They spread faster still, latching onto her ankles the moment she tried to step forward and pinning her in place. Curse seals surfaced around Gulan's feet as well. She glanced down, her expression shifting, and tightened her grip on the steel pipe. All 3 were trapped, bound by invisible chains and unable to move. It was now undeniable. The priest's presence in room 201 was about far more than merely seeking shelter. He had been ready to subdue them from the very start. His sudden strike was never meant solely for their protection. Su Wan stared at the scene, stunned for a moment before letting out a bitter laugh. "Serves you right. You would not listen." Yet her smile faded quickly. The glowing curse seals continued to expand outward. She too froze in place. Every single woman in the room was immobilized. The priest looked over his captives. Crimson eyes peeked out once more from the shadows of his hood. His eerie smile widened, his tone thick with satisfied arrogance. "Stay right where you are." Victory dripped from his voice. He believed he had seized full command of the situation. But just as the priest thought he held everything under control, a cold voice cut through the air. "You will not hold me." Right after that, a lithe figure burst forth from a corner, moving as swift as an arrow loosed from a bow. Faint purple light trailed behind her, drawing a smooth arc through room 201's dimness as she charged straight for the door. Tang Shi. She had positioned herself optimally without drawing notice, and sprinted toward the entrance without the slightest pause. The priest's shadow trembled violently. He clearly had not anticipated that anyone could still move beneath his curse seals. Beneath his hood, his eyes blazed crimson once more, and he chanted the strange incantation again. Low syllables welled up like bubbles rising from deep underground. A fresh dark, red curse seal materialized under Tang Shi's feet, reaching for her ankles like a living thing. But the moment its patterns neared her skin, they recoiled and dissipated. Purple light ignited in Tang Shi's eyes, glowing deep within her pupils. Her ear tips sharpened slightly, and a faint silvery, purple sheen spread across her skin. Tang Shi had fully awakened her witch powers. Her speed and agility were greatly heightened. She never glanced down at the disintegrating seals beneath her feet. Unslowed, she surged like a beast freed from restraint straight for the heavy door of room 201. When the priest saw those glowing violet eyes, recognition flashed through him, and his voice dropped sharply. A witch. Surprise was barely concealed in his tone. It was as though a chess piece that belonged to no side had appeared mid-game, shattering every calculation he had made. The word carried a note of cautious disbelief, as if a witch ought not to stand before him now. He had no time to process the revelation. Beneath his black robes, his hands wove rapid gestures, and he resumed chanting, striving to conjure a new barrier before Tang Shi could reach the door. Dark, red runes gathered again at her feet, an invisible net being woven against the clock. Once more the cursed seals emerged, attempting to bind Tang Shi. Yet in his current weakened state, he could not contain a fully awakened witch. Tang Shi did not slow for an instant. She planted her palms flat against the heavy door and shoved. Boom. The reinforced door slammed hard against the wall and rebounded with a deep, heavy thud. Cold, stench-laden black fog billowed in from the hallway, flooding room 201. Chilling wind carrying the metallic tang of blood washed over the whole room, sending candle flames flickering wildly. Dim lantern light shuddered violently. As the fog poured inside, everyone could feel it clearly. The faint membrane, like barrier that had wrapped room 201, dissolved in an instant. It was as though a protective dome had been torn away. The air inside merged completely with the fog-choked hallway. The sense of being shielded was gone entirely. The instant the door flew open, the priest seated in the corner shot to his feet. His movement was far faster than anyone had expected, like accumulated shadows suddenly uncoiling. His black robe whipped with his motion. Crimson eyes burned bright beneath his hood, brimming with ferocity he had never shown before. Foolish woman. His tone had lost its former slow hoarseness, now brimming with unrepressed rage and icy killing intent. All of you are fools. The shadows swirling around him convulsed. His vague silhouette twisted under his fury, as if torn apart by some inner force. He lifted a hand, gnarled fingers tracing a dark, red arc through the air, and chanted the forbidden verses once more. This time his cadence was swifter, heavier, pouring out the last of his power to stop the unfolding turn of events. A far more powerful curse seal erupted beneath Tang Shi. Thick, writhing runes snaked upward, coiling around her ankles and climbing along her calves. Tang Shi's body jolted. Her forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. Purple light flared intensely in her eyes, yet the restraining force was overwhelming. Her strides froze. The curse seals locked her legs fast, pinning her down as well. Enraged, the priest had trapped her too. Now, every last woman inside room 201 was completely unable to move. Only the priest standing in the corner of room 201 still retained the ability to move. He glanced at the women frozen in place, powerless to stop him. The scarlet glow in his eyes deepened, and his voice rasped as if forced out from deep in his throat. You all deserve to die. He lifted his gaunt hand, a faint dark, red light gathering at his fingertips, ready to strike. But at that very moment, dense, blood, red eyes surged out of the black mist beyond the door. They floated within the outer haze, piled layer upon layer, pressing against one another. Their gazes held greed and craving, like wolves that had finally caught the scent of prey, surging toward the broken opening. The priest's hand froze mid-air. He glanced sideways toward the doorway, then at the trapped women inside the room. At last he spat two venomous words. Damn it, I'll deal with you lot later. He withdrew his hand. The black mist swirling around him shifted instantly to a reddish, white, wrapping over his body like a blood-soaked cloak. He strode forward, ignoring the imprisoned women entirely, and charged straight into the roiling black fog filling the corridor. Soon, the scarlet mist swallowed the priest whole. The instant he stepped outside, the door to room 201 slammed shut, pulled by some unseen force. The heavy panel crashed against its frame with a dull boom, sealing room 201 off once more from the corridor. Silence fell over the room again, broken only by strained breathing and the faint crimson glow, emanating from the curse marks around everyone's ankles. Every person remained locked in place, unable to move. Inside room 201, terrified faces stared back and forth at one another. Some had their mouths open, but could make no sound. Others clung tightly to the wrists of those beside them, their grips refusing to loosen. A few stared at the newly closed door, their features etched with raw fear. Only Gulan kept a modicum of composure. She tore her gaze away from the door and looked down at the fading curse pattern beneath her feet. Her mind raced, sorting through every detail of what had just unfolded. She recalled what she had seen the last time the black mist appeared. Countess' terrified shadow, forms fleeing within it. Chasing close behind them had been several reddish, white figures. And the shroud that had wrapped the priest right before he rushed out had been that exact same reddish, white light. Which meant he might well have been one of those reddish, white figures hunting the strange shadows back then. Part of what he had said could be true. He really was hunting certain entities. Yet Gulan understood clearly that this did not make him harmless toward them. The very fact that he had trapped every one of them spoke volumes. As Gulan processed this, sounds erupted from outside. First roars and shrieks, then tearing, wailing cries. They were not human. They were the guttural, tangible screams of monsters, echoing and bouncing off the corridor walls. The noise persisted for roughly a dozen minutes. Gulan could feel the floor beneath her feet trembling faintly. Gradually the wails died away. Thud, thud, thud. Rapid, frantic footsteps rang out, as if something was fleeing down the corridor. The sounds grew more distant until they vanished at the far end. The corridor lapsed into quiet, as though nothing had happened at all, except for the priest's footsteps, which echoed on and off. The outcome was undeniable. He had won. The priest had won. Single-handedly, he had beaten back the monsters from the black mist. This man was terrifyingly powerful. Yet for the people trapped inside room 201, this was terrible news. Boom. After several seconds of stillness, the door to room 201 was forced open once again. The priest stood in the doorway. The reddish, white light wrapped around him slowly ebbed away. His silhouette remained indistinct, but his black robe bore new, darker stains, marks left behind by battle. He said nothing. Heavy-footed, he stepped back inside, and the door shut behind him with a muffled thud. The priest had returned to room 201. Though his form was still veiled in black mist, everyone could sense how drastically his condition had shifted after the fight. His previously stable outline had grown looser and more blurred, like smoke being scattered by wind. Even the fog shrouding his body looked thinner and dimmer than before. He still radiated an aura of menace, yet that oppressive weight had lessened considerably. He resembled a beast worn to the bone, still dangerous, but no longer utterly unstoppable. Dangerous he remained, all the same. For the women trapped immobile in room 201, whether he was weakened made little real difference. They were still confined, still powerless, forced to watch the mist, shrouded figure advance slowly toward them. Beneath the hood's shadow, the priest's scarlet eyes swept over every person in the room. His gaze traveled across each terrified face, appraising them as if weighing their worth. Then he spoke, his voice even rougher and colder than before, heavy with suppressed rage. I should have waited until I had fully recovered my strength to deal with them. He paused, and the silence hung heavy in the air. It was you. You foolish women forced me to act prematurely in this state. I offered you shelter, and this is how you repay me. You all deserve to die. His voice rose sharply, killing intent laid bare. Not one of you will live. He lifted his hand and chanted another string of incantations. The syllables were short and heavy. Dark, red light coalesced anew in his palm. The mysterious patterns beneath the feet of every imprisoned woman in room 201 flared, turning brighter and more scarlet. Death felt frighteningly close. Suwon's lips trembled, yet no words escaped her. Gulan's fingers shook slightly. The hand that had gripped the steel pipe hung loose at her side. Zhang Bing's stare stayed hard, yet her knuckles whitened around the handle of the fire axe. But the instant the red light was about to fly from his palm, a similarly emotionless voice rang out from the doorway. It was not loud, yet it struck like ice crashing into boiling oil. If I am not mistaken, every single one of us here is livestock raised by your so-called Aurora Church, meant for you to restore your power. Is that correct? In an instant, the priest's eyes snapped toward the source of the voice. His scarlet gaze pierced through the swirling mist, locking precisely onto the doorway. His lips parted, ready to demand the intruder's identity. Suddenly, whoosh, whoosh. Two sharp sounds cut through the air. A fire-wreathed arrow and another crackling with electricity shot in from outside. They tore through the residual black mist by the entrance, flew through the gap of the open door, and streaked straight toward the priest in the corner. The priest's pupils narrowed. He let out a cold snort and raised his indistinct, mist-veiled hand. A dark, red mystical pattern bloomed in his palm, spinning into a barrier directly in the arrow's path. Less than half a meter from him, the two projectiles exploded. Flames sprayed outward, electric sparks burst forth, and blinding light lit up half of room 201. Yet the energy hit the barrier as though striking an invisible wall. Fire and electricity slid across its surface, inflicting no real harm, leaving only dissipating embers hanging in the air. Riding on the fading glow of those arrows, three figures burst into the room. Lu Yuan crossed the threshold first, mechanical warblade in hand. Qiu Yuan followed close behind, her firebow still fully drawn, red light flowing along its limbs. Beside her stood Sumumu. Blue patterns glowed with leftover static on her electric bow, and she already had another arrow knocked. Seeing Lu Yuan and his two companions, the shadow-shrouded priest hesitated, seemingly surprised they had made it this far alive. Then a cold smile formed, hidden beneath his hood, betrayed only by the curve of his mouth. "So you two are still alive? I had assumed you were long dead." Lu Yuan held his blade steady, his tone flat and factual. "We got lucky and survived." He spoke the truth. Luck had indeed played a part. If Tang Shi had not opened room 201's door and unleashed all the mist monsters, Lu Yuan's position would have been extremely perilous. But luck was not everything. He had endured also because he had laid plans in advance. The priest let out a hoarse, low sneer. "So now you mean to save these women?" His scarlet eyes swept over the trapped women under his hood, then returned to Lu Yuan. "Do you forget what they have done, what they have said? Do you truly wish to save them?" Lu Yuan's brows drew together almost imperceptibly. What unsettled him was not the priest bringing up the all-female group. He cared little for them. What truly weighed on him was something else. This priest seemed to know an unsettling amount about what went on inside the apartment. He even knew of past conflicts between Lu Yuan and that group. That could only mean one thing. The so-called Aurora Church had been monitoring the survivors in some fashion. Lu Yuan's eyes drifted almost unconsciously toward the window. He thought of the fleeting shadow he had spotted in a window of the neighboring building. Could there be a connection? "Save us, please save us." A tear-choked voice pulled him from his thoughts. One of the young women from the group squeezed toward the back of the crowd, stretched out a hand, tears streaming down her face. "Lu Yuan, we were on the same team. You have to help us." Lu Yuan glanced at her. All arrogance and contempt had vanished from her features. Nothing remained but raw, desperate hunger for survival. His gaze moved across the rest of the women. Suwan bit her lip, eyes red. Lin Mushuang huddled behind her sister. Jiang Shaoran twisted her clothes, her gaze darting away. Every one of them wore that same expression, like drowning people clutching at driftwood. Only Gulan and Zhang Bing stayed silent. Gulan's face gave little away. She simply watched Lu Yuan's reaction quietly. Zhang Bing still gripped her fire axe, her gaze hard. Unlike the others, she begged for no help, offered no show of weakness. She merely watched him, waiting for his choice. Both were sharp-minded. They understood Lu Yuan was never ruled by emotion. Whether he intervened had nothing to do with their pleas. It would depend entirely on his assessment of the situation and the choice he made. Lu Yuan had no intention of rescuing the women of that group. His sole reason for being here was to kill the priest. The priest had just fought a brutal battle against the mist monsters and was greatly depleted. This was his weakest moment. Lu Yuan knew full well that, were the priest back at full strength, Lu Yuan would not last a single round against him here. Strike while your foe is weakened. This was the perfect opportunity. Killing him through brute force alone might not guarantee victory for the three of them. Fortunately, Lu Yuan had planted preparations long before. Now he only needed to push the priest into the trap. Lu Yuan ignored the priest's question. He shot a quiet look toward Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu behind him, his voice lowered. "Press him." The two girls obeyed without hesitation. Qiu Yuan drew her firebow tight. Su Mumu readied her electric bow. Arrows hummed with power on their strings. The next instant, both arrows flew. Whoosh, whoosh. One wrapped in flame, the other crackling with electricity. They sliced through room 201's dim air straight for the priest in the corner. Watching the projectiles race toward him, the priest's mouth twisted into a scornful smirk beneath his hood. Foolish boy. He raised his hand and chanted once more. A dark, red mystical pattern bloomed in front of him, hanging in the air like an invisible shield. Fire, arrow and lightning. Arrow slammed into its surface and exploded. Flames and sparks sprayed everywhere, yet the barrier held firm. Embers slid off its edges, doing no meaningful harm. But before the priest could lower his hand, clang. The sharp ring of metal cut through the air. Lu Yuan was already right in front of him. His mechanical war blade swung down hard from above, whistling as it crashed toward the still, lingering mystical barrier. The pattern shuddered under the blow, yet held fast, a formidable bulwark between the blade and the priest. The priest looked down at Lu Yuan, inches away. His scarlet eyes glinted behind mist, his tone dripping with condescending mockery. You weak sinners. Do you truly think you can challenge me? Foolish. His tone was full of disdain, as if Lu Yuan and his companions were no more than infants in his eyes. Lu Yuan did not step back. He stood before the barrier, blade tip pressed against its surface, his voice cold as ice. Is that so? In the next breath, he sliced the palm of his own hand open along the edge of the war blade. Blood welled forth at once, streaming down and coating the whole length of the blade. Dark, red blood spread across the silver metal, faint silver threads seeping into the weapon's engravings. As he lifted the blade again, silver light shone out from beneath the blood, as if some power slumbering within had been awakened. Lu Yuan raised the sword and struck once more toward the priest and his barrier. Then try this. The blade came crashing down. This time, as the blood-covered metal met the mystical pattern, the blood coating the sword blazed with bright silver light. A thin luminous film merged with the blade's edge, cutting straight into the barrier itself. Boom. A dull impact echoed. Under the silver onslaught, the dark, red barrier began to shatter. Cracks spread outward from the point of contact like ice struck by a sledgehammer. The whole construct dissolved into fine particles of light and vanished. The priest's mist-wreathed form jolted violently, like a tree shaken at its roots. He reacted instantly. The moment the barrier broke, he darted backward, turning into a blurry shadow, barely evading Lu Yuan's follow-up slash. The blade's tip grazed the hem of his robe, leaving a silver trail hanging in the air as it missed its mark. As the priest retreated, 2 more arrows shot out from behind Lu Yuan. Xiao Yuan's fire, arrow, and Su Mumu's lightning. Arrow pierced through the churning mist between them. Off balance from his hasty retreat, the priest could not dodge in time. Boom, boom. Both arrows struck his sides simultaneously. Bursting fire and crackling arcs of lightning threw him several more steps backward. His shadowy form beneath the black robe lurched violently. Swathes of surrounding mist dispersed, then coiled back together like smoke caught in wind. When he steadied himself, he did not launch an immediate counterattack. His scarlet eyes fixed on Lu Yuan. After 2 seconds of silence, his voice held wary disbelief. What are you? He could feel something was wrong. This supposedly frail sinner before him harbored power far beyond what he had anticipated. The silver radiance that had shattered his barrier was nothing a normal human could produce. Lu Yuan gave him no answer. He merely tightened his grip on his war blade and stared straight back. Behind him, Xiao Yuan and Su Mumu kept their bows drawn, readjusting their aim, ready to loose another volley at any moment. They said nothing, but the imprisoned women of the all-female group did. Watching Lu Yuan gain the upper hand, the trapped women in room 201 grew excited, as if they had glimpsed salvation. The young woman who had lingered toward the back of the crowd could not hold back her shout. Lu Yuan, even if you can be difficult to deal with, you really do have skill. Another woman chimed in. That's right. Kill him. Get us out of here. You can be our security guard again afterward. Lu Yuan paid them no mind. His gaze never left the priest. He watched the scarlet eyes grow brighter and brighter, like a flame being stoked relentlessly. He knew he had finally driven the priest to his last resort. This creature was about to strike. Sure enough, the priest let out a cold laugh. A sound ground out deep in his throat like shards of crushed glass, brimming with malice building after an insult. Instead of looking toward Lu Yuan, he slowly turned his head and fixed his gaze on the 2 women who were still talking. You 2 are the most foolish of women. He raised his hand, aiming it in their direction. A dark, red runic pattern emerged once more in his palm. At the same time, similar markings bloomed on the chests of the 2 women, as if the sigils were growing outward from inside their bodies. When they glanced down and saw the patterns, their faces paled in horror. What is this? Terror sharpened their voices, yet their panic came too late to change anything. The instant the arcane marks appeared, veins beneath their skin turned dark, red in a heartbeat, as though saturated from within by ink. Then their flesh began to dissolve, breaking into countless fine blood, red threads that pulled free from their skin. Drawn by an invisible force, the strands streamed toward the pattern in the priest's palm. No! Lu Yuan, save us! Overwhelmed by the threat of death, they stretched their hands toward him, like drowning people grasping for the riverbank. But Lu Yuan stood his ground, mechanical warblades still slightly raised. He took no step forward and said nothing, merely watching the scene unfold. The strands of flesh and blood merged into a beam of red light and were absorbed into the priest's body. His previously wispy, drifting form solidified noticeably, like smoke drawn back in from the edges. The scarlet glow in his eyes deepened further, and his prior weakness and exhaustion were forcibly suppressed. Qiu Yuan grew anxious. She shot a quick sideways glance at Lu Yuan and whispered urgently, "Should we attack?" By Qiu Yuan's logic, following the tropes of movies and television, failing to interrupt a boss mid-recovery would make the coming fight far harder. Her reasoning held merit. Ordinarily, this was the perfect chance to strike while he was vulnerable. Lu Yuan remained unmoved. He watched as the priest finished drawing in every last thread, watching the women's full figures cave in and shrink, until only skeletons and deflated clothing lay upon the grim floor. His gaze stayed cool, stripped of excess emotion, observing events unfold as a predetermined sequence. Every member of the all-female group witnessed the atrocity. Faces drained of color. Some clamped hands over their mouths. Others turned away, unable to watch. A few let out shrill screams. Many could not make a sound at all, frozen rigid in fright. Though they had never endured such horror themselves, watching living human beings reduced to skeletons plunged them into bone-deep dread. Su Mumu's fingers tightened around her electric bow. Her eyes darted rapidly between the priest and the crumpled garments. Qiu Yuan pressed her lips firmly together. Sweat beaded her palms where she gripped her bow, yet the sweat brought no urge to flee, only sharp, heightened vigilance. Once he had finished absorbing the vital essence, the priest straightened slowly. Black mist swirled thicker around him, the hem of his black robe stirring without wind. A low sneer rumbled from him, like bubbles rising out of a deep well. Each syllable echoed through the cramped room. 201. You three sinners, your time to die has come. Lu Yuan met the priest's surging power with a calm expression, yet his mind raced through calculations. 2 lives' worth of essence had not dealt the priest a fatal blow. Not quite enough. Still lacking something. He had to push harder. Force the priest one step further. With that thought, he snapped a sharp order to Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu beside him. Strike. The 2 women obeyed instantly. Fire bow and electric bow drew fully taut. 2 arrows loosed, wrapped in flame and crackling lightning. They sliced through the air straight for the priest. Yet against the priest, newly strengthened by the 2 victims, the arrows lacked their former crushing force. Without so much as chanting an incantation, layers of dark, red runes materialized around him, instinctively blocking the incoming projectiles. Arrows detonated against the barrier. Flames and electricity sprayed outward, inflicting no real harm. Lu Yuan had never expected the arrows to do much damage. The moment the explosions burst forth, he moved amid the glare. His mechanical warblade traced a silver arc as he swung down hard at the priest. Boom! The blade crashed onto the runic barrier. It still bit through its defenses. Silver light burst along the point of impact, webbing fine cracks across the surface. Scarlet eyes flickered in surprise. The priest had not anticipated that even after regaining so much strength, Lu Yuan could still meet him in direct combat. This sinner with no obvious supernatural power bore something he could not comprehend. There was no time for speculation. Lu Yuan's assault never paused. The priest counterattacked. He swept a hand. Multiple runic sigils spun into position, bearing down upon Lu Yuan from varied angles. At the same time, dark, red blood threads snaked up from the floor, living tendrils aiming to coil around Lu Yuan's ankles. Once again the priest met surprise. Every attack narrowly missed Lu Yuan an instant before contact. The threads curled empty air where his feet had been. Runes swiped past as he twisted his torso aside. Each evasion possessed inhuman precision, as though he possessed an extra pair of eyes seeing every threat's trajectory in advance. A sinner with no supernatural gifts performing feats beyond mortal capability defied everything the priest knew. It bordered on impossible. Of course, it was the work of killing intent perception. In this moment, the ability proved invaluable. Pressed by Lu Yuan, the priest retreated unsteadily, trampling scattered debris across the floor. Arrows from Su Mumu and Qiu Yuan harried him from both sides. Fire and lightning wove a net, sealing off avenues of escape. The priest was driven steadily backward, placed on the defensive. Every counter was dodged beforehand. Every attempt to chant magic was cut short by incoming arrows. Confusion and frustration churned within his scarlet eyes. Still, Lu Yuan and the 2 women could not finish him. The runic barriers renewed and rearranged ceaselessly, deflecting every blow. The battle settled into stalemate. Neither side could deliver a killing blow. After several forced steps backward, the priest's scarlet eyes narrowed. Something felt wrong. His power had not returned as it ought. Consuming two people should have restored most of his might, yet his inner strength fell far short of expectations. The life force he had absorbed felt diluted, tainted somehow. He could not afford to dwell on it. He needed one more victim, one more living soul to fill what he still lacked. Once fully restored, this irritating ant before him would be crushed for good. The priest halted his retreat, shielded by swirling runes. His gaze drifted away from Lu Yuan, sweeping over the other women in room 201. He scanned their terrified faces as though selecting merchandise off shelves. Su Wan, Lin Mushuang, Lin Muxue, Jiang Shaoran, Qin Yi, Gulan, Zhang Bing. His eyes roamed over them, before finally locking onto one target. Su Wan stood in the corner of room 201, still bound by the earlier curse seal, unable to move. She sensed his gaze lock onto her and lifted her head, meeting the scarlet glow piercing through black mist. Ice, cold dread washed over her. Her pupils constricted sharply, lips turning pale. Horror contorted Su Wan's features. Her voice shook. No, don't. It was already too late. The priest let loose a cold laugh reverberating through the dim room, satisfaction pouring from his tone. You are another of the foolish women. Fortunately, I kept a trick in reserve. Scarlet eyes burned bright within roiling black fog. When the priest first entered room 201, Su Wan had been the first to confront him loudly. She had ranted about men polluting their space, taunting him openly, a sparrow recklessly fluttering before an eagle. The priest had held his peace, sitting quietly in the corner enduring jeers, yet he had never forgotten. Before marking the two other women, he had placed his curse upon Su Wan first. That hidden trick would serve him now. He chanted arcane, unintelligible verses. Instantly, the identical dark, red pattern bloomed across Su Wan's chest, spreading outward from her heart through her ribcage. Seeing the mark branded onto her own skin froze Su Wan solid. Her pupils dilated. Her lips trembled violently. She had watched the others drained away, and she understood perfectly what awaited her. She twisted toward Lu Yuan, tears breaking into her voice. Lu Yuan, help me. Interrupt him. Quick, please save me. Her pitch rose higher and higher. I know I was wrong. I apologize. I acted foolishly. Give me one more chance. I beg you. Her desperate cries filled room 201. Every word screamed raw despair. All the women's hearts shuddered. Every pair of eyes turned toward Lu Yuan. This man they had once voted to expel was now their sole hope. Those who had once shouted for men to leave fell silent, staring at him in pleading desperation, drowning souls clinging to the only piece of driftwood afloat. Lu Yuan's expression stayed impassive. He watched Su Wan's breakdown and spoke in a flat, matter-of-fact tone. You do not truly recognize your mistakes. You only know you are about to die. The words cut away her last shred of hope. Plea curdled into twisted rage. She glared at him, voice shrill and hoarse. Lu Yuan, you are the building security guard. You are supposed to protect us. You are a man. It is your duty to protect women. It is responsibility you were born with. You cannot stand by and watch me die. Save me. Now. Toward the end, she spoke almost in commanding tones. Even facing death, her character remained unchanged. Lu Yuan stood unmoving, mechanical warblade raised slightly, showing no sign of intervening. He merely observed as dark, red sigils spread across Su Wan's body. He watched her veins glow red beneath skin, watched her flesh dissolve into countless fine blood, red threads streaming toward the priest. Su Wan's shriek tore through the air, shrill and agonized, before fading as her life was drawn out bit by bit. Her body collapsed inward, limbs first, then torso, until nothing remained but a skeleton stripped of flesh. It clattered hollowly onto the floor. Su Wan, one of the most prominent figures within room 201, had been drained alive. She was dead. Dead silence descended over room 201 once more. Everyone stared at the fallen skeleton. No one spoke. No one dared move. Trembling, unadulterated terror filled every heart. Having fully absorbed Su Wan's life force, the priest grew vastly stronger. Scarlet eyes blazed as if brimming with fresh fuel. Black mist no longer drifted loosely, condensing into a dense outer shell with sharp, well-defined edges. His figure lifted off the ground, floating upward to hover high above everyone inside room 201. He looked down upon the crowd like an exalted deity, his deep voice echoing. You insignificant sinners, our church offered you shelter. You foolish sinners betrayed me. Your crimes are unforgivable. Today you will pay the price. This farce ends now. Without further chanting, arcane runes swirled automatically around his body. Every line was sharper, more complete than before. His aura turned terrifying. It felt as though a flick of his fingers could slaughter everyone present. Unprecedented dread gripped every woman in room 201. Staring up at the floating shadow and circling runes, they saw death drawing near. Some clamped hands over their mouths. Others squeezed their eyes shut, accepting what seemed inevitable. Even Gulan and Zhang Bing wore expressions of hopeless surrender, knowing escape was impossible. Cold dread settled over Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu as well. The priest before them bore no resemblance to the weakened foe they had fought earlier. He was monstrous. They turned instinctively to Lu Yuan, their front-line defender. One question hung in their minds. Could he still prevail? To their surprise, Lu Yuan remained calm. A faint smirk tugged at his lips, as if the overwhelmingly powerful floating priest posed no genuine threat. Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu's hearts leaped. Could Lu Yuan still hold a winning card? Even now? Neither woman knew. They could only place their faith in him. Lu Yuan offered no glance backward, no explanation. Gripping his silver-edged mechanical warblade, he tilted his head upward toward the hovering priest, silently counting down inside his mind. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the final count concluded, violent convulsions racked the priest's body. Blinding silver light burst from beneath the black mist, shining through to reveal tangled blood vessels underneath. Vessels once filled with dark, red fluid were now flooded with brilliant silver liquid spreading fast with every pounding heartbeat. What? The priest's scarlet eyes widened in shock and bewilderment. He stared down at his own transforming body, hands shaking, searching fruitlessly for answers. Before he could comprehend what was happening, his form jerked violently. Surrounding dark, red runes flickered erratically, their foundations shattered from within. He plummeted heavily from mid-air and crashed onto the floor with a dull thud. Staggering back to his feet, he clutched his chest. His form grew unstable. Black mist swirled, dissipating and reforming repeatedly. He lifted his head toward Lu Yuan, voice hoarse, weak and boiling with rage and confusion. What have you done to me? Lu Yuan held a mechanical combat blade, looking down at him with a cold, flat tone. I only added a little something to you. The words were like a needle, completely shattering the priest's last shred of composure. He finally understood. He had been tricked. Tricked by this man whom he had always believed possessed no supernatural powers, in a way he could not comprehend. At this moment, the priest's enraged roar burst straight from his chest. You wretched sinner, I will kill you. His figure wrapped in black mist shot upward abruptly. Countless mystical patterns swirled and gathered around him, forming an anger-fueled storm that swept straight toward Lu Yuan. Yet Lu Yuan let out a cold snort, utterly unafraid. He gripped his mechanical combat blade and strode forward to meet the attack head-on. His movements were swifter and more decisive than before. Each swing of the blade struck precisely at the weakest connecting points of those mystical patterns. Supported by fire arrows and electric arrows shot from the flanks by Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu, the already badly wounded priest could not withstand this fierce assault at all. Pressed from all sides, he was forced back step by step. His form flickered like a candle flame in the wind. One after another, the mystical patterns surrounding him were hacked apart by Lu Yuan, layer upon layer of his defenses stripped away. Finally, Lu Yuan lifted his foot and drove it hard into the priest's chest. The shadowy figure was sent flying by the blow, crashing into the wall before sliding down and landing heavily on the floor. Dark red blood spilled from his mouth. Silence fell over the scene. Every woman in room 201 clapped a hand over her mouth in shock. They had never imagined that even in such a desperate situation, Lu Yuan could turn the tide. The being who had hovered in the air like a deity moments earlier now lay weak on the ground. Silver light grew denser around him, seemingly devouring his body from within. Lu Yuan did not stop. He tightened his grip on the mechanical combat blade and walked slowly toward the fallen priest. His silver eyes stood out sharply beneath the dim crimson lighting. The priest struggled to his feet. He could feel the silver light piercing every inch of his body, searing his insides like boiling liquid. He lifted his eyes, most of their crimson glow faded, and stared at the approaching Lu Yuan. His voice grew urgent and heavy. You cannot kill me. You absolutely cannot kill me. I never lied to you. Every word I spoke is true. I came to purge mutated monsters and save you. He paused, as if forcing out his final words. It is true, the Aurora Order's methods are extreme, but all of it is for countless people, for countless believers. Sacrificing a small number to save the majority. Do you truly believe that is wrong? Lu Yuan came to a stop before him. He knew there was a good chance the priest spoke some truth. The Aurora Order might well aim to purge anomalies and save the masses. Perhaps there were some grand justification behind the people they had slain and the measures they had taken. Still, Lu Yuan spoke in a clear, steady voice. I do agree with the idea of sacrificing a few to save many. He paused, his gaze locking onto the priest's dimming crimson eyes. But the problem is, the people you intend to sacrifice are us. Without giving the priest a chance to reply, he stepped forward. The mechanical combat blade drove hard into the priest's chest, cutting through the disintegrating black mist inside and piercing his body saturated with silver radiance. Squelch! Silver light burst forth from the wound, surging like a broken dam through every part of the priest's form and consuming his last remaining power. The priest's crimson eyes stared fixedly at Lu Yuan. His lips twitched, as if he still wished to say something. Yet no words would ever leave them. The crimson glow in his eyes faded, snuffed out like a candle flame in the wind. His unstable form shrouded in black mist began to break apart completely under that strike. Edges dissolved into fine ash that drifted through the air. With the priest's dissolution, room 201 sank once more into stillness. All the women stared blankly at the spot where he had vanished. The floating ash had dispersed entirely, leaving no trace, as if the god-like figure had never existed at all. Dead. The priest was truly dead. This arrogant being had been slain by Lu Yuan's own hand. To these women, Lu Yuan had once merely been a security guard, someone they had looked down on. Now he had killed a supernaturally gifted priest against whom none of them could have stood. The way everyone looked at Lu Yuan shifted in that instant. Contempt and arrogance were gone, replaced by raw fear and awe. Lu Yuan's strength far exceeded anything they had imagined. This quiet man was far more unfathomable than they had thought. Regret crashed over each of them like a tide. What if they had never driven Lu Yuan away? What if they had not raised 15 hands that night? What if they had not cast out the one man capable of keeping them alive? Would everything be different now? Perhaps they would not face so many mortal dangers. But it was too late for such thoughts. There was no going back. No one in room 201 dared mock Lu Yuan any longer. Suan was dead. The two noisy women were dead. Qin Yi and Tang Shi had already knelt before Lu Yuan. Jiang Shaoran and the wealthy young women who had sided against him had backed the vote to expel him, though they had not been the main instigators. Lin Mushuang and Lin Mushua trembled in terror. The all-female group of room 201 was nearly shattered. Having killed the priest, Lu Yuan had no further reason to linger here. He sheathed his blade and glanced sideways at Su Mumu and Xiao Yuan. Let's go. He had stayed too long. The black mist was thickening again in the hallway. If it grew denser, new troubles would arise. Su Mumu and Xiao Yuan nodded without hesitation and turned to follow him. Lu Yuan, wait. Gulan's voice called out from behind, sharp with urgency. Lu Yuan halted and glanced back at her. Gulan gritted her teeth, having reached a decision in mere seconds. Her tone carried rare earnestness. Lu Yuan, if you would, please consider staying in room 201. She hurried to add, not like before. If you stay here, we will all listen to you. Whatever you ask us to do, whatever plans you have, we will comply. We will obey your orders unconditionally, so long as you remain. I believe every one of us feels this way. Gulan voiced what the whole group was thinking. In this terrifying end times, they understood their only option was to attach themselves to a protector. They had chanted slogans of mutual survival countless times, yet those words had proven empty when real death loomed. Now they set aside all pride and offered their final plea. Tang Shi and Qin Yi dropped to their knees first, heads bowed in deep submission. Next came Lin Mushuang and Lin Mushua. They knelt side by side, shoulders shaking, eyes fixed on the floor. Then Jiang Shaoran and her three companions knelt down, stiff yet resolute. Zhang Bing paused briefly, set down her fire axe, knelt and lowered her head. Gulan knelt last. She stood at the front of the group, gave Lu Yuan one complicated look, then bent her knee before everyone else. Every woman in room 201 knelt, making their desperate appeal. Lu Yuan stood in the doorway. His gaze swept slowly across each bowed face. His expression remained cold and detached, as though evaluating an option he had already weighed and rejected. He said nothing, gave no nod, and did not spare them another glance. He turned and stepped across the threshold of room 201 into the thickening black mist of the hallway. Xiao Yuan and Su Mumu followed closely behind. Their brisk figures vanished into the dark. Footsteps echoed and faded until silence returned. A deeper stillness settled over room 201. Those kneeling slumped to the floor, staring vacantly toward the doorway. Gulan remained kneeling at the front, her head bowed, saying nothing. Zhang Bing rose slowly and picked up her fire axe again, moving as though the tool had grown far heavier. They watched the open door, watched black mist drift inward, and watched their last hope vanish down the corridor. Without Lu Yuan, how would they survive this nightmare world? No one knew. After a long silence, Gulan spoke. Stop sitting there. Get to work. Repair the door. Lu Yuan had chosen not to stay, but they could not afford to give up. They still had to keep going. The women stirred and began to busy themselves. As Gulan prepared to work, a thought crossed her mind. She had nearly forgotten Fang Yaqi. Fang Yaqi had stayed shut inside the master bedroom, relying on food brought by Zhang Bing and rarely showing herself. What had become of her? What was she doing? How had she stayed hidden through the whole fight with the priest? A troubling question formed in Gulan's mind. Was she even still alive? Her brows drew tight with worry. Down the hallway, black mist churned thick as liquid, flowing along walls and floors. Lu Yuan walked in the lead, Su Mumu and Qiu Yuan close behind. Their footsteps echoed rapidly through the empty corridor. The straight, line distance back to the shelter was short. A quick walk should have taken no more than 2 minutes. Yet they had traveled for some time, and the familiar shelter had not appeared. Walls, fire, hydrant cabinets, emergency, light markers repeated endlessly, identical at every interval. Lu Yuan came to an abrupt stop. He listened intently. Something is wrong, he said in a low voice. Su Mumu halted beside him. She studied the repeating tiles, hydrants, and emergency lamps, her expression turning grim. I have felt this before, she said quietly. The night I snuck out of room 201 to find you. I walked and walked yet never got anywhere. The corridor kept looping. The black mist was too dense, and the building itself had been warped by supernatural forces. If they kept moving forward, they would become hopelessly lost in the gray chaos. Lu Yuan closed his eyes and sharpened his senses, trying to pick out hidden passages distorted by the mist. Instead of finding an exit, he sensed something horrifying drawing near. Multiple entities were advancing fast from deep within the corridor, many figures converging together. Dense, overlapping footsteps surged toward them like a tide. Lu Yuan's heart sank. Whatever lurked in the mist was definitely not human, certainly not living humans. Move. Lu Yuan spun around and led Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu backward, attempting to evade the closing shadows. But before they could retreat far, his senses detected threats behind them as well. Blurred shapes advanced from the rear, cutting off their escape. They were trapped between two forces. Lu Yuan had hoped the priest's earlier actions would hold the mist creatures at bay for a while. Instead, they had returned in far greater numbers, drawn together by some unknown power. These entities were more terrible than he had imagined. Panic would do no good. Lu Yuan gripped his mechanical combat blade. The three stood back in a triangular defensive formation, each facing a different direction, ready for battle. Soon pairs of blood, red eyes lit up like lanterns deep within the mist, lining both ends of the corridor. Shadowy forms emerged, shrouded in gray haze, their outlines distorted and indistinct. Only those crimson eyes glowed in the gloom. As the creatures appeared, the temperature plummeted. Piercing cold seeped out of walls and floor, chilling their blood. Dozens of them blocked the corridor completely. They advanced slowly, making little sound except for a faint ground scrape that echoed eerily. Lu Yuan knew they faced mortal danger. He drew his blade across his palm. Skin split, blood welled, and ran along the metal. Silver light spread over the blade's surface. A flame, like silver radiance, blazed through the black mist, radiating deterrence. Empowered by his true, silver blood, Lu Yuan felt no fear. Stick close to me, he shouted and charged forward into the mist, silver, glowing blade in hand. Su Mumu and Qiu Yuan followed on either side. Electric and fire bows lit the darkness. Silver and red light weaving around them, cutting paths through the haze. The crimson eyes flinched from the silver glow. The true, silver blood repelled them, carving a narrow opening through the horde. Still, the creatures were not fully driven off. After a brief recoil, they attacked again. Spectral shapes lunged out of the mist, swift and silent. Their forms were semi-transparent, clinging to the haze. Yet their strikes carried biting, icy pain that inflicted real harm. Lu Yuan realized these foes differed from any they had met before. They possessed no solid flesh like mutated beasts, nor the structured power of the priest. They resembled spirits, Phantoms. Qiao Yuan's fire arrows streaked through the dark, but passed straight through the specters, only wobbling their forms without lasting damage. Su Mumu's electric arrows fared slightly better, stunning phantoms for a second or two before they recovered and pressed the assault. Only Lu Yuan's silver, infused blade could bring real pressure. Each strike made specters writhe and dissolve like melting wax. Yet Lu Yuan soon realized a grim truth. These beings could not be killed. Even cut apart, they separated into mist, clumps that swiftly reformed and attacked again, defying physical laws. Every blow felt largely futile. No wonder even the priest could only drive them away, not destroy them. The mist spirits were far more dreadful than expected. The three fought their way onward, draining their strength rapidly. Every swing of the blade met heavy resistance. More phantoms swarmed, like roused bees. There was no sign of breaking through. If this attrition continued, death was inevitable. At this critical moment, Su Mumu suddenly let out a cry. "It's the old woman. That old woman." Lu Yuan and Qiao Yuan quickly looked in the direction she pointed. Amid the horde of terrifying black mist monsters, there indeed stood an aged figure. Like the surrounding shadowy entities, it was wrapped in grayish, black mist. Yet its perpetually scarlet eyes held an unusual trace of gentleness. Lu Yuan watched as its faint, ethereal hands gestured toward a certain section of the corridor. Su Mumu shouted at once, "The old woman is showing us the way out. Brother Lu Yuan, let's go." Though Lu Yuan was filled with doubts, there was no time for deliberation right now. He led Qiao Yuan and Su Mumu, charging toward the direction the old woman had indicated. Silver blades blazed a path forward, with fire arrows and lightning arrows flanking either side. The three of them tore open a narrow passage through the dense black mist specters, pressing onward without pause. Before long, the familiar reinforced gate came into view ahead. The entrance to the shelter was right there. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan and the others rushed inside one after another. Once within the shelter, they worked together to slam the previously broken gate shut, sliding the steel bars back into their slots and twisting the lock tight. Bang! As the shelter gate closed completely, the thick black mist in the corridor was sealed outside. Not a wisp able to seep in. The seal left by the Aurora Order still seemed active. The specters and those scarlet eyes were blocked behind the door, unable to cross the threshold. None of the three spoke. They simply listened to the faint, writhing sounds of mist outside the door, which gradually faded away until silence remained. The shelter fell quiet once more, only filled with their breathing and the low hum of the nuclear generator. After confirming the black mist monsters were gone, all three sank down in exhaustion almost simultaneously. Lu Yuan slid down to the ground, leaning against the door. His mechanical battle knife slipped from his grasp, its tip touching the floor as its silver glow slowly dimmed. Qiao Yuan leaned against the wall, gasping heavily. Her fire bow rested across her thighs, the dark red light along its limbs flickering several times before stabilizing. Su Mumu sat flat on the ground, legs stretched out, her head tilted back against the wall as her chest rose and fell rapidly. It took a long while for her breathing to steady. The breakout they had just endured had drained nearly all their strength. The specters within the black mist could never be fully slain. Every strike delivered was met by despair as shadows reformed. The mental toll weighed heavier than physical exhaustion. Now that the danger had passed, the taut tension inside them unraveled all at once. A crushing wave of weakness washed over them, pinning them in place. Quiet lingered in the shelter for a time, broken only by the sound of their breaths. But the peace did not last long. Footsteps suddenly echoed outside the door, slow and unhurried, as if someone was strolling casually down the corridor, each step landing in an even, unrushed rhythm. The three stiffened the instant they heard the sound. Lu Yuan pushed himself to his feet, fingers wrapping firmly around the hilt of his mechanical battle knife once again. Qiao Yuan and Su Mumu also stood, propping themselves against the wall. They raised their composite bows, aiming arrows toward the door, none daring to make a sound. The trio slipped back into combat readiness. The footsteps halted outside the door. A short pause followed. Then an aged voice drifted through the crack beneath the door, hoarse and ethereal, like a whisper carried by the wind. 10th floor, room 112, go take a look. Once the words were spoken, the voice fell silent. Footsteps resumed, yet they did not head toward the door. Instead, they retreated back the way they had come, slowly fading deeper into the corridor until no trace of sound remained. Lu Yuan held his battle knife and waited a while longer. Only after confirming the footsteps had vanished entirely did he lower the weapon. Qiao Yuan also lowered her bow and turned to glance at him, her brows furrowed slightly. 10th floor, room 112? What is the old woman talking about? Su Mumu frowned, seemingly sorting through her memories. Perhaps something is hidden inside room 112. She went out of her way to tell us this, so there must be a reason. Both women turned to Lu Yuan, waiting for his decision. They knew clearly by now that Lu Yuan was their only hope for survival. Every important choice rested in his hands. To stay alive amid this terrifying apocalypse, they needed to trust and follow his lead. Lu Yuan did not answer immediately. He set the mechanical battle knife beside him and slowly sat back against the wall. His gaze lowered as he turned those words over in his mind. 10th floor, room 112. The address appeared far too coincidental. The old woman had just led them out of the black mist, and right afterward offered this location. If she truly harbored no malice, whatever lay in that room might hold the key to breaking their predicament. If she had hidden motives like the cleric, the address could well be another trap. Still, the old woman had shown them no clear hostility so far. The greatest threat inside this building remained the roaming black mist and the specters within it. Unless they uncovered the truth behind the mist, what it was, where it originated, and how to fight it. Escaping the high rise would be nothing but a distant dream. Even with the risks, investigating the location was worthwhile. But they had to prepare thoroughly. They could not charge forward recklessly as they had earlier. Rest first. Once they recovered their strength, they would head to the 10th floor. There was no need to rush. After what happened with the cleric, they must remain wary of any outside forces. Careful preparation was the safest course of action. The three waited a little longer. No more noises came from outside. Lu Yuan stood and walked to the door. He listened closely, then peered through the peephole. Most of the black mist in the corridor had receded. Thin gray haze still clung to the corners. But the suffocating, dense pressure was gone, and visibility had returned. It should be safe now. As he spoke, he double-checked the lock and reinforcing steel bars, ensuring everything was secured properly. Only once he confirmed all defenses were in place did the tension coiled inside him finally ease. The three took off their gear. Qiao Yuan walked into the kitchen to prepare food, and the flame of the portable stove flickered back to life. Su Mumu fetched the first aid kit and knelt beside Lu Yuan, carefully tending to the wound on his arm. She worked meticulously, cleaning the injury before wrapping it neatly. After sharing a hot meal, their condition improved noticeably, and color returned to their faces. Lu Yuan headed to the bathroom and filled the tub with hot water. He stripped off his clothes and sank into the warm water, submerging most of his body. Steam curled upward, loosening the muscles that had been tight all day. Leaning against the edge of the tub, he closed his eyes. He reviewed everything that had happened throughout the day. It had been an extremely dangerous day. The ferocity of the cleric, the specters in the black mist. Being trapped between two threats, every single encounter could have ended in disaster. They had survived only thanks to careful planning. Still, these events served as a stark reminder. This apocalypse was far beyond his initial understanding. It was not merely zombies and ordinary monsters. There were unknown specters. The cleric from a mysterious organization and the Aurora Order the cleric had mentioned. Where did they come from? How large was their organization? Were there more allies of the cleric elsewhere in the building? All these questions remained unanswered. Lu Yuan shifted his position in the water and thought through his plans for the following day. Most of the black mist had retreated, so conditions would likely remain navigable tomorrow. They needed to head downward first. They would check room 112 on the 10th floor, the location the old woman mentioned. It might contain vital clues to counter the black mist. He also thought of the flesh and blood tree rooted on the 16th floor. He wondered what state it was in after being struck by fire arrows. Had it burned completely, or only sustained wounds? The tree was enormous, and Lu Yuan doubted a single volley of arrows could destroy it entirely. He would inspect it tomorrow. These problems could not be solved by thinking alone. They would have to take things one step at a time. Lu Yuan sank deeper into the tub, hot water rising to his shoulders. He closed his eyes, letting the warmth wash away the last traces of exhaustion. A gentle voice came from outside the door. "It's me." Lu Yuan recognized Qiao Yuan's voice, and the tension inside him softened. "Come in." The bathroom door creaked open gently, and Qiao Yuan stepped inside. Steam billowed at the doorway before dispersing. She wore a lightweight nightgown that fit closely to her frame, outlining her graceful figure. Lu Yuan leaned against the tub rim, his gaze sweeping over her, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "What brings you here?" Qiao Yuan showed no sign of shyness and smiled, as if she had anticipated his reaction. She knelt beside the tub, dipped one hand into the water to test the temperature, then rested her palm lightly on Lu Yuan's shoulder, pressing down gently. I thought I could ease your fatigue today. You've worked so hard. Her voice was naturally soft, and her fingertips kneaded slowly along Lu Yuan's shoulder blades with perfect pressure. It was gentle and comforting. Lu Yuan closed his eyes and leaned back, enjoying the soothing massage for a moment before opening his eyes again. To look at her beautiful face, he smiled suddenly. I actually have something to discuss with you. Qiu Yuan blinked in surprise. She had not expected him to bring up serious matters, but she did not mind. She smiled warmly. Speak. I'm listening. Lu Yuan paused, then met her gaze. I possess a special substance that can strengthen people and enhance their physical condition. I intend to offer it to you. Would you be willing to take it? Qiu Yuan's breathing quickened. She had witnessed Lu Yuan's extraordinary power over these days. She had no doubt he was telling the truth. He truly held such a miraculous substance. After collecting her thoughts, Qiu Yuan smiled. I am willing, of course. Though, there must be conditions attached, right? As a former CEO with a fortune worth hundreds of millions, she was sharp and perceptive. She understood that Lu Yuan would not grant such a great benefit without strings. That is true. Lu Yuan did not hide the truth. He looked into her soft eyes. There is a side effect to this serum. Once you consume it, you will be bound to absolute obedience and loyalty toward me. No matter what orders I give you, you must carry them out fully. You will not be able to resist. He fell silent after finishing his words, watching quietly as he tracked every subtle shift of expression on her face. He had already imagined her possible reactions: momentary hesitation, quiet resistance. Before the apocalypse, they lived in completely different worlds. Qiu Yuan had been the head of a financial firm worth hundreds of millions, moving among the elite social circles of the city, admired by countless people. He had merely been a night security guard stationed at a residential complex gate. The gap between them was immense. She would not have spared him a glance back then. Now he was asking her to submit entirely, placing everything under his control. For anyone, such a demand would be difficult to accept. Yet contrary to Lu Yuan's expectations, no trace of resistance or reluctance appeared on her gentle features. She merely curved her lips slightly, as if she had heard something unexpected yet not entirely surprising. After a short pause, she spoke. Can this truly be called a side effect? Her smile was soft and calm. With just one line, she reframed the whole matter perfectly. She neither denied the truth nor evaded her choice. Instead, her quiet warmth turned this arrangement into something natural. A truly intelligent woman. Lu Yuan said nothing more. He reached out and gently pulled Qiu Yuan into the tub. Splash. Water splashed everywhere as she tumbled into the warm bath. Her nightgown soaked through instantly, clinging to her skin and accentuating her graceful curves. Lu Yuan wrapped his arms around her in the water, and Qiu Yuan rested against his chest. He lowered his head and whispered beside her ear. Are you truly certain? Once you take the serum, you will follow every single order I give. Leaning against his embrace, Qiu Yuan's cheeks flushed faintly, her voice soft. In the apocalypse, simply staying alive is already a stroke of luck for women. I have long cast aside trivial pride. You treat me well and give me a sense of safety. Even without the serum, I would place all my trust in you. I know exactly where I stand. Her words were quiet, yet free of reluctance, as if she had reached this conclusion long ago. Lu Yuan smiled. Very well. He held her tighter. Qiu Yuan spoke softly. When can I take the serum? Lu Yuan held her close. There is no rush. Let us take some time to talk first. Qiu Yuan understood his meaning and nodded gently. All right, let us talk first. More than an hour later, inside the master bedroom, Lu Yuan had changed into dry clothes. He sat on the edge of the bed and pulled a palm-sized canvas bag open, taking out the vial of shimmering magenta serum. Qiu Yuan stood before him, her cheeks still flushed. She had changed into a thin lavender nightgown that outlined her mature, elegant figure. Lu Yuan's gaze rested on her. Even after their long conversation earlier, the sight of her stirred his senses. He tilted his lips upward. There is no need for you to stand so formally. Qiu Yuan lifted her head to meet his eyes, her tone calm and gentle. After I take the serum, I will wholeheartedly stand by your side. You will be the one I follow. I wish to show my sincerity to you. She spoke naturally, without awkwardness or hesitation, as if stating a decision she had already made. She was intelligent and knew when to set aside pride. Far wiser than the foolish occupants of room 201. Lu Yuan did not push her to relax. He turned to retrieve the vial glowing with magenta light from the canvas bag. The glass bottle fit neatly in his palm. Liquid swirled inside, glinting like captured starlight beneath the lamp. Lu Yuan knelt down in front of Qiu Yuan, holding the serum, and offered one final chance. Qiu Yuan, I will ask you one last time. Think carefully. Once you drink this serum, your entire life will change irreversibly. Are you absolutely certain? No trace of wavering could be seen in Qiu Yuan's gentle eyes. She looked up at him, her smile steady and determined. I am willing. There was no hesitation in her voice, as if she had already worked through every possible outcome. Good. Lu Yuan nodded, no longer delaying. He gently lifted her chin, tilting her head upward, pulled out the cork stopper, and held it to her lips. Qiu Yuan parted her lips obediently. The pale magenta liquid slid slowly down her throat, a warm stream flowing inside her body. It unfurled into a soft magenta radiance, spreading through her veins toward every limb. She could feel the light flowing within her, as if her entire body was being remolded from the inside out. Qiu Yuan's transformation began rapidly. Her skin visibly grew fairer and more delicate, as if a soft glow was seeping out. Minor blemishes, enlarged pores and dullness on her face faded little by little, leaving her complexion smooth and luminous. Even her lips taking on a fuller, rosier hue. Her facial features also became more refined and striking. Noticeable changes were taking shape across her figure as well. Her waist narrowed into a slimmer curve with smoother lines. Her bust grew fuller, and the contours of her hips and legs turned rounder and firmer. Every proportion of her body seemed precisely calibrated. She was gradually evolving toward the near-perfect physique seen in comics. Lu Yuan watched the transformation unfolding before him and could not help but marvel. The ethereal witch potion truly lived up to its reputation. Before taking the potion, Qiu Yuan had scored roughly 85 points for her facial looks and 95 for her figure, already ranking among the most stunning beauties. Now, after consuming the potion, her facial attractiveness had climbed to at least 95 points, and her figure was close to 99. She was on track to become one of the most gorgeous women in the Dragon Kingdom. Even standing beside top-tier celebrity Fang Yaqi, she would lose nothing in a direct comparison of looks alone. Once the transformation concluded, Qiu Yuan strode over to the mirror. A full-length mirror was embedded on the wardrobe door. She walked barefoot across the floor, stood before the glass, and stared at her reflection, stunned. She slowly lifted a hand, her fingertips brushing gently against her cheek, as if verifying that the woman in the mirror was truly herself. Her skin was far fairer than before, her facial features more defined and three-dimensional, her waist slimmer, and her proportions more balanced and fluid. The potion's power had brought her mature, voluptuous charm to vivid fruition. Joy could not be hidden on Qiu Yuan's beautiful face. She turned sideways to examine her profile, and the seamless S-curve stretching from her shoulders and neck all the way down to her waist and hips drew a smile to her lips. No woman could resist the allure of becoming more beautiful. Even someone like Qiu Yuan, a high society socialite, had spent countless hours on skincare and beauty treatments before the apocalypse. Yet all that maintenance seemed trivial beside this single bottle of potion. With just one dose, Lu Yuan had pushed her beauty to its peak. If this potion had existed before the apocalypse, it could have fetched an astronomical price. What was more, the changes extended far beyond outward appearance. She could feel her physical functions strengthened significantly, her senses sharper than ever. She could now clearly hear the faint hum of the nuclear generator in the corner and the wind. Her strength had increased noticeably, and each breath felt deeper and smoother. It's perfect, truly incredible, Qiu Yuan murmured in a daze, letting her gaze wander over her reflection several times before slowly turning to face Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan leaned to one side, watching her. The changes wrought by the witch transformation on Qiu Yuan were remarkable. Her looks and figure had already been top-tier, and the transformation polished her like carved jade. Most notably, the mature grace of a married woman blended seamlessly with the inherent bewitching aura of a witch. She appeared poised yet alluring, gentleness wrapped in a subtle, dangerous magnetism. Lu Yuan's gaze turned heated once more as he beheld the new Qiu Yuan. Qiu Yuan was a sharp woman. Without a word spoken, one glance toward Lu Yuan from the mirror told her exactly what lingered in his eyes. Instead of standing, she sank to her knees on the soft carpet and slowly crawled toward him. She moved unhurriedly, tilting her head upward as she advanced. Her lovely eyes shimmered with an eerie lavender glow, like liquid illuminated by lamplight. She halted at his feet, tilted her head slightly, and softened her voice into a gentle tone. "Master, may I show you how I look now, and stay by your side?" She asked cautiously, as if seeking permission for something precious. Lu Yuan looked down at her, reached out to caress her beautiful cheek, and lifted her chin gently. Very well. At his consent, Satisfaction rippled across Qiu Yuan's features. She bowed slightly, adopting a respectful posture, waiting for his next word. Her pale purple nightgown slipped gradually with her movements, revealing her graceful figure. A quiet warmth filled the master bedroom. Meanwhile, inside room 201, the all-female group was sunk in utter despair. The once chatty women sat in silence. Some leaned against the walls, some huddled in corners, others sat blankly on the beds. No one spoke, no one paced, and few even shifted their positions. After what had happened with the cleric, their spirits were drained, leaving them listless and lifeless. The slogans they had once shouted, "We will build an all-female shelter, survive this apocalypse together as sisters, we stand united," now sounded ridiculous, crushed mercilessly by harsh reality. If given the chance now, every single one of them would crawl to Lu Yuan's door. They would willingly become his followers, if only to survive. But that opportunity was already gone. Amid the heavy silence, the master bedroom door suddenly opened. It had remained closed for so long that some had nearly forgotten who resided behind it. The door swung inward, and a figure stepped out slowly. Fang Yaqi stood in the doorway. She wore a light, colored long dress, her hair combed neatly and her makeup refreshed. Though noticeably thinner than before, she still strove to maintain her elegant appearance. Zhang Bing had secretly shared supplies with her, keeping her from wasting away like the others. Yet when she stepped out and swept her eyes over the dejected faces in room 201, she barely recognized the all-female group she once led. She paused briefly, steadied her expression, and spoke coolly. "Everyone, I'm back." Every head lifted to look at her, yet their eyes held no anticipation or excitement. Some glanced once, then lowered their gazes again. Others did not even bother to open their eyes wider. There was no hatred, gratitude, or blame in those stares, only pure indifference, as if watching a stranger pass by. They had once followed Fang Yaqi, believing she could lead them to survival amid the apocalypse. After all they had endured, they understood clearly that the gap between Fang Yaqi and Lu Yuan was insurmountable. Staying with Fang Yaqi meant certain death. Fang Yaqi stood in the doorway, met by eyes that no longer gathered around her. Words lingered on her lips, yet she swallowed them back after seeing their expressions. She could feel it. The all-female group had changed. Irrevocably. She stood silently by the door, no longer shouting slogans or clinging to leadership. She simply lingered there, like an outsider unsure of where she belonged. But her eyes held a strange, enigmatic light. Night fell. Fatigued, Lu Yuan sat down on the chair by the door, his mechanical combat blade resting beside him as he settled into his night watch. He leaned back and stretched his shoulders, his muscles aching from exhaustion. Qiu Yuan had grown remarkably capable after the witch transformation. Her stamina and endurance had risen to a new level. Where she once tired quickly, Lu Yuan felt worn out. Still, this was a positive development. The stronger Qiu Yuan became, the greater the support she could offer him. In this apocalyptic world, Lu Yuan knew well that one person could not overcome every crisis alone. The more capable allies he had, the higher their chances of surviving the dangers ahead. Nurturing Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu was a priority. He closed his eyes, leaned against the chair, regulated his breathing, and continued keeping watch. Time ticked onward. Midnight arrived. The hour for his daily check-in. Lu Yuan directed his consciousness inward. The translucent system panel popped up on cue, suspended in the dark void. Strange characters emerging one after another. Lu Yuan silently triggered the check-in. Text flashed across the panel, and 3 lines of rewards materialized slowly. The first reward was an attribute boost, Strength +1. While not as valuable as Spirit +1, it was still an excellent gain. In his recent fights against monsters, he had repeatedly sensed insufficient strength. Many strikes only inflicted shallow wounds, failing to land killing blows. With greater strength, he could cleave monsters in half with a single swing, making battles far less taxing. After gaining +1 strength, fighting creatures would grow much easier. The second reward was an A-tier trait, Advanced Self-Healing. With this ability, he could recover from any injury that was not immediately fatal. No longer would minor cuts or leg wounds cripple his combat effectiveness. As long as an injury was not lethal, his body would mend gradually. Lu Yuan's heart stirred as he read the description. He untied the bandages wrapped around his hand. Several knife wounds marked his palms, sustained when he had used true silver blood earlier. They would normally have taken a long time to heal. Once the bandages fell away, he watched the gashes mend rapidly. The edges of the skin drew closed at a visible rate, sealing completely within moments. Not even scars remained, as if he had never been hurt. He flexed his fingers and clenched his fist, free of the dull, pulling ache from the cuts. This trait was immensely powerful. Satisfied, Lu Yuan tossed the bandages aside. He turned his attention to the third reward. It was also ranked A tier, a supply reward. His luck held tonight. He had not drawn low, grade C, tier items such as braised beef noodles. This prize was a piece of technology, an autonomous AI drone. The drone was equipped with an infrared high-definition camera and advanced intelligent AI, capable of automatically exploring surrounding areas. Crucially, it possessed basic self-defense functions and high flight speed, unlikely to be destroyed easily by monsters. Lu Yuan summoned the drone from the panel. It landed lightly in his palm, sized with a matte black body and folded propellers. A miniature camera sat on its side, its indicator light blinking slowly. This device would prove extremely useful for Lu Yuan. With it, he might finally learn what the world outside had become. Lu Yuan carried it to the window and stared out at the darkness shrouding everything. He pushed the window open a narrow crack, activated the drone, and released it. The propellers unfolded, emitting a faint hum. The drone darted through the gap, vanishing into the night like a sleek black bird. It required no manual control and operated entirely on autonomous AI. It would return within 2 days after completing its exploration. Lu Yuan lingered by the window, gazing at the dim crimson sky outside before closing the window tight again. He leaned back against his chair, wondering what footage the drone would capture. How far had the apocalypse ravaged everything? How many survivors remained outside? What state were the cities in? Would it film horrific, twisted abominations akin to the flesh tree? No one could know. Lu Yuan could only wait for the drone's return. He kept watch through the night, and nothing disturbed the peace. The hallway stayed quiet. Faint rustlings and shadowy movements that had drifted by earlier vanished, as if the entire building was submerged in a drawn-out, surreal hush. Every so often, he stood and peered through the peephole to check for threats. By early morning, the crimson glow of the sky brightened again. Most of the black haze dispersed, and the mist lingering in the hallway thinned to its usual density. The safe window for outdoor exploration would arrive soon. Lu Yuan stood and stretched, easing stiff shoulders and neck muscles. He spoke to Chu Yuan and Su Mumu as they stepped out. "I'm going to sleep. Keep watch here." Chu Yuan and Su Mumu nodded. Lu Yuan returned to the master bedroom, closed the door, lay down on the bed, and fell into deep sleep almost instantly. In the living room, Chu Yuan and Su Mumu sat opposite each other. Su Mumu had just woken up, her hair messy. She leaned drowsily against the edge of the sofa, rubbing her eyes, still half asleep. When she lifted her head to look at Chu Yuan, her movement froze, her hand suspended halfway to her face. "Sister Qing, you." Su Mumu's voice carried the haziness of sleep and clear surprise. "How have you become so beautiful?" She blinked repeatedly, making sure she was not imagining things. Chu Yuan's skin was far smoother, pale enough to seem translucent. Her facial features were more refined, wrapped in a faint, gentle radiance. Su Mumu had always believed she boasted the best looks among the women in room 201. She had thought she surpassed Chu Yuan in facial beauty, while Chu Yuan excelled in figure and temperament. Yet the Chu Yuan sitting before her now outshone her completely, both in face and body. Her features were flawless, and the blend of mature charm and subtle witch-like allure made it nearly impossible to look away. "Really?" Chu Yuan held a water cup, a smile playing on her lips, her eyes lazy and content. She spoke half-jokingly. "Perhaps, spending time with Lu Yuan has brought out the best in me." Her tone was relaxed, yet the implication sent a jolt through Su Mumu. Su Mumu muttered quietly, her gaze drifting back to Chu Yuan's stunning, glowing face. Her mind wandered to scenes that made her cheeks warm. She bit her lower lip, overcome by a tangled mix of envy and eagerness. Tonight, she would seek out brother Lu Yuan. She too wanted to stand beside him and gain such beauty. She would not let Chu Yuan have this opportunity all to herself. Inside room 201. Sisters Lin Mushuang and Lin Mushue recounted all that had transpired over recent days to Fang Yaqi. Suan was dead. 2 other women from their group had perished as well. Lu Yuan had slain the cleric with his own hands and repelled the monsters emerging from the black mist. The all-female group had knelt and begged Lu Yuan to take them in, yet he had turned and left without a second glance. Fang Yaqi sat on the chair by the master bedroom door listening. Shock gradually hardened into cold anger, and fury swelled visibly in her beautiful eyes. Lu Yuan went too far. Her voice, heavy with suppressed rage, echoed through room 201. All the women stared at her in astonishment. Had Lu Yuan gone too far? How so? Had he not stepped forward to save them? Fang Yaqi continued speaking before anyone could respond. It is all his fault. Su Wan would still be alive, and our sisters would not have died. He possessed the power to defeat the cleric long before everything escalated. Why did he refuse to help sooner? Her tone grew more heated, and she leaned forward slightly. He could have eliminated the cleric early. Yet he waited until disaster struck before acting. He waited for lives to be lost before cleaning up the mess. What else is that but malicious intent? We were right to expel him from our shelter. If he had stayed, our sisters would have suffered even worse fates. Silence fell over room 201 once she finished speaking. Every woman watched her with varied expressions. Some opened their mouths to argue, then fell quiet. Others stared at the ground without a word. Many glanced back and forth between Fang Yaqi and the rest of the group, conflicted. Those who had once chanted slogans behind her stared at her in disbelief. They had witnessed Lu Yuan's strength firsthand, watched him kill the cleric, withstand the mist monsters, and retreat safely with his two companions. That genuine sense of dread and awe carried far more weight than any slogan. Yet Fang Yaqi interpreted everything from a completely opposite perspective. A perspective so extreme that even those former top-tier survivors among them found it unbelievable. Fang Yaqi truly lived up to her reputation as the leader of the all-female squad from Unit 201. She had barely stepped out and was already making startling remarks. But the situation now was nothing like before. Lin Mushuang and Lin Muxue kept their heads down, saying nothing. Qin Yi leaned against the wall in silence. Tang Shi remained utterly unmoved. Jiang Xiaoran and the others did not even spare her a glance. Gu Lan and Zhang Bing exchanged a look, neither willing to speak up. No one in the room voiced agreement. No one backed Fang Yaqi. Fang Yaqi stared at their impassive faces. For a split second, confusion flickered across her eyes, as if she could not understand why she was being met with such coldness. She quickly regained her composure, stood straight, and clapped her hands twice. Just as she used to calm audiences on stage, she spoke. Sisters, I know our team has endured a great many hardships while I was away. I know all of you are tangled in complicated emotions, consumed by fear and uncertainty about what lies ahead. But rest assured, as long as I am here, the all-female squad will endure. We will survive in this apocalypse. We do not need to rely on any men. Sisters, pull yourselves together. Do we have the resolve? Her voice echoed briefly through Unit 201 before fading, swallowed by silence without even a faint reverberation. Heads remained bowed. No one looked up. No one answered her. It was as if none of them had heard a single word. Fang Yaqi stood there. After a long pause, she slowly lowered her hands. Staring at the silent, bowed figures, she seemed to grasp something. Her fists clenched as she reached a decision. Once the daytime safety window arrived, she would seek out Lu Yuan to confront him. She would demand an apology for Su Wan and their two fallen sisters. She would make everyone see that they were in the right, and that Lu Yuan's actions had been selfish beyond measure. All of this was Lu Yuan's fault. The fault of men. Time soon rolled around to the midday safety window. At Lu Yuan's shelter, the black mist outside the window had thinned significantly. The once dense fog that blurred all outlines slowly receded, revealing the original corridor walls and the red casing of the fire hydrants. Lu Yuan stood in the middle of the living room, checking all his gear. A mechanical combat knife hung at his waist. His waist pack was stuffed with emergency supplies and spare arrows, while his coat pockets held several packs of rations and a bottle of water. Xiao Yuan and Su Mumu were also fully prepared. Each carried a recurve bow slung over their shoulders. The limbs of the fire bow and electric bow glowed softly in the faint daylight. Let's go. Glancing at the mostly dissipated black mist outside, Lu Yuan did not hesitate. He pulled open the door and stepped out. The moment he crossed the threshold, the door to Unit 201 swung open at the same time. Fang Yaqi walked at the front. Behind her followed Gu Lan, Zhang Bing, the Lin sisters, Qin Yi, Tang Shi, Jiang Xiaoran, and the rest. The group stood loosely in the corridor, seemingly heading out to scavenge supplies during the safety window as well. Lu Yuan swept his gaze over the members of the all-female squad. He paused briefly when he spotted Fang Yaqi, somewhat surprised to see her again. Yet his gaze did not linger on her. He glanced over her once and looked away. Whether Fang Yaqi was present or not made no difference to him. The foolish woman, much like Su Wan and the other women of Unit 201, amounted to little more than disposable pawns in his eyes, insignificant. The person he sought among the squad was someone else. Lu Yuan turned his eyes toward the figure at the back of the group who had undergone which transformation. Tang Shi stood there. Pale violet light shimmered in her eyes. Her skin looked far fairer than before, and her slightly pointed ears peeked out faintly amid the dim, crimson glow. Tang Shi in her witch, transformed state. She would prove highly useful for Lu Yuan's upcoming exploration. Lu Yuan was about to call Tang Shi over. Fang Yaqi stepped forward first, moving to the front of her group. She folded her arms across her chest, tilted her chin upward, and stared down at Lu Yuan with a condescending air. Lu Yuan. Apologize. Lu Yuan heard the two words and failed to register them at first. He asked instinctively, "What? Apologize to us?" Fang Yaqi raised her voice, sounding righteous. "Apologize to the all-female squad." Lu Yuan's gaze darkened slightly. "What are you talking about?" Fang Yaqi let out a cold huff, still keeping her arms folded. "When the cleric attacked, you could have intervened far sooner. You possessed the ability. Why did you wait? You could have saved every single one of us. Because you hesitated, because you acted selfishly, 3 of our people died. Tell me, do you not owe us an apology?" A brief silence fell over the corridor. Her logic was utterly absurd. The cleric had struck first and shed blood. It was Lu Yuan's timely intervention that had stopped an even greater catastrophe. Yet in Fang Yaqi's telling, the blame rested solely on him for not acting earlier. The arrogance and warped mindset characteristic of a top-tier celebrity worshipped by countless people before the apocalypse laid bare for all to see. Lu Yuan looked at her haughty face. Instead of growing angry or flying into a rage, he suddenly let out a low, mocking laugh. Fang Yaqi's expression shifted. "What are you laughing at?" Lu Yuan slowly quieted his laughter. He looked straight at her with an amused glint in his eyes. "So, Miss A-list star, how exactly do you want me to apologize?" Fang Yaqi thought Lu Yuan was ready to back down. Her arrogant demeanor grew even more pronounced. "Kneel down, then say you are sorry." Her tone carried unbridled satisfaction, as if this was the stance Lu Yuan ought to take, and only this could soothe her anger. Lu Yuan froze for a moment upon hearing that, then smiled even wider. "Very well. Kneel and apologize, is that it? All right. Come closer, and I will apologize right now." He waved Fang Yaqi forward. Fang Yaqi sensed nothing amiss. Arms still folded, chin held high. She strode toward him with the confident gait she had grown accustomed to walking red carpets before the apocalypse. "Fang Yaqi." Zhang Bing's voice rang out from behind her, tight, with urgent warning. She hurried forward and stepped between Fang Yaqi and Lu Yuan. She spoke to Lu Yuan. She acts without thinking. Please do not take her words to heart. Her message was clear, and she spoke bluntly to Fang Yaqi as well. Fang Yaqi halted, then roughly shoved Zhang Bing away, her voice sharp with irritation. "Zhang Bing, who are you calling thoughtless?" She shot Zhang Bing a glare before returning her attention to Lu Yuan. "I want to see what he dares do to me today." After pushing Zhang Bing aside, Fang Yaqi stopped directly in front of Lu Yuan. She kept her arms crossed, tilting her chin higher than before, staring down at him. "Lu Yuan, kneel and apologize." Silence blanketed the corridor for an instant. Every gaze settled on Lu Yuan. He did not answer immediately. He studied her arrogant face, seeing only unrefined conceit that had never been tempered by harsh reality. "An apology, you say?" Lu Yuan's voice was soft, as if confirming a trivial matter. "Very well." In the next second, he raised his hand sharply. Crack! A crisp, resounding slap landed firmly across Fang Yaqi's beautiful cheek. The force sent her staggering sideways 2 steps before she crashed to the floor. She caught herself with her palms to avoid falling flat on her face. Fang Yaqi clutched her cheek and lifted her head. A clear red mark streaked across her delicate features. "You?" Tremor laced her voice, filled with utter disbelief. "How dare you strike me?" She stared at Lu Yuan as if witnessing something impossible. Her eyes brimmed with shocked eye in her mind. Lu Yuan was merely the uniformed security guard from their residential complex, someone she could order around at will. It had never crossed her mind that he would lay a hand on her, that he would truly strike her. Lu Yuan stepped up to her, looking down at her without a trace of warmth in his eyes. "Why would I not dare?" Right after speaking, he lifted his foot and kicked her hard in the abdomen. The impact sent Fang Yaqi rolling sideways until she slammed into the corridor wall. A trickle of blood spilled from her lips onto the floor. She curled over, clutching the spot where she had been kicked. For the first time, genuine terror surfaced in those eyes that had once been adored by millions. "Stop this! Zhang Bing! Zhang Bing, help me!" she cried out, twisting to look behind her, clinging to what she thought was her last hope. Zhang Bing bit her lip and took half a step forward. Yet the moment her eyes met the 2 composite bows aimed her way, she froze. Xiao Yuan and Su Mumu stood on either side, bows drawn, arrow tips locked onto the group from Unit 201. Neither spoke, but the cold glint of their aim spoke volumes. If anyone advanced another step, arrows would be loosed without hesitation. No one from the all-female squad dared move. They stood rooted to the spot, watching Fong Yaqi huddle on the ground, watching the blood at her mouth and the red mark on her cheek. Not a single person stepped forward. Only Fong Yaqi's quiet gasps and muffled sobs broke the silence of the corridor. Lu Yuan walked toward the crumpled Fong Yaqi and looked down at the once celebrity, a mocking curve tugging at his lips. Now, do you still demand I apologize to you? Fong Yaqi lay on the floor, covering her face. Her blurred eyes held nothing but fright. Her lips trembled. Messy strands of hair fell across her face. The slap mark stood out sharply, and the blood at her mouth had not dried. What do you want from me? Her voice shook, stripped of all the arrogance from earlier. It was as if an invisible hand had dragged her down from her pedestal and slammed her into the ground. What do I want? Lu Yuan let out a cold laugh at her question. I want exactly what you wanted me to do. He bent slightly, meeting her gaze. Do you understand? His meaning was plain. She had demanded he kneel and apologize, so she ought to taste the humiliation of being crushed beneath another's feet. Fong Yaqi grasped his implication. Resistance and struggle flickered in her eyes. Her lips parted repeatedly until she forced 2 words out between gritted teeth. Never. She clenched her jaw and balled her fists, clinging to the last shred of her pride. How could she kneel and apologize to a security guard? It felt worse than death. Lu Yuan gave her no chance to keep defying him. He lifted his foot and kicked her shoulder. Fong Yaqi rolled sideways once more and crashed into the wall. More blood welled up from her mouth and dripped onto the gray corridor flooring. Lu Yuan stepped forward, towering over her, his voice frigid as ice. And now, Fong Yaqi curled on the ground and stared up at Lu Yuan's impassive face. Tears mixed with blood on her face. Amid overwhelming pain and terror, she turned to look at every member of the all-female squad from Unit 201. The women watched Fong Yaqi suffer at Lu Yuan's hands with a jumble of expressions: surprise, fear, even quiet relief. Not a single one intended to help her. No one planned to stand up for her. It almost seemed as though she deserved everything happening to her, that she was reaping what she had sown. At that moment, all her stubborn pride, all the vanity she carried over from the old world, shattered completely. She glanced at Lu Yuan as he drew closer. An extreme dread washed over her. Her body trembled uncontrollably. She pushed herself up, bent her knees, and dropped heavily to the floor, sobbing. I'm sorry. The words were barely audible, trapped in her throat. Lu Yuan said nothing. He raised his hand and struck again. Crack. Fong Yaqi's head snapped to the side, a second red mark blooming on her cheek. I cannot hear you, Lu Yuan said indifferently, as if dealing with something utterly trivial. Fong Yaqi held her burning cheek as tears streamed down her face, washing faint trails through the blood on her skin. She lowered her head, her voice louder now, shaking with sobs. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I should not have come to pick a fight with you. I'm sorry. She knelt on the ground, head bowed, tears splattering onto the floor. In this instant, all her self, respect, arrogance, and everything she had once taken pride in lay shattered like broken glass. The top-tier celebrity who once graced red carpets and shone under endless cameras now knelt on hard concrete, weeping an apology to a man she would have once refused to acknowledge. Lu Yuan stared down at her pitiful form. There was no sympathy in his gaze, only cold contempt. He had not intended to waste time on such a foolish woman, but since she had come looking for trouble, he did not mind teaching her a lasting lesson. In the apocalypse, everyone needed to learn their place. He shifted his gaze away from her and turned toward the group. Tang Shi, come here. Tang Shi stepped forward obediently from the crowd, without hesitation, and walked to stand beside Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan paid no more attention to the people of Unit 201. He turned and headed for the staircase. Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu lowered their bows and followed. The 3 walked behind Lu Yuan. They rounded the corridor corner soon after and vanished into the darkness of the stairwell leading downward. Only Fong Yaqi's quiet sobs and the silent stares of the all-female squad remained in the corridor. Lu Yuan paid no mind to the reaction of the all-female squad. Teaching Fong Yaqi a lesson was nothing more than a minor distraction to him. He led Qiu Yuan, Su Mumu, and Tang Shi quickly downward. An unnatural quiet hung over the stairwell. The sound of footsteps echoed through the empty space, steady and clear. They encountered no obstacles along the way. They reached the 17th floor. As the fire door swung open, Lu Yuan paused briefly. The corridor stretched empty before him. The flesh monsters that had lingered on this floor were gone without a trace. Dark, age stains marked the ground, left long ago, dried and stiff. No sign of living creatures remained. It appeared their earlier assault on the flesh tree had worked. All the monsters spawned from its roots had vanished alongside it. Lu Yuan did not linger on the 17th floor. He turned and led the three women further down. They arrived at the landing for the 16th floor. This was where the flesh tree had once taken root. Lu Yuan halted again. He glanced back at the three behind him, confirming they were ready, then pushed open the metal fire door. A low scraping sound echoed as the heavy metal panel swung outward. Thick darkness billowed from the corridor. Lu Yuan stood in the doorway and did not step inside immediately. He held up a hand to signal the others to stay back. He activated his night vision and sharpened his senses, sweeping his eyes over every corner of the corridor, straining to catch the faintest sound. He soon confirmed it. The corridor was silent. No breathing, no footsteps, no sign of movement. The massive tree woven from countless bodies and mangled limbs that had once rooted here appeared to be gone. Feeling slightly reassured, Lu Yuan stepped into the 16th floor corridor. Qiu Yuan, Su Mumu, and Tang Shi followed closely. The overlapping sound of their footsteps reverberated through the empty passage. As they moved deeper inside, they quickly spotted black scorch marks along the walls, remnants left by the fire arrow. Black mist still lingered, yet it had thinned drastically. Visibility improved greatly. They could make out apartment door numbers and faint outlines of wall decorations. The four walked forward together and soon noticed something odd on the ground. Several dried corpses lay along the corridor. All flesh had vanished. Skin clung tightly to bone, as if every drop of moisture and vitality had been drained away, turning them into brittle husks akin to fallen autumn leaves. Lu Yuan knelt to examine them. The shapes still resembled the flesh monsters they had faced, yet they had shriveled completely. Discarded empty shells after being stripped of nourishment. They must have been left behind after the flesh tree burned. Cut off from supply by the fleshy tendrils, they had withered and died. They continued forward. After walking roughly dozens of paces, the four reached the spot where the tree had been rooted. The space stood empty. The scorch marks remained on the ground, alongside scattered bone fragments and dried black fluid stains. The enormous, twisted flesh tree was gone. Only a broad indentation marked where its roots had been torn from the ground. The tree, where did it go? Su Mumu spoke from behind him, clear unease in her voice. Fear flickered across her features. The thought of such a huge, grotesque creature vanishing from the building unsettled her far more than if it still stood rooted. It could move. It possessed intelligence. It had abandoned its place of rooting. No one knew where it had gone, or when it might reappear. It was like discovering a mouse in your room at night. If you find the mouse, you can deal with it. If you cannot, the anxiety never fades. You will never rest easy. There are tracks on the ground. Tang Shi spoke suddenly. Her gaze locked onto the floor. Her violet, tinted eyes granted her sharper sight than ordinary humans. The others followed her line of sight. Long, dark dried blood streaks stretched from the empty rooting spot all the way down the corridor, as if something heavy had been dragged along the surface. Each streak spanned more than half a meter wide, with ragged edges dotted with fragments of dried tissue and shredded flesh. The four followed the trail of blood deeper down the corridor until they reached its end. There stood a row of massive floor-to-ceiling windows, most of the glass shattered. Remaining shards glinted coldly beneath the dark red sky. Chilly night wind rushed through the broken panes, carrying a hollow, damp stench. Outside, everything was pitch black. Only faint dark crimson moonlight occasionally spilled through gaps in the clouds, revealing blurred outlines of distant buildings. The blood trail ended right at the edge of the windows. Judging by the traces, that twisted, enormous entity that had taken root on the 16th floor and fed on flesh had seemingly crawled out through this broken window, vanishing into the boundless darkness beyond the high rise. Lu Yuan leaned forward and glanced down from the window. Bits of mangled flesh and black mucus still clung to the ledge, dried at the edges, left there quite some time ago. The flesh tree had survived. Worse still, it possessed not just mobility, but intelligence. Wounded, it had chosen to flee instead of staying to die. The thought sent a chill down his spine. It proved the creature was truly alive, a horrifying monster. Lu Yuan did not linger by the shattered windows. Staying here left them exposed to untold dangers. He knew full well that the thick black fog surrounding the building teemed with countless abominations. Something might well be lurking in the nearby shadows, watching the broken window opening this very moment. Every extra second spent here was an unnecessary risk. Fall back first. Lu Yuan glanced sideways and spoke. Qiu Yuan, Su Mumu and Tang Shi did not hesitate. They followed him away from the windows, retraced their steps along the corridor, and returned to the relatively safer section of the 16th floor. The black fog deep in the corridor thinned, and the heavy walls muted most of the howling wind. Once they came to a halt, Lu Yuan looked toward the stairwell leading down to the 15th floor. The black fog below was far sparser than he had expected, hovering only close to the ground. It appeared the upheaval from the battle with the cleric had weakened the power of the black fog considerably. Lu Yuan fell silent for several seconds, sweeping his gaze across the thin mist as if checking for threats before he spoke. "Keep going down." Without waiting for the three women to respond, he strode toward the stairwell. The three exchanged glances. They were heading further down. The 16th floor had marked the limit of their previous exploration. Further below lay nothing but uncharted territory. Danger lurked everywhere. Still, they trusted Lu Yuan completely. If he said to press onward, they would follow closely behind. Their footsteps echoed steadily in the empty stairwell as they descended. 15th floor. Lu Yuan pushed open the fire door. Thin black fog drifted along the corridor, much like on the 16th floor. Visibility remained clear, and there was no sign of any living creature. He did not pause and continued downward. 14th floor. The same scene. Nothing at all. The building was eerily quiet, as if completely emptied of all life. 13th floor. No change. Lu Yuan scanned the landing to confirm there were no anomalies and kept walking. At this pace, they ought to reach the 10th floor without major trouble. Yet trouble always arrived when you least expected it. As they reached the fire door to the 12th floor, Lu Yuan suddenly froze. Qiu Yuan, Su Mumu, and Tang Shi stopped behind him. When their eyes fell on the door, all three stiffened simultaneously. The metal surface was covered densely in runes scrawled in dark red liquid. The strokes were sharp and cramped, as if the writer had strained every ounce of strength to carve each character into the metal itself. Lu Yuan could not understand the symbols, yet their structure and arrangement weighed heavy on his heart. They were nothing like the Western incantations used by the cleric. These resembled Eastern talismans. Every character glowed with an unsettling scarlet hue. Written in what looked like dried blood, they still shimmered with an unnatural, eerie light. Layer upon layer of markings covered the door from top to bottom, barely leaving any empty space. At the very end of the last line, several clear Chinese characters stood out. "Blessings be infinite, Heavenly Lord." Su Mumu's voice trembled noticeably. What is this?" Qiu Yuan tightened her grip on her compound bow and swallowed hard. Was something sealed away on the 12th floor? A monster? Or something else? Unease laced every word. The Western seals and monsters they had encountered were terrifying enough. These Eastern talismans stirred a wholly different, bone-deep dread. "Maybe we shouldn't go in." Su Mumu's voice dropped to a whisper. She darted her eyes over the scarlet markings, unwilling to stare for long. Tang Shi said nothing, but her eyes narrowed, and the faint purple glow in her irises flickered with tension. Lu Yuan remained silent. He stood before the door, slowly studying the dense talismans spread across its surface. After a long pause, he uttered a single sentence. "We no longer have a choice." The three women stared at him, confused, before they could ask what he meant. Creak. The closed fire door shifted all of a sudden. As if pushed from within by the wind, the panel slowly swung outward, letting out a dry, scraping metallic whine where it rubbed against the frame. A crack widened before their eyes, revealing a corridor swallowed whole by darkness behind the door. The seal was broken. A wave of piercing cold surged out through the gap. This chill was unlike the cold brought by the black fog. It was an extreme, numbing cold. It felt like standing among graves in the dead of night, heavy with ghostly bleakness. All three women shuddered, their breath fogging in the air. The door continued to swing open wider, as if something on the other side was forcing it outward, or as if it was opening of its own accord. Soon, the door stood fully ajar. Once the frigid aura settled slightly, the four lifted their gazes together toward the corridor now laid bare behind the doorway. The sight that met their eyes drained every last trace of warmth from their bodies in an instant. A wave of icy horror washed over every one of them.